Chapter 141. Setting Rules. Decadent One in Song. You say. Xiao looked at the remaining 3 maids. 2 of them were pale and trembling with fear, but their eyes glanced at Li Hanxiang with a struggling look. Bang! Bang! With 2 muffled sounds. The 2 maids immediately followed the footsteps of the previous one. Your Majesty. Calm down. I will tell you. I will tell you everything. The last maid completely collapsed and knelt on the ground crying. Your Majesty. This is all the order of Concubine Xiang. Concubine Xiang told me to do this. As soon as these words came out, the concubines changed color, and Li Hanxiang was even more shocked and angry. Your Majesty. It's not like that. It was her. Xiaoya. Who framed me. Yes. That thing was also found by Shuya. Maybe she brought it in privately, wanting to frame concubine Xiao and me. Your Majesty. Please understand. Li Hanxiang's words were very clever. She said that at least there was no direct evidence to prove that Xiaoya was instructed by her. But Xiao would not tolerate her bad habits. I canonized you as a noble concubine because I hope you can set a good example and create a peaceful and tranquil atmosphere in the harem. Not to let you take revenge and abuse your power. Where is Concubine Wan? I am here. Shang Wanwana hurriedly stepped forward. From now on, Li Hanxiang will be demoted to the 3rd class Jiaoyi. And she will be whipped 20 times and imprisoned for 1 month to punish her for her mistakes and reflect on her crimes. You will supervise it. I obey your order. Hearing such a heavy punishment, all the concubines were awed. And Li Hanxiang herself was pale. Your Majesty. I am innocent. Take her away. Xiao ignored him and waved his hand coldly. When Shang Wanwater sent someone to take Li Hanxiang out, Xiao turned around and slowly swept his eyes over the concubines. My women can enjoy happiness and pleasure, but they must not be scheming and deceiving each other. My harem can compete for beauty, but they must not form cliques or spread rumors. If you violate it, don't blame me for not remembering the old friendship. And the maids, eunuchs and other servants in the palace. You can be loyal to your master, but you must know who is the biggest master. Anyone who dares to be disloyal to me and deliberately deceives me will be exterminated with 3 clans. The concubines were so scared that their faces turned pale. How could they dare to hesitate? As for the maids and eunuchs inside and outside the palace, they were even more shocked and pale. I will follow your Majesty's order. Ding! You demoted the imperial concubine without investigating the evidence, and killed the palace maids and intimidated the concubines. You are arbitrary and do whatever you want. Domineering value plus 500. As Xiao left, the concubines looked at Wan Yin Yaoyao and Tao Yushu with complicated expressions and left one after another. Although His Majesty's anger today seemed to have little to do with the 2 beauties of the great Jin dynasty, some concubines had to think more about it. After all, this matter was caused by Wan Yin Yaoyao. Originally, few concubines would look up to the 2 beauties of the great Jin dynasty. After all, the 2 were sent to the Tonke Palace, which was allowed to enter but not leave. But after today's incident, some people's thoughts may change. The palace was empty, and soon only Wan Yin Yaoyao and Tao Yushu were left in the palace. You are lucky. Tao Yushu looked at Tao Yushu deeply, then turned around and wanted to leave. I am a little surprised that my mother is here. I thought she had hit a wall. Wan Yin Yaoyao laughed and said teasingly. Not only did she escape today, but the biggest hidden danger was also severely punished by His Majesty. And even her rank of concubine was downgraded by 2 levels. This made Wan Yin Yaoyao happy, but also a little dazed. In addition, Wan Yin Yaoyao couldn't help but feel grateful and admired Xiao. Although she knew that His Majesty was furious today, it was actually to use Li Hanxiang as a model to intimidate the entire harem and set rules for the harem, not to stand up for her. But even so, her heart was still full of joy, because she saw the hope of escaping from the cage. Since the rules of Tonke Palace were decided by His Majesty himself, it would only take His Majesty a word to change them. As long as she could do her best to win His Majesty's favor, there might be a day when she could see the light of day again. Tao Yushu paused, a blush on her cheeks. After taking a deep breath, Tao Yushu slowly turned around. In the future, don't call me mother anymore. Although it was a bit difficult to say, Tao Yushu still gritted her teeth and said it. If not mother, what should I call you? Wan Yin Yaoyao blinked and touched her chin as if thinking. Oh, that's right. Now we are both His Majesty's women, so we are naturally sisters. Hee hee. Interesting. The mother has become a sister. This is really Okay. I can promise you that I will call you sister on weekdays. But, Tao Yushu felt embarrassed and didn't look at Wan and Yao Yao. She pretended to be calm and said, But what? But, from now on, the mother must advance and retreat together with me. Tao Yushu frowned and said in a deep voice, The emperor has made it very clear that no cliques are allowed. Do you want to be the next Li Hanxiang? Wan and Yao Yao shook her head and said disapprovingly, Sister, you think too much. We advance and retreat together to protect ourselves and to win the favor of His Majesty, not to intrigue with others and play tricks. After all, although there are only 2 of us in the Tonkei Palace now, there will definitely be other people coming in the future. Tao Yushu was silent for a long time before he slowly nodded. Okay. After saying that, Tao Yushu suddenly realized that something was wrong. She stared at Wan and Yao Yao and frowned. Wait, what do you mean by usually? Wan and Yao Yao smiled charmingly, stepped forward and whispered, Of course it means what I said. You won't forget what happened last night. Right? Your Majesty is very happy to be addressed like this. You? Tao Yushu's ears turned red, and she was ashamed and angry. Good sister, you have also seen that this Majesty is an absolute authority in Daxia, and will not tolerate any provocation. If we want to break away from the barriers, doing everything we can to win his favor is the best way, and the only way. Tao Yushu was speechless. After a long silence, she bit her plump red lips and turned away without saying anything. But Wan and Yao Yao already knew the answer and laughed immediately. The Great Jin Palace. Your Majesty, the Dongting Legion and Lord Sherwei are ready and plan to start tonight. After receiving the latest reply, the old eunuch Su Gong reported to Wan Yinsong. Very good. Wan Yinsong nodded with satisfaction and said in a deep voice, I hope nothing goes wrong. Your Majesty, don't worry. There won't be. Before Su Gong finished speaking, a tall middle-aged man hurried in. This person was Long Ke, the right deputy guard leader of the Pishio Guard. Your Majesty, something happened. Wan Yinsong's heart skipped a beat, and he gritted his teeth and asked, What happened? Your Majesty, our plan to use De Chu to drag De Xia into the quagmire of war has been known by De Xia. As soon as these words came out, Wan Yinsong was so shocked that his wrist trembled and his face became extremely ugly. There are only a few people who know about this matter. How could it be leaked? Your Majesty, I have investigated all the insiders, and finally found that the eunuch Su Lu disappeared mysteriously, and his family was taken away by a group of people of unknown origin. It is obvious that Su Lu was the one who leaked the secret. He is very likely a spy planted by Daxia in my Dajin Palace. Su Lu? Wan Yinsong gritted his teeth and his face was ashen. There were only 5 eunuchs and 4 palace maids in the hall that day. These people were loyal and trustworthy confidants, who had been verified in various ways. But they did not expect. Your Majesty, the Emperor of Daxia was furious and had ordered someone to cut off one of the hands of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, and sent someone to send it to you. I am afraid this matter will not be easily fooled. Your Majesty needs to prepare early. As Long Ke's voice fell, Su Gong was shocked and his face turned pale. And Wan Yinsong's eyes went dark and his lips trembled slightly. He did not have many children. Although Wan Yingang was introverted, his overall performance was the best among the several princes. And he was also the only candidate he thought could take over. In addition, Wan Yingang was the son of the deceased former queen, so he was established as the crown prince very early. But now, this crown prince has one hand cut off. Even if the crown prince can be welcomed back in the future, how can he take over after 100 years? If he is allowed to take over, wouldn't he become a joke of the whole world? In addition, as Long Ke said, his plot has been fully known by Daxia. How harsh will Daxia blame him? What kind of humiliating and cruel exploitation will greet him and the great Jin dynasty? Wan Yinsong felt dizzy and even a little disappointed. Can he really reverse the situation and take back everything he has lost? At this moment, Wan Yinsong was confused. Your Majesty, what should we do? Will the Dongting Legion continue? Seeing Wan Yinsong's pale face, dull eyes, and no words for a long time, Long Ke asked with a stiff face. Wan Yinsong came back to his senses and smiled sadly. What should we do? I want to know too. Long Ke gritted his teeth, his eyes showing a fierce look. Your Majesty, otherwise, we will fight with Daxia. Fight? In the current situation, what can we do? Wan Yinsong laughed at himself, and his always straight spine also bent down, and the whole person looked very weak and decadent. Your Majesty, we can secretly unite with Dachu and encircle and annihilate the Daxia army heading to Crescent Bay. After that, we can give the mixed or vein to Dachu to encourage Dachu to attack Daxia. In addition, we can also contact the Yunbud dynasty. Shut up. Wan In Song suddenly jumped up, interrupting Lonka with red eyes and anger before he could finish. Do you want all the people of the Great Gene to be slaughtered? Lonka's face changed drastically, and he knelt down hurriedly. Your Majesty, please forgive me. Wan In Song panted for a long time before slowly regaining his composure. Send an order to Wang Ming and Shi Yao to let them give up their previous plans. But, Your Majesty, Lonka was about to say something else, but was stopped by Wan In Song's weak hand. No buts. Things have come to this point. Only by surviving the country can we hope to plan other things. Everyone, please leave. I want to be quiet. Chapter 142. Does the Queen Mother of Chu dare to accept this bet? March 20th. The Imperial Palace of Great Chu. The Great Hall of the Court. Announce, the envoys of Great Xia are here to see you. As a eunuch shouted loudly in a hoarse voice. A figure strode into the hall. All the officials of Great Chu in the hall looked at him sideways, and found that it was a short middle-aged man with a round face. The middle-aged man had small eyes, but the brilliance in his eyes was shrewd and cunning. This person was Lai Yongqing, the right vice minister of the Ministry of Personnel of Great Xia. Although Lai Yongqing was short in stature and his square official steps were a bit weird, his head tilted back slightly, and his eyes glanced sideways, creating a kind of arrogant style of looking down from a high position. In response, all the officials of Great Chu basically looked down on him. They paid the most attention to aristocratic etiquette and cultivation. People like Lai Yongqing were just entertaining themselves as nouveau riche, which made them look down on him from the bottom of their hearts. Lai Yongqing strode to the center of the hall and stood still. In the process, he had already taken a general look at the people in the hall. Looking at the entire hall, the most eye-catching people are naturally the two people sitting on the 9 steps. Among them, sitting on the dazzling throne, is a child wearing a very small imperial robe and a small crown. The child is about 5 or 6 years old, white and tender, with black eyes full of curiosity and a little ignorance, because he is still very young and the backrest of the throne is tall and spacious. It looks very strange. Obviously, this child is the little emperor of the Great Chu dynasty, Chu Yin. Chu Yin sat in the center of the throne. His 2 little hands could not reach the armrests, so he could only put them on his knees. In addition, there was a heavy and tall imperial table in front of him, so only his head and shoulders could be seen. And next to the right side of the throne, there is a large soft seat made of golden silkwood. On the soft seat sat a woman with elegant manners and dignified appearance. She seemed to be only in her 30s and full of charm. There was a golden peony flower on her forehead, and a little cinnabar on her red lips. She was smiling and frowning, but there was a terrifying majesty between her eyebrows, as if she could decide life and death and change the color of the world with just one mouthful of red lips. She was wearing an orange-red dress embroidered with auspicious clouds and phoenixes, and there was a golden luster shining under the dress, which was the fluorescence of the golden shirt. Such an outfit and such a seat were obviously only available to the Queen Mother of Great Chu. Mi Yan, Daxia Envoy, Lai Yongqing, pays homage to the Emperor of Great Chu and the Queen Mother of Great Chu. Lai Yongqing shook his sleeves. His expression became solemn, and bowed his hands and bowed to Chu Yin and Mi Yin calmly. Well, you? No need to be polite. Chu Yin first glanced at Mi Yin, then cleared his throat and spoke crisply, and at the same time raised his little hand in a formal manner. Thank you, His Majesty the Emperor of Chu. After Lai Yongqing stood up, Mi Yin spoke calmly. What is the purpose of the Great Xia envoy coming to visit the Great Chu? Queen Mother Chu. Lai is here on the orders of His Majesty to discuss the ownership of the Crescent Bay mixed or vein with the Great Chu. While Lai Yongqing was speaking, he half turned and clasped his fists in the direction of Great Xia. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the officials of the Great Chu in the hall changed, and they became interested. Mi Yin narrowed her eyes and said nothing. At this time, the Great Chu official named Yu He walked out of the class. First bowed respectfully to Mi Yin and Chu Yin, and then sneered at Lai Yongqing. Daxia Envoy. Are you kidding? The Crescent Bay mixed mineral vein is located on the border between the Great Jin dynasty and our Great Chu dynasty. The ownership of the mineral vein is a matter between our 2 dynasties. What does it have to do with you? Daxia? Daxia. Why do you want to get involved in this matter? Lai Yongqing smiled and said slowly, "That's wrong. The Great Jin dynasty has signed a letter of credence and become a vassal state of Daxia. And since Daxia is the suzerain state of Dajin and has the right to share the mineral veins and mineral resources, it naturally has the power to represent Dajin and discuss the ownership of the mineral veins with you." Yu He frowned slightly and snorted coldly. Dajin is only a vassal of Daxia, not a vassal state. Moreover, as far as we know, in the treaty signed by the two parties, Daxia does not have the power to decide the ownership of its mineral veins. Right? How can you Daxia guarantee that Dajin will obey your wishes? Lai Yongqing curled his lips and smiled confidently. You don't have to worry about this. You just need to know that Daxia can fully handle and decide the ownership of the mixed mineral veins in Crescent Bay. That's enough. Speaking of this, Lai Yongqing paused slightly and looked at Mi Yin, who was always calm, with deep meaning. Of course, I believe that the involvement of the Great Chu Dark Scale Division should have been known to your Emperor and the Queen Mother. Yu He looked up at Chu Yin and Mi Yin, obviously wanting to confirm what Lai Yongqing said. Chu Yin didn't understand these, and felt bored, so he took out a golden paper bird from his sleeve to play with. At this time, he was having fun and didn't pay attention to the conversation in the hall at all. Mi Yin raised her eyelids and spoke slowly. Daxia, how do you want to divide it? Lai Yongqing grinned and said loudly, My Majesty's meaning is very clear. Either Dajin will have it all or Dachu will have it all. Dividing it back and forth will easily cause all kinds of chaos, and even evolve into a war. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the hall was stunned. The reserves of the Crescent Bay Mixed or Vein are very large, but only a corner is within the territory of the Dacha dynasty, and not even 10% of it may be. The output of the Mixed or Vein is of great significance, and Dachu is naturally unwilling to get only that little. In addition, the Dajin dynasty suffered heavy losses and losses at the hands of Daxia, and the available troops are quite limited. Therefore, they did not hesitate to mobilize heavy troops to the border to strongly deter Dajin. And they also wanted to take more. Their psychological expectation was 30%. However, given that Dajin had become a vassal of Daxia, Dachu also disagreed and argued for a long time around the failure of negotiations and whether to really go to war. After all, the amazing fighting power displayed by the Daxia army made many people lose the confidence to win. Unexpectedly, the envoys of Daxia came to say that they still had the opportunity to monopolize the huge mineral vein. Although everyone knew that this opportunity was most likely very slim, they couldn't help but get interested. After a long whisper, Xiao Wang Chu Lishuan stood up with a sullen face. Lai, don't be clever here. Don't think that I don't know what you Daxia are planning. I tell you, this is impossible. Lai Yongqing looked at Chu Lishuan, and a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. He knew that the reason why Chu Lishuan stood up to oppose was largely related to Wanyan Yaoyao. Chu Lishuan was so obsessed with Wanyan Yaoyao that he had proposed to her many times, but was not moved. But in the end, he was taken as his own emperor's concubine. How could he not hate, be annoyed, and be angry? Perhaps, on the night when Wanyan Yaoyao was sent to the Great Xia Palace and enjoyed the pleasure of his emperor, Chu Lishuan was also extremely painful. Right? While thinking in his heart, Lai Yongqing sneered. Everyone says that the great Chu Xiao Wang is both civil and military, brave and arrogant. But today I see that he is just a cowardly and reckless man. How dare you? As soon as these words came out, many Chu officials changed their faces, and more than 10 people shouted loudly. Chu Lishuan's face sank, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Just when the atmosphere was a little dangerous, a gentle voice suddenly sounded. Let him finish. Lai Yongqing smiled complacently and curled his lips at Chu Lishuan. He knew that Queen Mother Chu would definitely not be able to refuse the strong temptation of monopolizing the mixed mineral veins in Crescent Bay. Otherwise, he would not dare to provoke Chu Lishuan. Queen Mother Chu is wise. Lai Yongqing complimented Mi Yin, and then his expression became serious. My Majesty wants to make a bet with Queen Mother Chu, and the outcome of the bet will determine the ownership of the Crescent Bay Mixed or Vein. Nominally, Daxia is supporting Dajin and fighting for the exclusive right to the or vein for Dajin. But in fact, 80% of the output of that or vein needs to be handed over to Daxia, and Dajin can only get 20%. And all mining work must be done by Dajin people. This is one of the prices that Dajin needs to pay for doing something wrong. Mi Yan's eyes flickered slightly, looking at the exquisite hollow golden nail cover, and said casually, Oh? How to bet? It's very simple. Lai came here with an imperial edict from His Majesty of our dynasty. Lai will read the imperial edict later. If everyone in the hall is calm and at ease after the imperial edict is read, then your country will win. And that mineral vein will be exclusive to your country. But, if this hall is shaken after the imperial edict is read, and the people present change color and exclaim, or even chaos occurs, then my great Xiao will win. From now on, the Crescent Bay mineral vein will belong exclusively to the Great Jin. And the Great Chu will not be able to take advantage of it for any reason. I don't know if this bet, Queen Mother Chu, dare to accept it? After listening to Lai Yongqing's words, there was a dead silence in the hall, and everyone stared at Lai Yongqing in disbelief, with a confused look in their eyes. They thought that Great Xiao would propose some harsh and definitely beneficial bet. But they didn't expect it to be such a bet. Da Xiao actually wanted to use an imperial edict to cause the hall to shake, and also wanted to scare the people in the hall into chaos. Isn't this too absurd? But such a big thing. Logically speaking, Da Xiao can't joke. What is the other party's confidence? Is it to use insults and curses to stimulate their anger and cause chaos? Or is the carrier of the imperial edict a mysterious treasure that can cause the hall to shake? Or is it both? At this moment, even Chu Yan, who was playing in the dark, raised his head and stared at Lai Yongqing with a confused look. After a long silence, Chu Lishuan sneered and spoke. It's interesting. Such a bet is not a bad idea. Come on. Open all the palace protection formations. The palace protection formations in the court hall are 3 layers, and each layer can withstand the fierce attack of the 9th level strongmen of the spiritual body realm for at least 100 breaths. Under such protection, even the best treasures can only sigh helplessly. He just doesn't believe that a mere imperial edict can turn the world upside down. Yes. A lieutenant of the imperial guards immediately ran out to make arrangements. Chu Lishuan continued to look around at the ministers in the hall. Everyone, you have heard what he said. If the Queen Mother agrees to the bet, no matter what happens later, no matter what the imperial edict contains, everyone must remain calm and not panic at all. If anyone violates it, kill. Listening to Chu Lishuan's murderous words, the ministers were startled, and the original surprise and excitement turned into caution. Everyone was alert, fearing that a negligence would ruin the big thing and lose their lives. Chapter 143 Flirting? The Power of the Imperial Edict. After the arrangement was completed, Chu Lishuan turned around and clasped his fist towards Mi Yin on the imperial steps. Queen Mother, what do you think? Mi Yin glanced at Chu Lishuan, slowly playing with the purple jade walnut in her hand without saying a word, as if she was thinking. At this moment, everyone's eyes were also focused on Mi Yin, most of them with expectations. Being able to take over the entire mixed or vein without spending a single soldier is a great deal that can't be found even with a lantern. So they naturally want the Queen Mother to agree. After more than 10 breaths, Mi Yan's eyes were determined. 2 questions. Queen Mother Chu, please speak. Lai Yongqing smiled and bowed. First, you said that you want to cause the hall to shake and cause chaos. So there should be a limit for judgment. Right? It can't be that the hall shakes slightly, someone blinks, or touches their nose. So it's okay? Mi Yin said in a calm voice, and her dignity was revealed. Lai Yongqing's eyes flickered slightly, and he chuckled. What the Queen Mother said makes sense. There should be a specific limit for judgment. After a while of silence, Lai Yongqing gritted his teeth and said, how about this? On the one hand, there needs to be a clear vibration and shaking, and objects falling. On the other hand, more than 10 people have moved. What do you think of this agreement? Queen Mother Chu? In fact, Lai Yongqing was also very uncertain. Although the range of turbulence given by His Majesty when he gave him instructions was very large, he really didn't dare to think about a larger scene. So he was very cautious in the limit of judgment. After all, this is the Great Chu Dynasty's council hall. Whether it is its own structure, solidity, or the protective formation, it must be very strong. As for the people in the palace, they are either the top dignitaries of the Great Chu Dynasty, who have seen a lot of storms and have certain strength, or the eunuchs, palace maids, and guards, who have good cultivation and are loyal and useful. How easy is it to make them confused? That's fine. Mi Yin thought for a while, and nodded slowly. Then, Mi Yin put her fingers together, and spoke again. The second question is, how to ensure that the losing party can honestly abide by the bet? This is simple. His Majesty of our dynasty asked Lai to bring a letter of state, which has the seal of His Majesty of our dynasty. As long as the Emperor of Chu stamps the seal of the Great Chu on it, and officially signs this bet, the two parties must abide by the agreement. What do you think, Queen Mother? While speaking, Lai Yongqing turned around and nodded to the man standing at the door of the palace. The man was wearing armor, and had no sword. He was obviously responsible for protecting Lai Yongqing. This man held a 2-layer square plate in his hand, and there was a long copper box on the upper and lower layers of the square plate. Seeing Lai Yongqing's call, the man walked forward quickly and came to the hall. Lai Yongqing opened the copper box on the lower level and took out a roll of paper tied into a cylinder. Then a eunuch quickly stepped forward to take it and presented it to Mi Yen. Seeing this, the ministers of Dechu nodded one after another. The letter of state represents the highest face of a country. If it is not related to survival, no country will betray it. Using the letter of state to bind is the most reliable. Mi Yen quickly read the contents of the 2 letters of state, then carefully checked them several times, and then nodded. Let your majesty use the seal. Yes. A maid standing behind Mi Yen quickly took the letter of credence and held it on the imperial desk. Another middle-aged eunuch took out the jade seal from the box and handed it to Chu Yan. Chu Yan's 2 small hands wrapped around the jade seal, looking a little strenuous and reluctant. After the eunuchs helped him stamp the jade seals on the 2 letters of credence, Chu Yan breathed a sigh of relief and regained his smile. After the eunuchs in front of the emperor handed one of the letters of credence to Lai Yangqing's followers, Mi Yen straightened her wide and gorgeous sleeves and spoke in a low voice. Okay. Now let me, your majesty, and all the ministers of the Great Chu see it, and see what the difference is in the imperial edict of Emperor Xia. Lai Yongqing did not move immediately, but rolled his eyes and bowed to Mi Yen. Queen Mother. Before this, Lai dares to ask the Queen Mother to make a promise. Mi Yen frowned slightly and said in a low voice, Let me hear it. Queen Mother. Lai hopes you can make a promise. Promise to let Lai leave the border of Dechu safely. Hearing this, Mi Yen looked unhappy. What? Are you questioning the style of my Dechu? Humph! Since you come as an envoy of Xia, how can my Dechu harm you and provoke the disaster of war between the 2 countries? Lai Yongqing smiled awkwardly and apologized, Queen Mother. Lai is not questioning your authority, nor does he intend to question the style of the Dechu nobles. It's just that there was a little verbal dispute before. Lai is worried that if your dynasty loses the bet later, someone will be angry and send someone to secretly assassinate Lai to vent their anger. So, although Lai Yongqing did not name names, the meaning of his words was already very clear. He was talking about Xiao Wangchu Lishuan. In this regard, the officials of the Great Chu could only watch with their eyes and noses, pretending not to understand. As for Chu Lishuan, after a flash of coldness in his eyes, he smiled contemptuously. A humble minister who curries favor with the powerful is worthy of the beautiful and elegant instruments of our Great Chu. Lai Yongqing narrowed his eyes slightly, did not look at Chu Lishuan, and the smile on his face remained unchanged. Mi Yen looked at Lai Yongqing, then at Chu Lishuan, flicked her slender nails, and spoke softly. Although I think your worry is unnecessary, because you can't win this bet. However, since you insist on bringing it up, I will satisfy you. Prince Xiao, you should arrange someone to do this yourself. Don't make a mistake, and let people laugh at my Great Chu for not being able to protect even one person. Chu Lishuan narrowed his eyes, and then smiled brightly. Yes, Queen Mother. Rest assured. I promise that he will not have any problems before he leaves the border of our Great Chu. Mi Yen nodded with satisfaction, and then looked at Lai Yongqing. Okay. I have given you the promise you want. Let's get started. Thank you, Queen Mother. Lai Yongqing smiled and bowed, then turned around and put away his smile, opened the lid of the upper copper box with a solemn face, and held out a golden scroll with a solemn and respectful look. Seeing this, everyone's expression was solemn, and many people even tensed their muscles and stared at the scroll. In a silent, depressing and tense atmosphere, Chu Lishuan sneered disdainfully, because he had seen that the golden scroll was just an ordinary thing, not a treasure at all. In this case, the problem must be the words on it. However, no matter what the content of those words was, how could they cause large-scale chaos, even make the hall shake? At this time, Lai Yongqing had also slowly spread out the imperial edict. By the will of heaven, the Emperor Shenwu, I hereby declare, I have heard that the Queen Mother of Dechu is peerless, virtuous and kind, and has made great contributions to the stability and prosperity of Dechu. I admire her, although I have never met her. I have been in contact with her for a long time, and often think of her at night." Hearing this, the people in the hall had no expression on their faces, and no waves in their eyes. But they were a little annoyed in their hearts. Although this passage seemed to be fine on the surface, it was a normal word of praise. However, considering the greedy style and licentious temperament of the Emperor of the Xia for beauty, the last two words have been in contact with her for a long time, and think of her at night inevitably have the subtext of teasing. Spiritual contact? How to be in contact with her? Night thoughts? Why do you have to think about it at night? The more you think about it, the more angry you feel. However, at this moment, no one dared to show any strange color, let alone shout or accuse in anger, because they were worried that this was a trick of the other party, just to make them angry. So, no matter whether they were angry or not, or how angry they were, everyone could only hold it in, and dare not show it. As for Mi Yin, although her expression was calm and her eyes were like deep pools, she was really ashamed and angry in her heart. She was the queen mother of the great Chu dynasty, who held great power, and made arbitrary decisions. The great Xia emperor teased her like this, which was too much of a disregard for her. When the spring breeze blows the willows, and the fragrance of flowers fills the night, I will definitely enjoy the beauty, and have a long talk with Queen Mother Chu. I am presenting you with an imperial edict to show my heart and Xia's power. I hope Queen Mother Chu will read it carefully, and work with me, to help the two dynasties to form an alliance. I decree it. As the words I decree fell, the people in the hall finally let go of their tightly held hearts, and some even had a smile of victory on their faces. However, at this moment, the words on the imperial edict suddenly shone with golden light. Afterwards, these words actually floated up, outlining a shadow in the air. As the dazzling light faded, a nearly 10-foot-tall golden figure appeared in the air in the hall. The figure was wearing an imperial robe and a crown on his head. He proudly put his hands behind his back. His sidelong glance was as brilliant and deep as the stars, and he had the mighty and boundless power of a river. Looking at his facial features, it was Xiao. "Why don't you kneel before me?" With a cold snort like thunder in the sky, the 3 layers of fluorescent palace protection array in the court hall shattered instantly, and the whole hall began to shake violently. Dust was flying, bricks and tiles were breaking, wall lamps were falling, and many people were thrown away, screaming and falling in a mess. For a while, the originally solemn court hall was in chaos. Even the little Emperor Chu Yin on the throne was thrown under the imperial desk, with a bloody mark on his head, crying in pain. The sudden and huge change made everyone pale with horror. Although they were prepared, they were still like a piece of wood in the turbulent sea, unable to stabilize their bodies, let alone calm down. "Asshole! What kind of magic is this?" Chu Lixuan was shocked and angry, pointing at Xiao's shadow and shouting, "How dare you!" As Xiao's shadow glared and shouted, Chu Lixuan was immediately hit hard. Fresh red blood oozed out of his eyes, ears and mouth, and his face turned pale. This scene made the people who saw it stare in shock and confusion. King Xiu was a top-notch warrior in the 9th level of the spiritual body realm. How could he be seriously injured by just a cold snort? Chapter 144, Intimidation and Inducement. Another way. On the imperial steps, Queen Mother Mi Yin of Chu was also pale with fright. She stood up from the soft seat in shock, clenched her hands tightly together, and even broke a gold and jade hollow nail cover in half. Facing the mighty imperial power that was like the wrath of heaven, Mi Yin felt like she was facing a terrifying tsunami that connected the sky and the earth. The strong feeling of suffocation made people tremble from the bottom of their hearts. She didn't know what was going on, why an imperial edict could carry such a terrifying pressure, and why the shadow of Emperor Xia could appear. But she knew one thing. She was the queen mother of the Great Chu, the holder of the tripod of the Great Chu, and the last face of the Great Chu. So, she must not lose her mind. Mi Yin pursed her red lips tightly, forced herself to maintain a serious and solemn expression, and stared at the arrogant figure who dominated the whole audience. "Emperor Xia, what do you mean?" Mi Yin gritted her teeth and asked. In fact, she was also testing, because she didn't know whether this phantom was a sealed isolated object or some kind of manifestation of the great Xia Emperor's Dharma body, which could communicate and feedback everything that happened here in real time. If it was the former, she would risk her face and break her promise to suppress this matter so that it could not be leaked out. Because once this matter was spread, the dignity of the Great Chu dynasty would be greatly lost, and the sense of superiority of the Great Chu nobles, who have always been proud of the country of etiquette. would become a big joke. Think about it. The great Xia Emperor just sent an imperial edict and almost overturned the Great Chu's court hall, and scared the officials of the Great Chu to urinate, and scared the little emperor to cry. All these things, wouldn't it make the world laugh? But if it was the latter, it would be extremely tricky, because she didn't know if Emperor Xia had any means to keep this scene and spread it throughout Tian'an. If she refused to admit it, she would only shoot herself in the foot, and the dignity of herself and the entire Great Chu dynasty would be nailed to the pillar of shame. Are you the Queen Mother of Great Chu? Mi Yin? Xia Ao's shadow turned and scanned Mi Yin from head to toe, making Mi Yin feel uncomfortable, because she felt that the eyes were like the scorching sun, which seemed to be able to burn her clothes and look directly at her body. Well, she is indeed good-looking and her spirit is stable enough. As for your question, I should leave a deeper impression on you when we first meet. Right? Hearing Xia Ao's laughter, Mi Yin's pupils shrank slightly, and her heart sank to the bottom of the valley in an instant, because this sentence has proven that this shadow of Emperor Xia is not an isolated thing that cannot communicate, but a manifestation of a Dharma body that can communicate with Emperor Xia in real time. But Queen Mother Chu can rest assured. As long as Great Chu abides by the bet honestly, I guarantee that no news of today's events will be leaked from Great Xia. In addition, I admire the character of Great Chu and the style of Queen Mother Chu. You and I should be close neighbors, not enemies. If Great Chu is willing to make friends with Great Xia, I can consider giving 20% of the output of the Crescent Bay mixed or vein to your dynasty. I have made up my mind. I hope Queen Mother Chu will consider it carefully. After saying that, Xia Ao's shadow looked at Mi Yin deeply with an inexplicable smile, and then turned into a light spot and disappeared. It was not until this moment that the vast pressure completely disappeared, and everyone felt their bodies lighten, and the strong feeling of suffocation receded. Looking around, the hall was almost full of people lying on the ground, sweating profusely, and breathing in fresh air in big gulps. Lai Yongqing was also a little embarrassed, but his eyes were extremely excited. He never thought that the imperial edict of His Majesty would be so magical and terrifying. Experiencing this scene in person is enough for him to brag about for the rest of his life. It's a pity that according to His Majesty's meaning, he may not have the opportunity to brag about it. Queen Mother, a minister of the Great Chu suddenly stood up, looking extremely angry. Mi Yin raised her hand to interrupt, took a deep breath, and slowly sat down, regaining her dignity and calmness. Come here, asked the Daxia envoy to rest. Yes. When Lai Yongqing and his entourage were taken out of the hall, all the officials of Dacia could no longer bear it, and stepped out of the class with red faces. Queen Dowager. This is simply a great shame. Yes. Queen Dowager. Look at His Majesty. He is injured. We can't tolerate this. Queen Dowager. This is intolerable. Daxia used despicable means to humiliate our Dacia so much. We must settle the accounts. No. Everyone calm down. The most urgent task is not to settle the accounts, but to suppress this matter and block the news. Don't let this matter spread out. Otherwise, our Dacia will become the laughing stock of the whole Tian'an. Well said. Queen Dowager. Please issue an imperial decree to let all those who know the secret strictly keep the secret, and at the same time kill the Dacia envoy to prevent the possibility of news leaking out. For a while, the hall was full of angry and anxious shouts. Enough. At a certain moment, Mi Yin suddenly shouted, her face as gloomy as water and her eyes as cold as ice. Isn't it embarrassing enough? The civil and military officials of Dachu were startled and hurried back to the train to stand with their heads down. But their expressions were still indignant. You are the great talents of Dachu. Can't you see that everything is under the control of the Emperor of the Xia? Although I don't know what the phantom is. The Emperor of the Xia must have used it to record what happened here as an image. I dare to say that if we kill the Xia envoy today and deny it, what happened here tomorrow will spread throughout Tian'an. By then, how can Dachu still have the face to exist in the world? After hearing Mi Yin's scolding, the officials of Dachu were speechless. In fact, it's not that no one among them has considered this level, but the embarrassment today is really too big. Not to mention that the little emperor was frightened and cried. Even they, some of them, had their official hats dropped and rolled into a ball like turtles. For such a scandal, the first thought is naturally to cover it up. But Queen Mother, although the great Xia Emperor made a promise, his brain is on his head. If he wants to go back on his word, we can't stop him at all. He is the Emperor after all. How can he go back on his word so easily? Mi Yin said in a deep voice. with a changeable look in her eyes. He is using this matter to coerce us in disguise. If we don't abide by the bet in the letter of credence, he will naturally disclose this matter, and let the people of Great Chu never be able to raise their heads again. Hearing this, the officials of the Great Chu looked even more bitter. They thought they had a sure win in this bet. But who would have thought that it would end like this? After a long while, another long sigh sounded. Queen Mother, are we really going to withdraw our troops and give up the Crescent Bay mixed or vein? As soon as this was said, the faces of the crowd changed slightly, their eyes full of resentment and unwillingness. But even if they were unwilling, it seemed that they could no longer toss about this matter. After a few breaths of silence, an old minister with a gray beard stood up. This man was called Lien Sansheng, and he was the imperial censor of the Great Chu. Queen Mother, I think that the words of the Great Xia Emperor actually make some sense. Great Xia is now the country with the largest territory in southern China, and its army is extremely powerful, with the potential to become the strongest country in southern China. If our Great Chu insists on being evil and hostile to it, it will probably end in failure. In this case, why don't we make peace with it? Or even form an offensive and defensive alliance? Speaking of this, Lien Sansheng paused slightly, and after seeing that Mi Yin was not angry and the ministers were also in deep thought, he couldn't help but cheer up and continue to speak. Queen Mother, given the situation of being attacked from 3 sides before, our Great Chu has not been able to make a big move. But now, the Great Jin has become a vassal of the Great Xia. If we form an alliance with the Great Xia, we can concentrate our forces to attack David in the south. David is inferior to our Great Chu in terms of national strength and military strength. If we can swallow David, then our Great Chu can stand shoulder to shoulder with the Great Xia, or even surpass it. What's more, the Emperor of the Great Xia has made a promise. If our 2 dynasties can make an alliance, the Great Xia is willing to give us 20% of the output of the Crescent Bay mine for free. Without any effort, we can get such a rich and endless resource for free. There is no reason for us to refuse. Hearing this, a general suddenly snorted and stood up. It is undeniable that what Dr. Lien said in some aspects is indeed reasonable. But Dr. Lien is taking it for granted about the annexation of David? Why would Daxia sit back and watch our dacha grow stronger? Even if they are willing, they will most likely come out to pick peaches under the pretext of alliance. Then, wouldn't Daxia get it for nothing? Lien Sansheng smiled calmly, with a wise light flashing in his eyes, and stroked his beard confidently and said, "This is wrong. The situation in the world today is in a period of drastic changes, and many things can easily trigger a chain reaction. The strength of Daxia has already caused fear from all parties. If our dacha forms an offensive and defensive alliance with Daxia again, then Daliang, David, Qingqiu, and Yunbo will be in trouble. The dynasties will definitely form an alliance, because they all know that if they still fight each other in this situation, they will definitely be defeated one by one. After all, Daxia annexed Dayue and made Dajin a vassal, together with our dachu. It is equivalent to half of the original 8 countries in Tianan. And if the 4 countries form an alliance, Daxia will be surrounded by enemies on all sides. In this case, even if Daxia forces Dajin to contain the Yunbo dynasty at all costs, they still need to deal with Daliang and Qingqiu. How can they have the energy to plot against David? Daliang was once the hegemon of Tianan, and Qingqiu has always been mysterious. Neither of these 2 opponents is easy to deal with, which is enough to keep Daxia busy. After listening to Lien Sansheng's analysis, the eyes of all the officials of Dachu brightened. Thinking about it carefully, it seems to be true. The alliance between Dachu and Daxia seems to be mutually beneficial on the surface. But in fact, Daxia was tricked without leaving any trace. In this way, they can also vent their anger. No! At this time, an angry shout suddenly sounded. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, and found that it was Chu Lishuan, whose royal robe was stained with blood and whose face was pale, who spoke. Seeing this, many people showed strange colors in their eyes. They knew that the reason why Chu Lishuan opposed it was not for the overall situation, but for personal hatred. The Emperor of Daxia had already taken the woman that King Xiu was obsessed with, and now he severely injured King Xiu with a cold snort, making him lose face. How could King Xiu swallow this breath easily? However, although they understood, they did not agree and were a little unhappy, in the face of the interests of the entire Dachu dynasty. What was King Xiu's personal grudge? It's not some deep hatred like the revenge of killing my father. Empress Dowager? Lien Sansheng could only look at Mi Yin for help and expectation, asking for advice. Mi Yin glanced at Chu Lishuan, whose face was ashen and eyes were red, and spoke slowly after a while. Regarding the bet, it must be strictly observed. Our great Chu cannot lose both the battle and the people. Pass on my imperial decree, ordering all the frontline troops to retreat, and not to cause disputes with the Great Jin or Great Xia armies. In addition, no one is allowed to reveal even a half word of what happened today. Otherwise, the three clans will be exterminated. The ministers were startled and bowed their heads hurriedly. I will obey the Queen Mother's order. As for the alliance with Great Xia, this matter is serious. I need to consider it carefully and cannot make a rash decision. Hearing this, Chu Lishuan's face eased slightly, and his eyes looking at Mi Yin softened a little. Although the officials of Great Chu were a little disappointed, they could only obey. Chapter 145 Put a Hat on Emperor Xia. March 25th. The Great Jin Palace. In a dark room, a figure stood quietly facing inward, holding a copper box in his hand, in which there was a pale severed hand wrapped in broken ice. The skin of the severed hand looked warm and tender, and there was an extremely precious purple jade ring on the index finger. Its owner was obviously a rich and powerful person. As the man closed the lid of the box, put the copper box on the table, and turned around, his face was finally revealed. It was undoubtedly the Great Jin Emperor Wan Yinsong. Do you know why I had someone fake your death? As Wan Yinsong spoke indifferently, a figure also appeared from the dark corner. He was a tall and handsome young man, the type of partner that countless women dreamed of. Unfortunately, there was a hideous scar on his left cheek that looked like a blue centipede. The scar looked extremely creepy and daunting. If someone familiar is here, he will definitely be recognized, because his name is Gung Xian. He is the former Chanfeng Marquis of Daxia, and he is also the son-in-law of the former Minister of Rights of Daxia. 7 years ago, the name of Chanfeng Marquis was almost known to everyone in Daxia, because the owner of this name was too amazing. He is one of the most talented and extraordinary geniuses in Daxia in the past 100 years. What is more valuable is that he is also familiar with military tactics and is a good fighter. His family was originally just a wealthy businessman in a county, and the power of the clan was limited to the county. But as his talent continued to show, and as waves of dignitaries at all levels competed to support and cultivate him, he and his family and clan rose to prominence all the way. As the extremely critical battle of fame ended with Daxia's brilliant victory, the late old emperor of Daxia was very pleased and directly made an exception and rewarded Gung Xian, who was originally just a lieutenant, as Chanfeng Marquis. From then on, Gung Xian, the Marquis of Chanfeng, became the most dazzling new noble in the court of Daxia. Some people even said that Gung Xian's future achievements might not be comparable to those of General Xiao Hongyuan. As the saying goes, if one person succeeds, all his family members will rise to heaven. Gung Xian's family and clan also became the most popular investment targets, and became a rich and prestigious family in a very short time. Even the old emperor of Daxia planned to marry a princess to Gung Xian, and let him become the son-in-law of Daxia. However, the old emperor was a little slow in his actions, and was preempted by Lu Xiangqing, the former Minister of Rights, who betrothed his beloved daughter Lu Jijun. Of course, the most important reason was that Gung Xian had accidentally seen Lu Jijun once, and was obsessed with her beauty. He had already had the intention. In this way, Gung Xian and Lu Xiangqing hit it off, and even without asking Lu Jijun's opinion, they decided on the marriage and held the wedding quickly. Originally, Gung Xian's life would have been even more glorious from then on. But who could have thought that 7 years ago, when the Jin dynasty and the Xia dynasty met again, Gung Xian would be defeated miserably and even defected to the enemy? The name of Gung Xian, Marquis of Chanfeng, was originally a very famous signboard of the Xia dynasty. He was a powerful weapon that the old emperor of the Xia dynasty had high hopes for and planned to train to contain the great general Xiao Hongyuan. He was an invincible hero in the eyes of the people of the Xia dynasty. But he not only suffered a miserable defeat, but also betrayed and surrendered to the enemy, bending his knees and back in humiliation. Isn't this a slap in the face of the old emperor of Daxia? Is it a slap in the face of the entire Daxia dynasty? There is no doubt that Gung Xian's betrayal was a huge blow to Daxia in all aspects, whether it was face, or the hearts of the people and the army. Therefore, the consequences brought about by this were also extremely serious. Needless to say, all of Gung Xian's direct relatives were executed, and even his clan was wiped out. Some were killed and some were imprisoned. Overnight, they turned from a wealthy and prestigious family into ashes. Even those dignitaries at all levels who had strongly recommended Gung Xian, were implicated and suffered. Of course, there was an exception. That is Gung Xian's wife Lu Zhiyun and her father-in-law's family. After all, Lu Xiangqing was the Minister of Rights, and he had a good relationship with several Shangshu. So he spent all his family wealth to save the lives of his father and daughter. Even so, Lu Xiangqing was questioned and imprisoned, and Lu Zhijun was also sent to the Jia Fangxi. Of course, there are also rumors that the old emperor was attracted by Lu Zhijun's beauty, so he agreed to it. As for whether it is true, it is impossible to verify it now. I know. Your Majesty is protecting me. Gung Xian spoke softly. His eyes were cold, and his voice was a little hoarse. He was the former Changfeng Marquis of Daxia, the most dazzling upstart in Daxia, but also the biggest shame of Daxia. With the defeat of Dajin and becoming a vassal state of Daxia, how could Daxia let go of this shame? Not to mention, his wife is now the concubine of the Emperor of Daxia. Even if it is just for this reason, Daxia's henchmen will never let him live. It's good to know. Wan Insong nodded slightly, then frowned slightly, and changed his tone. However, the bad guys and the traps of Daxia are all pervasive. I am worried that this matter will be exposed sooner or later. By then, I am afraid that it will be difficult for me to protect you. Your Majesty, I understand what you mean. In fact, I have been mentally prepared for this day. Gung Xian grinned, and the smile moved the scars on his face, looking a little hideous. However, I don't want to die without doing anything. At least, I have to do something before I die. Wan Insong's eyes flickered slightly, and he nodded. I understand that the things of the past should be resolved. However, although the Shao family has lost the favor of Emperor Xia, the three pillars are still alive. If you want to seek revenge directly on them, I am afraid. Hearing this, Gung Xian chuckled and shook his head, with an inexplicable look. Your Majesty, I have not been a freeloader all these years. In fact, I found out the things of the past a year ago. Wan Insong narrowed his eyes slightly, and the atmosphere became much weirder. Gung Xian ignored Wan Insong's thoughts, and continued to speak calmly. The reason why I was defeated back then was not because General Shao Hongyuan betrayed me and revealed our army's strategic actions to the Jin dynasty, but because of the betrayal of Li Guang, the captain of the Xuani Guard, who was instigated to rebel. Although Li Guang was silenced, some things will always leave some traces. During the narration, although Gung Xian's expression was very calm, there was still a complex color hidden in the depths of his eyes. The reason why he defected to the enemy after the defeat was because the people of the Jin dynasty told him that it was General Shao Hongyuan who sent people to secretly reveal his strategic layout to the Jin dynasty in order to eliminate him. A potential threat to the Shao family. It is self-evident how powerful the Shao family is in Daxia. If he wants revenge, he can only rely on the power of Dajin. This is the real reason for his betrayal. However, with the secret investigation in the past few years, he found a fact that is more difficult to accept. Unfortunately, everything is too late, and he can only go all the way. Since you already know the whole story, why do you still want to be my vassal? Don't you hate me? After a little silence, Wan Insong asked expressionlessly. Gung Xian smiled faintly, with a bit of sadness hidden in the calmness. One betrayal is a great shame. How can there be a second time? What's more, if I hate your Majesty again and betray your Majesty, where can I go? In this world, many times we can only make the best of a bad situation. Wan Insong narrowed his eyes, stared at Gung Xian for a long time, and then sighed. Gong Qing, I was indeed sorry for what happened back then. I also value your talent, so I came up with a bad plan. Gung Xian shook his head and smiled faintly. Your Majesty, there is no need to do this. I have actually let it go. Then, Gung Xian's face straightened, and he said seriously, Your Majesty summoned me here today. You must want me to go to Daxia, right? Wan Insong put his hands behind his back and said calmly, I do have this idea. Your Majesty asked me to go to Daxia. You want me to use Lu Zhijun to humiliate the Emperor of Daxia and vent my anger, right? Gung Xian continued to ask. Wan Insong was silent for a moment, then nodded again. I will not hide it from Gong Qing. My hatred for Emperor Xia is immeasurable. He has taken my queen and daughter, and I want to give him back in his own way. Although Emperor Xia cheated on you, Gong Qing, Lu Zhijun is now the imperial concubine of Great Xia. If you can rekindle your relationship with her and take her back, then things will naturally turn around. For you, this matter can relieve your hatred. For me, it can also vent my anger. If it can be spread, Emperor Xia will become a laughing stock of the whole world. At this point, Wan In Song sighed lightly and changed his tone. It's just that this was my original idea. Now, I have changed my mind. I felt guilty about what happened back then. So how can I use you again now? This matter ends here. No need to talk about it anymore. Don't worry. I will arrange the most reliable person to find a secluded village for you and arrange a perfect identity for you. I hope you can spend the rest of your life in peace. Looking at Wan In Song, who looked guilty and uninterested, Gung Xian smiled. Your Majesty, you are wrong to say that. The new Emperor of Daxia has taken my woman. I must seek justice no matter what. Right? Besides, no matter what, my relatives and clansmen died at the hands of the Daxia royal family. And this account must be settled. I have said before that I am not afraid of death. But I need to do something before I die. There are so many powerful people in Daxia. And it is obviously impossible to assassinate Emperor Xia. Your Majesty's thoughts coincide with mine. If I rely on myself alone, I am afraid it will be difficult to enter Daxia. So, I must get your help and support. In addition, Your Majesty, please rest assured that this matter will not have anything to do with Your Majesty. The matter of faking death and escaping was also arranged by me. And Your Majesty was also kept in the dark. Your Majesty, this is my last wish. So I hope Your Majesty can help me. After speaking, Gung Xian shook his sleeves and bowed deeply to Wan In Song. Wan In Song looked complicated. And after a long silence, he asked in a deep voice, have you really thought it through? Yes. I hope Your Majesty will grant me your blessing. Gung Xian responded in a deep voice, with a resolute tone. Okay. Then I will satisfy you. Chapter 146 The Weapon of the Country. The Golden Rock Warship. The Imperial Capital of Daxia. Black Dragon Garden. The Imperial Capital is very large. And there are not only buildings everywhere in the city, but also many sparsely populated places such as lakes, lush forests, and mountains. The Black Dragon Garden is located in the northwest corner of the Imperial Capital, covering thousands of acres. It is surrounded by tall walls, guard posts, and strict security. The Black Dragon Garden is the first weapon forging under the Ordnance Department of the Ministry of War of Daxia. After the new Minister of War Guijia made changes to its functions and positioning, it mainly undertakes the important mission of developing and forging the country's heavy weapons. After the reorganization of the Black Dragon Garden, the court invested huge funds to support it, and received a lot of help from the Ministry of Industry. But there has been no news of related achievements. Today, the Emperor came to review the results. On the number 3 training ground, 2 huge monsters were quietly parked on the open space. At first glance, it looks a bit like the already released punk-class flying armored vehicle known as Airbus. But it is 3 or 4 times larger, and the overall shape is tougher, like a sharp-edged golden-winged rock. Around the training ground, there are hundreds of fully armed soldiers on guard. The contrast between the two is like the difference between a beetle and a strong man. In the center of the training ground, Guijia is introducing 2 huge ships to Xiao. Your Majesty, according to the strategic blueprint, the level of the Jinping warship is currently set at a total of 5 levels. The first level is called Hunting, with the smallest size and the fastest speed, and a full crew of 100 people. It's just that miniaturized warships have higher requirements for material density and miniaturization of central power mechanisms. They are still in the verification stage, so it will take some time to be released. The second level is called Patrolling, with a full crew of 800 and equipped with 30 launchers. When the launcher quota is full and the launcher is not used for attack, it can continue to sail for 20,000 miles. Its positioning is mainly to perform decapitation, harassment from behind, and attack key passes. 5 ships have been produced so far. The third level is called Guarding, with a full crew of 3,000 and equipped with 120 launchers. Its maximum range can reach 30,000 miles. The Guarding-class Jinping warship is currently used as a main battleship, but only these 2 ships have been produced at the moment. It is not realistic to want to send enough troops over long distances to support large-scale battles. Hearing this, Xiao's eyes were full of brilliance. It's great to have such results in just a few months. After praising him, Xiao asked, what is the attack power of the objects carried by the launch seat? Your Majesty, the launch seats of the cruise class and garrison class warships are currently equipped with the Huying crossbow. The attack power of the Huying crossbow is equivalent to the full force of a 9th level master of the virtual body realm. And it can be fired once every 10 breaths. It is no problem to use it to attack the gates of ordinary cities. Oh! Let me see. Xiao's eyes were more interested. Yes. Guijia nodded, and then gestured to one of the garrison-class warships. A flash of white light flashed in the eye-like part of the bow of the warship, as if responding. After more than 10 breaths, with a low muffled sound, the warship slowly started and rose vertically. After more than 100 breaths, the warship rose to a height of 30 feet above the surface. It looked a bit bulky, but it was very stable, and almost no shaking was seen. At a certain moment, a square black mouth suddenly appeared in the mouth of the warship. Then, a black light flashed, accompanied by a rumbling explosion. A small hill more than 10 feet high in the distance was instantly filled with sand and stones. When the dust settled, a pit with a diameter of about 3 feet and a depth of about 10 feet appeared on the hill. But this was just an appetizer. As the warship turned sideways in the air, more than 50 square black mouths appeared neatly from the side waist. And then the black light covered the sky. Boom! In a series of vibrations, the surface around the training ground began to shake, and the small hill in the distance was completely wrapped in dense dust. After a long while, when the smoke and dust dissipated, where was the trace of the hill? Good. Xiao clapped his hands and laughed, looking very satisfied. With such a sharp weapon in hand, no matter how fierce he is, he can't resist the mighty army of Daxia. With Xiao's strength and eyesight, he could naturally see what was fired from those launchers. They were objects with a cylindrical front and a square column at the back, similar to chopsticks. But they are not comparable to chopsticks. They are nearly 2 feet long and thicker than thighs. Their official name is the Huying crossbow. Seeing Xiao's full affirmation, Guijia's heart was completely put down. In the air, after a round of volleys flattened the hill, the warship continued to rise upwards, and the speed was getting faster and faster. In less than 100 breaths, the garrison warship turned into a black dot. When it rushed into the clouds, it completely disappeared. Xiao retracted his gaze and looked at Guijia with a smile. The various abilities displayed by the Golden Rock warship are very good. But how about its defense? If a strong person in the spiritual body realm attacks, can it be shot down? Your Majesty, with the material of the warship itself, not to mention the strong person in the spiritual body realm, even the master of the true body realm can break it. But Your Majesty, don't worry. All Golden Rock warships are equipped with high-level protective formations. Even a strong person in the 9th level of the spiritual body realm will need at least 100 breaths to break the formation barrier. In addition, thanks to the ancient books that Your Majesty provided to the Ministry of Industry, such as the secrets of the mechanism and the secrets of the formation, which have long been lost in this world, research on higher-level ship materials and protective formations has achieved certain results. I believe that before the 4th level Golden Rock warship, that is, the expedition level warship, is forged, it will be ready and applied to it. Very good. Xiao nodded heavily, looking more satisfied. What is the current production of the 2-level cruise and garrison warships? How many can be produced in a month? Hearing this question, Guijia smiled bitterly and showed difficulty on his face. Your Majesty, this is exactly what I was going to tell you. Xiao frowned. What? Are you having problems? Yes. Guijia nodded and said sullenly. Your Majesty, the Jinping warship is powerful, but it is a bottomless pit that swallows gold. Whether it is the multiple ways of smelting and purification of the warship material, the creation of the flow-type mechanism forging mother bed, the forging of the Huying crossbow and the Huying crossbow arrows, or even the synthesis of the mechanism central system that drives the warship, it requires a huge amount of resources to be continuously invested, especially the last 3. They all require a large amount of rare minerals and high-quality yuanshi supply. Add to that the replacement of ordinary weapons, and the cost will be even greater, from the beginning of research and development to now, including the direct gold, silver and yuanshi costs of all aspects, as well as the purchase of various minerals and artifacts. The total cost of Black Dragon Garden has exceeded 20 million taels of gold. Hearing the last number, Xiao couldn't help but grin. Well, it's only been a few months? This Black Dragon Garden alone has swallowed up the taxes of Daxia for half a year before. How can this be possible? However, Xiao can still clearly distinguish the gains and losses. As the saying goes, Everything is difficult at the beginning. At least this foundation has been provided. And the subsequent costs should be better. Right? After letting out a sigh of relief, Xiao asked calmly, tell me, how much do you need in a month? This? Guijia hesitated a little. And after thinking for a while, he spoke carefully. Your Majesty, I have 3 plans. Why don't you make the decision? Tell me. Xiao nodded. First, the monthly quota is 1 million taels of gold. In this case, 200,000 taels are needed for research and development in other areas, and 200,000 taels are needed for forging sophisticated standard weapons. In addition, 100,000 taels are needed to maintain personnel salaries, food supply, equipment and field repairs, mother bed renewal and maintenance, and the normal operation of various departments, etc. Therefore, if this plan is chosen, only 500,000 taels can be used to build a Jinping warship in the end. In this case, at most 1 garrison class and 2 cruise class warships can be produced each month. Second, the monthly quota is 2 million taels of gold. If this plan is chosen, I can ensure that 3 garrison class and 5 cruise class warships are produced every month. Third, directly allocate 20 million taels, which is considered as the annual military expenditure for casting. If this plan is adopted, I can coordinate the expenses of all parties to the maximum extent and create the greatest value at the lowest cost. It can ensure the production of 4 garrison class and 6 cruise class warships every month. Moreover, I am also confident that the hunting class and expedition class warships will be born within half a year. Of course, after the birth of these 2 classes of warships, the output will also be adjusted accordingly. After speaking, Guijia looked at Xiao expectantly. Your Majesty, which plan do you think is more appropriate? Xiao stared at Guijia expressionlessly for a long time, staring at Guijia until he felt uncomfortable and smiled awkwardly. Then he snorted coldly. Good Guijia. This clever plan has even hit me. Guijia smiled awkwardly and lowered his head and said, Your Majesty, how dare I? I just think that coordinating resources is more efficient. Don't dare? The meaning of your 3 plans is so straightforward. Who can't hear it? Xiao snorted and glared at Guijia. But he was not angry. But what you said does make sense. Now is the real starting stage of Black Dragon Garden. And our army is in urgent need of a large number of Jinping warships. So a large investment is worth it. How about this? I will directly allocate 20 million taels of gold to Black Dragon Garden. And in addition, I will transport 2 million taels of rare minerals and yuancher from all parties every month for 1 year. Hearing Xiao's decision, Guijia was stunned at first. And then his face was excited, surprised and happy. In this way, Black Dragon Garden can get a huge investment of nearly 50 million taels of gold a year. Your Majesty, I thank you. Please rest assured. Your Majesty, every month from now on, Black Dragon Garden will produce at least 7 garrison-class ships and 10 cruise-class ships. And within 3 months, the hunting-class and expedition-class warships will definitely be forged. After receiving Guijia's promise, Xiao nodded with satisfaction. Okay, then I'll wait and see. Chapter 147. Xiao is angry, and the emperor must surrender. At noon, Xiao had just returned to the palace when Yuan Tiangang hurried over to see him. Mr. Yuan, I see that you don't look very good. What's the matter? Xiao asked with a smile after letting Sheng Wanwaner take off his cloak for him. Yuan Tiangang took a deep breath and replied in a deep voice, Your Majesty, Wan Insong wants to make trouble again. And what he is planning this time is extremely excessive. What is it? Xiao frowned slightly, feeling a little impatient. Impatient with Wan Insong. Wan Insong is indeed capable. The reason why he kept him was to use Wan Insong's ability to quickly develop the foundation of Dajin for his own use. But this guy dared to make trouble again and again. And his tolerance limit was almost at the top. Yuan Tiangang considered his words, and then told the story of Wan Insong's arrangement to Geng Xian in a more euphemistic way. After hearing what happened, Sheng Wanwaner and Zhao Gao's faces changed instantly, and they were shocked and angry. Although Xiao's facial expression did not change much, the light in his eyes was like a cold abyss. How dare he? It seems that he has completely given up on this dog life. Does he really think that if I want to control the Great Gene, I can't do without him? Xiao sneered repeatedly, and the murderous intent in his eyes was no longer concealed. Your Majesty, Wan Insong was extremely cautious this time. He didn't even reveal a word to the people of the Pishio Guards. but activated a cold chess piece he had buried for a long time. Jiaya Temple. If it weren't for the promotion of Hui Ming, the bad guy captain, to the second in command of Jiaya Temple, I'm afraid something might have gone wrong, Yuan Tiangang whispered, with sweat on his forehead. Jiaya Temple is the largest and most famous temple in the Great Jin dynasty. There are many masters in the temple, and it has a great influence in the rivers and lakes of several surrounding countries. This temple is located in Qingye Prefecture, and currently belongs to the territory of Daxia, close to the border between the two dynasties. With the ability of Jiaya Temple, it is not a problem to pick up Gung Xian in Daxia and arrange for him to reach his destination smoothly. In addition, with the help of the strong men of Jiaya Temple, Gung Xian will be even more powerful, as long as concubine Lu is deceived out of the palace, and Daxia is not on guard and unprepared. She will most likely be captured. Your Majesty, do you want to immediately flatten Jiaya Temple and cut Gung Xian into pieces? Seeing Xia Ao squinting and not speaking, Yuan Tiangang asked. Wouldn't it be too boring to do that? Xia Ao sneered. His eyes were stern. Let them come. Play with them, and give them some hope first. As for Gung Xian, let concubine Lu deal with it personally. As ordered, Yuan Tiangang hurriedly accepted the order. Xia Ao glanced at Yuan Tiangang, then glanced at Zhao Gao and Sheng Wanwan, and changed the subject. I wanted to spare Wan Yinsong's life temporarily, so that he could exert his last remaining energy and work hard for me. But now it seems that I gave him too much face. Since he insists on seeking death, I will satisfy him. Hearing this, Sheng Wanwan and the other two's eyes lit up. Your Majesty, do you mean to support a puppet? How is Feng Bin? Xia Ao did not answer directly, but looked at Yuan Tiangang and asked, Your Majesty, since he learned that his two sons were executed by Wan Yinsong and the rest of his family members were imprisoned, Feng Bin has completely given up on Wan Yinsong. In addition, he also saw the situation clearly and wanted to work for Daxia. Speaking of this, Yuan Tiangang paused for a moment, his face showing hesitation. However, Your Majesty, although Feng Bin was a general of the Great Jin dynasty, his reputation has been greatly reduced after the Battle of Suyangpo, and Wan Yinsong also put all the blame for the defeat on him. In addition, we also announced his death to the outside world. If you want to use him, I'm afraid it will be difficult to control the situation inside Dajin. Don't underestimate the power of a number one in the military. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. Xia Ao shook his head, his eyes deep. Besides, we have a lot of cards in our hands. Let Shi Yao return to the capital of the Great Jin dynasty. In addition, let Tao Yushu and Wan Yinyao go back as well. When everything is ready, kill Wan Yinsong. Support a young prince to ascend the throne. At that time, order Tao Yushu and Wan Yinyao to control behind the scenes. Let Feng Bin be the regent, and completely control the Great Jin dynasty. When the time is ripe and everything is ready, then merge the Great Jin dynasty into Daxia. Yuan Tianggang's eyes lit up at first, and then he hesitated. Your Majesty, can the two imperial concubines be trusted? Why? Yuan Qing thinks that I can't tame two women? Xia Ao smiled lightly and asked meaningfully. Yuan Tianggang's expression tightened, and he lowered his head quickly. Your Majesty, that's not what I meant. Forget it. This matter is settled like this. Xia Ao waved his hand and looked at Zhao Gao. Mr. Zhao, you Luoyang must also fully cooperate and not make any mistakes. Do you understand? Yes. Your Majesty, rest assured, I will let Luoyang go all out. Zhao Gao hurriedly bowed to make a promise. Afterwards, Zhao Gao's eyes flashed and he asked softly, Your Majesty, how do you deal with the crown prince of the Great Jin? As far as I know, Wan Yigang is a dull person, but he is very scheming. He is useless. When we are ready to act, we will get rid of him. It will also be good for him to accompany Wan Yinsong, so that Wan Yinsong will not be too lonely. I will leave this matter to you. Xia Ao waved his hand casually, and decided Wan Yingang's fate with one sentence. Yes, I understand. Zhao Gao smiled, and felt much more comfortable. Due to the existence of Shi Yao, the bad people took the absolute lead in the major event of the change of the power of the Great Jin dynasty, and Luoyang could not compete at all. Fortunately, at least she can take care of the crown prince of the Great Jin dynasty by herself, which is also a comfort to the members of Luoyang. Tonke Palace? In the backyard of Yushu Palace, Tao Yushu and Wan Yinyao were lying on rattan chairs and chatting. Alas, I don't know when we sisters can walk out of this towering courtyard wall and breathe the air outside freely. Hearing Wan and Yao Yao's helpless sigh, Tao Yushu's phoenix eyes flickered and shook her head. I think it's good now. I don't have to care about those miscellaneous things every day. And I don't have to intrigue with others. It's leisurely and comfortable. Which is the most wonderful. That's still a short time. If it's another year or two. Sister, you will definitely not think so. After all, people can't stay idle. Wan and Yao Yao curled her lips. Then rolled her eyes and sat up. Speaking of which, sister's complexion is getting better and better now. And her temper has improved a lot. It seems that your majesty's spurring is of great help to sister. What's the word? Deadwood. Oh, yes. Deadwood revives in spring. This word is the most appropriate to describe my sister's change. Tao Yushu blushed and glared at Wan and Yao Yao angrily. What are you talking about? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by the palace maids? Wan and Yao Yao giggled and was about to say something when she saw a palace maid running over. Reporting to the noble lady Yu. The noble lady Yao. The emperor is here. Not long ago, Xia Ao officially granted the two the title of concubine, which was the 7th level noble lady. This concubine level was extremely low, and there was a big gap between the two's original status. But there was no way. Who made them two sent as tributes from the enemy country? And according to the rules, in the Tonkei Palace, the highest level could only reach the 6th level of talent. The emperor is here. Tao Yushu and Wan and Yao Yao were both stunned. And they were a little confused when they looked at each other. Because according to the schedule, the emperor should visit the Watai Palace today. Why did he suddenly come to the Tonkei Palace? The two of them didn't have time to think about it. So they got up and tidied their clothes and returned to the hall to greet them. Not long after, Xia Ao arrived. Your Majesty, I respectfully welcome you. Stand up. Xia Ao sat down in the main seat and raised his hand. Thank you, Your Majesty. Tao Yushu and Wan and Yao Yao stood up obediently, lowered their eyebrows and stood there, not daring to say much. Noble lady Yu. Xia Ao glanced at the two of them, and finally stared at Tao Yushu. Your Majesty, I'm here. Tao Yushu hurriedly knelt down and responded. If I ask you to go back now and continue to serve Wan in song, you don't want to? As soon as these words came out, Wan and Yao Yao's pretty face changed slightly, and Tao Yushu's face turned pale. In panic, she knelt down directly. Your Majesty, what did I do wrong? Don't think too much. Just answer my questions, Xia Ao said in a calm voice. Your Majesty, from that night on, I have been your woman, and I can only be your woman until I die. I have thought a lot these days. Wan Yinsong actually has no feelings for me from the beginning to the end. I am just a tool and symbol for him to consolidate the throne. He can send me and Yao Yao away for the throne, which is equivalent to personally cutting off all our previous ties. During the time I served your Majesty, I truly experienced pleasure, relaxation and happiness. If your Majesty needs it, I can die. But I will never serve Wan Yinsong again. I am not a brothel girl. Tao Yushu looked ashamed and angry, and her emotions were a little out of control. Xia Ao tapped the armrest lightly and smiled faintly. What if I asked you to kill him? Tao Yushu was stunned for a moment, and his expression was a little trance. After a long while, Tao Yushu took a deep breath and said with a complicated expression, to be honest with your Majesty, I really can't do this. But if doing so can prove my feelings and loyalty to your Majesty, I am willing. Xia Ao narrowed his eyes and said nothing more, but turned to look at Wan and Yao Yao. What about you? Your Majesty, I can kill him. Wan and Yao Yao's expression struggled for only 2 breaths, and then turned into decisiveness. Xia Ao raised his eyebrows, without asking why, nor questioning. I understand. Wan Yinsong has repeatedly insisted on seeking death, and I have decided to satisfy him. But don't worry. This matter will naturally be handled by others. And you two don't need to face it directly. I need you to do other things. I know you want to get out of the cage of Tonkei Palace. If you do this well, you will never have to enter here again in the future. In addition, your concubine level can be greatly improved. As for how far you can go, it depends on how far you can go. Hearing this, Tao Yushu and Wan and Yao Yao secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and a light appeared in their eyes. However, when they heard the last sentence, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Of course, if you go astray, then in the future, I am afraid that you and I will never see each other again. Chapter 148 The Oath I Made Must Count. April 2nd. The capital of Daxia. Songlin Lane. Lu Mansion. Listening to the Buddhist chanting coming from the mansion. The neighbors around the courtyard wall and passers-by were a little surprised. Why did the Lu family perform a ritual so early in the morning? I don't know. Hey. Hu Lao-san. Your family is nearby. Do you know what's going on? Is it because Madame Lu is dying? Last night, several doctors went to Lu Mansion one after another. I heard one of the doctors mention to his followers that it seemed that Madame Lu had a serious illness that was incurable. That's true. Those doctors are all well-known doctors. And there is even an imperial doctor from the palace. Near the main gate, a large group of people were whispering, occasionally craning their necks to look inside. When they heard one of them mention the word imperial doctor, everyone around them was surprised. Imperial physician? Mr. Lu. Are you kidding? Although the Lu Mansion has a large courtyard, and the head of the Lu family is also an official in the court, he is just a chief of the Tunshan division. How could he possibly invite an imperial physician? Yes, the imperial physician serves the palace exclusively. Even if they are princes and nobles, they must be sent by His Majesty. How could a small chief like him invite one? Hey, you don't know this, right? The scholar called Mr. Lu shook his folding fan with a reserved smile on his face. Although the Lu Mansion is low-key, their background is very unusual. Do you know what the full name of Mr. Lu is? What? Everyone's curiosity was aroused. Lu Xiangqing. Mr. Lu said word by word, and then shook his folding fan and smiled without saying anything. However, what discouraged him was that everyone looked confused, as if they had never heard of this name. Helpless, Mr. Lu could only continue to speak. He was the former Minister of Rights. He has a daughter named Lu Xiyun. Lu Xiyun? Hiss. Is she the imperial concubine that your majesty took out of the music bureau? As a man exclaimed. The others finally reacted. Wow! It turns out that Mr. Lu is your majesty's father-in-law. No wonder. But then again, even the imperial doctors in the palace are helpless and powerless to save her. It seems that Mrs. Lu is really at the end of her life. Just when the crowd was either amazed or sighing, a large group of armored soldiers suddenly trotted over from a distance, including many cavalrymen. These armored soldiers were all wearing golden armor with red tassels and bright red cloaks on their backs, looking majestic. This is Imperial Guards? Could it be that concubine Lu? It must be. Otherwise, there would be no Imperial Guards. Hey! Do you think His Majesty is here too? It shouldn't be possible. Right? Lu Jijun is only a concubine after all, so it shouldn't be such a big deal. Besides, His Majesty is always on the move. How can he leave the palace easily? That's true. While everyone was talking, they quickly moved aside and let the Imperial Guards block the alleys, alley entrances, and gates. Not long after, an armored vehicle appeared in the crowd's sight. There was a maid jogging in front, behind, and on the left and right of the armored car, and dozens of maids and eunuchs followed behind, watching the armored car go straight into the courtyard of Lu Mansion. The onlookers envied it secretly and planned to leave. However, it was easier to see than to go. The surrounding Imperial Guards ordered coldly not to let anyone in or out, even walking in the crowd. Although helpless and depressed, the onlookers could only wait obediently in place. Inside, the armored car came to the courtyard of Lu Mansion before stopping. At this time, the courtyard was surrounded by Imperial Guards. There were dozens of monks performing rituals in the middle of the courtyard. Their rituals were not affected by outsiders. The monks had solemn faces and were focused. Soon, the door of the armored car opened, and a charming woman in plain clothes walked out of the armored car with the help of two palace maids. Looking at her face, it was Lu Jiyun. Lu Jijun glanced at the monks in the courtyard, and then walked towards the main hall surrounded by 6 palace maids. At the entrance of the main hall, Lu Jijun waved his hand to let 4 of the palace maids stay, and only let the 2 close ones follow him in. The light in the hall was a little dim. A coffin was quietly placed there, and an old man stood beside the coffin with his head down. Dad? With tears in his eyes, Lu Jijun's eyes slowly shifted from the coffin to the old man, calling in a trembling voice, with an expression of disbelief. Mother! Is she really? The old man was shocked, and slowly raised his head, revealing a pale cheek and a pair of old pupils full of bloodshot. He was Lu Jijun's father, Lu Xiangqing. Looking at the grief-stricken Lu Jijun in front of him, a trace of struggle flashed in Lu Xiangqing's eyes. Lu Jijun, who was staring at Lu Xiangqing, noticed this scene, and suddenly a glimmer of hope ignited in his heart. Dad, this is fake, right? You are lying to me. You and mother missed their daughter. So you lied to me to come back to see you. Right? Lu Xiangqing opened his mouth and let out a long sigh. Yuner. You? Come in with your father. As he said that, Lu Xiangqing turned around and walked towards the side path leading to the back hall. Lu Jijun had already been in a state of confusion. Without thinking much, he nodded hurriedly, and the two palace maids behind him followed silently. When he reached the entrance of the back hall, Lu Xiangqing suddenly stopped. His expression was extremely struggling. After 2 breaths, Lu Xiangqing suddenly turned around, and when he was about to say something, the door of the back hall suddenly opened. Master, the lady seems to still have a breath. Please come and see. As soon as this voice came out, Lu Xiangqing's body froze. But Lu Jijun was overjoyed and rushed directly past Lu Xiangqing to the inner room. Mother! Lu Jijun just shouted. And then the whole person froze in place, without a sound, because her mother was sitting on a chair. But her mouth was stuffed and a sharp blade was hanging at her neck. When Lu Xiangqing and the 2 palace maids walked in, the door was suddenly closed, and 2 sharp blades were pressed against the backs of the 2 palace maids. Lu Jijun turned his head stiffly and stared at Lu Xiangqing. Father! What's going on? Yuner. Your father is ashamed of you. Lu Xiangqing lowered his head, looking ashamed, and did not dare to look at Lu Jijun at all. But they threatened your mother and the lives of the whole family. As a father, there is nothing I can do. At this moment, the tall figure with his hands behind his back and facing the crowd suddenly chuckled and turned around slowly. Zhiyun? Long time no see. Hearing this familiar voice, Lu Zhiyun was stunned at first. And when he saw the man's face clearly, Lu Zhiyun couldn't help but widen his eyes. Gung Xin? After the initial unbelievable, Lu Zhiyun's eyes instantly turned red, full of anger and murderous intent. You are a beast without balls. How dare you appear in front of me? Why not? Gung Xin sneered, shook his head and looked playful. You are my wife. Isn't it natural for me to come to see you? How dare you? Lu Zhiyun shouted angrily, gritting his teeth. Since the day you defected to the enemy, I have divorced you. From then on, we have been fighting to the death. Good. You came at the right time. I have sworn that I must tear you into pieces with my own hands. Since you have come to my door today, don't even think about leaving. Gung Xin blinked, as if a little stunned. After a few breaths, Gung Xin shook his head and laughed, spreading his hands helplessly. Don't you ask me why I defected? If I hadn't been betrayed by my own people, how could I have been defeated? How could I defect to the enemy? Defect to the enemy? An old monk with a white beard frowned and snorted unhappily. General Gung, please watch your words. Gung Xin narrowed his eyes slightly, turned his head, and bowed to the old monk. Yes, the abbot taught me that. In the final analysis, aren't you just making excuses for your failure and fear of death? Lu Jijun sneered and sneered at Gung Xion's words. In order to survive, you sent thousands of people from the Gung clan to the guillotine. How shameless. Now, in order to get revenge, you threaten the lives of your father-in-law's family. How despicable. How dare you? A dirty villain like you. Speak shamelessly and pretend to be wronged in front of me? After saying that, Lu Jijun suddenly threw something hidden in his sleeve upwards. However, a wooden fish appeared out of thin air, and the thing was instantly shattered, and the remaining fluctuations were intercepted by a transparent barrier, without making any sound. Seeing this, Lu Jijun's pretty face changed slightly, and her expression became heavy. Gung Xian mocked and glanced at Lu Jijun's charming body, with a strong jealousy and hatred in his eyes. The old emperor of Daxia killed my entire family, and I took my wife away. Although I can't settle this account completely, I still have to collect some interest. The old monk smiled inexplicably and said in a calm voice, Okay, General Gung, go quickly. Time is not waiting. However, before he finished speaking, a sharp claw suddenly pierced into his back and pierced through his chest, with a still beating heart in the claw. The old monk turned his head in disbelief and looked at the middle-aged monk who appeared behind him at some point, with a look of disbelief on his face. Hui Ming? How dare you? Amitabha. Good. Good. Hui Ming raised his right hand and chanted a Buddhist name with a faint smile on his face. A monk shouldn't lie. Brother Abbot, you broke the rules. After he finished speaking, the heart in his left palm suddenly exploded. When he retracted his left arm, the old monk fell to the ground powerlessly. The sudden change made the 8 or 9 people in the room change color. But this was just the beginning. Accompanied by a weird laugh, the 2 palace maids suddenly attacked and killed the 2 monks behind them with absolute strength. Then, together with Hui Ming, they killed the remaining monks on the spot. In just a moment. Except for Lu Xiangqing and his wife. Only Gung Xian was left. Lu Jijun watched her 2 personal palace maids become 2 other people. And for a while, she was a little confused. Among the 2 women, she recognized one, Tian Yin from Wanluo. As for the other one and Hui Ming, she didn't know them at all. However, she could see from this scene that Gung Xian's conspiracy should have been known to Daxia's spies long ago. And all this was just a trick. Just as Lu Jijun was thinking about what happened, Gung Xian suddenly threw a green light at old lady Lu. And he himself crashed into the window not far away, obviously trying to escape. However, in front of Tian Yin and Hui Ming, 2 top assassins of Luoyang, his little tricks were not worthy of being on the stage. When Gung Xian was captured by the 2, Lu Jijun gritted his teeth and stepped forward. You 2. Can you hand him over to me? I once swore to cut him into pieces with my own hands. Hui Ming raised his eyebrows and looked at Tian Yin. Tian Yin smiled and handed a broken blade to Lu Jijun. Of course. His Majesty also ordered that if concubine Lu is interested, it would be best for you to deal with it yourself. Lu Jijun's eyes flickered slightly and looked at Lu Xiangqing and his wife. Father, Mother, you go out first. Lu Xiangqing nodded hurriedly. But Tian Yin blocked the door. That won't do. Concubine Lu, today's matter has a lot to do with your parents. And they won't have an easy time. Your Majesty is furious this time. And I don't know how many people will die. If you don't want your parents to lose their lives, maybe letting them witness this process is a good choice. Tian Yan's smile was sweet. But in Lu Jijun's eyes, it was extremely dangerous, which made her scalp numb. And what Tian Yan said was indeed reasonable. After all, she was deceived by her father. If something really happened, what kind of blow would it cause to His Majesty's majesty? In this case, with His Majesty's overbearing temper, how could he easily forgive his parents? With this in mind, Lu Jijun said no more, and walked towards Gung Xian, whose chin had been removed, step by step with a cold face. Chapter 149. Jindu is in turmoil. That night, the Great Jin Palace. Wanyan Song held the imperial pen in his hand, and the memorials were piled up on the imperial desk 3 times. But he didn't finish reviewing even one memorial in half a day. For some reason, he was particularly irritable today and couldn't calm down. At a certain moment, Wanyan Song suddenly threw away the imperial pen and rubbed his temples tiredly. No news from the south? Your Majesty? No, Su Gong responded, and then comforted, Your Majesty. Don't think too much. Although they plan to take action today, they may encounter some delays, or the people have not been fished out yet. And there will definitely be a response tomorrow. Wanyan Song frowned and said nothing. These days he was excited and looking forward to good news. But at the same time, he was also nervous. Since Xia Ao ascended the throne and became the new emperor of Great Xia, Great Jin seemed to have never gotten any advantage from Great Xia. Not only that, Great Jin also suffered repeated defeats and heavy losses, and almost perished. It was as if Xia Ao was his natural nemesis. He has been reflecting since last night. After the danger of the country's demise, he wanted to endure humiliation and wait for the opportunity to take revenge on Daxia when the time was right, and take back everything he had lost. But looking back on what he had done before, he realized that he had actually overestimated himself. And hatred had been driving him to do all kinds of irrational things. In the battle with hatred, he had been defeated unknowingly, radical, impulsive, and gained nothing, and even lost his wife and his army. Apart from other things, he paid a huge price for his intention to use the mixed or veins in Crescent Bay to provoke Daxia and Dacia to go to war. And this failure made him feel shocked and angry, but also made him angry and further lost his mind. So he found Gung Xian, intending to retaliate and disgust Emperor Xia first. At present, there has been no good news from there. But he began to feel uneasy again. If there is any problem this time, will the furious Emperor Xia? No! No! Wanyan Song hurriedly shook his head and drove this terrible idea out of his mind. Because whether the plan failed or not, Daxia would never know the role he played in it. At least there would be no direct evidence. Jiaya Temple has always been his hidden chess piece. Except for Su Gong and 3 or 4 others. No one in the court knew its relationship with him. As for Geng Xian, the two Xia emperors were his mortal enemies. He had no reason to sell himself out, as selling out might subvert Daxia's hopes. However, this kind of thing was indeed too dangerous, and he was too impulsive. After this incident, he must calm down and first concentrate on strengthening Dajin's foundation. After secretly comforting himself for a while and making the decision to calm down, Wang Yinsong calmed down and picked up the imperial pen to continue reviewing the memorials. General of the Cavalry Mansion. He Taichung was drinking alone to drown his sorrows, and the housekeeper in the mansion ran to report quickly. General, the chief censor is here to visit. Wang Dan. What is he here for? He Taichung was stunned at first. Then he looked confused, and his drunken eyes suddenly became much clearer. The chief censor is the deputy of the chief censor, who can inspect and impeach all officials and has great power. I don't know. The housekeeper shook his head, then looked at the wine jars and utensils on the table. Master, do you want to put these things away first? Or go to the reception room to meet him? What are you afraid of? He Taichung glared at the housekeeper and sneered. I am drinking in my own home and have no duties. Can Wang Dan impeach me? Humph! What a joke. But General, now is a time of turmoil. At this time, it is still. The housekeeper wanted to persuade him again, but was interrupted by He Taichung. Don't talk too much. Invite him here directly. It just so happens that I am still short of a drinking companion. This is... The housekeeper had no choice but to bow and leave. Not long after, two figures entered the house. Of the two men, the leader was a middle-aged man with a shrewd look, while the other was wearing a cloak and his specific appearance could not be seen. He Taichung, who stood up to greet him, frowned slightly and looked at the middle-aged man with displeasure. Wang Zhongqing. Who is he? Wang Dan did not speak, but cast a meaningful look. At this time, another person lifted his cloak, revealing a vicissitudes of life with a mustache and sharp eyes. He Taichung's pupils shrank instantly, and he almost screamed out. General Huqi, I haven't had a good drink for a long time. Why don't I have a good drink tonight, and don't let anyone disturb me? Wang Dan spoke in time and said with a smile. After He Taichung's face changed for 2 breaths, he waved to the housekeeper at the door. You go out, and give orders that no one is allowed to disturb us. Yes. The housekeeper looked at the back of the cloaked man strangely, and closed the door after receiving the order. After the housekeeper left, He Taichung stepped forward quickly, stared at the cloaked man up and down, and looked excited. Feng Zhuhua, is it really you? Didn't you say you died in the battle? This? Feng Ben smiled hoarsely, shook his head and sighed. It's a long story. General He, would you like to invite me to sit down? Pillar State. Please take a seat. He Taichung patted his head and hurriedly invited Feng Ben and Wang Dan to sit down. Pillar State. Feng Ben raised his hand to interrupt He Taichung, sighing, this general can survive? It is all thanks to your majesty. I'll talk about my business later. Now, I want to ask you a few questions. He Taichung sat upright and nodded quickly. Pillar State. Please ask. Feng Ben is a legend in the military of the Great Jin dynasty. He is the most respected commander by many generals. He Taichung was also brought up by Feng Ben. Therefore, although He Taichung is now a general of cavalry and holds a high position, he still respects Feng Ben very much. What do you think of the military strength of Daxia? He Taichung's expression became solemn, and his eyes became heavy. Reporting to the state, the army of Daxia has strict military discipline, skilled battle formations, high morale, strong combat power, and a commander with superb strategies and brave generals. Its military strength is definitely the strongest in Tianan at the moment. Otherwise, my Great Jin dynasty would not have suffered repeated defeats and fallen into such a situation. In fact, to be honest, I still haven't got a clear answer to how I lost the battle in Qingye Mansion. I don't know how many times I have reviewed the game, but I can never achieve such a result. It's like the opponent's commander has a sky eye in the sky to monitor the movements of every army, big or small, and can also convey the most effective orders in time at the first time. This is too terrifying. I really can't imagine that there is such a commander in the world. At the end, He Taichung's expression became excited and his body trembled a little, but he didn't know whether it was fear or shock. Feng Ben's eyes flickered slightly, and he smiled bitterly. You are right. That man is indeed too terrifying. In the Sayangpo battle, although he did not show too strong and meticulous battlefield control ability, his deployment of troops was very targeted. and he seemed to know how to defeat the enemy. With such a demon commander and such a powerful army, it is no wonder that my army was forced into the abyss of national destruction. He Taichung looked complicated and nodded. Bai Qi. This man had no reputation at all before the Xiangpo battle. I also asked someone to check, but did not get any relevant resume, as if he was a general who had been hidden and secretly trained. There are many signs that he should not have participated in several major battles. But this is the strange thing. Without sufficient actual combat experience, how could he grasp the opportunity so terrifyingly? How could he control the army so smoothly? Is there really a natural talent in this world? This general doesn't know about this question. Feng Bin shook his head and smiled bitterly. It's really ironic. You and I, both of whom are the most outstanding commanders of the great Jin dynasty, were defeated by him. And we still can't find out his strength. It's really... He Taichung silently picked up the wine glass, raised his glass to the two of them, and drank it in one gulp. Feng Bin also raised his glass and drank the strong wine. Then took a deep breath and said, Taichung, do you think there is still hope for my great Jin? He Taichung suddenly raised his head, then lowered his head, and sighed helplessly with a lonely look. Zhugua. I don't know. Feng Bin and Wang Dan looked at each other, and looked a little relieved. Although he Taichung said he didn't know, the answer was actually very obvious. Okay. Don't you want to know why I'm still alive? Now, let me answer your question. Hearing Feng Bin's words, he Taichung was refreshed and raised his head. After the tragic defeat at Xiangpo, I wanted to die on the battlefield to repay my country's kindness. Unfortunately, the enemy's generals were so brave that I was outmatched and was captured alive. After being captured, they did not abuse or torture me, and no one came to persuade me to surrender in the first month. It was not until a month later that someone came to inquire about the situation. But I sneered and rejected them all, until they brought the tragic news that my mansion had been ransacked. Hearing this, he Taichung had already understood, and immediately stood up in disbelief and glared at them angrily. Feng Zhuhua, you actually chose treason? Treason? Feng Bin smiled sadly and said self-deprecatingly, this general has devoted himself to the country. But what did he get in return? It was the ruthlessness and betrayal of that emperor. In order to calm people's hearts, and for his own prestige, he used this general as a scapegoat, blamed all the defeats on me, and killed or imprisoned the old and young in my mansion. How can I be loyal to the emperor and serve the country? He Taichung opened his mouth and wanted to refute, but he didn't know how to say it. Taichung, you have followed this general all the way, and I won't beat around the bush with you. To tell you the truth, the great Jin is completely hopeless. If we want to reduce the number of deaths and the suffering of the people of the great Jin, there are some things we must do. He Taichung staggered back 2 steps, stared at Feng Bin and gritted his teeth and trembled. Zhuhua, what do you want to do? Not me, but us. Feng Bin stood up suddenly and approached He Taichung step by step. After tonight, the great Jin will still be the great Jin, but it will no longer be Wan Yinsong's great Jin. In the future, the great Jin will not have to lose any soldiers, and will be safely incorporated into the territory of Daxia. All this requires you to be with me and with us. Crazy. Feng Zhuhua, you are absolutely crazy. He Taichung shook his head and kept backing away until he knocked over a table and stopped. You can't do this, and it won't succeed. Feng Zhuhua, you go now, before I change my mind. Go immediately. Feng Bin grinned and raised his hand to press He Taichung's shoulder. No, you are wrong. Tonight, Wan Yinsong will definitely die. There will be no problem with our business. Let me tell you this. Now, except for the Imperial Guards, whether it is the Pishio Guards, the garrison army, or other forces, they all stand against Wan Yinsong. Chapter 150 is Palace. My hunting ground. Palace City. Imperial Army Camp. When the commander of the Imperial Army, Peng Shu, was wiping his weapon, a guard walked in quickly. Report to the commander. The third young master wants to see you. Third young master? Which third young master? Peng Shu frowned slightly and raised his eyes to ask. Reply to the commander. It's the third young master of your house. The guard coughed dryly and replied helplessly. What young master? An ignorant, idle bastard. Peng Shu snorted coldly, as if he was very dissatisfied with his third son. The guards in the palace all looked around and dared not to talk to him. Kick him out. The Imperial Army camp is an important place. How can he come and go as he pleases. Hearing Peng Shu's order, the guard who reported the news hesitated. Commander, the third young master looks anxious. He should not be here to hang out. What if there is something serious? Why don't you meet him? Peng Shu frowned, thought for 2 breaths, and finally nodded. Forget it. Bring him in. Although he decided to meet him, Peng Shu had made up his mind. If the boy couldn't say anything, he would definitely let him taste the taste of killing sticks in the army, so that he could learn his lesson and control his temper. Not long after, a young man in orange robe hurried in. Before he stepped forward, the young man shouted anxiously, "Dad, it's not good. How dare you? How can you shout and yell in the important place of the military camp?" Peng Shu glared and shouted, hating him for not fighting. The young man was startled, but he didn't obey the rules, but continued to speak anxiously. "No, Dad. Mom is not enough." Peng Shu, who was about to get angry, was stunned for a moment, and then stood up with a change of color. "What did you say, Dad? I don't know what strange disease Mom has. She felt dizzy and couldn't even walk steadily when she woke up this morning. We invited several famous doctors in succession, but they were all helpless. Mom was better at noon and even had a meal. But who would have thought that in the evening? Mom suddenly vomited blood and fainted. Her face was pale. When the doctor was called, he said that Mom was not going to make it soon." Listening to the young man's anxious narration, Peng Shu's heart sank instantly, as if a huge rock was pressing on his heart, making him a little breathless. "Why did you come to report the news at this time? Don't you know how to use the secret plate to send letters?" Peng Shu's eyes turned red, and he glared at the young man and shouted. The young man shrank back and said aggrievedly, "It was my mother who didn't let us report the news this morning, saying that she would be fine after half a day and couldn't disturb you. As for delivering the letter, Dad, didn't you set the rule that we can't deliver the letter when you are on duty?" Peng Shu couldn't help but feel depressed, and wanted to step on this third son to death. But at the same time, he also wanted to slap himself hard. "Dad, please go and ask His Majesty to send the imperial physician to see Mom." Hearing the young man shout, Peng Shu was startled and nodded hurriedly. At this time, Peng Shu's personal guard captain stepped forward quickly. "Commander, Madam is in danger. You should go and take care of her immediately. As for the imperial physician, please leave it to me. I will ask His Majesty for you." "Okay. Yanzi, please. Also, tell Deputy Commander Ma to cheer up and take responsibility for the patrol. And there must be no mistakes." Peng Shu patted the captain of the personal guard on the shoulder gratefully, and then left quickly with his son Peng Jun. When they were about to leave the imperial army camp, Peng Shu suddenly stopped and frowned at the strong man in golden armor who was leading the patrol in front of him. "Deputy Commander Chen, aren't you on leave today?" "Commander." The strong man clasped his fists and saluted, then said in surprise, "Commander, Deputy Commander Ma said that there is something going on at home tomorrow. So he took the initiative to ask me to change the shift time." "Why? Didn't Deputy Commander Ma report this to you?" As soon as these words came out, the strong man, that is, the person behind the Deputy Commander of the Imperial Army, Chen Ling, couldn't help but show a strange look. At this time, Peng Shu's mind was mostly on his wife's condition, so he didn't pay much attention to this scene, nor did he think much about it. "I see." Peng Shu nodded to show that he understood, and then said in a deep voice, "Deputy Commander Chen, something happened at home, and I need to rush back to deal with it immediately. Thank you for your hard work on patrol tonight. You must be alert and must not make any mistakes." "Yes, Commander. Please rest assured." Chen Ling nodded heavily. After Peng Shu and his son left, Chen Ling put away his smile and returned to the Hoji Hall with several deputy generals and captains who were patrolling together. After entering the hall, Chen Ling turned around and looked at one of them. "Sui Yang, you seem confused?" The deputy general named Sui Yang's eyelids jumped, and he forced a smile. "Commander Chen, I am just a little strange. The matter of changing shifts should be proposed by you, right? Why did you tell the commander that it was Commander Ma who took the initiative?" Chen Ling smiled playfully, and said inexplicably, "If I don't say this, with the commander's cautious nature, wouldn't he suspect that I have ulterior motives?" Sui Yang nodded subconsciously at first, but then he was stunned and said in doubt, "Commander Chen, you? What do you mean by me?" Chen Ling smiled and stepped forward, holding Sui Yang's shoulders. At this time, 2 sharp blades pierced Sui Yang's body from behind like lightning. Seeing this scene, 2 of the 6 people were shocked. Commander Chen. What are you doing? What? Haha. Chen Ling slowly turned his head and looked at the two people surrounded by swords with a playful look. On the other side, after leaving the palace, Peng Jun on the armored car showed dissatisfaction on his face and looked at Peng Shu beside him. Dad? Isn't Chen Ling a piece of shit? Asshole. Peng Shu slapped Peng Jun on the back of his neck, making him see stars. Do you know etiquette? He is your uncle, the deputy commander of the Imperial Guards. How can you, a rebellious son, abuse him casually? Peng Jun looked aggrieved and almost cried in pain. Dad, I am your son. Looking at Peng Jun, who was shrinking in the corner, resentful but a little stubborn, Peng Shu was angry and amused. Nonsense. If you weren't my son, I would have kicked you to death. Tell me, why did you abuse Deputy Commander Chen? Peng Jun curled his lips and complained. Dad, you told him that something happened at home, and you rushed back overnight regardless of your duties. Any normal person would think that something big must have happened, even if he was just an ordinary subordinate, even if he was just pretending. You should ask him. Right? But what about him? As the deputy commander of the Imperial Guards and your deputy, he doesn't show any concern, and his expression doesn't even change. Do you think he is a ruthless person? Does he not take you seriously? As soon as these words came out, Peng Shu was stunned for a moment. Yes. What happened to Chen Ling tonight? Although the relationship was not very good on weekdays, it was also quite harmonious. Why didn't he care about himself? Also, Chen Ling's expression did not change much from beginning to end. It felt like he was numb to strangers, or a calm reaction that he had known for a long time. At this time, Peng Shu suddenly recalled Sui Yang's abnormal expression. After sorting out everything, a sense of uneasiness suddenly struck Peng Shu's heart. After thinking for more than 10 breaths, Peng Shu suddenly shouted coldly at the driver who was steering the car in front. Stop! Yes! The driver hurriedly obeyed the order and stopped the car halfway. Xiaojun, take the father's token and go to Deputy Commander Ma's house immediately to ask him about the shift change. Was it he who proposed it or Deputy Commander Chen? If it was Chen Ling who proposed it, you take out the father's token and give it to Deputy Commander Ma, and let him take the token and lead him back to the Imperial Army camp immediately and take over the defense. Tell Deputy Commander Ma that if Chen Ling dares to make any unusual moves, immediately control him. Ah? Peng Jun was a little confused, because the content of Peng Shu's words was vaguely scary. Ah, what? Hurry up. Peng Shu slapped Peng Jun's head in frustration, and Peng Jun finally reacted. Yes. Yes. I'll go now. Peng Shu lifted the car curtain and called 2 guards. Xiaowu and Xiaolu. The third young master is going to buy some things. You two are responsible for protecting him and helping him get things. Yes. The 2 guards who were called hurriedly clasped their fists, then turned around and followed Peng Jun. Peng Shu quickly scanned the surroundings, and after finding nothing unusual, he waved to a calm-looking guard. Lao Yang. Come here. Yes. After Lao Yang entered the armored car, Peng Shu said coldly, Lao Yang, you sneak back to the Imperial Army camp immediately and pay attention to the movements of the people in the camp. If you find anything unusual, send a letter to this commander immediately to warn him. Yes. Lao Yang clasped his fists with a solemn expression, got off the armored car, took a small path and disappeared quickly. Let's go. Go back to the mansion. Yes. The team continued to move forward, and Peng Shu in the armored car was a little relieved. I hope. I'm overthinking. A wine shop 5 miles south of the palace. In the 3rd floor box, Wan Yin Yao looked through the window at the brightly lit Shiyu Tower opposite, with a complicated expression. Who would have thought that the power she had worked so hard to build would eventually be used to deal with her own country and her father? Although she has become the imperial concubine of Daxia, this kind of thing still tortures her. She and Tao Yushu even had dangerous thoughts, but they smothered them as soon as they came up, because Daxia's eyes are always watching them. And in the dark, there are countless spies watching. This is obviously the imperial capital of Dajin. But whether it is their own feelings or what happened in recent days, they are always reminding them. This place has actually become the hunting ground of Daxia's dark blades. Squeak. As the sound of the door being pushed open came, Wan Yin Yao subconsciously turned back, and Tao Yushu, who was sitting at the table, also raised her head. When she saw the woman with strange purple hair and charming smile twisting her lazy waist and walking slowly, Wan Yin Yao's face turned pale in an instant, panic and at a loss. As for Tao Yushu, She was also shocked and stood up, with a changing expression. For a while, there was a dead silence in the box. Depression, danger, and even panic and fear spreading. Chapter 151: The Suffocating Net. The end of the Jin Emperor. The leader of the Pishio Guard appeared in person. Doesn't that mean Wang Yinsong already knew about their sneaking back to the capital of the Great Jin? This is bad. In the eyes of Wang Yin Yaoyao and Tao Yushu, Sure Yao is Wang Yinsong's loyal henchman. Otherwise Wang Yinsong would not have given her the most powerful and huge dark blades of the Great Jin. After staring at each other for dozens of breaths, Sure Yao suddenly smiled lightly and bowed to the two of them. Empress, Princess Yao Yao, long time no see. Your Majesty, I'm very happy that you can come back safely. Sure Yao deliberately emphasized the three words very happy, which made Tao Yushu and Wang Yin Yaoyao feel heavy in their hearts. Seeing that the two pursed their lips and didn't speak, Sure Yao lifted the wavy purple hair behind her head and sat down on the soft chair in front of the table. What? Don't you two have anything to tell me that I can pass on to His Majesty? Tao Yushu took a deep breath and stared at Sure Yao. What do you know? Since Sure Yao has come to the door, and the people responsible for protecting and monitoring them have not been seen for a long time, it means that the Pishio guards have made sufficient preparations this time. Perhaps the other party already knows their intention to sneak back to the capital of the Great Jin dynasty. As for how much they know, they can't judge, so they can only ask. Not much. I just know that Daxiao intends to assassinate His Majesty and support a puppet to ascend the throne. As for the rest, I can say I know, or I can say I don't know. At this point, Sure Yao looked at the two of them deeply, obviously with a hint of meaning. The key lies in your decision. After all, you are the queen and princess of my Great Jin. If you can tell me everything, I will report it to His Majesty from the perspective that is most beneficial to you. In this way, not only will you not have to die or suffer, but you can live safely in the quiet place chosen by your Majesty. How? After listening to Sure Yao's words, Tao Yushu and Wang Yin Yaoyao's hearts immediately sank to the bottom. It is obvious that the Pishio Guard not only knows the most important part, but also may know some of their activities in the Great Jin imperial capital in the past few days. Things have already ushered in the worst situation. After more than 10 breaths of silence, Wang Yin Yaoyao suddenly sneered. How could we not know what kind of character our father has? He seems to be kind to others, but in fact, he will do anything to exploit them. And he only wants to squeeze out all the value of our use. Let's not talk about these first. Just based on our current identities, he will never let us go, because this is an absolutely unbearable shame for him. If we let him live, wouldn't it be a constant reminder that there is a green grassland above his head? Sure Yao narrowed her eyes slightly, and a dangerous light appeared in her eyes. Princess Yao Yao, it's very dangerous for you to talk like this. Dangerous? You are already standing in front of us. What is dangerous? Wang Yin Yaoyao sneered and sat opposite leisurely. However, I would like to persuade Lord Sherwei. With Lord Sherwei's intelligence and the many secrets he knows, he should be very clear about the current situation. The strength of the Great Xia dynasty is far beyond the reach of the current Great Jin. The reason why the Great Xia dynasty is not in a hurry to annex the Great Jin is that it does not want to cause a premature war in the south of the country. But one day, the Great Jin dynasty will disappear completely. At that time, the powerful and influential officials of the Great Jin dynasty, such as Lord Sherwei, will definitely be liquidated one by one. So, Lord Sherwei, you should also think about yourself carefully. If you are willing to turn against us and help us complete the tasks assigned by His Majesty, then you will definitely have a place in the front row of the Great Xia court in the future. Sure Yao blinked, seeming a little stunned and a little amused. Princess Yao Yao is really a strange person. She is clearly in a situation where her life is in danger, but she still wants to instigate this lord to rebel. Hee hee. After shaking her head and laughing, Sure Yao's face suddenly turned cold. You too. I'll give you one last chance. If you still won't tell me, I'll have no choice but to send you back to the prison of Pishio Guard. Wang Yin Yaoyao's face darkened, and she lowered her head and stopped talking. Tao Yushu pursed her lips and gritted her teeth and said, Master Sherwei, you don't know how much Daxia has prepared for this step. To be honest, even the two of us don't know too much. Even if you already know about this and have captured some people, you may not be able to stop it. I advise you to think carefully about Yao Yao's proposal just now. Otherwise, you will be buried with us soon. Sure Yao sighed with disappointment and shook his head with a look of pity. Forget it. Since you don't repent and want to die, then this guard will satisfy you. Come on! Was Shi Yao's deep shout. For figures rushed in quickly. Shi Yao stood up and glanced coldly at the faces of Tao Yushu and Wanyan Yao Yao. You too. You have to think carefully. The methods of my Pishio guard prison are not so easy to bear. Do you really want to go all the way to the end? Tao Yushu and Wanyan Yao Yao looked at each other with bitter eyes. If possible, they certainly don't want to suffer, let alone die. But they have no choice. Because even if they are willing to talk, Wanyan Song is unlikely to let them go. In this case, they can only go all the way to the end. Maybe there is still hope of being rescued. After all, the people of Daxia are mysterious in all aspects. And there are many strong people. It's come to this point. There is no point in saying more. We are now the imperial concubines of Daxia. And we will not betray our identity. You can kill or cut me. Seeing that Tao Yushu and Wanyan Yao Yao's expressions gradually became determined, Shi Yao narrowed her eyes and suddenly smiled. Yes, this is my great Xia's imperial concubine. My two nobles. I'm sorry for the shock. As she spoke, Shi Yao knelt deeply with an apologetic look in her eyes and bowed respectfully to the two of them. Tao Yushu and Wanyan Yao Yao were stunned for a moment. And they were a little at a loss when faced with Shi Yao's sudden change. When the few people who had been protecting them came in from outside, and then recalled what Shi Yao had just said, the two of them suddenly realized. So, this Shi Yao is also from Great Xia. It's really ironic to think about it. Even the leader of the dignified Pishio Guard is a secret spy of Great Xia. What can Great Jin use to fight against them? In addition to being unbelievable and frightened, the two of them were also full of complicated feelings. Obviously, what Shi Yao did was a test for the two of them. Although it is unknown whether this test was instructed by the emperor or a spontaneous act of Shi Yao and others. The danger hidden behind it is the same. If they had made another choice just now, their lives would have been completely destroyed in this room. Shi Yao was also forced to do what she did just now. If I have offended you, I hope you two nobles will forgive me. Shi Yao apologized again. And Tao Yushu forced a smile. I understand. It's all for Daxia and for your majesty. That's good. Shi Yao smiled charmingly. And then her expression became serious. You two nobles. We should enter the palace. Enter the palace. Tao Yushu and Wanyan Yao Yao's faces changed slightly. And they hesitated. Shi Yao smiled and comforted. Don't worry. My two nobles. I will take people to deal with Wanyan Song personally. But this action is not for mass killing. So you need to go to the harem to stabilize the situation. Hearing this, Tao Yushu and Wanyan Yao Yao finally felt certain. At this time, a figure rushed in quickly, reporting to the Lord of the Guards. The guard said by Peng Shu and his third son Peng Jun have been successfully killed. Luo Wang has also made preparations in Peng Shu's mansion, and they can be solved as soon as the target returns. Very good. Shi Yao nodded with satisfaction, and then asked, how is the progress in other aspects? Is there any change? Reporting to the Lord of the Guards, the General of the State, the General of the Cavalry, the Xuanwu Lang and other parties are ready. Everything is under control. There is no change. Hearing this, Tao Yushu and Wanyan Yao Yao's faces changed slightly, and they were secretly shocked. General of the State Feng Bin? Isn't he dead? And the General of the Cavalry He Tai Chong? He actually defected too? In addition, from what Shi Yao said, the commander of the Imperial Guards, Peng Shu, is also going to be finished. Which means that Daxia has controlled the Imperial Guards through someone or some means. Add to that Xuanwu Lang and other people who have not been disclosed, and the court officials that the two of them have controlled in the past few days. Neither of them dared to think about it further, because it was too terrible. Daxia secretly controlled most of the court of Dajin without anyone knowing. So what else can't be done? Dajin Imperial Palace? Qingjing Hall. Your Majesty, Pishio Guard Shiweizu and Deputy Commander Chun of the Imperial Guards want to see you. Wanyan Song frowned slightly and raised his head. Why are these two people here together? Su Gong thought for a few breaths and said softly, Your Majesty. Could it be that something happened to Commander Peng? That makes sense. Wanyan Song nodded. Because Peng Shu's personal guard captain had come to ask him to send an imperial doctor to Peng Shu's house. Announce. Yes. Soon after, Shi Yao and Qinling walked in slowly. At this time, the sound of fighting and screaming suddenly rang out outside the hall. Before Wanyan Song could react, a large number of people rushed into the hall. Among these people, some were wearing Pishio Guard uniforms, and some were wearing Imperial Guard armor. There were more than 100 people, and they were full of murderous intent. How dare you? Su Gong was shocked and angry, pointing at Shi Yao and Chen Ling and shouting in a trembling voice. Shi Yao? Chen Ling? What are you doing? What? Shi Yao blinked and laughed so hard that her body shook. Of course. Your Majesty. Please go ahead. When these words came out, Su Gong was so shocked that his face turned pale, and Wan Yinsong's heart trembled, and an infinite chill surged in his heart. How dare you rebel? Shi Yao curled his lips and said slowly, Emperor Jin. You are wrong. Shi Yao is not a minister of your great Jin. Let me formally introduce myself. I am one of the 36 captains of the Tian gang of the great Xia bad people. Shi Yao. As Shi Yao's voice fell, it was as if a thunderbolt exploded in Wan Yinsong's head, shaking him dizzy and deaf. He actually promoted the secret spy of the great Xia to the chief of the Pixiu Guard? Emperor Jin, you have brought this upon yourself. My Majesty did not intend to take your life so early, but you have been making trouble again and are determined to die. There is no choice but for my Majesty to ask you to leave. Hearing Shi Yao's lazy and sarcastic laughter, Wan Yinsong felt like he was falling into an ice cellar. If Daxia dares to annex my Dajin, aren't you afraid of being attacked by other countries? Wan Yinsong gritted his teeth and stared at Shi Yao and asked. They are just a bunch of chickens and dogs. How can Daxia really be afraid of them? Shi Yao smiled disdainfully, and then changed his tone. What's more, who said that Daxia is going to annex Dajin completely now? Since your dog is not honest and obedient, why don't we change it? Hearing Shi Yao's insulting words, Wan Yinsong was so angry that his face turned blue and his body trembled. He would never have thought that as a leader of the revival of the country admired by the whole of Tianan, he would end up like this one day, and be insulted like this. Oh, by the way, before sending the Emperor Jin to his death, I'll give you another message. At this moment, your queen and princess are also in the palace. But they are now the concubines of my Majesty, and they are loyal and dedicated, working hard for the great event tonight. Wan Yinsong was shocked physically and mentally, and the whole person was stunned there. Shi Yao smiled charmingly. Then her eyes flashed with cold light, and she waved her hand. Kill! Chapter 152 Daxia's Foundation. Qingqiu's first appearance. April 5th. As the news of the shocking changes in the Great Jin dynasty spread, all the dynasties were in an uproar. The Great Jin Emperor Wan Yinsong died suddenly, leaving a will to let the 7 princes who were only 3 years old ascend the throne as emperor, and at the same time issued an order to let Feng Ben, the general who was rumored to have died in battle, to supervise the country. This series of changes is full of weirdness, and the discerning people in high positions in all dynasties can see the problem. Even without relevant intelligence, they dare to conclude that the shocking changes in the Great Jin dynasty are definitely related to the Great Xia Emperor. Wan Yinsong's so-called sudden death is just a rhetoric to fool the people of the Great Jin dynasty. His death must have been a murderous act by the Great Xia. And Feng Ben, this person has disappeared since the Battle of Suyangpo. It is rumored that he has died in battle, but now it seems that he was clearly captured alive by the Great Xia, and was successfully instigated by the Great Xia, letting a 3-year-old ignorant child ascend the throne, and letting Feng Ben serve as regent. This means that Dajin has been completely controlled by Daxia. Although Dajin still retains its national name, it is only a matter of time before it is completely annexed by Daxia. However, although such a conclusion has been reached, the rulers and dignitaries of various dynasties are still somewhat puzzled, because it is difficult for them to imagine how Daxia did all this. The emperor of Dajin was assassinated silently, but there was no detectable movement in the palace guards. Isn't this strange? Also, why did Feng Ben's return not attract the harsh criticism and questioning of Dajin's ministers? Moreover, why did Feng Ben support a 3-year-old kid as a puppet, and the ministers of Dajin did not object? How could Feng Ben alone subdue the dignitaries of the whole court? All of this seems like a mystery, making it difficult for people to see the truth behind it. And it also makes many people feel hairy and cold. Daxia's trickery is too terrifying and terrifying. Moreover, without Wan Yinsong, Dajin will be as docile as a lamb in front of Daxia. If this situation continues, Dajin will no longer pose any threat to Daxia, and this situation is intolerable to all dynasties. Therefore, as soon as they learned about the shocking changes in Dajin, the rulers of all dynasties held an emergency meeting. On the one hand, to figure out the cause and effect. On the other hand, they also wanted to find a way to change Dajin's situation and make Dajin chaotic again. so as to attract the manpower, material resources and energy of Daxia dynasty, and contain and slow down the growth of Daxia. In addition, another undercurrent began to brew. In early May, Daxi Palace. Ding! You scared the young emperor of Great Chu with an imperial edict, frightened all the officials of Great Chu into chaos, and forced the Great Chu dynasty to withdraw its troops to show goodwill. You are extremely domineering and powerful as heaven and earth. Domineering value plus 8,000. Ding! In anger, you ordered a plan to change the world of the Great Jin dynasty, killing the Great Jin emperor and supporting a puppet to ascend the throne, and actually controlled the Great Jin dynasty. The world changed when Emperor Xia was angry. And the domineering value plus 12,000. Current domineering value, 22,300. Xia Ao glanced at the system panel and planned to start exchanging after the Mulling School lieutenant succeeded in the Qingqiu dynasty tonight. Most of the current domineering value comes from the 2 gains above. In addition, there are 1,000 points left from before, and the rest comes from other small gains. As for his own cultivation, because he has been staying in the palace for nearly 2 months, and most of the time, he has been staying in the Shingatai or Tonkatai of Sanqing, he has improved by 32 levels, reaching the 144th level of the virtual body realm. As long as he stays in the imperial capital, his actual cultivation is the 144th level of the real body realm, which is equivalent to the 16th level of the spiritual body realm. With the blessing of many factors, I believe that the actual combat power is close to the strong man of the 30th level of the spiritual body realm. Looking at the entire Tianan, as long as it is within the scope of the imperial capital, I believe that no one can bring any threat to him. As for the strong men of Daxia, thanks to their own talents and the sufficient supply of superior yuanshi, now whether it is Yuan Tian Gang, Zhao Gao, Tian Ming, Tian Yen, Shi Yao and other martial arts masters, or Bai Qi, Wang Jian, Guida, Su Chu and other generals, as long as they have reached or exceeded the 81st level of the real body realm, they have all broken through to the spiritual body realm. Among them, the strongest Yuan Qingdu and Zhao Gao have reached the 18th level of the spiritual body realm. However, Li Si, Gao Zhua, Shang Wanwaner and others are still polishing in the real body realm. After all, most of them were only in the 20th or 30th level of the real body realm when they appeared, and the highest Guijia and BNK were only about 60th level. As for the army, now whether it is the Shaogui army, the Iron Eagle Sharp Warriors, the Armored Army, etc., all the troops that have been dispatched from the Foundation Pool have all reached the innate realm, or above the innate realm. As for the ordinary army of Daxia, the proportion of the innate army has also reached more than 10%. In other words, among every 100,000 ordinary troops, in addition to thousands of people scattered as the middle level, there are also 10,000 innate camps. Now, Daxia's ordinary army alone is enough to beat the former Jin army. This does not include the armor, weapons, and Jinping warships that are being updated. The reason why Daxia can do this is because there is enough mineral foundation in Daxia. The boundless map of the state makes all the minerals in Daxia invisible. 12 yuanshi veins of different grades and sizes have been discovered. In addition, there are gold mines, silver mines, copper mines, etc. According to the estimation of the Ministry of Revenue, Daxia can earn hundreds of millions of taels of gold every year through these 3 types of mineral deposits. Therefore, money is no longer the biggest factor restricting the rapid development of Daxia. And it is also the confidence of Xia Ao to directly allocate 20 million real gold and silver to Black Dragon Garden without blinking an eye. As for other types of rare minerals, there is no shortage in Daxia, and there is not even enough manpower to mine them all. Only some veins can be selected and mined step by step according to the plan. In short, the foundation of the current Daxia dynasty in all aspects has reached a frightening level, and it is still in the early stage of rapid development. If it can last for another half a year, Daxia can easily sweep across the south of the sky with one hand closed. When Xia Ao was daydreaming, Zhao Gao suddenly moved his expression and quietly walked out of the hall. Soon, Zhao Gao returned again, but his face looked a little unhappy. Your Majesty. Just as Zhao Gao was about to say something, a eunuch suddenly rushed in. Your Majesty, the bad commander wants to see you. Xia Ao glanced at Zhao Gao, then at the eunuch who reported, and frowned slightly. It looked like there must be bad news. Announce. Yes. The eunuchs withdrew. Zhao Gao's eyes flashed, and he hurriedly spoke. Your Majesty, Something happened to the mulling captain. What happened? Xia Ao asked expressionlessly. Your Majesty, the Qingqiu dynasty had been prepared, and there were many strong men. The mulling captain was surrounded before he entered the Qingqiu imperial mausoleum. After a bloody battle, the mulling captain, all died for the country. After saying that, Zhao Gao hurriedly lowered his head, ready to bear Xia Ao's anger. However, Xia Ao did not get angry, but just narrowed his eyes. At this time, Yuan Tiangang walked in quickly. Your Majesty, the mulling captain. No need to say more. I know. Xia Ao raised his hand to interrupt. Yuan Tiangang was stunned at first, and after looking at Zhao Gao, he immediately understood. Your Majesty, I failed to find the Qingqiu trap. I am a minister of dereliction of duty. Please punish me. Seeing Yuan Tiangang apologize immediately, Zhao Gao's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly knelt down and apologized. Your Majesty, I failed. Please punish me. That's enough. Xia Ao waved his hand impatiently and said coldly, You have also reported the abnormality of the Qingqiu dynasty. I sent the mulling school lieutenant to go there this time, with the idea that it would be best if it succeeded, and it would not matter if it failed. At least, this thunder can find out how deep the water of the Qingqiu dynasty is. As Xia Ao said, the Qingqiu dynasty has always been mysterious, and the bad people and Luo Wang have also found many abnormalities of the Qingqiu dynasty. For example, they have many powerful people in the third realm of the Dharmakaya. Their army keeps a very strict distance from the outside world, and some places are heavily guarded, etc. Xia Ao has an estimate of the foundation of the Qingqiu dynasty. The only dynasty he had ever really looked up to and feared was the Qingqiu dynasty. Therefore, Xia Ao was mentally prepared for the failure of the mulling school lieutenant. Tell me, what kind of power did the Qingqiu dynasty show during the battle? Yes. Zhao Gao and Yuan Tiangang stood up, looked at each other, and Zhao Gao lowered his head and stepped back, obviously leaving the opportunity to Yuan Tiangang. Yuan Tiangang was not modest either, and after organizing his words, he began to tell the story. Your Majesty, in this siege of the mulling captain, the Qingqiu dynasty sent out a total of 28 spiritual body realm masters, the strongest of whom was only in the 9th level of the spiritual body realm. But there were 4 of them. In addition, there was a team of virtual body realm and real body realm masters. About 300 people. They did not mobilize the army, but only sent these people to disguise and hide around the imperial mausoleum. This is also the main reason why we did not find any abnormalities. There are too many enemy masters. So although the 10 mulling captains fought desperately, they were all surrounded and killed. Moreover, this time 3 people left intact bodies. I am worried that they may find out something. At the end, Yuan Tiangang looked worried. What a big deal. Haha. It seems that this Qingqiu dynasty is indeed very interesting. Xia Ao sneered with narrowed eyes. After tapping his fingers on the imperial desk for more than 10 breaths, Xia Ao spoke in a calm voice. It seems that it is time to increase the stakes for the Qingqiu dynasty. In this way, 70% of the bad people and elite members of Luowan who originally belonged to the Dayue area will be transferred to the Qingqiu dynasty, and 30% of the people will be transferred from the Dajin. In addition, since the traces were left by the mulling school lieutenant, the credit will be given to the people we have planted in Qingqiu, so that they can go further. In short, I want you to focus on the Qingqiu dynasty from now on, and you must find out their roots for me. Yes. Yuan Tiangang and Zhao Gao hurriedly accepted the order. Afterwards, Zhao Gao showed hesitation on his face and said softly, Your Majesty, if the identity of the mulling school lieutenant is pointed out, I am afraid that my daxiao will cause public anger. Xia Ao smiled lightly and said calmly, Don't worry. Even if the Qingqiu dynasty confirms that the people were sent by my daxia, it will not be able to confirm this matter, because none of these people are from my daxia. After speaking, in the stunned eyes of Zhao Gao and Yuan Tiangang, Xia Ao glanced at Shang Wanwaner. Wan Fei. Give them the list. Yes. Chapter 153 Three Kingdoms Heritage Pool. Bao Hall. After sending everyone away, Xia Ao decided to exchange treasure chests. Since the second group of mulling school lieutenants had been destroyed in the Qingqiu dynasty and had not completed the mission, it would be difficult for him to get new rich domineering points in a short period of time. It was meaningless to wait any longer. So he simply kept 300 points and exchanged the remaining 22,000 domineering points for 2 gold treasure chests and 2 silver treasure chests. Silver treasure chest opened. Congratulations. You got a top-grade Xianquan ring. Silver treasure chest opened. Congratulations. You got a 2-star cultivation upgrade card. Top-grade Xianquan ring, Shumi ring. 9 feet long, wide and high, with a space of more than 700 cubic feet. 2-star cultivation upgrade card. After use, you can upgrade your cultivation from 3 to 60 levels without any hidden dangers, only for virtual body realm and real body realm. Xiao took the lead in opening 2 silver treasure chests. And the things he opened were quite satisfactory. The space of the top-grade Xianquan ring is indeed very large. You know, the largest space of the Shumi ring cast by the craftsmanship department of the Great Xia Ministry is only equivalent to that of an armored vehicle. And the gap between the two is like a chasm. However, this thing is not of much use to him. However, it can be considered to be handed over to the army performing secret combat missions, and used to carry food and grass. After all, the research and development technology of military ration pills that BNK is currently working on is not very mature. It may take some time for the Great Xia Army to get rid of its strong dependence on logistics supply lines. As for the 2-star cultivation improvement card, for him now, I am afraid that he can't even improve it by 1 level, so he can only reward it to others. After exhaling lightly, Xiao turned his attention to the 2 golden treasure chests. Golden treasure chest opened. Congratulations. You get a 3-star cultivation improvement card. Seeing this, Xiao's spirits were immediately lifted, because this was the first time he opened a 3-star cultivation improvement card. 3-star cultivation improvement card. After use, you can improve your cultivation from 3 to 60 levels without any hidden dangers, only for the real body realm and the spiritual body realm. Looking at the description that is somewhat similar to the 2-star cultivation level improvement card, Xiao was thoughtful. The higher the cultivation level, the smaller the improvement. This is the rule. Just like the 2-star card, if it is used by a person in the 5th level of the virtual body realm, it can be improved to nearly 60 levels, but if it is used by a strong person in the 9th level of the real body realm, it can only be improved to 3 levels at most. Then this rule also applies to the 3-star card. But what Xiao is thinking about now is another problem. If he gives this 3-star card to Xiao Hongyuan and other people who have cultivated to the 9th level of the spirit body realm normally, can they break the rules of this world and make them break through to the 12th level of the spirit body realm? Thinking of this, Xiao couldn't help but get interested. However, after thinking carefully for a while, Xiao temporarily gave up the idea of verification. After all, Xiao Hongyuan and others are in the cold reception period, and their powerful influence has not yet gone away. It is inevitable that there will be some small problems if such treasures are given without making new contributions. So, he plans to give it to Shangwanwana. Among the characters obtained from the foundation pool, a small number of them will experience an explosive improvement in their cultivation within a short period of time after their appearance. Such as Shi Yao, Wen Tao and other bad guys captains, which are similar to Yin Yu's lucky numbers. Although Shangwanwana's cultivation level was only the 33rd level of the true body realm when she first appeared, and she was not a lucky guy. She benefited a lot from the Xingda stage given her status as a concubine. In addition, she has a good talent and has now reached the 63rd level of the true body realm. If this 3-star cultivation level improvement card is given to her, it will probably be able to improve by nearly 20 levels, allowing her to reach the 81st level of the true body realm, which is the perfect breakthrough line. By then, Shangwanwana will naturally be able to perfectly break through to the 9th level of the spiritual body realm. Shangwanwana is now the law enforcer of the harem and the Imperial Book Order of the Imperial Book Platform, so her strength needs to be stronger. As for him, he may only be able to improve by 4 or 5 levels. Such an improvement can be achieved in less than half a month, which is meaningless and too wasteful. After making a decision in his heart, Xiao cast his eyes on the last treasure chest. The gold treasure chest is opened. Congratulations. You get the 3 Kingdoms Foundation Pool. 3 Kingdoms Foundation Pool. You can choose one of the 2 options in the Yuanjia 3 Kingdoms Foundation Pool to inherit. Sun Yu, Huang Dong, School Officer, Tiger and Leopard Cavalry. When Xiao saw the 3 words Foundation Pool, his eyes lit up instantly, and a smile appeared on his face. Foundation Pool. This has always been what he hoped to get the most. And this time, he was not disappointed. After carefully reading the 4 specific options, Xiao finally chose Sun Yu and Tiger and Leopard Cavalry. Sun Yu is a true king's assistant, And his most powerful ability is his ability to recognize people. In the history of the Three Kingdoms, Sun Yu, Chun Kun, Du Shi, Shi Jisai, Guijia and other great talents were all discovered and recommended to Cao Cao by Sun Yu, which shows his evil vision. And what Da Xiao lacks now is such a great talent. Although Li Si, Gao Zhua and others were very capable and good at selecting officials, they were still too slow for Xia Ao, and their efficiency was not as good as he expected. The biggest obstacle for Da Xiao to unify the south of the world is the talent for governing and maintaining peace. If this problem can be solved to a large extent, Da Xiao will not have to tie its hands and deliberately slow down the pace of unification. The reason why Xia Ao has not announced the appointment of the Minister of Personnel and left this key position vacant is that he is waiting for such a person. Now, this person has finally appeared. And he is the most suitable one. Compared with Sun Yu. Although Huang Zhong is one of the 5 tiger generals of Western Shu, he is still a lot worse on the scale in Xia Ao's heart. After all, what Da Xiao needs most now is Sun Yu. As for the school officials and the tiger and leopard cavalry, the latter, needless to say, the title of the first heavy cavalry in the Three Kingdoms is not for nothing. The former should refer to the spy agency of Eastern Wu. To be honest, Xia Ao didn't really take this school officer seriously, given that he already had the bad people and Luo Wang. Sun Yu, 70th level of True Body Realm, 42 years old, can be summoned at a designated time and place. Tiger and leopard cavalry, 50,000 people, all of whom are wearing soul armor and weapons, all of whom are at the Xiantian realm and above, with nearly 1,000 at the Dharma body realm. A place that can accommodate 50,000 troops must be selected to summon them. Commander-in-Chief Chao Chun, 10th level of Spirit Body Realm, 40 years old, will appear with the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry. Compared to other generals, who have already appeared and most of whom have reached the Spirit Body Realm, Chao Chun's personal martial arts are not outstanding. However, the strength of the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry has little to do with the strength of Chao Chun's own cultivation. This can be clearly seen from the introduction of the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry. The 50,000 Tiger and Leopard Cavalry are all in the Xiantian realm or above, and nearly 1,000 of them are in the Dharmakaya realm. Such strength is stronger than the current Xiaogua army. After all, among the Xiaogua army of 50,000 people, only more than 800 people have reached the Dharmakaya realm. Of course, the Dharmakaya realm mentioned here basically refers to the virtual body realm, and the real body realm and the spiritual body realm only account for a small part. As for the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry and the Xiaogua army, if they really fight, it is difficult to judge who is stronger. Although the members of the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry are a little stronger, the Xiaogua army has the fierce General Yuan Chengdu. You know, in many cases, a strong commander can often bring about unexpected changes to the battle situation that cannot be ignored, and may even have a turning point effect. Although Yuan Chengdu has not really stepped onto the battlefield, Xia Ao has no doubt about his ability. After closing the system panel, Xia Ao immediately passed an order to Sun Yu, asking the latter to come to the palace to see him immediately. He needed Sun Yu to get to work as soon as possible to help Da Xia solve the most difficult problems. 2 days later, Qingqiu Dynasty. The palace. Your Majesty, the Blue Guard Jiang Weizhu requests to see you. On the throne, Yan Chuyan looked at the book in his hand calmly, without raising his eyelids, and only uttered a word lightly. Announce. Yes. Soon. The Blue Guard Jiang Zhan walked in with cautious and regular steps. Your Majesty, the identities of the other 2 tomb diggers have been found out. As for the Mulling School Lieutenant, the senior officials of various dynasties were very secretive. They did not know his real title, and could only refer to him as a tomb digger. Behind the imperial case, Yan Chuyan finally raised his head, with a flash of surprise in his eyes. The efficiency of your Qingyi guard has improved a lot. Hearing Yan Chuyan's words that seemed to be a compliment, but were actually sarcastic, Jiang Zhan couldn't help but blush. He knew that although those tomb diggers were successfully surrounded and killed, His Majesty was still very dissatisfied, because the Qingyi guards never found out the communication channels of those people and their accomplices. Minister, I am derelict in my duty. Looking at Jiang Zhan, who bowed his head in shame, Yan Chuyan closed the book and restored his expression. Forget it. Compared with other dynasties, my Qingqiu has done a good job. At least, all those thieves were kept, and they didn't cause any damage to the imperial tomb. Tell me, where did the other 2 come from? Yan Chuyan's attention was also focused while asking the question, because the answer is very important. It not only concerns the external enemy, but also the mystery of the forces behind the scenes. And it may even involve the internal problems of Qingqiu. 2 months ago, 10 tomb diggers were just surrounded and annihilated in the Daliang dynasty. And now, another team has emerged. And it is also 10 people. 20 strong men in the spirit body realm. This behind-the-scenes force can bring out the strong men without exposing the open ones. Which shows its background. Originally, she arranged people to hide around the Imperial Mausoleum. Just in case. But she didn't expect that the other party would actually come. Unlike the Daliang incident, the 10 tomb diggers either blew themselves up or destroyed their appearance. And took their identities into the underworld. This time, the people of her Qingqiu dynasty made sufficient preparations, but left 3 relatively complete bodies. Everyone believed that with these 3 bodies, they would definitely find the answers they wanted. But the problem lies here, because many people in the Qingyi guards are very familiar with one of the bodies. After careful identification and repeated careful verification, it was finally confirmed that the man was a captain of the Qingyi guards. Chapter 154, When Attacking Daxia. 2 people. After the result was confirmed, all the ministers of Qingqiu were in an uproar. The captain of the Qingyi guard actually came to destroy the imperial tomb of his own dynasty. Isn't this slapping himself in the face? What is even more disturbing is that the appearance of this person also represents a possibility that the tomb diggers are closely related to the Qingqiu dynasty. If there is a powerful and mysterious force hidden in the dark of the Qingqiu dynasty, it is obviously a great hidden danger for the Qingqiu queen Yin Chuyun. Therefore, Yin Chuyun attaches great importance to the identities of the other 2. Looking at Yin Chuyun with a serious expression, Jiang Zhan took a deep breath and began to respond. Your Majesty, it has been found that one of them is the supervisor of the Daliang Night Patrol, and the other is the guerrilla general of Dajin. Hearing this answer, Yin Chuyun instantly felt relieved, because this answer largely negated the possibility that she was most worried about. However, while relaxing, more doubts emerged from Yin Chuyun's heart. One is the captain of my Qingqiu Qingyi Guard. One is the superintendent of Daliang Night Patrol. And the other is the guerrilla general of Dajin. These 3 people should have nothing to do with each other. How could they get mixed up and appear in the tomb diggers team? What is the situation behind this tomb digger? Yin Chuyun said softly, as if asking Jiang Zhan, or talking to herself. Her eyebrows behind the jade tassels were deeply frowned, like a distant mountain covered by cold smoke. The strange identities of the 3 people made this matter suddenly become treacherous. Your Majesty, these 3 people themselves do not have any connection. They do not know each other. But after careful investigation and verification, we have discovered a common feature of the 3 people. Oh! What is the feature? Yin Chuyun was refreshed and looked over. Your Majesty, Duan Reng of the Blue Guard was sent to the Yu land of Daxia to participate in the assassination of Emperor Xia. But since mid-February, Duan Reng has lost contact. I thought Duan Reng had been discovered and killed. But now it seems that he was captured alive by Daxia. And Lu Tao of the Daliang Night Patrol was also sent to Daxia by the Night Patrol at the same time, most likely to carry out the mission of assassinating Emperor Xia. Now it seems that he was also captured and imprisoned by Daxia. As for Fan Feng, the guerrilla general of Dajin, he was captured by the Daxia army in the Battle of Qingdifu. After listening to Jiang Zhan's words, Yin Chuyun narrowed her eyes slightly. You mean, these 3 people were captured alive by Daxia and forced to change sides? Jiang Zhan nodded affirmatively, his eyes burning. Your Majesty, it's not just these 3 people. I also suspect that the other 7 people are in a similar situation. It is very likely that there is not even a Daxia person among them. In other words, the mastermind behind the tomb diggers is the Daxia dynasty. The people of Daxia are very smart. They don't use their own people to participate in this matter, but use the captured prisoners of other countries to do it. In this way, even if the matter is exposed, Daxia can use the identities of these people to make a fuss. Although it can't be said that they can be completely cleared. At least it can't be really confirmed that the tomb diggers were assigned by them. What you said is not unreasonable. Yin Chuyun nodded thoughtfully, then frowned and said, But, who of those who can hold high positions in organizations such as the Qingyi Guard and the Night Patrol is not a loyal person who has been tested? Why can they be persuaded by Daxia, and even risk their lives like a dead soldier? Jiang Zhan bowed his hands and spoke in a deep voice. Your Majesty's words are exactly what I can't understand. But the facts are in front of me. I can only assume that Daxia has some amazing poison pills that can control the strong in the spirit body realm. After all, judging from Daxia's various performances in the past year, Its mystery is no less than that of my Qingqiu dynasty. Although this kind of poison pill sounds incredible, it is not impossible to exist. Makes sense. Yan Chuyan nodded in agreement. She had long suspected that Da Xiao was behind the tomb diggers, but there was no evidence. Now it seems that her suspicion is right. After standing up and pacing for a while, Yan Chuyan suddenly looked determined, and a sharp light appeared in his eyes. Jiang Zhan immediately disclosed to the other 4 great dynasties that the mastermind behind the tomb diggers is Da Xiao. Hearing this, Jiang Zhan was stunned and said hesitantly, "Your Majesty, this evidence may not convince the other dynasties. I don't expect them to believe it, but at least it can make them suspicious and hostile to Da Xiao. Of course, the most important thing is that I need an excuse." Excuse? Jiang Zhan frowned in confusion, and after concentrating on thinking for a while, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he said in surprise and joy, "Your Majesty, are you going to use this as an excuse to send troops to the Xiao?" "Yes." Yan Chuyan nodded loudly, with his hands behind his back, and said proudly, "With the current strength of my Qingqiu dynasty, the foundation, looking at the entire southern part of the world, the only one that can pose a threat to us is Da Xiao. After all, Da Xiao's various changes are quite bizarre, and its military strength is also quite good. In addition, Da Xiao annexed Dayue, and now killed the great Jin Emperor Wan Insong, and supported a puppet to take the stage, making Dajin actually a part of Da Xiao. Under this situation, the war potential of the Da Xiao dynasty is too huge, and they can no longer be allowed to develop. I have decided to use this matter to unite the other 4 dynasties and jointly attack Da Xiao." Listening to Yan Chuyan's resounding words, Jiang Zhan was excited and his heart was fluctuating. This day is finally coming. Qingqiu dynasty has worked hard for so long, and finally it can show its strength. Your Majesty is wise. Yan Chuyan turned back to the throne and stared at Jiang Zhan. Lord Jiang, go down immediately and prepare to spread the news to other dynasties. Tomorrow morning, I will convene a court meeting to discuss major plans with civil and military officials. Minister, obey your order. Jiang Zhan clasped his fists solemnly, and then left quickly. 2/4 of an hour later, the Qinjiwei office. When Jiang Zhan walked into the meeting hall, there were already 7 or 8 people waiting. Among the few people, there were 2 who were the most special, and people could remember them at a glance. The first one was a man in black with an 8-sided broadsword. The man had sword eyes, was capable and fierce, and wore a metal mask on the lower half of his face. The mask was painted with a black spider, which added a bit of dangerous temperament. His name was Lu Gang, codenamed Zhen Gang, and he was a deputy lieutenant of the Qinjiwei headquarters. The second person was a young man in a white robe with peach blossom eyes and a slender figure. He had black hair draped behind his head, a feminine face, and the gesture of raising his finger looked like a woman. This person was called Shang Wanyang, and he was not a member of the Qingyi Guard, but a guest of Fengchong Mansion. As Jiang Zhan arrived, the people in the hall hurriedly stood up and saluted, and looked forward to it. Master Wei, what does His Majesty say? His Majesty also believes that the behind the scenes of the tomb diggers is Da Xiao. Moreover, His Majesty is very satisfied with the efficiency of my Qingyi Guard this time. Jiang Zhan smiled, and then looked at Lu Gang and Shang Wanyang, his eyes full of admiration. Lu Gang, Shang Wanyang, this time it's all thanks to you too. If it weren't for you, my Qingyi Guard wouldn't have been able to find out the identities of those 2 people in such a short time. Lu Gang clasped his fists and said calmly, Master, you are too kind. The reason why I was able to recognize Lu Tao was because I had accidentally seen his information when I was on a mission in the Daliang dynasty. It was just luck, not a skill. Shang Wanyang covered his mouth and laughed, and whispered softly, I also met Fan Feng when I accompanied the young master of Fengchong Mansion to visit Dajin, and then I recognized him. Looking at Shang Wanyang's charming behavior and listening to Shang Wanyang's gentle voice, the people in the field had no change in expression, but they all felt a chill in their hearts. This sissy is so effeminate that it gives people goosebumps all over their bodies. Especially Jiang Zhan, who was stared at by Shang Wanyang's affectionate gaze, felt quite uncomfortable. After keeping a distance from Shang Wanyang without leaving a trace, Jiang Zhan laughed. You 2 are too modest. Sometimes, luck is also a part of strength. Moreover, you have made great contributions this time. So I, the guard master, naturally want to show my appreciation. So, Lu Gang, Duan Rang's position has been vacant, so you will take his place. Lu Gang's eyes flickered, and he stood up and saluted Jiang Zhan. Thank you, Guard Master. Lu Gang's expression and reaction seemed very calm, and he had almost no joy of being promoted. But no one in the field was surprised, because they knew Lu Gang's indifferent and cold temperament. Otherwise, they would not have given Lu Gang the nickname Jin Gang. As for Brother Shangwan, Jiang Zhan looked at Shangwan Yunk again, and made a decision after thinking for a while. You are not a member of my Qingyi Guard, so this Guard Master cannot reward you directly. But don't worry. This Guard Master will tell Feng Chang about your contribution, and see if he can help you find a formal job. Thank you, Guard Master Jiang. Guard Master Jiang treats Yunk so well that Yunk is delighted and terrified. Shangwan Yunk thanked him with a smile, and when his slender eyes blinked, there was a feeling of seductive eyes. Guard Master Jiang. Yunk wants to host a banquet to entertain you to show his gratitude. I wonder if the Guard Master is free tonight. As soon as these words came out, everyone showed strange colors, and Jiang Zhan even broke out in cold sweat on his back, and hurriedly declined. Well, this Guard Master thanks Brother Shangwan for his kindness first. However, this Guard Master is busy with official duties and really has no time. So I appreciate your kindness, but I won't invite you to the banquet. It is rumored that Shangwan Yunk has a homosexual habit. Although it may not be true, Jiang Zhan would never dare to attend the banquet. Otherwise, who knows what rumors will spread. Seeing Shangwan Yunk showing a look of resentment and intending to continue pestering, Jiang Zhan hurriedly changed the subject. Everyone, His Majesty has decided to disclose to all dynasties that the tomb diggers are the masterminds behind the Great Xia. In addition, His Majesty also intends to use this opportunity to unite the other 4 dynasties and jointly attack the Great Xia. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the field was instantly overjoyed. However, a strange look flashed in the depths of Lu Gang and Shangwan Yunk's eyes. Chapter 155 Alliance Resurgence. Countermeasures. Early June. Daxia Palace. Imperial Garden. Xia Ao slowly walked in the fragrant and colorful flower garden, accompanied by 2 concubines, Shangwan Waner and Gu Ruoyan, on both sides, and more than 10 ministers followed behind him. Your Majesty, according to intelligence, the negotiations of the 5 dynasties alliance initiated by the Qingqiu dynasty have reached a critical moment, and the final result is likely to be finalized in the next few days. Right, Prime Minister Gao's was said in a deep voice with a serious expression. Your Majesty, we should deploy a defense plan as soon as possible. Once they reach an alliance, if we are not fully prepared, we may lose sight of one thing while focusing on another. Xia Ao was not in a hurry, and his smile remained on his face. Don't worry. Each country has its own calculations, especially Daliang and Dachu. These 2 parties are the most concerned. The so-called alliance to attack Xia will not succeed. Gao Qiu frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, Your Majesty, Mida Xia has now become the strongest country in Tianan, which is almost the consensus of everyone in Tianan. Although the accusation of the tomb diggers cannot convince the other 4 dynasties except Qingqiu, they should be able to see the threat of Mida Xia. In this case, it is completely reasonable for the 5 dynasties to join forces to destroy Mida Xia first to eliminate the biggest threat. I think this matter must not be taken lightly. Xia Ao waved his hand and looked back at Yuan Tiangang. I can tell you ministers. Yes. Yuan Tiangang lowered his head, and then smiled at the ministers, who looked at him in confusion. The bad people have a captain with extraordinary abilities. He is currently in a high position in the Daliang dynasty, and has access to almost all of Daliang's secrets. According to his feedback, the Daliang dynasty has already discovered some of the true background of the Qingqiu dynasty. So it is extremely wary of Qingqiu, and has raised the threat of the Qingqiu dynasty to above that of Daxia. The Emperor of Daliang has decided to cooperate with the Qingqiu dynasty's alliance to attack Xia on the surface, but has secretly sent people to Dachu and Daxia to make other demands. On the Dachu side, Daliang wants to persuade the other side to give up the attack on Daxia and instead join Daliang, attack David dynasty from the north and south, and divide David. On my side of Daxia, Daliang is preparing to persuade Dachu not to mobilize troops against our dynasty as a gift, and then counterattack the Qingqiu army that attacked our dynasty, and join forces with our army to defeat the main force of Qingqiu in one fell swoop. As for the Yunbui dynasty, the Daliang dynasty has no other arrangements, because they need the Yunbui dynasty to contain part of our dynasty's power. In this way, all parties can maintain a limited balance, and the Daliang dynasty can also reap the greatest benefits from it. After listening to Yuan Tiangong's explanation, most people in the field showed surprise. They didn't expect that the Daliang dynasty actually had such a deep plan. However, this is obviously good news for Daxia. After giving everyone more than 10 breaths of time to digest, Xiao nodded to Zhao Gao again. Zhao Zhonggin, tell me about the situation in Dachu. Yes. Zhao Gao bowed his head respectfully, then turned sideways and smiled gently at the ministers. My lords, according to intelligence reports, the Great Chu dynasty has long intended to form an alliance with our dynasty, because they want to use our Great Xia to counter and contain the Daliang, Qingqiu and Yunwu dynasties, so that they can concentrate their forces to annex the David dynasty. This strategy is of great significance to Dachu. But Chu Lishuan, the Xiao Wang of Dachu, has always hated Daxia and is quite hostile to it, and has always strongly opposed the alliance. Even though the Queen Mother of Dachu agrees with this strategy, she never dared to turn against Chu Lishuan considering his prestige in the Dachu army. Now, Dachu has been vaguely divided into two factions, and there is a big rift between the Queen Mother of Chu and the Xiao Wang, but they are just barely maintaining it. From the overall situation, the Xiao Wang faction is at a disadvantage, and the Queen Mother of Chu also took advantage of the situation to replace a group of generals without leaving a trace, further weakening the Xiao Wang's power, leaving the Xiao Wang in a dilemma. But if the people of Daliang go to Dachu and tell their plot, the Xiao Wang Chu Lishuan will most likely go down the hill. After all, by doing so, there is no need to directly ally with Daxia, and his face can be saved. And if the quarrel continues, although no one will get any good, it is obvious that he will suffer the most. After listening to Zhao Gao's introduction to Dachu, everyone smiled. Although with the current foundation and strength of Daxia, they would not be afraid even if the 5 dynasties attacked together. However, the simultaneous 5-front full-scale war requires 2 high requirements for the supply system: intelligence support, personnel allocation, situation control, strategic changes and other aspects. And it is difficult to guarantee that there will be no problems. Therefore, the best situation is to divide and conquer, or to stand aside and watch, so that the number of opponents is reduced. My dear ministers, please tell me, facing such a situation, how should Daxia make a decision? What role should we play? Xiao stopped and turned to look at the ministers and asked, Your Majesty, if Daliang really intends to besiege the Qingqiu army with Daxia, and the Great Chu dynasty also chooses to send troops to David, then why don't we take advantage of the situation and weaken the strength of the Qingqiu dynasty first, and then take the Yunwu dynasty as the main target, and take down Yunwu first? Right. Prime Minister Li Si spoke first and gave his suggestion. Immediately afterwards, Gao Zhou, Zhang Yi, Li Bing, Xiao Hongyuan and others echoed and expressed the same meaning. Xiao nodded without comment, but did not make a direct decision. Instead, he looked at Guijia and Sun Yu. What do you think? Your Majesty, I think that if we can avoid getting involved in this battle, it is better not to get involved directly. Sun Yu glanced at Guijia and spoke first. Hearing this, Li Si, Gao Zhou and others were stunned, then frowned slightly and looked at Sun Yu in confusion. Xiao's eyes flickered, and he asked with a smile, Oh? What do you mean by that? Lord Sun? Your Majesty, I think that the current priority of our Great Xia is to lay a solid foundation for unifying the south of the sky, stabilize the internal situation, and cultivate enough talents for governance. In addition, our Great Xia is currently in a period of vigorous development. Every time we develop steadily for a period of time, our foundation and strength will be able to rise. Therefore, I think that we should first completely merge the Great Jin dynasty into our Great Xia to solve the hidden dangers of instability in the rear. After that, according to the situation, we can first take down the Great Chu dynasty or the Yunwu dynasty, and completely connect the north and the east or the west. In this way, we only need to face enemies in 2 directions, and the pressure from all aspects will be greatly reduced. It will be difficult for the enemy to sabotage from the rear. After listening to Sun Yu's explanation, everyone's eyes lit up, and they looked thoughtful. Xiao nodded slightly, with a flash of approval in his eyes. Then, Xiao looked at Guijia again. My dear Gui, what do you think? Your Majesty, I agree with the proposal of Minister Sun. Guijia smiled at Sun Yu and expressed his clear support. I suggest that you pretend to agree to Daliang's request, and at the same time secretly disclose this matter to Qingqiu dynasty. In this way, the 5-party alliance, which is already at odds with each other, and has its own ulterior motives, will collapse without a fight and completely disintegrate. I think that after receiving this information, Qingqiu dynasty will most likely concentrate its elite forces to swallow up Yunhua dynasty in the shortest time, and at the same time strike at Daliang dynasty. If so, none of the 5 dynasties will really attack our Great Xia. Taking advantage of this opportunity, our Great Xia can safely and completely annex Dajin. In addition, after the situation changes, Qingqiu dynasty is likely to will send someone to have a secret talk with Daxia and propose to kill the fish and shrimp first, and then the dragon and tiger to compete, so as to promote the 2 sides to reach a tacit understanding of attack and defense. At that time, Daxia can first solve Dachu, and if Qingqiu dynasty swallows Yunhua and destroys Daliang, then Daxia's enemy will only be Qingqiu. If the war situation evolves to this point, then Daxia's victory has been completely locked. Of course, even if Daliang does not take the initiative to send people, Daxia can also take the initiative to propose this proposal. I believe that Qingqiu dynasty will not refuse. After listening to Guijia's overall strategy, everyone in the field had bright eyes and admiration. No wonder His Majesty attaches great importance to this Minister of War. It turns out that he really has unpredictable strategies. Although this strategy sounds simple, if they were asked to think about it, they might not be able to think of it without spending a single soldier or a single gold or silver. The dangerous situation was directly broken, and even the possibility of any enemy army and the Great Xia army fighting each other was eliminated, causing all the 5 dynasties to be in internal strife and each grudge each other. Such a brilliant wisdom. How can it not make people admire it? This can be said to be a plan of gods and ghosts. Great. Xiao clapped his hands in praise, and the emperor was very pleased. Okay. Then take Minister Gui's strategy as the main trunk, and each department should use it as a basis to paint branches and stems, and lay a solid foundation for my Great Xia to unify the south of the sky. I will follow your Majesty's order. The ministers looked solemn and responded with respectful fists. Xiao nodded slightly, turned around and continued to appreciate the flowers, and changed the topic at the same time. There is no more trouble in the Great Jin. Right, Your Majesty? Since the conspiracies of Daliang, Dachu, and Qingqiu were successively shattered and most of their minions were strangled, the Great Jin has calmed down, and there has been no other chaos recently. Yuan Tiangang responded. That's good. Xiao nodded with satisfaction, and after thinking for a while, he began to give orders. Let Shi Yao, Tao Yusu and others speed up their actions against Wang Ming and others. If they are still wavering and unwilling to make a decision, kill them and replace them with some obedient people. In addition, all departments must also be prepared to annex the Great Jin and stabilize its situation in the shortest time. As ordered. After walking forward for a while, Xiao walked into the pavilion where meals had been prepared and called Sun Yu to him. Sunaiching, how is your Wenyuan Pavilion plan going? Your Majesty, Wenyuan Pavilion is now on the right track, but there is still a long way to go to lay the foundation for governing the entire Tianan. Sun Yu said respectfully, with a look of shame on his face. It doesn't matter. After all, there are only a limited number of talents in the world, and it is not so easy to discover them. Xiao nodded to show his understanding, and after thinking for a while, he made a decision. Let me ask the bad people and Lu Wang to cooperate with you and provide you with information about some talents from other dynasties, so you can dig deeper into it. This step is also necessary. After all, it is obviously not enough to rely on the talents in my Great Xia alone. In addition, the promotion of local talents is also of great significance to quickly stabilize the situation and people's hearts. Your Majesty is right. Thank you. Sun Yu showed joy on his face and hurriedly thanked him. Xiao waved his hand and asked everyone to sit down. Okay. The state affairs are over, and all the ministers should take their seats. Let's drink and write poems with me and appreciate the exotic flowers together. Thank you. Your Majesty. Chapter 156 Queen Mother. Will you obey me? June 15th. Night. The Great Chu Palace. Xineng Palace. When Mi Yan was about to take a bath and rest, a palace maid hurried in. Queen Mother, Prince Xiao wants to see you. Mi Yan frowned slightly, and a hint of displeasure flashed in her beautiful eyes. This Chu Lishuan was originally her most capable assistant, but recently he has become more and more arrogant and domineering, and has turned from an assistant to a hindrance. If she had not controlled part of the military power and weakened Chu Lishuan's power in the army, she would have been forced to declare war on Daxia. It seems that it is time to further weaken his power, marginalize him. And even, after exhaling lightly, Mi Yin put away her expression, opened her red lips, and uttered a word in a light voice. Declare? Yes. Soon. Chu Lishuan strode in. Your Highness. I greet the Queen Mother. Chu Lishuan clasped his fists casually, but looked directly at Mi Yin, without much respect. Mi Yin did not show any anger, but nodded gently with a gentle smile. Prince Xiao, there is no need to be polite. Come here. Show Prince Xiao a seat. As she spoke, Mi Yin raised her hand, when a palace maid brought a soft chair behind her. Chu Lishuan nodded in thanks, and then sat down without any hesitation. Mi Yin still smiled, with a curious look in her eyes. I wonder what important matter has Prince Xiao come here so late at night? Queen Mother, are you really going to agree to Da Yang's proposal? Chu Lishuan stared at Mi Yin, and asked in a cold voice. Hearing this, the smile on Mi Yin's face slowly disappeared. Her eyebrows slightly raised, and her eyes showed displeasure. Prince Xiao, you and I are both the helmsmen of the Great Chu dynasty, and everything should be considered for the benefit of Great Chu. Forming an alliance with Daxia to swallow David is beneficial to our Great Chu, and this is the consensus of all the civil and military officials in the court. However, considering your hostility towards Daxia, although you have obstructed and opposed it in every possible way, I did not say much, nor did I directly decide on this matter. I have given you enough face by doing this. Right? Now, the people of Daliang have proposed a proposal to attack David together, and there is no need for our Great Chu to form an alliance with Daxia. Why do you still want to obstruct it? Prince Xiao, I have always relied on you and respected you. But why do you want to obstruct our Great Chu's strategy of prosperity again and again? Chu Lishuan narrowed his eyes, and said in a deep voice. The Queen Mother misunderstood me. As the King of Great Chu, how could I hinder Great Chu from becoming powerful? It's just that the Emperor of Great Xia insulted the Queen Mother, me, and all the civil and military officials in the court hall that day, trampling on the face of our Great Chu. How could I bear such a great humiliation? How could I agree to form an alliance with Great Xia? Mi Yin narrowed her eyes, and said softly, Then why do you oppose Da Yang's proposal today? Because Great Xia is the biggest threat to all dynasties. If our 5 dynasties don't work together and send troops to suppress Great Xia, we will have no chance in the future. All dynasties will be crushed into dust by Great Xia. Chu Lishuan spoke loudly with a stern look. Mi Yin raised her eyelids, feeling helpless. Prince Xiao, didn't you listen to what the people of Daliang said? What they mentioned about the Qingqiu dynasty clearly shows that the Qingqiu dynasty is the biggest enemy and threat to all the countries in Tianan. I admit that Daxia is very strong, but no matter how strong it is probably no match for Qingqiu dynasty. In this case, we need to let Qingqiu dynasty and Daxia collide head-on and let them fight to the death. Only in this way can we benefit. And if we attack Daxia first, even if we can destroy Daxia, we will suffer heavy losses, and only Qingqiu will benefit in the end. By then, Qingqiu dynasty will show its true strength. With our remaining strength, how can we resist their attack? Chu Lishuan's eyes flickered slightly, and he said unmoved, What the Queen Mother said may be reasonable, but I prefer to believe in my own judgment. I insist on my opinion. Mi Yin narrowed her eyes slightly, and a layer of cold frost appeared on her pretty face. Prince Xiao, you are too much. Hearing Mi Yin's angry rebuke, Chu Lishuan smiled. Queen Mother, in fact, I am not incapable of changing my mind. Even, it is not impossible for me to listen to you in all matters, big or small, in the future. But I have one condition. Mi Yin gritted her teeth. Although she had guessed Chu Lishuan's intention, she still held some illusions. You say. Chu Lishuan did not speak immediately, but glanced at the palace maids in the palace. Queen Mother, let them go first. Mi Yin's heart sank, and she was more certain of Chu Lishuan's thoughts, and her anger became more intense. But she still suppressed her anger and said coldly, They are all my confidants. You can say whatever you want. Chu Lishuan frowned, hesitated for a while, and smiled with relief. Well, since they are all Queen Mother's people, I won't keep you in suspense. After speaking, Chu Lishuan looked deeply at Mi Yin, his eyes full of eagerness and sincerity. Queen Mother, you should know how I feel about you. Over the years, no one has ever been able to replace you in my heart. Of course, now that you are the Queen Mother, I don't expect to marry you into my family openly. My only wish is to become the Queen Mother's lover, and live with her day and night. No difference between you and me. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the palace maids in the hall changed drastically, and they turned pale and trembled. How dare you? Mi Yan's face changed suddenly. She slammed the table and stood up. Her cheeks flushed with anger, and her proud chest rose and fell. Chu Lixuan, you are too presumptuous. Do you know what you are talking about? Chu Lixuan was not afraid, but stood up and walked towards the stairs step by step. Insolent? Humph! You are my cousin, my sister-in-law. Throughout history, this kind of thing is not a taboo in the royal family, not to mention the sister-in-law. Even if she is the concubine of the previous emperor, the new emperor can openly take her as his own concubine. So what? I know you are weakening my military power. But do you know why I didn't get angry? Because I have always regarded you as my most beloved woman. For you, I can give up everything, as long as you agree to let me accompany you and have sex with you. Let alone that little bit of military power. Even if you ask me to hand over all military power, I will never hesitate. Chu Lixuan shouted loudly, his face excited and a little crazy. At this time, one of his feet had already stepped on the first step, and the distance between him and Mi Yan was less than 10 steps. Mi Yan was so angry that her body was shaking, and the murderous intent in her heart was like a raging wave. Chu Lixuan, I have always regarded you as a great man, and I also think that you are much more outstanding than the late emperor. If the late emperor had not taken a fancy to me first, I might have married you. Although your recent performance has disappointed me a little, I always think that you are a rare great man in my great Chu. A model of the royal family of my great Chu who is gentle and polite, and knows the rules and etiquette, and an indispensable pillar of my great Chu. But what about today? You actually want to blackmail me, want to force me to succumb to your tyranny, and want to trample on my face. I am completely disappointed in you. You are unworthy of the title of Xiao Wang and my great expectations of you. Listening to Mi Yan's angry scolding, Chu Lixuan frowned. But his steps did not stop, and his right foot had already stepped on the last step of the stairs. Mi Yan took a deep breath, and a resolute determination to die suddenly appeared in his eyes. Chu Lixuan, if you really have feelings for me, then use your actual actions to prove your ability and prove that I have not misjudged you. If that's the case, I might still consider it. But if you want to use such despicable means to take me by force, I will never fulfill your wish even if I die. After the voice fell, Chu Lixuan's footsteps stopped abruptly. At this moment, there was only 3 or 4 steps between the two of them, and Chu Lixuan could clearly see a small black mole on Mi Yan's white skin under her collar. The black mole was just above the bra, and it was slowly jumping with Mi Yan's ups and downs. The beauty was close at hand, but there seemed to be a gap between them, which made Chu Lixuan hesitate to step out. Chu Lixuan swallowed his saliva, and his scarlet eyes slowly moved up, sweeping across Mi Yan's delicate and smooth face, and finally stopped on Mi Yan's resolute phoenix eyes. Queen Mother, what do you want me to do? I've already said. Prove your ability. Mi Yan bit her teeth and said coldly. Chu Lixuan took a deep breath, and smiled with all her might. There should be a specific goal. Right? Mi Yan snorted coldly, closed her eyes, and thought for a while before speaking. Okay, then I'll give you a chance. As long as you can lead the army to occupy half of the territory of the David dynasty. When you return triumphantly, it will be the time for me to fulfill your wish. Hearing this, a blazing light suddenly flashed in Chu Lixuan's eyes, and then he agreed without delay. Okay, I agree to the Queen Mother's proposal. Queen Mother, wait for the news of my triumphant victory. Ha ha ha. Looking at Chu Lixuan, who was laughing loudly and vaguely complacent, Mi Yan knew that this was actually Chu Lixuan's real intention tonight. Chu Lixuan was not that stupid. He knew what would happen if he really broke up with her. So, Chu Lixuan's previous words and deeds were just to force her to this point. But what Chu Lixuan didn't know was that his action made him completely determined. Even if Chu Lixuan really reached an agreement, even if Chu Lixuan could walk back alive, he would definitely die halfway. She would not allow anyone to threaten her rule, and she would not allow Chu Lixuan to use her body and status to become the uncrowned emperor of Dechu. She wanted to be the unique and supreme ruler of Dechu. After Chu Lixuan left with a smug look on her face, Mi Yan let out a long breath and called out softly, Black Charm. Here! A black shadow appeared silently at the bottom of the stairs. Shut them up. Yes. Chapter 157, The 5 Dynasties Covenant to Attack Xia. June 20th. Qingqiu Imperial Capital. Thenji Weitai. Finji Weitai was once the place where the founding emperor of Qingqiu dynasty named the large mountains and rivers in the territory. So it was regarded as a sacred place and never open to the public. Even on the day of some large-scale celebrations, Qingqiu would not choose this place. But today, this secluded sacred place is open to the public, and the palace guards are on strict alert, which is different from the past. The reason for this is that the Qingqiu dynasty chose this place as the place for the alliance and covenant. After a long period of wrangling, the 5 dynasties of Qingqiu, Dalian, Dachu, Yunbua, and David finally reached a consensus and decided to form a 5-dynasty alliance to jointly destroy Daxia and divide it. And today is the day of the alliance. In the center of Finji Weitai, representatives of the 5 dynasties have gathered here. Among them, as the host and the initiator of this alliance, the Qingqiu dynasty directly sent Prime Minister Luo Dingbang to preside over the overall situation of the alliance. And other important Qingqiu officials such as Fengchang Jikui also participated. As for the other 4 dynasties, they also sent important figures such as princes, tutors, and ministers to preside over Prime Minister Luo. Everything is ready. When Luo Dingbang was chatting and laughing with the representatives of the other 4 countries, a eunuch lowered his head and approached, whispering a reminder. Luo Dingbang glanced at the table with 5 color incense and candles and 5 small flags, and nodded slightly to show his understanding. After waving his hand to let the eunuch retreat, Luo Dingbang smiled and bowed to the representatives of the 4 parties. Everyone, the ceremony has been arranged, and the auspicious time is coming. Why don't we take our seats and get ready to start? Good. A middle-aged man with a plump smile like Mithraeon nodded in agreement and turned to walk towards one of the 5 plans. Then, the other 3 also walked to their own positions. Luo Dingbang smiled slightly, glanced at the table in the center, but did not go over, but came to the high table behind the table. 2 maids came over with their heads down, one of them holding a copper basin filled with clear water, and the other holding a white towel. Luo Dingbang stretched out his hands and washed them in the basin for a few times, and then wiped the water droplets on his hands with a towel, then straightened his face and walked behind the high table with a serious expression. Thanks to the envoys for their humility, I will read out the alliance to attack Xia this time. As he said this, Luo Dingbang stretched out his hands and solemnly picked up a long volume that was spread out on the table. After taking a deep breath, Luo Dingbang sank into his dantian and began to read the words on it loudly. The 5 dynasties alliance to attack Xia. The great Xia dynasty betrayed its loyalty and bullied the weak, sending troops to plunder the great Viet and great Jin dynasties without reason, causing the people of the 2 dynasties to starve to death and become homeless. This is called cruelty and inhumanity. In addition, the great Xia Emperor Xia Ao had no respect for his superiors, killed his father and brothers, bullied his superiors and his sister-in-law, was licentious and immoral, and killed people at will, causing many people to die unjustly. This is called a tyrannical and incompetent monarch. Now, the great Xia Emperor has formed a tomb-digging team to destroy the imperial tombs of various dynasties, disturbing the sweet dreams of the ancestors of all parties, wantonly trampling on the majesty of all dynasties. This is called the anger of both humans and gods. Such a tyrannical king cannot be appeased without killing. Such a sinful country cannot be pacified without being eliminated. Therefore, today, the 5 countries of Qingqiu dynasty, Dalian dynasty, Dacha dynasty, Yunbua dynasty, and David dynasty are willing to make an alliance, enforce justice on behalf of heaven, and at all costs, destroy the great Xia dynasty, and kill the tyrant Xia Ao of the great Xia dynasty to thank the hundreds of millions of people in Tiannan. Today, the covenant has been concluded, and no party shall violate it. If anyone betrays it, his country will be in constant disaster and be despised by the people. After Luo Dingbang read the covenant passionately, he signed his name on it carefully, bit his index finger, and sealed it with blood. After doing all this, the eunuch who presided over the ceremony brought the book of the covenant to the representatives of the other 4 parties, and Luo Dingbang came to the table in the middle and sat down. After watching the representatives of the other 4 dynasties sign and seal, and let the eunuch seal the covenant, Luo Dingbang finally smiled, raising his hand and raising the 3-legged wine glass on the table. Luo Dingbang saluted the representatives of the 4 parties. Now that the covenant has been concluded, I hope all parties can strictly abide by the terms of the covenant and jointly send troops to Daxia on the 1st day of next month. This cup of wine not only wishes the covenant to be successfully concluded, but also wishes our 5 dynasty coalition to be able to move forward and successfully remove the Daxia dynasty from Tian'an. Cheers! Cheers! The representatives of the 4 countries laughed and responded. When they raised their heads and drank the strong wine, 2 of them looked excited and expectant. But the other 2 had a flash of mockery and disdain in their eyes. What is the so-called covenant in the face of huge interests? As for the price of betraying the covenant mentioned above, they naturally disdained it. If the heaven really had eyes and could send disasters to punish the treacherous, the world would not be like this. At the same time, some people who accompanied the representatives of the 4 parties were also secretly looking at the strong men and guards of the Qingqiu dynasty, trying to see some clues. However, the people arranged by the Qingqiu dynasty this time were either mediocre and conventional, or they were not very conspicuous, and there was nothing useful to see from the appearance. 2 hours later, Qingqiu Palace. Your Majesty, the covenant to attack Xia was successfully reached, and the envoys of the 4 countries have now embarked on their return journey. Prime Minister Luo Dingbang came to tell Yan Chuyan the good news. But unexpectedly, Yan Chuyan did not show any joy. On the contrary, Yan Chuyan frowned slightly, and at the same time, he kept pacing on the steps with his hands behind his back, as if he was a little confused. Your Majesty? Luo Dingbang was puzzled and called softly. Yan Chuyan stopped and looked at Luo Dingbang, and said in a low voice, the bad people of Daxia and Luoyang have powerful spies. Although the alliance of the 5 countries is a secret, it is not small. Daxia cannot be unaware of it. If so, why didn't they come to destroy it? Luo Dingbang was stunned for a moment. His joy disappeared, and his brows frowned. Yes, according to the domineering and arrogant temperament of the Emperor of Daxia, he should not sit idly by and watch us reach an alliance smoothly. This, Yan Chuyan shifted his gaze and looked at Jiang Zhan, the leader of the Qingyi Guard next to Luo Dingbang. Are you sure that Daxia really didn't send anyone here, rather than noticing your ambushes and temporarily suspending the sabotage plan? Jiang Zhan nodded affirmatively and said solemnly, Your Majesty, I can be sure. For this meeting, my Qingyi Guard has included the entire 20-mile radius of Fenji Weitai into the surveillance range, and a total of more than 8,000 spies have been arranged. If Daxia really sent someone to disrupt the meeting, there would definitely be clues. But the fact is that we have not found any suspicious targets. And we checked again afterwards, and there were no relevant findings. We have captured quite a few local rogues, thieves and vendors. Hearing Jiang Zhan's answer, especially the last sentence, Yan Chuyan's mouth twitched slightly. Luckily she didn't curse. Luo Dingbang rubbed his eyebrows and said in confusion, What is the great Xia dynasty planning? They watched our 5 countries reach an alliance smoothly and safely. Are they so confident that they think that they can fight against our coalition forces? As he spoke, Luo Dingbang's eyes showed absurdity. Obviously, even he thought this idea was too absurd. Although Great Xia is powerful, it may not be able to resist the invasion of the other 4 dynasties, not to mention their Qingqiu dynasty. What is the reason? Is the Xia Emperor really arrogant and doesn't take our 5 countries seriously? Or is there another reason? Yan Chuyan murmured secretly, and suddenly felt a layer of fog in front of her eyes, making her a little unclear about the road ahead. After a long period of contemplation, Yan Chuyan stared at Jiang Zhan fiercely. Are there any unusual movements of the Daxia army? Nothing has been found yet. Jiang Zhan shook his head, and then changed his tone. However, after today, the day when our coalition forces will go out will definitely be discovered by Daxia. I believe that Daxia will most likely mobilize its troops on a large scale to strengthen the defense of the 4 borders. Of course, there is another situation. Speaking of this, Jiang Zhan paused slightly, and his expression became serious. Daxia has developed a very large flying armored vehicle, which the people of Daxia call the Peng-class Airbus. Each of these can carry hundreds of people, and is used to connect the various prefectures and the imperial capital of Daxia. It is very fast and flies very high. If Daxia has a large number of Airbuses and mobilizes them for troop transportation, the mobility of Daxia's army will be greatly improved. I am worried that Daxia may take the initiative and use this vehicle to remotely deploy elite troops to the rear of a certain country's border, and then cooperate with its frontline troops to quickly break through the target's defense line. Yan Chuyan nodded slightly. The possibility that Jiang Yiqing mentioned is not impossible. The Emperor of Daxia is domineering and tough. Even if he is faced with a severe situation of being beaten up by a group of people, he may not take the initiative to attack and take the initiative. After speaking, Yan Chuyan turned around and sat back on the throne. After thinking for a while, His eyes were determined. Jiang Zhan. Order the spies in Daxia to pay close attention to the movements of the Daxia army and those airbuses. If you find any abnormalities, report them immediately. In addition, activate some key cold chess pieces and let them try to figure out the Daxia dynasty's plot at all costs. Finally, order the spies in the other 4 dynasties to also pay attention to the movements of the 4 countries' armies. Your Majesty. Jiang Zhan solemnly clasped his fists and accepted the order. Later, Jiang Zhan asked in confusion, Your Majesty, are you worried that the 4 countries will have other ideas? It shouldn't be. It will be good for all of us to destroy Daxia first and divide its territory and resources. Moreover, they have signed an alliance. Yin Chuyan shook his head and said indifferently, I can't say for sure. It's always right to be cautious. Just in case. I have been a little uneasy these 2 days. It's not easy for my Qingqiu dynasty to have the current family business, seeing that it is close to unifying Tianan. I don't want any accidents. Yes. I understand. Jiang Zhan nodded solemnly. Chapter 158 The Informer. Bad things turn into good things. June 23rd. Qingqiu Palace. Looking at the pretentious and effeminate sissy in front of her, Yin Chuyan instinctively disliked it. But the shocking content in the other party's words made her suppress her dislike and look serious. You said that Daliang and Daxia secretly reached an agreement to break the alliance and join Daxia to attack our army from front and back? Your Majesty, this is absolutely true. It concerns the fate of Qingqiu. Even if I kill you, I dare not deceive your Majesty. Shangwan Yang nodded hurriedly, looking a little scared and a little excited. And he didn't know where to put his hands. It's so secret that even the Qingyi guards didn't receive any news. How did you know? Yin Chuyan naturally refused to believe it and questioned with a cold face. Your Majesty, this is a long story. Please allow me to report it to you in detail. Shangwan Yang said nervously, seeing that Yin Chuyan did not speak and the others did not express their opinions. He continued to speak. I have a distant cousin named Lin Dahan. He was originally the confidant of Lin Yusong, the leader of the Xuani Guard of Daxia. Since the Xuani Guard was taken over by the bad people, the middle and high-level members of the Xuani Guard were either killed or imprisoned and were strictly investigated. My cousin Lin Dahan was one of those investigated. He was imprisoned for 3 months and confessed many of Lin Yusong's secrets, so he was able to see the light of day again. However, due to his original identity, Lin Dahan has never been reused. Even though he made great contributions in the battle against the Great Jin dynasty, he was only given an idle deputy lieutenant title. Therefore, his dissatisfaction grew day by day, and he was dissatisfied with the bad people and the Great Jin dynasty. Xia Chaoting's resentment also became more and more serious. One night a few days ago, he learned about this from a lieutenant of the bad people while drinking with several deputy lieutenants and captains. He realized that this was an opportunity, so he faked the illusion of being assassinated and fled all the way south to my Qingqiu, and contacted me. In fact, the blood relationship between us is very weak, and there has been no contact since the previous generation. But since Lin Dahan came to the door and confessed such a major secret, I dare not be careless. So I quickly reported it to Fengchang. Speaking of this, Shangwan Yang glanced at Fengchang Qikue. Qikue nodded slightly, indicating that what Shangwan Yang said was true. Your Majesty, Lin Dahan has been invited to the Qingyi Guard. I believe that Lord Jiang has also verified the truth. Every word of this little minister is true, and I hope your Majesty will understand. After speaking, Shangwan Yang prostrated himself on the ground, touching his forehead to the carpet, and waited quietly. Yin Chuyan looked at Jiang Zhan, who bowed his head. Your Majesty, I have ordered people to verify Lin Dahan's identity and related matters, and it is indeed true. In addition, there is another thing that is a bit strange. Yin Chuyan frowned slightly and said in a cold voice, What else? Your Majesty, according to the feedback from the spies of the Great Chu dynasty, the Taizhong doctor of the Daliang dynasty had been to the Great Chu before the signing of the covenant, and entered the Great Chu palace. What is particularly suspicious is that the entire itinerary was under a false name, and the escort team was also disguised as a caravan. If the spy had not carefully verified it, I am afraid that this matter would not have been discovered. In addition, after this person left the palace of Dechu held 2 small court meetings in succession. Even on the first night, the King Xiu of Dechu went to the palace late at night to have a secret talk with the Queen Mother of Dechu. Although I don't know what secrets are hidden in this, I think it must be a shameful thing. Perhaps Daliang has reached some agreement with Dachu in secret, and they don't want the outside world to know. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so cautious. After listening to Jiang Zhan's story, Yan Chuyan's face completely sank, and his eyes flickered. First, Daliang and Xia secretly colluded, and then Daliang and Dachu secretly communicated. This matter is not right no matter how you think about it. At this moment, Yan Chuyan suddenly felt that his uneasiness seemed to have a reason. Prime Minister Luo, what do you think? Hearing Yan Chuyan's question, Luo Dingbang stopped thinking and bowed in response. Your Majesty, I think this is not a good sign. Since Daliang is secretly colluding with Daxia to attack our army, it means that Daliang has probably already discovered some of our dynasty's background and believes that our dynasty's threat is greater than that of Daxia. If so, then Daliang secretly sent people to Dachu. And what they did should be what we don't want to see. According to the current situation, if Daliang wants to persuade Dachu to give up attacking Daxia, it is very likely to use the David dynasty as a bargaining chip and agree that the two dynasties will jointly send troops to David and divide David to strengthen the power of the two countries. As soon as these words came out, the people in the hall changed their colors. If it is really as Luo Dingbang said, then their Qingqiu dynasty has unknowingly become the biggest victim. Become the most dangerous target. Looking at it now, the so-called Five Dynasties alliance to attack Xia is simply a big joke. Yan Chuyan took a deep breath, suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, Prime Minister Luo, how sure are you? Your Majesty, I think that we must prepare for the worst in this matter. Moreover, the various abnormal actions of the great Xia dynasty are now completely understandable. Facing our Five Dynasties alliance, the reason why the great Xia dynasty is not anxious and calm, and the reason why it does not send people to destroy the alliance is clearly that it has received some promises long ago and knows that the so-called Five Dynasties alliance is impossible to really appear. Luo Dingbang said in a solemn voice. His expression was extremely solemn. Daliang. What a great Daliang. Yan Chuyan was so angry that he raised his hand and smashed the glass lamp on the imperial table. In this way, Daliang and Dachu will withdraw from the alliance, and David will not be able to protect himself, so he can no longer mobilize troops against Daxia. In other words, the only two parties that can really send troops to Daxia are my Qingqiu and Yunwu dynasty. And Daliang is also plotting to join forces with Daxia to jointly encircle and kill my Qingqiu army. Ha! Five Dynasties alliance? Ridiculous. Really ridiculous. Yan Chuyan was really angry. You know, this alliance was all her idea. However, in the end, she found that she was actually tricked by others. How could she not be angry? Your Majesty, calm down. For now, we must make other plans. Luo Dingbang hurriedly spoke to comfort. Yan Chuyan took a deep breath, and finally suppressed his anger. This time he looked at Luo Dingbang. Prime Minister Luo, what do you suggest? Your Majesty, I think that now that things have come to this, the strategy of uniting the other four dynasties to destroy Daxia first is no longer feasible. We need to change our strategy. How to change? Yan Chuyan asked indifferently. First kill the shrimp, then decide who is the best. Luo Dingbang said word by word, his eyes burning. Yan Chuyan frowned slightly, rubbed her fists gently, and thought about it. You mean, first wipe out the other four dynasties, and then compete with Daxia? Yes. Luo Dingbang nodded affirmatively. In this way, it is not impossible, and it is even better. But, can Daxia agree? Yan Chuyan said thoughtfully, with a doubtful look. Your Majesty, I think Daxia will definitely agree. The more regimes, the longer the battle line, the more battlefields, and the more uncertain factors. If there are only two hegemons left in Tianan, it only takes a few key battles to decide who will rule the world. In this way, the cost will be much reduced, and the number of people who need to die will be greatly reduced. The winner will be able to gain a unified dynasty with the least resistance. Daxia has no reason to refuse. After listening to Luo Dingbang's analysis, Yan Chuyan nodded slowly. What Minister Luo said makes sense. It seems that the sudden change in the situation is not a bad thing. As he spoke, Yan Chuyan looked at Shang Wenyang with a little more satisfaction in his eyes. To be honest, it is thanks to this man. If it were not for him, we might have been successfully calculated by Daliang and Daxia. At that time, even if our army could reverse the situation, it would only be a miserable victory, and the price to pay would be too huge. Such a meritorious official should be rewarded. After speaking, Yan Chuyan looked at Feng Chong Chikui again. Chiaiching. I heard that this person was originally your retainer. You should know his ability. Right? Tell me. Yes. Chikui, with a bright face, glanced at Shangwan Yunk with satisfaction, and then began to introduce Shangwan Yunk's situation. Your Majesty, Shangwan Yunk's father was a soldier. He was promoted to counselor for his meritorious service. Unfortunately, he died in the border conflict with the Dai Viet dynasty 18 years ago. Although the Empress did not say it clearly, Chikui knew what the Emperor cared about most. Therefore, the first sentence he spoke was to explain Shangwan Yunk's background, to imply that this person had a clean background. Shangwan Yunk's mother was afraid that her only son would follow the same path as her late husband, so she raised him like a daughter since he was a child. So, however, as the saying goes, a tiger father will have a dog son. Shangwan Yunk has an outstanding talent for cultivation, and there is also a tiger hidden in his heart. Whether it is cultivation or talent, it is quite good. I think Shangwan Yunk is outstanding and capable of great tasks. After listening to Chikui's introduction, Yan Chuyan couldn't help but show surprise, and even had some sympathy in his heart. No wonder this guy is a sissy. It turns out that the root is from his mother. Since Feng Chong values him so much, I think Shangwan Yunk is indeed very capable. How about this? The position of the chief censor is still vacant. Let him take the position. I hope he can assist the chief censor and contribute his heart and soul to the unity of the Qingqiu court. Chikui's eyes lit up, and he glared at Shangwan Yunk, who was still lying on the ground. What are you doing? Why don't you thank me quickly? Shangwan Yunk was startled, looked up at Yan Chuyan in disbelief, and then looked at Chikui, who kept winking at him, and bowed down with an extremely excited voice. Your Majesty, I bow to you and thank you. I will do my best for you. Please stand up. My dear. Yan Chuyan nodded with a smile. Thank you. Your Majesty. Shangwan Yunk hurriedly stood up, and then stood properly, with tears of excitement flashing in his eyes. Luo Dingbang looked at Shangwan Yunk deeply, and then bowed to Yan Chuyan. Your Majesty, I think that Daliang and Dacha should choose the day to send troops on the first day of July as agreed in the alliance. Now, there are only 7 days left until the first day of July, and our dynasty must immediately adjust the deployment of troops. Yan Chuyan nodded and said in a serious voice, Prime Minister Luo, do you think that our dynasty should attack Daliang first? Or Yunbua? Yunbua. Luo Dingbang uttered 2 words without hesitation. Oh! Why? Your Majesty, Daliang is strong, and since they want to annihilate David with Dachu, let them fight first. It won't be too late to attack them after annexing Yunbua. In addition, we must also take Yunbua before Daxia. Otherwise, Daxia's momentum will become difficult to contain. Listening to Luo Dingbang's explanation, Yan Chuyan narrowed his eyes and thought. At this time, Shangwan Yunk suddenly stood up boldly and said nervously, Your Majesty, I have a suggestion. Oh! Tell me. Yan Chuyan looked at it with interest, and the other important officials also looked over. Your Majesty, I think we can avoid a showdown with Daxia first, and use the alliance to attract Daxia's energy to wait for our army in the south, while our army can take advantage of this time to attack Yunbua dynasty. If our army is fast enough, by the time Daxia reacts, we may have taken over most of Yunbua dynasty. When the time comes, we will confront Daxia, and Daxia will not be able to intervene in Yunbua again. After saying that, Shangwan Yunk hurriedly lowered his head. His face flushed, and his hands rubbed the corners of his clothes. Like an uneasy and shy woman, Yan Chuyan's eyes lit up slightly, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Not bad. Chapter 159 Betrayal. Poor Yunbua and David. June 30th. On this day, Yunbua, Qingqiu, Daliang, David, Dachu and other 5 dynasties all deployed heavy troops in the border areas with the Daxia dynasty, eyeing Daxia covetously, on a long lower arc from west to east. More than a dozen huge camps were connected in a piece. Looking down from the sky, the camps were densely packed with tents and soldiers, which made people's scalps numb. However, except for the 2 parties of Yunbua dynasty and David dynasty, which were still kept in the dark, most of the camps of the other 3 parties were just empty LS. Among the limited troops, most of them were ordinary city guards. On this day, Yunbua and David's generals talked loudly and wrote passionate words, fantasizing about marching straight in and killing the Daxia army and making them flee thousands of miles away. But they didn't know that just as they were rejoicing and ready to fight, their allies had already turned their butcher knives against them secretly, with mockery, cruelty, and ruthlessness in their eyes. Time passed slowly, and when the darkness of the night became deeper and deeper, when the gears of time came to the early morning of the first day of July, a sudden change occurred. And it was like a flood that flooded the plains and could not be stopped. In the northern border of the David dynasty, Chu Lishuan, the king of Chuxiu, who was supposed to lead the war against Daxia, appeared here strangely, surrounded by thousands of troops. At the top of the hill, Chu Lishuan, wearing a brown heavy armor, rode on the back of a silver scale horse, his shining eyes looking at the dimly lit David Juan Pass in the distance, with a mocking and bloodthirsty smile on his lips. And behind Chu Lishuan, in the flat mudflat shrouded in the dark night, countless soldiers were standing quietly, like a vast ocean. Juan Pass is one of the most majestic passes in the David dynasty. The wall is 30 feet high and 5 feet thick. It stretches 8 miles from east to west and is well equipped with defensive equipment, like a giant dragon covered with spikes. Under normal circumstances, it is difficult to take Juan Pass without leaving behind hundreds of thousands of corpses. "What time is it?" replied to the prince. "It's 1/4 of an hour before the agreed time." Hearing the response from his subordinates, Chu Lishuan nodded slightly. The David dynasty is relatively weak, and the main battle army, including the border army, only has 1.3 million troops. This time, in order to deal with Daxia, David has taken out 800,000 troops. Among them, 500,000 troops are the first main force, and the remaining 300,000 are left in the hinterland as a reserve army. As for the remaining 600,000 troops, 250,000 are distributed near the imperial capital. Another 200,000 are deployed on the border with the Dalian dynasty, and only 150,000 are deployed in the border area with the Dacia dynasty. And there are only 100,000 troops in Juan Pass, the first northern pass to guard against the Great Chu. 100,000 troops, in Chu Lishuan's eyes, are not enough to fill his teeth, because he brought a full 1,000,000 troops this time. Not to mention, the people of the Dark Scale division of the Great Chu have successfully instigated a deputy general of Juan Pass to rebel. As time passed slowly, when the second quarter of the second month arrived, 2 of the 8 gate towers in the distance of Juan Pass suddenly lit up, and at the same time, the tall gates under the 2 gate towers slowly opened. The sudden change also alarmed the other guards and generals guarding the pass. They could vaguely see soldiers running in chaos on the wall, and there were also sounds of fighting. Seeing this, Chu Lishuan sneered and raised his right arm. "Order Hui and you to kill." "Yes." As the messenger waved the flag, the rapid drum beats shook the sky, followed by 30,000 cavalrymen rushing out, causing the earth to tremble slightly and making a rumbling sound. And behind the cavalry, there were 70,000 infantrymen each running and following. "Order the whole army, openly armed, press forward." Chu Lishuan spoke again and issued a new order. "Yes." Live in Hanwan Pass, after realizing that someone had rebelled, the David guarding the pass was shocked and angry, and also launched an iron-blooded suppression of the rebels, intending to quickly recapture the gates of the 2 lost pass towers. However, as the fighting began, the sound of the cavalry torrent outside the pass, like thunder, made the generals guarding the pass change color. At this moment, they couldn't even be sure whether the attack was from Daxia or Dachu. Although Juan Pass is far from the border of Daxia and borders only Dachu, you have to know that Dachu is their ally, and it is an ally that has agreed to send troops to Daxia today. In addition to panic, the general guarding the pass was also ruthless, ordering the entire army to retake the gate at all costs, and to launch a strong blockade against the incoming enemy on the wall that had not been lost. For a time, the sound of killing shook the sky, and the comrades who were once close comrades could only fight for their lives with red eyes. Every moment, David's soldiers continued to die tragically in the internal strife, and the Dacia cavalry who were rushing over also kept screaming and falling off their horses under the blockade of David's defensive equipment. Blood and fire burned together, and one of the gates was recaptured by David's guards, who fought desperately. But it was a pity that the gate mechanism and the dragon-breaking stone were destroyed. The gate itself could obviously not stop the Chu army for too long. At the same time, under the defense led by the rebel general himself, another gate was successfully saved, allowing a part of Dachu's cavalry to enter smoothly. A more brutal battle ensued. Although the rebellion of their own people and the successful intrusion of the enemy army had reduced the morale of David's army, The sense of mission of the soldiers inspired them to fight the enemy. However, when the sky-high flames illuminated the night sky in the north, when a vast sea of fire that could not be seen in a glance appeared in sight and rushed towards the wall step by step, all David's soldiers were terrified and pale. The enemy army numbered tens of millions, and the gate was knocked open. The Chu army continued to break in. How could this battle be fought? For a time, countless David's soldiers collapsed, except for a few thousand people who still had the will to fight to the death. The rest either turned around and fled, or threw down their weapons and knelt on the ground, with no will to fight. At the same time, Sanshui City on the southwest border of David's dynasty also ushered in the end. Sanshui City was the first military town of David's dynasty facing Daliang dynasty, and it faced Daliang across the magnificent Santong River. Daliang and David had not fought for 10 years, and the 5 dynasties had signed an alliance. So the military and political leaders of Sanshui City were even less vigilant. Coincidentally, yesterday was the 150th birthday of the Liu family, the wealthy family in Sanshui City. Almost all the military and political leaders and dignitaries in Sanshui City were invited, and many of them were drunk. As the saying goes, what goes up must come down. And the Liu family also took special care of the soldiers on duty on the front line. So there were many loopholes in the defense line along the river. When Daliang's elite scouts quietly swam across the Santong River to eliminate some key David sentries, when tens of thousands of Daliang's elite soldiers flew over the Santong River, and when large numbers of Daliang troops landed on the other side of the river in various boats, the fate of Sanshui City, a military town with 120,000 troops stationed, was doomed. The fire of killing bloomed in David's camp and burned everywhere in Sanshui City. Not only David's officials and soldiers were affected, but also local dignitaries and innocent people. For the Daliang army, this battle was extremely easy and smooth, as easy as eating and drinking. And it was so smooth that it took only 2 hours to completely control the entire Sanshui City without much casualties. When Daliang's general came to Liu's mansion, it was already full of corpses. The old man Liu, who was celebrating his birthday, had also died. Only a few generals and officials of David were tied up in the field and had not been killed. General Wu Lai is here. With a loud shout, the Daliang soldiers on guard in the courtyard straightened their backs in unison, and their feet were put together, making a neat snapping sound. On the other side, the bound David officers were so scared that their faces turned pale and trembled. But 2 of them were furious, staring at a red-armored general who was striding towards them with red eyes, and their eyes were about to spit fire. Wu Yonggang, you bastard! Bastard! Our 5 countries clearly signed an alliance, stipulating that no party should attack one of the other parties. How dare you attack our David? Wu Yonggang narrowed his eyes slightly, and a mocking look appeared on his face. Alliance? It's just a piece of waste paper. And you believe it? Despicable. Shameless. You Daliang dynasty are really a bunch of villains. You must die a bad death. A bad death. The David general was so angry that his lips trembled, and he struggled to rush up and bite Wu Yonggang to death. If you were not so careless and only knew how to enjoy yourself, how could you be so easily taken prisoner? As a soldier, you don't do your duty and blame everything on your opponent? Ha! Ridiculous. Wu Yonggang sneered and waved his hand in boredom. Forget it. Just kill him. Yes. In the southern part of the Yunbui dynasty, Leiden camp, in the general's tent, Yunbui Dingnan General Xiongzhan was beaming with ruthlessness, looking at Qingqiu Captain Yushan with a friendly look. Captain Yu, your Qingqiu dynasty is really great. The brothers have been talking about it for a long time. Fortunately, you came to reward the army and comfort us. Otherwise we would not have such a good life. Ha ha ha. Yushan smiled reservedly and said gently, General Xiong, you are too polite. It's just some meat and wine. It's nothing. Besides, we are allies now, and Qingqiu is the initiator of the alliance. It is reasonable to take care of the allies. I just hope that the wine and meat will not be unsuitable for the taste of your soldiers. Generous. Xiongzhan gave Yushan a thumbs up, and then patted the table. Come on. Let's toast Captain Yu again. Come on. Let's toast Captain Yu. The Yunbui generals who were drinking with him laughed and raised their glasses, signaling to Yushan from a distance. Yushan hurriedly picked up the glass and drank it all with everyone. After putting down the glass, Yushan suddenly touched his stomach and frowned, then smiled apologetically at Xiongzhan. General Xiong, I feel a little uncomfortable in my stomach. Can I go out to relieve myself? Huh? It seems that Captain Yu's alcohol tolerance is too good. Ha ha ha. Xiongzhan laughed teasingly, and then waved to a young general standing at the door. Shout on. Take Captain Yu to relieve himself. Yes. Yushan hurriedly stood up to thank him, and then clasped his fists to apologize to other Yinhua generals, and then walked out with his stomach covered. After arriving at the toilet, a black shadow flashed out and easily strangled the young general, who was responsible for leading the way and monitoring. And Yushan also straightened his back, and the pain disappeared. Are you ready? Reply to Captain. I'm ready. Good. Yushan smiled with satisfaction, and after a sarcastic smile towards the position of the general's tent, he changed into the armor of the young general and led a team of masters dressed as Yinhua soldiers to go out. This time, he brought 800 elite soldiers disguised as baggage carriers to deliver wine and meat to comfort the Yinhua army. The purpose was naturally to cooperate with the outside army to solve the Yinhua army in the Leiden camp at the lowest cost and the fastest speed. Of course, he would not be stupid enough to use tricks such as poisoning, because the Yinhua army would definitely test the poison carefully, and doing so would be tantamount to seeking death. What he needed to do was to let the Yinhua army relax their vigilance and lead 800 elite soldiers to take down the camp gate. Now that the first step has been successfully done, the second step is unlikely to go wrong, because his people are in place. The main army is also ready, and they will be able to rush in soon. Once the Leiden camp is taken down, the Qingqiu army can march straight in. Chapter 160 Chaos in the South. July 1st. Early morning. The eastern border of the Yinhua dynasty. Xieyang Valley. Xieyang Valley is very close to Jinsui Pass, the northwestern border of the Great Xia dynasty, and the army of the Yinhua dynasty that is preparing to attack the Great Xia is stationed here. In the central army tent, Yang Jun, the supreme state of the Yinhua dynasty, strode out, looking at the golden sun in the eastern sky with bright eyes. Half a year ago, he led an army of 700,000 and stopped outside Jinsui Pass, and waited in Xieyang Valley for a month in vain. But in the end, he didn't get the opportunity he wanted. Now, he led an army of 800,000 and came to the city again. This time, he will never return empty-handed, because he waited for the Five Nations Alliance, and waited for the situation and opportunity he wanted most. There are 5 great dynasties. Even if each side only sends out 800,000 troops, that adds up to a terrifying 4 million tiger and wolf army. 4 million? What can Daxia use to stop it? For this battle, he had carefully simulated the sand table hundreds of times. He secretly vowed to lead the army into the capital of Daxia before other dynasties. Report to the Supreme State. All the troops have finished their meals and can move eastward at any time to attack Jinsui Pass. A young general ran over quickly, full of energy and fighting spirit, and reported loudly. Yang Jun came back to his senses from his reverie, patted the dust on his armor, and pressed his old but powerful hands on the hilt of the sword, and his eyes became firm. Okay. Pass my order. Just as Yang Jun was about to order the army to move out, a military staff suddenly ran out of the general's tent, looking panicked. Supreme State. It's not good. Why are you panicking? Yang Jun glared and shouted, his eyes like a lion, scaring the staff to stop where he was. Humph. Speak. Yes. Yes. Shangs Huguo. His Majesty has issued an urgent decree, ordering you to lead the army to the Rongling Mountains as soon as possible. No mistakes. What? Hearing the words of the staff, Yang Jun and the generals, who had just gathered around, all changed color, their eyes full of disbelief, and even a little anger. Ridiculous. The war is imminent. How can His Majesty's order be so frivolous? A bearded man shouted loudly, his face flushed with anger. General Yu, how dare you disrespect His Majesty? A eunuch with several followers came from a distance, his face gloomy. The general surnamed Yu's face changed slightly, gritted his teeth, and lowered his head. And the other generals also showed fear, because this person is the military supervisor. His status is only below the Shangs Huguo, and he holds the power of life and death, and can deal with most of the generals on the spot. Yang Jun glared at the military supervisor eunuch, and looked at the staff with anger. Write back to His Majesty, and tell him that the army has already set out, and that the front army has begun to attack Jinsui Pass, and cannot withdraw. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the people in the field changed again. The military supervisor was furious, jumping on his toes and shouting, Shangs Huguo, do you know what you are saying? You are disobeying the order. Shut up. Yang Jun shouted, with murderous intent in his eyes. Huailin, do you think this Zhu would dare not kill you? The eunuch named Huailin's eyelids jumped, and he swallowed his saliva secretly when he looked at the generals around him, whose eyes suddenly became dangerous. Hey, Shang Tsungwo, I have no intention of disrespecting you. It's just that His Majesty's order. Before Huailin finished speaking, the staff member interrupted him impatiently. Shang Tsungwo, I'm afraid we must lead the army back immediately and head to Rongling Mountains. Yang Jun narrowed his eyes and looked at the pale-faced staff, and suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. What do you mean? Shang Tsungwo, we have been fooled. Qingqiu dynasty has no intention of sending troops to Daxia at all. They raided our lightened camp early this morning, and the generals in the camp failed to send back even a complete message. After the Qingqiu army broke through the lightened camp, they divided into 5 groups and drove straight into the heart of Yinbua. They have conquered 4 important towns or key places such as Qinghua and Shanong. Our army has almost no defense in the south. According to intelligence, the total number of enemy troops should be between 800,000 and 1 million. And their combat power is extremely strong. Yang Jun could no longer hear the following words, because his mind had already been booming, as if hundreds of thunders were constantly exploding. The 6 or 7 generals around were also horrified and trembling, and they could hardly accept such a sudden change. No, it's impossible. Our 5 countries have clearly signed an alliance, and Qingqiu dynasty is the initiator of the alliance. How could they go back on their word? Fake. Yes, fake. There must be something wrong here. This is a conspiracy by Daxia's secret agents to confuse people's minds. How could this happen? How could this happen? After hearing the specific reason, Huailin was also shocked, and hurried forward to grab the secret talisman disc from the hands of the staff to verify. After a few breaths, Huailin's face turned pale, and he looked at Yang Jun with trembling lips. Really? Really? It's true. Shang Tsungwo, we have been fooled. Yang Jun shook his head vigorously, and punched his temple hard, and then forced himself to calm down. Although the facts are cruel, he has to accept it now. He is the pillar of the Yunbua dynasty, and the most solid barrier of the Yunbua dynasty. He must shoulder his mission and responsibility. After taking a deep breath, Yang Jun gritted his teeth and shouted, Pass on my order. Order Lin Chuang to lead his cavalry to the Rongling ancient ferry without stopping day and night to intercept the Qingqiu cavalry that may penetrate deep into the city. Order Wang Duo to lead 80,000 troops to stay in the Xieyang Valley camp to guard against the Daxia army. Order Cao Ke to lead his cavalry to carefully explore and clear the way along the way to the Rongling Mountains to prevent the Qingqiu army from sending elite troops to ambush and harass halfway. Order the rest of the army to immediately move camp to the southwest and rush to the Rongling Mountains as quickly as possible. Everyone must strictly abide by military orders. Anyone who leaves his post without permission or disobeys orders in secret will be killed. Yes. The generals responded in unison. With a heavy heart, Yang Jun finally glanced in the direction of Daxia in the east, and a look of unwillingness and humiliation flashed in his eyes. He would never have thought that he had just vowed to break through the Jinsui Pass and enter the Daxia imperial capital. But in the blink of an eye, everything shattered like bubbles. This time, he had to lead his army away again. He didn't know whether the other 3 dynasties would continue to attack Daxia according to the alliance. And he didn't know whether he would have the opportunity to lead the army to the outside of Jinsui Pass again this time. Although everything was unknown, he had a sad premonition in his heart. Perhaps, Jinsui will become the biggest regret of his life. He, I'm afraid, will never have the chance to walk up to the gate tower of Jinsui Pass again. The Great Xia Palace. Most of Tianan was in chaos at this time, but Xia Ao's side was still singing and dancing. After walking out of Watai Palace refreshed, Xia Ao walked to Qianqing Palace and enjoyed a hearty breakfast leisurely. Looking at his calm and comfortable expression, it was as if the war that burned most of Tianan had nothing to do with him. However, although Xia Ao was free and comfortable, others did not dare to. So, Zhao Gao, Yuan Tiangang, Li Si, Gao Zhua and others, who knew that Xia Ao would get up and eat at noon, waited outside a quarter of an hour in advance. When Xia Ao finished his meal, everyone who received Shangguan Wanner's signal entered the palace one by one. Your Majesty, no need to be polite. My lords. Xia Ao waved his hand, put down his teacup, and looked at it with a smile. Tell me, how much trouble have those neighbors made? Your Majesty, the David dynasty and the Yunbua dynasty were completely unprepared. so they almost collapsed at the first blow under the carefully prepared fierce attacks of the Great Chu, Daliang, and Qingqiu dynasties. At present, the main forces of the David dynasty in the north and south have been defeated by the Great Chu and Daliang. The David dynasty was shocked and has quickly withdrawn the 500,000 troops deployed on the border of our dynasty. The rest of the troops are also shrinking and gathering in the central hinterland. It can be predicted that in the next period of time, the Chu army and the Liang army will be unstoppable all the way until they kill into the core hinterland of David. Yuan Tiangang responded quickly and gave a brief report on the situation of the David dynasty. After that, Yuan Tiangang silently stepped back, obviously leaving the situation of the Yunbei dynasty to Zhao Gao. Zhao Gao did not refuse, and bowed his head to Xia Ao and whispered, "Your Majesty." Although the attack from the Yunbei dynasty was only from the Qingqiu dynasty, the great results and rapid progress of Qingqiu were not inferior to the two opponents. In the early morning of this morning, the Qingqiu dynasty defeated the Yunbei Leiden camp in just 1 hour and wiped out the 150,000 Yunbei troops in the camp. Afterwards, the Qingqiu army was divided into 5 groups. As of half an hour ago, they had successively conquered 5 important towns and key hubs of the Yunbei dynasty, making most of the southern border of the Dianbo dynasty has no defenses and no soldiers available. Its speed is so fast and its momentum is so strong, like thunder. In addition, according to the intelligence sent back by the frontline spies, the strength of the Qingqiu army is comparable to that of our Daxia army. Of course, this does not include our elite army. The Qingqiu dynasty should also have a similar elite army, but the scale should be limited. The specific situation needs further investigation. Xia Ao nodded slightly, with a faint smile on his lips. The Qingqiu dynasty is indeed not simple, and the actions of the Chu and Daliang are not slow either. It's a pity for David and Yunbei. Haha. These two countries are pitiful. They didn't even know they were sold out by their allies. After shaking his head and laughing, Xia Ao sighed and said, "Since they are so pitiful, I will reluctantly help them. In this way, let the bad people and Luoyang send them some useful information in the future, so that they can hold on for a longer time and drag more people to take the blame." Yes. Yuan Tiangang and Zhao Gao hurriedly accepted the order, and looked at the other people secretly with strange eyes. Poor David dynasty and Yunbei dynasty. They are going to be calculated again. How is the preparation of Dajin? Xia Ao took a sip of tea and asked a different topic. Your Majesty, everything is ready. As long as you issue an imperial decree, Dajin will be completely incorporated into Daxia immediately, and within 3 days, all possible unrest will be wiped out. Right, Prime Minister Li Si bowed and replied, "Very good. Let's get started." Xia Ao nodded with satisfaction. As you wish. Chapter 161, Expulsion from the Jin Dynasty. The Jin Dynasty Palace. The Hoshian Hall, which should have been solemn and quiet, was now noisy and chaotic, and all the civil and military officials looked unhappy, because today was a grand court meeting. They had been waiting here since dawn, but when the sun was already in the middle of the sky, there was still no decree to summon them to court. How could they not be annoyed? Moreover, the pillars of the new dynasty, such as the regent Feng Ben, the leader of the Pishio Guard Shi Yao, and the general of the cavalry He Taichung, never showed up, and even the commander of the Dongting army, Wang Ming, was nowhere to be seen, which gave many people a bad feeling. At this time, as a young eunuch whispered something to the imperial censor Bai Songhe, Bai Songhe's face changed instantly. Everyone, hearing Bai Songhe's loud shout, the Jin dynasty officials who were discussing one after another stopped talking and frowned at Bai Songhe. Everyone, something big has happened. Bai Songhe gritted his teeth and said with an extremely serious face. Hearing this, many ministers were not surprised but happy, and many people showed excitement. Censor Bai, did the 5 Dynasties Alliance really invade Daxia? Yes. Censor Bai, could it be that Daxia has been defeated? Could it be that the army of Dachu or Yunbei invaded my Dajin? Although Dajin became a vassal state of Daxia, and although Wan Insong had died inexplicably, there were still many people in the court of Dajin who fantasized that Dajin had a chance to break away from Daxia's control and restore its former glory. Naturally, everyone present knew about the 5 Dynasties Alliance to attack Xia, so they were excited, because this would be a great opportunity for Dajin to move towards a new life. However, facing the expectant and excited eyes, Bai Songhe revealed a piece of news that stunned everyone and froze them in place. The Five Dynasties Alliance. Civil strife. In the early morning of today, Da Chu and Daliang suddenly raised troops to attack the David dynasty, while the Qingqiu dynasty attacked the Yunbo dynasty. What? Hearing such news, many people jumped up in shock, and their eyes almost popped out, because this is completely contrary to the situation they expected. Too dramatic. How is this possible? Bai Yushi, you must be joking. Right? Some people shook their heads with confused eyes, refusing to believe it. Such a shocking event. How can this Yushi joke? Bai Songhe glared at the man, his face extremely ugly. Qingqiu, Daliang, and Dachu. None of them sent troops to Daxia. And David and Yunbo are currently unable to protect themselves. How can they enter Daxia? The so-called Five Dynasties Alliance to attack Xia is simply a joke. Seeing Bai Songhe's expression, everyone had to accept this shocking and cruel fact. How could it be so? How could it be so? No wonder. No wonder there is not much movement in Daxia. No wonder Daxia did not order the conscription of my Dajin army. They clearly knew about this a long time ago. I'm afraid it's not just this. Why did the Five Dynasties Alliance to attack Xia have internal strife? Is Daxia playing tricks in this? If so, it's too terrible. Hiss. If this is true, doesn't it mean that Daxia has easily played all the dynasties in the entire Tianan in the palm of its hand? Hey, more than that? I'm afraid Qingqiu, Daliang and Dachu haven't reacted yet. They are clearly being used as pawns and monkeys by Daxia. But they are still complacent and self-satisfied. Just as the crowd was talking, the inner door of the palace suddenly opened, and a eunuch standing outside the palace shouted loudly, "Announce, all officials enter the court." After waiting for almost 2 hours, the court meeting is finally about to begin. The civil and military officials have not yet recovered from the shocking changes they just learned, and the appearance of this eunuch made them secretly complain. After half a quarter of an hour, more than 100 ministers entered the court meeting hall and stood solemnly in two groups of civil and military officials. Until this time, Feng Ben, Shi Yao, He Taichong, Wang Ming and others walked in from outside the palace and joined the group. All officials come to see the emperor. As a middle-aged eunuch standing on the side of the imperial step shouted with a shrill voice. All the civil and military officials knelt down together. Bow. Long live your majesty. Stand up. When all the ministers of the great Jin dynasty stood up and looked up, the hall was instantly silent. Most of the ministers opened their mouths and eyes wide, with a look of shock and confusion on their faces, because the throne was empty at this moment. There was a soft couch next to the throne, on which sat two women, and the 3-year-old emperor was sitting obediently between the two women. The reason why the ministers were shocked was because of the identities of the two women. The former queen of the great Jin dynasty, Tao Yushu, and the fifth princess, Wan Yin Yao Yao. Of course, they are now in another identity, the imperial concubine of the great Xia dynasty. How could they appear here? In the dead silence, Tao Yushu touched the little emperor's head and smiled gently. Chenner, issue an edict. The little emperor nodded obediently, cleared his throat, and spoke in a baby voice while looking at the ministers in the hall. The great Xia dynasty has a vast territory and rich resources. It is a land of God-given beauty. The great Xia court is full of counselors and generals, and its weapons are the best in the world. It is a brave and invincible country blessed by God. The great Xia emperor is wise and brave, with great talent and strategy, and is an emperor who has never appeared in the world. Therefore, I have decided to issue the last edict to completely merge my great Jin into the great Xia dynasty, so that my great Jin subjects will all be the people of the divine land of great Xia, and enjoy eternal peace and wealth. Since my imperial edict has been issued, all my great Jin subjects must obey and must not disobey. If anyone disobeys, it is a treason, and he will be punished for treason, and his 3 clans will be exterminated. After speaking, the little emperor hurriedly looked at Tao Yushu nervously, until Tao Yushu nodded slightly with satisfaction. Then he stuck out his tongue and felt relieved. At this time, Wan Yin Yao Yao looked at the middle-aged eunuch and signaled him to read the complete edict. The sudden change was too sudden and too violent, so it was not until the complete edict was read that the officials of the great Jin in the hall came to their senses. Ridiculous. My great Jin has been around for nearly 1,000 years. How can we let you destroy it? Traitor! Traitor! Tao Yushu, Wan Yin Yao Yao, you are simply a disgrace to my great Jin royal family. Shame! You bully your majesty because he is young, and want to hold your majesty hostage to sell out the country. But you want to ask this old minister if he agrees. General. General of the cavalry. General of the East. Why are you all silent? My great Jin is about to be completely destroyed. Why are you still pretending to be dumb? Commander Chun. The witch bewitched His Majesty. Why don't you quickly order the Imperial Guards to capture and kill them? For a moment, the officials of the Jin dynasty were furious, and most of them looked extremely ugly. More than a dozen ministers even stood out and cursed angrily. Who else objects? Stand up. I will make the decision for you. Feng Bin walked out of the class with an expressionless face, turned to face the officials, and said indifferently, seeing Feng Bin finally stand up. Some people's eyes lit up, and they hurriedly strode out and stood in the center with a dozen ministers who cursed. However, some people realized that something was wrong. Not only did not stand up, but also suppressed the anger on their faces and lowered their heads. At the same time, there were also smart people who not only did not stand up, but also grabbed their close colleagues who wanted to walk out and stop them. After more than 100 breaths, there were already 35 people standing in the center of the hall. No more. Feng Bin looked around and saw that no one stood up again. He finally looked at the 35 people headed by the Imperial Censor by Songhe, with a complicated look. Among these people, some had grudges against the powerful people in Daxia, and some were afraid of losing their huge family business. But more than half were loyal ministers of Dajin. Feng Bin was extremely reluctant to see these people, but no matter how reluctant he was, he had to do it. Otherwise, he and his family would lose their heads. After taking a deep breath, Feng Bin's eyes became firm. Your Majesty is right. It is inevitable that Daxia will unify Tianan with the foundation and strength of our Dajin. Swearing to resist will only result in countless lives being lost in vain and countless families being broken up. Therefore, this region is willing to obey your Majesty's will. As for you, disobeying your Majesty's last will has violated the crime of treason. The crime is unforgivable. As he said, a cruel look flashed in Feng Bin's eyes. Where is Qinling, the commander of the Imperial Guards? I'm here. Qinling stepped out quickly and responded loudly. Execute it. Yes. Qinling turned around and waved his arm. Come here. Take them out of the Meridian Gate and behead them immediately. Also, send troops to the residences of the traitors, confiscate their homes, and exterminate their 3 clans. Got the order. Outside the hall, many young Imperial Guards responded. Some led the Imperial Guards, like wolves and tigers, into the hall, while others quickly led people away. Shock. Another shock. The 35 officials of the Great Jin were so shocked that their faces turned pale, and they were furious. They would never have thought that this was Feng Bin's fishing trick. This Feng Bin was actually a running dog of the Great Xia. Traitor. Traitor. You will not die well. All of you will not die well. Bai Songhe was so angry that he trembled and pointed at Feng Bin. He Taichung, Qinling and others and cursed them crazily. As the Imperial Guards began to tie and drag, some people shouted and cursed like white pine cranes. But some were so scared that they urinated and began to beg. However, no matter what kind of behavior they took, they could not avoid the same fate. When all 35 people were dragged out, the remaining ministers in the hall were terrified and silent. At this moment, even if there were still people who were unwilling and angry, they dared not show it. Several generals who held military power had become people of Daxia. What else could they resist? From now on, there is no Dajin in the world. All the old lands of Dajin are Daxia's territory. We are all the people of Daxia. Tao Yushu slowly stood up and spoke loudly, with cold and calm eyes. If you know what's best for you, you can cooperate with me. Maybe you can save your life and property, and even get a seat in the court of Daxia. But if you dare to have other intentions and plot rebellion, you know the consequences. After saying that, Tao Yushu and Wanyan Yaoyao took the abdicated little emperor away. Just as the officials in the hall looked at each other, not knowing what to do, more than a dozen figures walked in from outside the hall. And the leader was Sun Yu. Chapter 162 Zhou. Ask for help from Daxia? Sun Xingshu, Feng Bin, He Taichung, Qinling and others did not dare to neglect, and hurried forward to greet and salute. With a humble attitude, Sun Yu responded with a gentle smile, and then stood at the front of the train. Everyone, let me introduce myself first. I am the Minister of Personnel of the Daxia dynasty. Sun Yu. Minister of Personnel? The eyes of the officials of the Dajin dynasty flashed, and they all held their breath and stared at Sun Yu. As the saying goes, a new emperor has his own ministers. Now that the Dajin dynasty has been destroyed, what kind of status these important officials of the Dajin dynasty can obtain in Daxia is entirely decided by the other party. After all, the Minister of Personnel is in charge of this aspect. You should also know that the territorial levels of Daxia are divided into prefectures, counties, towns, and villages from high to low. However, in view of the rapid expansion of Daxia's territory and the dramatic increase in territory after the unification of Tianan in the future, the existing territorial hierarchy is no longer applicable. Therefore, His Majesty has issued an order to add a state level above the prefecture, and the scope of the state is temporarily set as the old country. At present, Daxia has 3 states. The first state is called Xiazhou, which is the old land of Daxia. The second state is called Yuzhou, which is the old land of Dayue. As for the third state, His Majesty named it Jianzhou, and its scope is naturally the old land of Dajin. In the future, the old Jin imperial capital will be the Jianzhou state capital. Of course, Daxia will naturally have 5 new states soon. Sun Yu smiled faintly and paused slightly, then changed the topic. Okay, let's get back to the point. Next is the issue that you are most concerned about. Since you are in your current position, I think you all have certain abilities. In the next few days, this Shangshu will conduct an inspection on you. The inspection results will be related to your new identity, status, and specific place of employment. According to the rules, half of those who pass the inspection will be sent to Xiazhou and Yuzhou to perform their duties. Therefore, I hope you will make relevant preparations for this. After the words fell, a voice suddenly sounded. What if the inspection fails? This is a good question. Sun Yu did not get angry, but smiled gently at the person asking the question. If the inspection fails, you can also be a leisurely and rich man, and spend the rest of your life in peace and stability. Of course, if someone dares to plot ill and secretly make trouble, what will be the end? I believe I don't need to say more. Right? Hearing Sun Yu's assurance and warning, some people secretly breathed a sigh of relief, while others were startled and lowered their heads, not knowing what they were thinking. Daliang Dynasty. Imperial Palace? What did you say? Qingqiu Dynasty invaded Yunbua? Daliang Emperor Liang Jingtian's face changed slightly, staring at Yang Shuo, the head of the night patrol. Absolutely true. Yang Shuo nodded affirmatively, his face grim. Your Majesty, after learning about this, I immediately sent death squads to sneak into Qingqiu Chuanxua camp. Chuanxua camp was the main camp of Qingqiu Dynasty deployed on the border of Daxia Dynasty, preparing to attack Daxia. There, Qingqiu Dynasty should have gathered 600,000 troops. Liang Jingqian's heart sank, staring at Yang Shuo and asking urgently. What was the result? There were less than 100,000 people in it, and most of them were city guards mobilized nearby, and some were even pretending to be Li Fu. Yang Shuo responded in a deep voice, then gnashed his teeth and said, Your Majesty, Qingqiu Dynasty has no intention of attacking Daxia at all. We have also been fooled by them. How could this be? Liang Jingtian's face changed constantly, and he felt a great confusion in his mind. Could it be that Qingqiu Dynasty never thought of attacking Daxia from the beginning to the end, and their purpose was to transfer the main force of Yunbua Dynasty to let Yunbua Dynasty relax its vigilance, and then take down Yunbua as quickly as possible? Or did Qingqiu Dynasty discover something? Or did Daxia reveal something to them, which made Qingqiu Dynasty temporarily change its plan? Liang Jingtian would never have thought that when he was calculating others, he was also calculated. Just now, he was still complacent about the Daliang army's overwhelming attack on David. But he didn't expect that in the blink of an eye. He encountered an unexpected change. It will take time to verify the specific situation. Yang Shuo shook his head, then said seriously, Your Majesty, what should we do next? Liang Jingtian squinted his eyes and paced for a while. Then his expression was determined. Transfer half of the troops deployed in the north to the west to strengthen the defense in the direction of Qingqiu Dynasty. Yang Shuo understood that His Majesty was worried that Qingqiu Dynasty would start a war on 2 fronts and wait for an opportunity to attack Daliang. The troops deployed in the north were originally intended to be used to attack Daxia from front and back to destroy Qingqiu's 600,000 main elite troops. But now it is obviously no longer useful. It is safest to transfer half of them to guard Qingqiu. In addition, send an additional 200,000 elite troops to attack David. We must capture the capital of David before Dachu. Finally, send another envoy to Dachu to reason with the Queen Mother of Dachu and make it clear that we must not fight each other and strive to form an alliance. Otherwise, Qingqiu and Daxia are already strong. If we fight among ourselves again, we will definitely be defeated one by one. Yes, I understand. Yang Shuo bowed his head to accept the order and then left in a hurry. The capital of David. The palace. The short and fat David Emperor Wei Yong was so anxious that he was spinning around, panting heavily. Waste. A bunch of waste. How much real money do I spend every year to support them? But they are so good. They collapse at the first blow. And some even grovel and surrender. And you? Every day. You boast about how strong my David's army is, and advise me to increase military spending. Okay. I listen to you. I live frugally and tighten my belt to supply the army. But what's the result? Huh? Facing the furious Wei Yong, a group of ministers naturally lowered their heads and dared not say a word. But in their hearts, I don't know how many people were complaining. Still living frugally. You have built countless useless, luxurious palaces. Still tightening your belt? Don't you look at your fat waist? Looking at the whole Tianan. If it comes to greed for enjoyment, I'm afraid even the Emperor of Daxia can't compare to you. Your Majesty, the most urgent task is to find a way to save the country. An old minister with white hair and beard gritted his teeth and stood up, persuading with a wry smile. This person's name is Tan Yuanda, and he is Prime Minister David. Save the country? Wei Yong jumped up and shouted angrily. I don't know how to save the country. But how can I save it now? Daliang and Dachu. Neither of them is weaker than us. Now they are teaming up to bully me. How can I save it? Although Wei Yong lived an absurd life and coveted enjoyment, he was also very clear that Dachu and Daliang were stronger than David. But he refused to admit it and lost his face. Your Majesty. Now, I'm afraid we can only seek foreign aid. A civil official stood up and said nervously. Foreign aid? Wei Yong narrowed his eyes at first, and then his eyes lit up, showing expectation. You mean Daxia? That's right. Your Majesty. If my David is really divided by Dachu and Daliang, then the strength will naturally increase greatly, which is obviously not a good thing for Daxia. Seeing Wei Yong's expectation, the civil official nodded repeatedly, thinking that his suggestion was very good. I believe that as long as your Majesty is willing to promise Daxia sufficiently favorable conditions to satisfy the Emperor of Daxia, Daxia will definitely send troops to help us. What a joke. A cold snort suddenly sounded. But it was Tan Yuanda who made it. Don't forget, we have joined the alliance to attack Xia before, and have mobilized a large number of troops to the border of Daxia, sharpening our swords against Daxia. In this case, how could Daxia agree to help me? David? As soon as Tan Yuanda finished speaking, there was a series of sighs in agreement. Yes, it's good that Daxia didn't take advantage of the situation. So why would it help us? The Emperor of Daxia is domineering by nature. He is not a benevolent monarch. Even if he can see the threat to Daxia after Dachu and Daliang become stronger, I'm afraid he won't help us who were enemies before. Alas, I have said long ago that my David's national strength is limited and cannot be involved in such a big event. But some people just don't listen. Now, we have been sold out by our allies, and we have to turn to the enemy for help, hoping that the enemy can be kind enough to help us. Isn't this absurd? Some people agreed, and naturally some people opposed. What are you talking about? The relationship between countries is based on interests. As long as there is profit. Who is not a king of changing faces? Yes, the past is not the point. The point is the present, the future, and the benefits that can be obtained. As long as we can promise Daxia enough benefits. How can Daxia refuse? That's right. Doesn't the Emperor of Daxia like beauties? Then we will cater to his preferences. Give the Emperor of Daxia 100 beauties. This is not enough. We should send a few of the most beautiful princesses. After all, only princesses can reflect my David's sincerity. Listening to the heated discussions, Tan Yuanda's face turned green and red, humiliated and helpless. Do you think that the Emperor of Daxia can really be bought with beauty? Why should the Prime Minister be anxious? Aren't we discussing this? Sending beauties is just to cater to the personal preferences of the Emperor of Daxia. As for the real benefits, we have to talk about it separately. Yes, if we allow Dachu and Daliang to continue to attack, David will definitely be destroyed. In this case, it is better to cede some territory to Daxia in order to seek Daxia's protection. At least, it can save David's country. That's right. As long as the Green Mountains are there, there will be no worries about lack of firewood. As long as David's foundation is still there, there will be a chance to get back everything he'd lost in the future. But if you still look back and forth at this time, you will have nothing. Ten Yuan opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. As these people said, David now has no way out except to beg Daxia. As for success or failure, maybe we can give it a try. Wei Yang's face changed for a while, and suddenly his eyes became fierce. Let's do it. Send envoys to Daxia immediately. As long as Daxia is willing to send troops to help, whether it is beauties, territory or resources, everything is easy to talk about, let alone the princess. Even if Emperor Xiao wants my concubine, it is not impossible. Hearing the last sentence, all David's ministers in the hall were stunned. Some people wanted to say something, but they didn't say it in the end. Although giving his own concubine to the Emperor of Daxia was a great humiliation for David. But, compared with David's national heritage and his own life, what is this humiliation? It must be said that although His Majesty only knows how to enjoy himself on weekdays, he can still take it and let it go at the critical moment. Chapter 163 Twin Princesses. 2 Concubines. July 5th. Daxia Imperial Capital. Zhuxiang Mansion. Looking at Li Si fishing leisurely by the pond, David's envoy Shao Qing was so anxious that he was scratching his head. But he didn't dare to disturb him. And he didn't even dare to breathe, for fear of ruining the big thing. I don't know how long it took. The calm water surface suddenly rippled, and then a carp with a fiery red body was caught in the air. Red body and pink cheeks. It's still a rare thing. Not bad. Li Si pulled the carp in front of him and looked at it carefully for a while, and laughed with satisfaction. Shao Qing waited for the opportunity, hurriedly smiled and praised, and stepped forward. Li Xiang is really a person favored by heaven. This luck is really enviable. Looking at the color of this fish, it is clearly a lucky mascot of prosperity and happiness. Li Si threw the carp into the fish basket, took the handkerchief handed by the maid to wipe his hands, turned sideways, and looked at Shao Qing expressionlessly. Joy! Where does joy come from? Joy comes from the east. I, Shao, am the one who brings joy. Shao Qing, with a flattering smile on his face, stood 2 steps in front of Li Si, with his waist slightly bent. Oh! What gift does Lord Shao want to give me? Li Si raised his eyebrows, smiling, replying to Prime Minister Li. Shao's gift is actually my David's gift. This gift is for you and Daxia. I brought the one for you when I came here, and handed it to the chief steward in your mansion. While Shao Qing was speaking, he pulled out a letter from his sleeve and handed it to Li Si respectfully with both hands. The middle-aged man in a tight suit, who had been standing behind Li Si with a blank expression, came forward to take it, opened it, and checked it for a while, and then spread it in front of Li Si. Li Si took a look and smiled. Your country is really willing to give. Seeing Li Si's satisfied expression, Shao Qing felt relieved and his smile became more sincere. It is my honor to satisfy Prime Minister Li. Li Si waved his hand to signal the middle-aged man to step back, and then asked lazily, Tell me, what do you want me to do with such a big gift? Prime Minister Li has a keen eye, and I dare not keep you in suspense, so I will speak directly. When Shao Qing was about to make a request, Li Si suddenly frowned. I had a stiff neck last night, and it seems that it is not convenient to look up and talk. Shao Qing was stunned at first, and then his expression froze. After gritting his teeth, Shao Qing bent his knees. It is Shao who has no sense, and I hope Prime Minister Li will not blame me. I wonder if Prime Minister Li will feel more relaxed. Looking at Shao Qing, who was kneeling on one knee and looking up with a smile, Li Si showed satisfaction in his eyes. Very good. Well, go on. Thank you. Prime Minister Li. Prime Minister Li, you also know the current situation of my David dynasty. If my David is really divided by De Chu and Daliang, then the foundation of Chu and Liang will definitely increase greatly. At that time, it will also bring a considerable threat to the Xia. So, Shao came here to ask for help from your country in accordance with the order of my majesty. After saying that, Shao Qing stared at Li Si nervously. His expression was uneasy. Li Si frowned slightly, and his face turned cold. Ask for help? Lord Shao. Are you kidding? If I remember correctly, you have joined the alliance to attack Xia. And a few days ago, hundreds of thousands of troops gathered on the border of Xia, intending to plunder Xia. I haven't settled this account with you yet, and now you are asking me for help. What a joke. Shao Qing's heart sank. But he had been prepared for this, so he didn't lose his composure. Prime Minister Li? David? was forced to do this. You know, I, David, am just a small country. And those 4 countries are as tyrannical as tigers and wolves. If we don't agree, they will unite to destroy me. David, you mean? They are tigers and wolves. And we can't offend them. And I, Daxia, are lambs. And we can provoke them at will. Li Si sneered repeatedly, not buying it. Xiao Qing's mouth was bitter. But he could only bite the bullet and continue to speak. Prime Minister Li, I, David, have realized my mistake. And I have told His Majesty that as long as His Majesty the Emperor of Xia can calm down and Daxia is willing to send troops to help, I, David, am willing to send hundreds of beauties, a princess, and 3 prefectures in the west. 3 prefectures? Li Si sneered disdainfully, mocking, the Wei land currently occupied by Dachu and Daliang has reached 6 prefectures. Right? 3 prefectures? Huh? Are you David sending beggars? After saying that, Li Si waved his hand impatiently. Come on. Send the guests away. Slow. Slow. Xiao Qing hurriedly raised his hand and shouted. Then gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, in this way. Why don't you, Prime Minister Li, let me know what His Majesty the Emperor of Xia wants first. And then I will ask His Majesty for instructions? Of course. If Prime Minister Li can help to say a few words, it would be great. Afterwards, I, David, will also have a great gift. Li Si frowned, thought for a while, and slowly spoke. Well, since you are quite sincere, I will tell you the truth. My Majesty is extremely domineering. It is good enough that he did not send troops to destroy you directly for David's behavior. So, if you want to talk about this matter, you must first calm my Majesty's anger. Only by doing this can we have a chance to talk. Understand? Xiao Qing's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly clasped his fists and bowed to Li Si with great sincerity. I hope Prime Minister Li will teach me. It's actually simple, and you have already thought of it. My Majesty likes beauties. As long as the people you send can make my Majesty happy. Then, Xiao Qing felt relieved and hurriedly asked, then I wonder how many beauties should be sent? Or what kind of beauties? To satisfy His Majesty Emperor Xia? Quality is more important than quantity, Li Si said slowly. And seeing Xiao Qing thinking about something, he continued to give some advice. I heard that among the princesses of the David dynasty, there is a pair of twins who are indistinguishable from each other. Xiao Qing's face changed slightly, and he felt even more helpless. He knew that if the Emperor of Daxia really wanted women, those 2 would most likely not be able to escape, because Wei Jichuan and Wei Jiqiu were the most beautiful beauties among the David princesses, plus the fact that they were twins. Their temptation was self-evident. Prime Minister Li, are you talking about Princess Jichuan and Princess Jiqiu? Yes, that's them. Li Si smiled and nodded, stroking his short beard and speaking softly. Your Majesty of our dynasty has also heard of their names, and has mentioned them several times. If you can send them here, your Majesty's anger should be calmed by half. Half? Xiao Qing's heart skipped a beat, and he smiled bitterly. Then, the other half? As for the other half, I'm afraid only your country's concubine Lan and Lady Ning can be matched, Li Si said slowly, with an inexplicable smile. When these words came out, Xiao Qing's eyes were filled with uncontrollable anger, and his face turned red. Prime Minister Li, please don't joke. Xiao Qing gritted his teeth, although he still had a smile on his face. Anyone could see the anger and humiliation he suppressed under his smile. Concubine Lan. That is one of David's only 3 concubines. And she is the youngest and most beautiful concubine. Although Wei Yong, the Emperor of Wei, said that even if Emperor Xia wanted his concubine, it is not impossible to consider it. But that is only limited to ordinary concubines. Xiao Shuan. That is a dignified concubine. If she is given to Emperor Xia, David's face will be completely gone. As for Lady Ning, although she is only the concubine of Lady Mei, she is one of the 2 pearls in David's harem, as famous as concubine Lan, and is also the favorite concubine of Emperor Wei. Daxia wants these 2 concubines. Isn't it cutting off the flesh and blood of Emperor Wei? If this is really agreed, let's not talk about other things. The night of David's harem will be dimmed directly, because the twin princesses Jichuan and Jiqiu, as well as concubine Lan and Lady Ning, are the most beautiful and outstanding beauties in David's harem. Without them, David's harem will be like the moon without them. Li Si snorted coldly and said indifferently, I don't have time to joke with you. I have pointed out the way for you. But since you don't want to go, I have nothing to say. You better go back as soon as possible. Maybe you can accompany your emperor to the west, so that you can get a reputation as a loyal minister. After speaking, Li Si stood up and made a gesture to leave. Shao Qing was immediately anxious and hurriedly stood up and shouted, "Wait a minute. Li Xiang. I didn't say I didn't want to." Li Si stopped and turned to look at Shao Qing suspiciously. "But I saw your expression. You are obviously very unhappy. Even a little angry?" Li Xiang is joking. "How dare I be angry? I was just a little absent-minded for a moment, so my expression was a little stiff." "Oh, really?" Li Si raised his eyebrows with a look of doubt, and then said earnestly, "Shao Lord, this is just a little suggestion from me. You must not force it. Of course, don't let your majesty force it. Otherwise, if this gets out, people will say that Daxia is taking advantage of the situation and forcing people to do things against their will. No, 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 it won't happen." Shao Qing shook his head continuously. Servalan fawning. Shao will seriously report Li Xiang's suggestion to His Majesty, and Shao believes that His Majesty will seriously consider it. After saying this, Shao Qing showed a difficult expression on his face. "But, Li Xiang, even if His Majesty agrees, it will take a long time to send the people here. Moreover, there may be problems along the way, such as encountering the Chu army or the Liang army, and it is not ruled out that the two parties will send troops to intercept and kill them. So, if His Majesty agrees, can Li Xiang persuade His Majesty Emperor Xia to send troops immediately?" Li Si frowned and said unhappily, "I have made it very clear that before we talk about sending troops to help David, we must first send the people there and make His Majesty satisfied with them. Only after this is done can we hope to talk about the following matters. Of course, what you said is not unreasonable. Considering their safety, I will persuade the Ministry of War to send a Peng-class flying armored vehicle escorted by elite soldiers to the capital of David to welcome them. In addition, I will also fight for you to see if I can persuade His Majesty to provide some help to David in terms of intelligence first." Shao Qing thought for a while with a fluctuating expression, gritted his teeth and nodded heavily. "Okay. Thank you, Prime Minister Li. Shao will contact His Majesty as soon as he returns to the post house. As long as there is a response, Shao will visit him as soon as possible." "Yes." Li Si nodded and waved to the steward standing not far away. "Please see Lord Shao off for me." "Yes." After watching Shao Qing's back go away, Li Si's mouth curled up. It was impossible to save David, but David couldn't be destroyed too quickly. So, the reason behind this was not a simple refusal or agreement. Chapter 164 Princess Yunhua. July 12th. Yunhua Dynasty. Imperial Palace. In the crowded court, there was silence and oppression. On the throne with golden clouds and green waves as the base, an old man with a hooked nose, sunken pupils, and wearing a crimson imperial robe sat with a gloomy face. He was the emperor of the Yunhua dynasty, Mu Lianhui. Like Emperor David, he also did not think that the Five Dynasties alliance to attack Xia would be a huge scam. And he did not think that the Qingqiu dynasty, which presided over the alliance, would raise troops to attack his Yunhua. Of course, he did not expect that the foundation and strength of the Qingqiu dynasty would be so terrifying now, which is simply incomparable. In just 10 days, the enemy army almost conquered all the key towns in the south of Yunhua, separating the southern territory from Yunhua. Such reality, like a dream, makes people feel very unreal. Looking back to 20 years ago, the Yunhua dynasty had invaded the heartland of Qingqiu and almost occupied the 5 prefectures in the northwest of Qingqiu. Unexpectedly, 20 years later, the situation was completely reversed, and the intensity was many times stronger than 20 years ago. If the destruction of the Leiden camp could be attributed to the enemy's conspiracy, then the subsequent war was a complete sweep. The total strength of the Yunhua dynasty's 5 key locations in the south was nearly 500,000, and most of them were well defended and had dangerous terrain. But none of them lasted more than 3 days. The battle between the two sides was almost one-sided. 9 days ago, the enemy sent a cavalry of only 10,000 people all the way north, intending to take advantage of the withdrawal of the main force of Yunhua to break into the core area of Yunhua and wait for an opportunity to harass Yunhua's supply line from the rear. Although this cavalry was intercepted in time by the 50,000 elite cavalry led by Eagle Strike General Lin Chuang at the Rongling Ancient Ferry, the results of the battle were chilling. Because of this battle, 30,000 of Yunhua's 50,000 elite cavalrymen died in battle, and more than 10,000 were seriously injured, while the enemy's army lost less than 5,000. If it weren't for the timely arrival of 10,000 vanguard cavalrymen of the guerrilla general Chao Ke, who deterred the enemy, I'm afraid that Lin Chuang's 50,000 elite cavalrymen would have been wiped out. It was through this battle that the Yunbua dynasty clearly realized how terrifying the Qingqiu army was. Since 6 days ago, the main forces led by Yang Jun, the upper pillar of the country, have arrived in Rongling Mountains one after another, and the last 250,000 elite troops mobilized by the court have also arrived later. So far, the main forces of the Yunbua dynasty assembled on the front line of Rongling Mountains have reached 1 million. The geographical advantage of Rongling Mountains is completely on the defensive side, and with Yang Jun, the upper pillar of the country, personally commanding and deploying, it should not be a big problem. However, no one in the Yunbua high level who realized the terrifying combat power of the Qingqiu army could rest assured, including Yang Jun. Therefore, Yang Jun wrote a letter requesting to mobilize the available city guards as a reserve force to enhance the defense. Mu Lianhuai did not object to this, and gave a quota of 800,000 city guards. So far, 500,000 city guards have arrived, and the remaining 300,000 are still on the way. 3 days ago, the army of the Qingqiu dynasty also arrived at the Rongling Mountains. The army sent by the Qingqiu dynasty this time is as many as 1 million people. As of now, Qingqiu has assembled 700,000 troops at the Rongling Mountains. Although their own troops have a great advantage in strength and also occupy the geographical advantage, Yunbua is still in panic. You know, the enemy army suffered less than 50,000 casualties in the successive battles. At present, the Yunbua dynasty has placed all its hopes on Yang Jun. If they lose the battle in Rongling Mountains, the only outcome is the destruction of the country, because almost all the available troops of Yunbua are now placed there, and only 80,000 garrisons and 50,000 imperial guards are still retained in the imperial capital. If the decisive battle is a disastrous defeat, with this amount of troops, nothing can be done at all. Therefore, although the decisive battle has not yet begun, the court of Yunbua is already under a dark cloud, and many people are gloomy and depressed. After a long silence, a voice finally broke the deadlock. Your Majesty, I think, for the sake of safety, you should seek foreign aid. As soon as these words came out, the ministers in the hall moved slightly, and all of them quietly stared at the steps, wanting to see what their own Majesty would react, although this person did not explicitly say which foreign aid he was asking for. In the current situation, in addition to the great Xia dynasty, who else can there be? Mu Lianhuai frowned and said nothing. After a few breaths, another voice sounded. Daxia is also a tiger and a wolf. If we ask them for help, I am afraid that what we get is not help, but a disaster that will destroy our country. Don't forget, the Dai Viet dynasty is the best example. Lord Sun wants me to become the next Dai Viet? Hearing the rebuttal, Sun Qixin, the counselor who spoke earlier, frowned. Then according to Lord Qian, Yunbua, will just wait quietly without doing anything, waiting to be destroyed by Qingqiu? The official surnamed Qian glared at Sun Qixin, showing displeasure. Lord Sun, are you questioning the ability of the Supreme State? Lord Sun is sure that our army will lose before the battle even starts. What is your intention? Sun Qixin narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Lord Qian, don't accuse me of anything. I said that this is just in case. If our army is really defeated, the enemy will be able to march straight in and kill to the imperial capital in a very short time. By then, how can we have time to ask for help? The official surnamed Qian snorted coldly, with a dangerous look in his eyes. So, Lord Sun wants me to follow David's example and send the princess or even the imperial concubine to the emperor of Daxia to play with. Sun Qixin's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly said, Lord Qian, don't talk nonsense. When did Sun say that? The most important thing for the exchange of interests between countries is the substantial resources such as territory and mineral veins, not beauty. If you want to win the support of Daxia, these are the real reliable ones. The official surnamed Qian sneered and said disdainfully, it seems that Lord Sun doesn't know much about David's request for help. David's envoys have never even seen the emperor of Daxia. If they want to meet the emperor of Daxia and pray for Daxia's help, the prerequisite is that David will send the most beautiful princess and imperial concubine first. Does Lord Sun think that Daxia will treat my Yunbua dynasty differently? Sun Qixin couldn't help but choke. His eyes changed for a while, and then he retreated back to the train and stopped talking. This question was too sensitive. If he continued to talk about it, he really didn't know if something would go wrong, or even his life would be lost. After a few breaths of silence, Another unconfident voice sounded. Perhaps we can use the fact that we become a vassal state of Daxia to win over Daxia to send troops? As soon as these words came out, they immediately received many unfriendly stares. Lord He, are you kidding? Don't you know the end of the great Jin dynasty? Dajin. The man's face changed slightly, and he lowered his head hurriedly. Dajin once chose to bow its head and become a vassal state of Daxia. But what was the result? The emperor of Dajin was killed, and Daxia supported a puppet to take the stage. And not long ago, the great Jin dynasty had been completely eliminated and was smoothly incorporated into the territory of Daxia without a single soldier. With such an example, who would dare to become a vassal of Daxia? At this point in the argument, things seemed to have entered a dead end. It was not right to ask for help, and it was not right not to ask for help. All the ministers lowered their heads, and no one said anything. On the throne, Mu Lianhuai's face became even gloomier, and his eyes changed. Faced with the dilemma, he, the emperor, was the first to bear the brunt, and was in a dilemma. Just at this time, a eunuch walked into the hall with his head down. Your Majesty, the eldest princess wants to see you. Upon hearing this, the ministers were stunned at first, and then showed strange colors. Dajin has 2 stunning beauties. David has 4 pearls. And Yunbua dynasty naturally has the most beautiful woman. And Yunbua's most beautiful woman is the eldest princess Mu Qingyu. Unlike Dayua's Tianxiang princess Li Hanxiang and David's twin princesses, Mu Qingyu has already become a wife. The son-in-law who can be favored by Mu Qingyu and approved by Mu Lianhuai is obviously not an ordinary talent. He is a rare genius in the Yunbua dynasty. And he is proficient in the 6 arts, familiar with the art of war, and gentle. It's a pity that perhaps it was jealous of the talent, and the son-in-law died in the 2nd year after the wedding. That is, 7 years ago. As for the cause of her death, even the civil and military officials of Yunbua rarely knew. Putting aside the deceased consort, it is hard not to think too much when the princess comes to see him at this time. On the throne, Mu Lianhuai narrowed his eyes, and after more than 10 breaths of silence, he spoke. Announce. Yes. Soon. A figure walked in. Looking closely, this woman was wearing a moon-white silk dress, holding a transparent round fan with a silver handle, and a light blue tassel ribbon around her waist. Her graceful and round face was covered with a hollow veil made of more than 20 strings of silver threads, a teardrop-shaped hair ornament on her forehead, and a cloud-patterned necklace on her slender and white jade neck. Her facial features were delicate and well-proportioned. Her black hair was tied into a stunning bun, and her appearance was elegant. The princess was graceful and elegant, and her steps were like lotus flowers, and her gazes were glittering, attracting all the brilliance of the hall, making people feel fascinated. Such a beautiful woman is worthy of the name Qingyu, and the title of the most beautiful woman in Yunbua. Father. Mu Qingyu stood still in the hall, bowed her head and knelt, and bowed elegantly to Mu Lianhuai. Qingyu, what are you doing here? If there is nothing important, you should wait until the court meeting is over before talking to me. Mu Lianhuai nodded slightly and said expressionlessly. Mu Qingyu glanced at the ministers in the hall, who were gloomy, pursed her rosy lips, and said something shocking. Father, I am willing to go to Daxia as an envoy, and I will ask Daxia to send troops to help at any cost. After the voice fell, Mu Lianhuai's pupil shrank, and all the ministers raised their heads in shock and looked directly at Mu Qingyu. Although Mu Qingyu's words were very euphemistic, the meaning of her words was very clear. She wanted to use herself as a stepping stone to knock on the door to meet the emperor of Daxia in the hope of getting reinforcements. Some people were confused about this, while others felt reluctant and bitter. Who would have thought that the dignified Yunbua dynasty needed a woman to seek survival at the most dangerous moment? On the throne, Mu Lianhuai, who had come to his senses, showed a hint of anger in his eyes, and waved his hand to reject it without hesitation. Don't talk nonsense. Don't say whether I will send an envoy to Daxia. Even if I do, I won't let you. A woman! Go! Come on! Take the princess down to rest. Mu Qingyu smiled, ignored the eunuchs who came over, and bowed slightly and said, Father, I am the eldest princess of Yunbua. Now, the country is in trouble. If I do nothing, wouldn't I be ashamed of the identity of the eldest princess? Besides, if the worst situation really happens, I am afraid that my son's fate will be even worse. So, I hope that Father will approve my son's request. I thank you. Father! Mu Lianhuai opened his mouth, and finally let out a long sigh, and was speechless for a long time. Chapter 165 The Queen's Pride. July 18th. Dashu Palace. In the pavilion in the center of the lake not far from Watai Palace, Xiao rested his head on Gu Ruoyun's smooth and soft thighs. Tao Yushu gently massaged on the left, and Wan Yin Yao Yao sang on the right. At the same time, there were more than a dozen palace maids on the lake around the pavilion, stirring the moist and cool breeze to drive away the heat for the people in the pavilion. In addition, Dong Fanyu, Li Hanxiang and other concubines brought cold and delicious fruits or fine wines from time to time. Such a nourishing life is so happy. Since completing the task of Dajin, Tao Yushu and Wan Yin Yao Yao's concubines were directly promoted by 4 levels, from the 7th class noble to the 3rd class Jiaoyi. As for Li Hanxiang, who once sought revenge on Wan Yin Yao Yao because of personal grudges, she was demoted to Jiaoyi, and she has been very honest in the past few months after the end of confinement, and has not made any trouble. Now, there are 137 concubines in Xiao's harem, but most of them are only noble ladies, selected ladies, and ladies of the lower 3rd rank. They basically have no chance to be favored alone, let alone accompany Xiao to play or go on tours. As for the middle 3rd rank of imperial concubines, beauties, and talented women, there are a total of more than a dozen people, and only these concubines are qualified to accompany him out. Among them, the ones that Xiao likes the most are mainly Yumarin Yudai, as well as Lu Jijun, Shang Wanxian, Yin Saishi and other imperial concubines. Finally, there are the upper 3rd rank of concubines, among which there is currently no one at the rank of imperial concubine, and there are a total of 6 people at the ranks of concubine and imperial concubine. The highest status among the 6 is naturally concubine Wan Sheng Wan Water, and concubine Yu Dong Fang Yu. After the 2, there are 4 imperial concubines, Gu Ruoyun, Li Hanxiang, Tao Yushu, Wan Yin Yao Yao, etc. And among all the concubines, Shang Wan Water is undoubtedly the most special one, because she was the only concubine with real position and power among all the concubines. She was not only the imperial secretary of the imperial book office and in charge of a group of female officials, but also the controller of the palace maids in the harem. She was far from being comparable to the jade concubine Dong Fangyu, let alone other concubines. Therefore, almost all concubines kept their distance from Shang Wan Water, and no one dared to offend her. As Shang Wan Water appeared in the distance, the eyes of several concubines in the field flashed with strange colors, and their behavior became more solemn and disciplined. Not long after, Shang Wan Water came slowly. Your Majesty, the envoys of the Yunhua dynasty have arrived. The envoy leading the team is the eldest princess of Yunhua, Mu Qingyu. She wants to meet you immediately. What do you think? Hearing the name Mu Qingyu, Tao Yushu, Gu Ruoyun and other concubines all had a flash of eyes, and then blinked and stared at Xiao. They were naturally aware of the title of Yunhua's first beauty, and they also knew the preferences of their own majesty. Since Mu Qingyu chose to lead the team to Daxia at this time, she probably didn't think about going back. And with his majesty's temperament, I'm afraid he would not let Mu Qingyu leave. I just don't know if his majesty will meet Mu Qingyu as request. Xiao opened his eyes, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Saving the country with her life, Mu Qingyu is worthy of the status of the eldest princess. But she thinks too simply. Let the Ministry of Rights entertain her, and leave her alone for now. Yes. Shang Wan Water said yes softly, her expression normal, as if she had guessed Xiao's attitude long ago. On the contrary, the other concubines were somewhat surprised, as if they did not expect that His Majesty could remain calm. What is the current situation on the Ronglin front? Are there any further changes? Hearing Xiao's question, Shang Wan Water shook her head. Your Majesty, at present, the Qingqiu army has no intention of launching a large-scale attack. They are still constantly probing with small forces, and it seems that they should be trying to find loopholes in Yunhua's defense line. However, Yunhua's top pillar Yang Jun has been in battle for a long time, and has extremely rich battlefield experience. It is unlikely that he will make a big mistake. So, there must be something else behind this. Xiao smiled and agreed, you are right. The Qingqiu dynasty is most worried that my great Xia will send troops to seize the fruits of their victory. Therefore, time is very important to them. The sooner they take down Yunhua, the sooner they can rest assured and avoid accidents. In this case, they can obviously break through the defense line with their own strength. So why would they waste time in vain? At this point, Xiao paused slightly and asked, What does Guijia say? Your Majesty, Minister Guo believes that the Qingqiu dynasty should want to start from the inside of Yunhua. And they are probably sure of it. Xiao squinted his eyes and pondered for a while. Then smiled calmly. Yang Jun has a very high prestige in the Yunhua army. And his loyalty to Yunhua is beyond doubt. It is not realistic to start with him. If it were me, starting with Yunhua's military supervision system would undoubtedly be the best choice. Tell Yuan Tiangang and Zhao Gao to let their bad people on the front line and Luowang spies pay close attention to the movements of the military supervision in the Yunhua camp to see if they can find anything. As ordered, Shang Wanwaner bowed, and then asked softly, Your Majesty, if you find anything, do you want to warn Yang Jun? Xiao touched his chin and thought for a while, then made a decision. If it is critical, warn directly, but if there is still a certain amount of time, don't act rashly, and let Mu Qingyu tell it, since she has come to me for help, and I can't agree to rescue her. I have to show some expression. In addition, this will also be helpful for the future management of Yunhua. Yes, I understand. Shang Wanwaner nodded obediently. Xiao nodded slightly, then changed the subject. What about the David dynasty? Your Majesty, the David dynasty is already stretched to the limit under the pincer attack from the Chu state and the Liang state. Now, David has lost more than 60% of its territory. Although this has a lot to do with David's strategy of retreating across the board and shrinking the defense circle, it can also be seen that the combat effectiveness of David's army is low. At present, the vanguards of the Chu army and the Liang army have already come into contact with David's defense circle. The most critical battle may start within 3 to 5 days. Shang Wanwaner first introduced the overall situation of the David dynasty, and then shifted the topic to the David court. Emperor Wei Yong of David was very angry about Li Xiangji's suggestion, and he had to save one person from concubine Lan and Lady Ning. But Li Xiang never gave in. Although Wei Yong was extremely angry, he could do nothing. Yesterday, when the Dalian vanguard almost broke through David Huyeling's defense line, Wei Yong was probably scared. So he finally gritted his teeth and agreed to Li Xiangji's proposal. Before sunrise today, the Peng-class flying armored vehicle sent to the David imperial capital to pick up people and the secretly escorting Golden Peng warships has set off and will arrive before dusk. After listening to Shang Wanwaner's introduction, Xiao shrugged his shoulders and smiled inexplicably. As an emperor, his strongest characteristic is naturally the desire to conquer. He doesn't know what other emperors like and what they want to conquer. And he is not interested. He only knows what he wants. He wants to conquer and occupy the most beautiful things in the world. The supreme and arbitrary power is like this. The country is like this. The resources are like this. And the beauties are also like this. Qingqiu dynasty. The palace. Your Majesty, Princess Mu Qingyu of Yunhua has arrived in the great Xia imperial capital. Jiang Zhan walked quickly into the hall and reported to Yan Chuyun in a solemn voice. After saying that, Jiang Zhan gritted his teeth and said, Your Majesty, are we really not going to assassinate Mu Qingyu? If we don't act now, I'm afraid there will be no chance. Yan Chuyun glanced at Jiang Zhan and said indifferently, What's the point of killing her? Do you think that the Emperor of Daxia is really a tyrant who is blinded by lust? Jiang Zhan couldn't help but pause, and then said unwillingly, But Your Majesty, according to the character of the Emperor of Daxia, Mu Qingyu is at least a good stepping stone. She is very likely to persuade the Emperor of Daxia to send troops. It seems that you still don't understand. Yan Chuyun shook her head with disappointment in her eyes. How are the preparations on the Ronglin front? Jiang Zhan still couldn't figure out what Yan Chuyun meant, but he didn't dare to say more, and honestly lowered his head to respond. Your Majesty, it's almost done, and it won't take more than 5 days at most. 5 days. It seems that it's time to showdown with Daxia. Yan Chuyun whispered softly, thinking. In fact, through the calmness of Daxia since the great changes, Yan Chuyun has always had a feeling that the Emperor of Daxia and her ideas may coincide, and the two may have reached a tacit understanding invisibly. As time goes by, her feeling continues to deepen, which makes her perception of Emperor Xia also change. It is lonely at the top. As an emperor, it is an indescribable feeling to have such a hidden confidant who has never met but is quite tacit. Your Majesty means to send envoys to Daxia immediately and agree to divide the area and remove the stumbling blocks first, and then fight it out? Jiang Zhan looked up and asked carefully. Yes, it's time. Yan Chuyun nodded slightly. If so, It seems that it doesn't matter whether Mu Qingyu is killed or not, Jiang Zhan said thoughtfully. But then, he looked hesitant. But, Your Majesty, we have a precedent of betraying the Five Dynasties alliance. Can Daxia still trust us? Yes. Yan Chuyan stood up, raised her chin and walked with her hands behind her back. With a unique Queen's Majesty. Seeing Yan Chuyan nod in affirmation without hesitation, Jiang Zhan was a little stunned. Why is Your Majesty so sure? Because I believe that the Emperor of Daxia is not a mediocre person. I believe that he and I, even if we are not the same kind of people, at least have the same mind and vision in this matter. Yan Chuyan spoke loudly. Every word was sonorous, like the sound of jade. Her bright and proud eyes were also full of determination and confidence. Only in this way can he be worthy of being my opponent. Compete with me for the entire Tiannan. Listening to Yan Chuyan's loud and deafening words, Jiang Zhan was distracted for a while, and felt that his mood was like the surging river surface, and it took a long time to calm down. This was the Empress who won his heart. She was unrivaled in the world, with the confidence of having the wisdom in her hands and the domineering attitude that looked down upon all living things. He also firmly believed that the Empress would be able to unify the entire Tiannan and even lead the Qingqiu dynasty to a broader world. Chapter 166. It's hard to beg for gifts. The Imperial Palace of Dechu. Queen Mother. 2 hours ago, Prince Xiu was assassinated by an assassin from Daliang in Zhongyu City. Fortunately, Yu Shengsui blocked the fatal blow, and the assassin failed. Prince Xiu is safe and sound. Guilin, the head of the Dark Scale Division, hurried over, glanced at the Imperial Censor Lian Sansheng, and reported to Mi Yan solemnly. Mi Yan's phoenix eyes flickered slightly, and she sighed. It seems that Daliang is quite afraid of Prince Xiu. Fortunately, Prince Xiu is fine. Otherwise my Dechu will definitely be in chaos. Tell Prince Xiu that I am very worried and angry about his assassination. Please be cautious on the front line, and don't let the thieves take advantage of it. Also, send someone to warn the Daliang envoy. If... Queen Mother. Wait a minute. Lian Sansheng suddenly spoke, interrupting Mi Yan's words. Mi Yan frowned slightly, and stared at Lian Sansheng. What does Lian Sansheng have to say? Queen Dowager, I think that the assassin may not really be from Daliang. Daliang and our dynasty have reached an agreement. How can we trigger a war between the two sides and let Daxia and Qingqiu benefit? Lian Sansheng said quickly, with a serious expression. Mi Yan thought, Lian Sansheng means that the assassin's real owner should be David. Or Daxia? That's right. In addition, the possibility of being from Qingqiu cannot be ruled out. Lian Sansheng nodded heavily, calm and composed. So, Queen Dowager, regarding the true origin of the assassin, I think it is necessary to investigate it in detail, so as not to fall into the conspiracy of other countries, intensify the contradictions between our Dachu and Daliang, or even accidentally start a full-scale war, which will benefit the people in the dark for nothing. Mi Yan narrowed her eyes and looked at Guilin. Guiqing, what do you think? Queen Dowager, I think what Lian Yushir said makes sense. Regarding the identity of the assassin, according to the feedback from Zhang Yiqing, there are indeed some doubts that have not been clarified. Guilin replied after thinking for a while. Mi Yan nodded slightly. In this case, let's find out first, and at the same time inform King Xiu to prevent him from being angry and ordering the army to fight with the Liang army. Yes. Guilin bowed his head and accepted the order, and then changed the subject. Queen Mother, David's 4 beauties are about to be taken away by Daxia. Should we kill them halfway? Mi Yan did not respond immediately, but looked at Lian Sansheng. What does Lian Qing think? Queen Mother, I think we should not act rashly. Hearing Lian Sansheng's attitude, Guilin frowned. Lian Yushir, what do you mean? David sent the 2 most beautiful princesses and the 2 most beautiful concubines to the Emperor of Daxia, no doubt to get reinforcements from Daxia. If we allow the 4 of them to be successfully sent to the capital of Daxia, then the army of Daxia will probably march east the next day. By then, won't Daxia be the one to pick the peaches? Lian Sansheng shook his head and said calmly, Master Gua, please be patient. David and Yunbua are now frightened birds standing on the edge of a cliff. In their eyes, Daxia is the only hope. But who knows what Daxia thinks? Don't forget, the eldest princess of the Yunbua dynasty, Mu Qingyu, has already arrived in the capital of Daxia. However, the Emperor of Daxia did not meet Mu Qingyu immediately, which has revealed a special signal. In this situation, David and Yun would jointly ask Daxia for help. Master Gua, Do you think Da Xiao will send troops to help the two countries at the same time? That's impossible. Guilin immediately shook his head and said in a deep voice, although Da Xiao is strong, it is impossible to go to war with Qingqiu dynasty, Dachu and Daliang at the same time in order to rescue other countries. That's right. Lien Sanxing smiled, calm and confident. In the east and west directions, Da Xiao will at most only help one side. No one knows what Da Xiao is thinking and which side it intends to help. But if we kill the 4 David beauties, who are to be given to the emperor of Da Xiao, the emperor will be angry and embarrassed. By doing this, isn't it a disguised way to help Da Xiao make a choice? Let Da Xiao send troops to the east and put ourselves in danger? Hearing this, Guilin was speechless, and Mi Yin also showed a thoughtful look. What Lian Qing said makes sense, and there is no need to mention the assassination. After discussing some other things, Lien Sanxing and Guilin said goodbye and left. Mi Yin pondered alone in the hall for a while, and suddenly called softly, Black Charm. Here. A black shadow appeared silently beside the pillar. The matter of Zhongyu City has nothing to do with you. Right? Don't worry, Queen Mother. I have nothing to do with you. Hearing the response, Mi Yin nodded slightly. She wanted Chu Lishuan to die. But not now. At least, before the destruction of the David dynasty. Chu Lishuan must not die. And the Chu army must not let the Daliang army take too much advantage because of internal unrest. That's good. Remember? You must wait until the Daliang capital is breached before you can take action. Yes. July 20th. Daxia capital. Zhuxiang mansion. Prime Minister Li. The person has been sent. Why hasn't His Majesty the Emperor summoned Xiao? Xiao Qing stared at Li Si, looking a little impatient and a little shocked and angry. Li Si raised his eyebrows and smiled lightly. Why is Lord Xiao so anxious? People have arrived in the imperial capital, but they haven't entered the palace yet. Right? Xiao Qing couldn't help but feel depressed and gritted his teeth and said, Prime Minister Li, I, David, have fulfilled all the conditions you proposed. You can't go back on your word. Right? Li Si frowned slightly, and a look of displeasure appeared on his face. Lord Xiao, please be careful when you speak. What do you mean by the conditions I proposed? That is my suggestion. I didn't force you to do anything. Xiao Qing's cheek muscles twitched, and he gritted his teeth to suppress his anger. Then please trouble Prime Minister Li to arrange for the 2 princesses and the 2 imperial concubines to enter the palace to meet His Majesty Emperor Xia as soon as possible. Okay? I also want to. After all, His Majesty is also quite interested in those 4. Li Si shrugged his shoulders and looked helpless. It's a pity that things are very unfortunate. My Majesty went out of the palace for a tour the day before. Xiao Qing was stunned at first, and then anger welled up in his eyes. Prime Minister Li, you can't be like this. You are playing with my David like a monkey. Monkey? It seems that Lord Xiao wants David to become a dead monkey. Li Si laughed sarcastically, his expression indifferent. Xiao Qing's face changed instantly. A chill surged in his heart, and he suppressed his anger. After taking a deep breath, Xiao Qing forced a smile and bowed deeply. Prime Minister Li, please forgive me. Xiao was anxious for a moment and lost his composure. I hope Prime Minister Li will not take it to heart. Li Si snorted coldly, then waved his hand. Forget it. Since it was an unintentional mistake, I will not be as lenient as you. To tell you the truth, I have already had someone report this to my Majesty. His Majesty said that he would cancel the distant itinerary, end the tour as soon as possible, and return to the imperial capital. Xiao Qing's heart tightened, and he hurriedly asked, then I wonder when His Majesty Emperor Xia can return? At the shortest, 3 or 4 days. At the longest, 8 or 9 days. Hearing the answer, Xiao Qing's face turned pale. Prime Minister Li, now the main forces of Dachu and Daliang have gathered in front of my David's defense line, and they may launch an attack soon. Although my David has mobilized almost all the available forces to defend, the gap in combat power between the 2 sides is not small. I don't know how many days my David can hold on. In this case, every day of delay is fatal to my David. Therefore, Xiao begs Prime Minister Li to persuade His Majesty Emperor Xia to return as quickly as possible. Or, please ask His Majesty Emperor Xia to put forward the conditions first. Okay. Xiao Qing was so anxious that his face flushed, and he even had the urge to kneel down and beg Li Si. Xiao, you are joking. How can we, as ministers, control the will of His Majesty? Li Si shook his head and spread his hands. Then his expression became serious. But Xiao, you can rest assured. I have already secured a good thing for David. My Majesty has agreed to let all the informants of the bad people and Luowan around the battlefield, and in the Chu army and Liang army work together for David to help David control the battlefield situation as much as possible, so as to help David be invincible in terms of battlefield intelligence. I believe, Xiao, you can understand the significance of this point. Right? Xiao Qing's eyes lit up, surprised and happy. The intelligence capabilities of the bad people and Luowan of Daxia have been fully demonstrated in the assassination of Emperor Xia by various countries. You know, in order to assassinate the Emperor of Daxia, the assassins sent by various countries were not only numerous, but also many of them were elites. But what was the result? Not only did those people not pose any threat to Emperor Xia, but they disappeared quietly and inexplicably, and only less than 20% of them escaped back. It was also through that unknown bloody battle that the reputation of Daxiao bad people and Luowan was pushed to the top of the secret spy organization. If he could get the full support of bad people and Luowan, it would be of great significance to David. Really? Of course. There is no reason for me to lie to you. After all, as you said, David was divided by Dachu and Daliang, which is not a good thing for Daxia. Isn't it? Li Si smiled and nodded. Thank you, Li Xiang. David, will always remember this. After a while, I will definitely present a generous gift. Xiao Qing bowed solemnly, and then spoke with a flattering smile. Prime Minister Li, you also know that there is a big gap between our army and the Chu and Liang armies. Even with the full support of Daxia's ears and eyes, at most we can only hold on for a few more days, which is not beneficial to the overall situation. Therefore, I also hope that Prime Minister Li can find a way to ask His Majesty the Emperor of Xia to return as soon as possible to officially start the negotiation of sending troops. Xiao, thank you. After saying this, Xiao Qing bowed to the bottom. His expression was extremely sincere. I will do my best. Li Si nodded reluctantly, and then waved his hand. Come here. Send Lord Xiao off for me. Yes. After half an incense stick, the general manager of the mansion hurried over. Left Prime Minister. Princess Mu Qingyu of the Yunbo dynasty is here to see you again. Li Si blinked, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Mu Qingyu had come once before, but the time was not right at that time, so he did not see her. This time Mu Qingyu came so quickly. Obviously people were watching Xiao Qing's actions. The gift is ready. It's time to meet him. Go. Invite him to the reception room. Yes. Chapter 167. Sitting on the mountain and controlling the tiger to fight. That night, in the central part of the Yunbo dynasty, Yingtu Mountain in the Rongling Mountains, in view of the powerful combat power of the Qingqiu army, the Yunbo army wisely chose to wait for the enemy to tire themselves out, defending but not attacking, and built 3 extremely tight defense lines along the Rongling Mountains that stretched from east to west. Among them, the first line of defense mainly used the dangerous areas in front of the mountain as the hub, such as river mouths, ancient ferry crossings, hilly highlands, man-made fortresses, etc. The second line of defense was distributed along the foot of the mountain, including canyons, pools, slopes, etc. between large and small mountains. The third line of defense included mountain highlands and avenues and paths connecting the north and south. Among them, most of the city guards recruited were distributed on mountain highlands and could harass, block and consume the enemy with long-range attacks. The entire Rongling Mountains line of defense was more than 10 miles from west to east, and on this narrow and long line of defense, the Yunbo dynasty deployed a full 1.8 million troops. Among them, 1 million are the main force, and 800,000 are the city guards, who are not able to bear the heavy task of fighting. Among the 3 lines of defense, the total force arranged on the first 2 lines of defense is only 300,000. Their task is to defend the position and use the geographical advantage to kill as many enemies as possible. The real line of defense is the third one. And on this third line of defense, the Yingtu Mountain Corridor is the most important. If it is captured by the enemy will not only be able to march into the north unimpeded, but also cut off the entire line of defense. Therefore, this key place is personally guarded by Yang Jun, the upper pillar of the country, and the headquarters is located on Yingtu Mountain. At this moment, in the headquarters, Yang Jun is discussing matters with 6 or 7 senior generals. It's really weird. The Qingqiu army has not made any big moves until now. What do they want to do? Yes. And there is no sign that the enemy has taken a detour to other directions. What is their conspiracy? Humph. No matter how many tricks they have. We just need to do what we should do and build the entire defense line like an iron barrel. So we don't have to worry about their tricks. Several generals were worried or disdainful, and had different opinions on the abnormal behavior of the Qingqiu army. On the commander's seat, Yang Jun ignored the arguments of several people, but just stared at the extremely detailed sand table and scanned it again and again. Report! A loud and urgent shout suddenly came from far and near, and quickly spread outside the tent. Not long after, a young general strode in. Report to the Pillar Country. The drums of gathering troops sounded in all the camps of Qingqiu at the same time, and the camp gates were wide open, showing signs of the whole army attacking. Hearing this news, the generals in the tent were startled at first, then breathed a sigh of relief, and their eyes became firm. Finally here. Yeah. Damn. It's been so long. It's good that it's here. Otherwise, I'd be uneasy all day. Shang Tsungwo. Give the order. On the commander's seat, Yang Jun slowly raised his head, and a flash of blood flashed in his old but majestic eyes. After a moment of hesitation, Yang Jun suddenly stood up and strode to the sand table. Send the order? At this moment, another person ran into the tent quickly. Shang Tsungwo. Urgent secret report. It's urgent. Hearing this, Yang Jun and others were stunned, and then their faces changed slightly, and they had a bad premonition in their hearts. But there is a problem in the imperial capital? No. The imperial capital is fine. Shang Tsungwo. The secret report was sent from the imperial capital of Daxia, and it was delivered by Her Royal Highness the Princess herself. After hearing the man's answer, everyone relaxed at first, then frowned. Princess? Yang Jun looked at the young general, who reported the news suspiciously. The young general glanced at the other generals, then came close to Yang Jun with a secret disc. Shang Tsungwo. Please take a look yourself. Yang Jun was a little indifferent, even a little dissatisfied, because this was the most critical moment. But when his eyes swept across the secret disc, when he saw the contents on it clearly, his face changed instantly. In addition to being shocked and angry, cold sweat broke out on his body, and he was very scared. Seeing Yang Jun's expression, several generals couldn't help but get nervous. Shang Tsungwo. What happened? The princess got information from Daxia that Huailin had been instigated by Qingqiu. He wanted to fake the imperial decree to seize the military power of this pillar country, cooperate with the Qingqiu army, and quickly defeat our army's defense line at the lowest cost. Yang Jun gritted his teeth and spoke word by word, his eyes staring like copper bells, like an angry lion. What? Damn Huailin! I knew that this group of damn eunuchs would ruin things sooner or later. Huailin controls all the eunuchs who supervise the army, with the help of the forged imperial edict. If he really makes trouble, even if Shang Tsungwo disobeys the imperial edict, he will make a mess inside our army. Let the enemy break the formation quickly. Shang Tsungwo. What are you waiting for? Kill him immediately. No. All the eunuchs who supervise the army must be executed immediately. The generals were shocked and angry, and the murderous intent in their hearts was hard to contain. At this time, a hesitant voice sounded. Shang Tsungwo. Is this news really credible? Although it was sent by the princess, the source of the news is Daxia after all. This? Nonsense. At such a critical moment, where is the time to question whether the news is true or not? Even if it is false, we must treat it as true. Otherwise, who can bear the consequences? That's right. Shang Tsungwo. Huailin and others should be strangled immediately. Yang Jun raised his hand and interrupted the general's urgent shouts. Pass my commander's order. Order the whole army to prepare for war. Without the order to retreat, all camps and strongholds must defend to the end, and cannot retreat even a step. In addition, except for the headquarters, order the rest of the camps to immediately imprison the eunuchs who supervise the army. If there is resistance, they will be killed on the spot. Yes. After the messenger left in a hurry, Yang Jun looked at Zhao Chenggan, the commander of the personal guards, who was standing quietly at the door. As for the military supervisor of this department, Cheng'an, here, you lead the personal guards to deal with him. Capture Huailin and bring him to the general's tent. Pay attention to control the movement and block the news. Yes. Zhao Cheng'an clasped his fists neatly, then turned around and left quickly. Shang Tsungwo. Why don't you just kill Huailin? Why keep him? A general asked doubtfully, looking indignant. At this time, another elegant middle-aged general looked thoughtful. Shangs Hugwo, don't you want to use Huailing to turn the tables and try to inflict heavy damage on the enemy? Yang Jun nodded approvingly and said in a deep voice, this Zhuge has this idea. But it depends on whether Huailing and Qingqiu have a clear agreement. If so, it will be easy. If not, it will not be so easy to turn the tables. The general suddenly realized and became excited. In fact, everyone knew very well that although they had the advantage of terrain and people, the combat power of the two armies was very different. Even if they fought to the death, they could only delay some time and inflict as much casualties on the enemy as possible. It was almost impossible to win. But now, they have a glimmer of hope in their hearts. Because if they can use Huailing to come up with a well-planned counterattack, they may be able to severely damage the enemy, and then have the opportunity to repel the enemy. At this time, they also understood why Yang Jun was in a hurry to order the army to start moving. Because in this way, the enemy would not be suspicious. A quarter of an hour later, the military supervisor Huailing was taken into the general's tent. Shangs Hugwo, what are you doing? Do you want to rebel? Huailing's body was stained with blood. His face was a little pale, but his eyes were extremely angry, staring at Yang Jun and shouting hysterically. Rebellion? Huh? You really have the nerve to say that. A general walked out, staring at Huailing and sneering. Dog eunuch. Dare to betray the dynasty and communicate with the enemy. You are so brave. Huailing trembled, and then became even more angry. Asshole. I am loyal to His Majesty. How dare you frame me? At this time, Zhao Cheng'an took a few steps forward and took something out of his arms. Shangs Hugwo. This is a fake imperial edict found in Huailing's tent. Huailing's face froze. His eyes filled with fear and despair. Yang Jun took it and looked at it for a few seconds, then threw it to the ground with a sullen face. Tell me the detailed plan between you and the enemy, and I may consider giving you a quick death. Otherwise, it won't be that easy for you to die quickly. Hearing Yang Jun's cold shout, Huailing smiled bitterly. Yang Jun, knowing that you will lose, why do you still struggle? Let me go and surrender to Qingqiu together. Okay. Yang Jun was too lazy to say more and waved his hand. Drag him out until he is willing to say it. Yes. After that, it was only a few hundred breaths before Huailing was dragged back again. However, Huailing was extremely miserable at this moment. The hair on the top of his head was cut off along with a layer of scalp. Half of his ear was gone, and the flesh on the right cheek was gone, leaving only the white jawbone and teeth. As for the body below the neck, it was bloody, unbearable to look at, and extremely scary. I say, Huailing screamed in pain, obviously being tortured to the limit. On the same night, in the David dynasty, David's elite troops also attacked from all sides. Unlike the rolling defense line of the Yunbo dynasty, the defense circle of the David dynasty did not rely on the perfect geographical advantage. So there were many small loopholes in the defense circle. The Chu army and the Liang army targeted these loopholes, and each sent more than a dozen elite forces of different sizes to infiltrate. These elite troops were either in groups of 100, 1,000, 3,000, or 10,000. Their tasks are also different. Some are responsible for assassination. Some are responsible for harassing David's supply line. Some are responsible for creating chaos and tying down David's military strength. And some are responsible for stealing and pretending to be David's army to raid David's camp and checkpoints from the rear. If these forces are allowed to stir up trouble in David's defense circle, I am afraid that David's defense line may not even last 10 days. However, such a situation will obviously not happen, because the Dachao bad people and Luoyang have locked most of them, and all of them have been reported to David's headquarters today. And tonight, David mobilized hundreds of thousands of elite troops to attack from all directions in order to encircle and annihilate these hidden dangers in one fell swoop. An abandoned village in the west of David Chishan Mansion. In the dark night, thousands of elite soldiers of Dalian were hiding here to rest, when the urgent and harsh sound of bamboo flutes sounded from the mouth of the secret sentry. Everyone, whether they were already asleep or on guard, immediately picked up their weapons and quickly gathered in groups of 10. When the young general of Dalian in charge was about to send scouts to verify the situation and further explore the surroundings, the sky-high fire suddenly ignited from all directions of the village, illuminating the surrounding night sky red. As the fire appeared, the densely packed David soldiers with bright flags and armor also appeared in the sight of the Dalian soldiers. It's over. On a dilapidated high house. The young general of Daliang turned pale, and his eyes were filled with bitterness. Because judging from the size of the enemy army, there were 7,000 or 8,000 people, and judging from the number, it was not an ordinary army. Soon, accompanied by the sound of horns, fire arrows began to rage, and shouts of killing pierced the silent night sky. And the scene here was just one of the scenes in David's defense circle. Chapter 168, using the country as a chess piece. Someone is inflated. The next day, Qing'an Ridge, 100 miles east of the capital of Daxia. Qing'an Ridge is a secluded and peaceful village, surrounded by mountains on all sides, with layers of mountains and rivers inside, and picturesque scenery, like a paradise. The morning mist was full of colorful light, with oxen swaying in the paddy fields, smoke rising from the trees, and children's laughter echoing in the air. Everything seemed so simple and natural, but no one knew that the ruler of the Daxia dynasty, the supreme emperor, was sleeping in a bamboo house at this moment. Outside the fence, Guida and Su Chu, dressed as woodcutters, stood motionless at the gate of the courtyard like two door gods. A few steps away, under the big willow tree, Zhao Gao, dressed as an accountant, overlooked the quiet and peaceful village and sighed secretly. His Majesty was really patient. Most of Tianan was in chaos, but he still had the leisure to go to such a place to enjoy the mountains and rivers and cultivate his character. However, he also knew that although His Majesty seemed to be staying out of the matter, and did not mobilize any soldiers of Daxia to directly participate in the war between the 5 countries. In fact, the situation and direction of the war between the 5 countries were completely in His Majesty's mind. Even more, His Majesty was still leading the war as an outsider. This wisdom of playing with powerful enemies in the palm of your hand without making a sound is even more admirable and awe-inspiring. If there was no will of His Majesty, if there was no secret interference from Daxia, I am afraid that after last night, the death knell of the Yunbua dynasty would have sounded completely, and the David dynasty would not last more than half a month. But the situation has changed. I don't know how long it has been, but a series of movements suddenly appeared in the courtyard wall. Another quarter of an hour later, the courtyard door opened, and Xiao, wearing a simple black robe, stepped out, followed by Shangguan Wan'er and Gu Ruoyan. Zhao Gao was refreshed and hurried forward. Your Majesty, may you be well. Xiao smiled and nodded, walked to the earthen ridge, looked at the quiet and picturesque village, took a deep breath of the fresh and sweet air, and felt relaxed and happy. The sound of chickens and dogs can be heard from afar, and the dawn is green, and the 5 clouds are clear. The road is simple, and the simplicity is clear. It is really a beautiful scene in the world. Hearing Xiao's sigh, Shangguan Wan'er smiled and nodded in agreement. Your Majesty is right. The clear and peaceful stream is like a mirror, washing away the dust and clearing the 5 senses. This place is indeed a rare healing place in the world. If your Majesty likes it, why not build a palace? Gu Ruoyun's beautiful eyes flashed slightly, but she shook her head and chuckled. A little ink from Go Chen. Fang's house has moved more than 10 times. Although your suggestion is good, I am afraid that once the palace is built, the simplicity here will change, and it may be difficult to have today's beautiful scenery. Shangguan Wan'er frowned slightly, and then smiled with relief. What you said is right. Sister, I took it for granted. Don't blame me. Sister, I don't have any intention of blooming a flower, but I am worried that some changes will make it difficult for your Majesty to enjoy the scenery of love. Gu Ruoyun knelt down to Shangguan Wan'er, with a sincere apology on her face. Okay, you two don't have to be humble and flatter each other anymore. Xiao laughed and looked at Zhao Gao, who wanted to speak several times but couldn't. Tell me, how was the battle last night? Your Majesty, last night, after receiving Mu Qingyue's message, Yunbua Shang's Huguo Yangjun took advantage of the situation and used the lives of 100,000 loyal and brave soldiers to lead the main force of Qingqiu into a carefully designed ambush circle, and also designed a series of interlocking plans such as siege and attacking reinforcements. After a whole night of fierce fighting, the Qingqiu army suffered more than 400,000 casualties, and had no choice but to retreat and leave the battlefield after dawn. Although the Yunbua army completely controlled the battlefield situation, the gap in combat power between the two sides was there. So although they won, it was only a tragic victory. In this battle, the Yunbua army suffered more than 700,000 casualties, most of whom were the main combat army. Now, in the Ronglin battlefield, Qingqiu only has 500,000 combat troops left, and Yunbua has just over 1 million left, of which the main combat army and the city guard army are almost half and half. Therefore, although Yunbua won an unexpected victory, it is still in a disadvantageous position. Zhao Gao did not dare to neglect it, and hurriedly reported the results of the Rongling battlefield. It seems that Yang Jun is really good, and it is quite good to be able to achieve such a result. Although Xiao was not surprised, he still felt a little emotional. After all, the combat power gap between the Qingqiu army and the Yunbua army is just like the gap between the Yunbua main combat army and the city guard army. What about the east? Your Majesty, last night David's army also sent out 180,000 elite troops to encircle and suppress the elite troops of Chu and Liang who had infiltrated their hinterland. Thanks to the precise intelligence provided by our side, the total of more than 40,000 elite troops sent by Dachu and Daliang were almost completely wiped out. Only a few scattered fish escaped by chance, and they could no longer cause effective damage. Unlike the Qingqiu dynasty, the armies of Daliang and Dachu were slightly stronger than David's, but their strength was limited. It was also an elite against an elite. David's side was well prepared and had an absolute advantage in numbers. It was naturally easy to lock in the victory. Yes, in this way, Yunbua and David can hold on for a while longer. Xiao nodded with satisfaction. He liked the feeling of being thousands of miles away and using other countries as chess pieces at will. The reason why Yunbua and David were able to survive against all odds is entirely due to your Majesty's blessing. Zhao Gao complimented him, then hesitated and said, "It's just that I'm worried that some people might get carried away and become self-inflated." Inflated? Xiao chuckled, with his hands behind his back and a playful look on his face. It's better if they become inflated, because they won't cause me any problems. Let them do it first. After this month, my great Xia will also swallow up the world. Yunbua Imperial Capital. Imperial Palace? Really? Yunbua Emperor Mu Lianghuai suddenly stood up from the throne, his eyes wide open, staring at Prime Minister Kuexian in surprise and joy. Your Majesty, it's absolutely true. In this battle, our army killed and wounded a full 450,000 enemy troops. The enemy only has less than 500,000 combat-ready soldiers left on the front line. Kuexian nodded heavily, and replied with an extremely excited look. Your Majesty, this is a detailed battle report. Quick, bring it to me. Mu Lianghuai's eyes were red with excitement, and his right hand was shaking slightly as he pointed at the booklet held by Kuexian. Since the Qingqiu army rushed all the way and unstoppably into the heart of Yunbua, he has not slept a peaceful night. God knows what kind of anxious days he lives every day. Because the enemy's strength, he really can't find any psychological comfort, and he can't see the hope of victory at all. Many times, he woke up from a nightmare. That was a nightmare in which the imperial capital was breached. He was dragged down from the throne with a grin, and then beheaded with a knife. God has mercy on him. Now, he actually got such an incredible war report. When a eunuch quickly presented the war report to Mu Lianghuai, when Mu Lianghuai read it at a glance, the ecstatic smile could no longer be restrained, and it spread rapidly from Mu Lianghuai's face. Ha ha! Ha ha! Mu Lianghuai laughed loudly, and his undisguised laughter was accompanied by surging yuanli, which made the tiles on the outside of the roof beam of the hall buzz. Good! 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 You are worthy of being the top pillar of the country, worthy of my Yunbua Tiger army, and worthy of being my loyal and brave son. We destroyed nearly half of the enemy in one battle, and this enemy is the most powerful and majestic Qingqiu dynasty. Such a brilliant victory. Ask the world, who can compare with it? Mu Lianghuai was so excited that he forgot himself, and several ministers who came with the prime minister were also overjoyed, and their brows were relaxed. The fighting power of the Qingqiu army was like a huge stone weighing 10,000 jin, which had been pressing them so hard that they could not breathe and could not see any hope. But now, with the results of this battle, the suffocating feeling of oppression has mostly dissipated. At this moment, they suddenly felt that the Qingqiu dynasty was not so terrible, and they did not really have no hope of winning. Your Majesty, in this battle, the enemy's casualties were nearly half, while our army only lost more than 700,000, and there are still more than 1 million troops, which crushed the enemy in terms of numbers. And after this battle, the enemy's morale will inevitably decrease greatly. On the contrary, our morale will soar, if the enemy does not continue to increase its troops. Our army has every hope of completely defeating the enemy and driving them out of the territory of our Yunwu dynasty. All this is entirely due to your majesty's blessing. A minister stepped forward and said excitedly. Mu Lianhuai laughed even more happily. And his spine, which was slightly bent by the huge pressure, straightened up. The smile on Xian's face froze, and his brows slightly frowned. Your Majesty, our army won this battle only by misery. Half of the remaining 1 million troops are city guards, which means that our overall combat power has actually decreased a lot. And the reason why we were able to win this battle is because we got the key intelligence that the princess obtained from Daxia, which enabled us to turn danger into opportunity and use clever strategies to win. But after that, we will not have such an opportunity again, even if the enemy does not continue to increase its troops. I am afraid it will be difficult for us to stop it. Hearing Xian's cold water, the excited Mu Lianhuai and other ministers were a little unhappy. Prime Minister, you are encouraging others and destroying your own prestige. Intelligence is the key. But our soldiers fought the battle with their lives, and the victory was won with their lives. Now our soldiers are in high spirits, and with the personal command of the Supreme State, we can't take the initiative to defeat the enemy. But it won't be a problem to continue defending. Right? Lord Lu is right. Your Majesty, I think we don't need to ask for help from Daxia at the moment. After all, we can't predict whether we will get reinforcements or evil wolves with evil intentions. Your Majesty, I agree. At least for the time being. We don't need to ask for help anymore, or wait for further changes in the war situation before making a decision. As several ministers continued to advise, Mu Lianhuai, who was already very wary of Daxia, finally made a decision. My dear ministers, you are right. I believe in the Supreme State and the loyal and brave men of Yunwu. I believe they can resist the invasion of the enemy. Send a message to the princess, telling her to temporarily stop asking Daxia for help. This is my order and must be obeyed. Yes, Your Majesty. Prime Minister Xian's face changed slightly, and he wanted to dissuade him. However, Mu Liang had made up his mind and was unwilling to listen. Okay, I have made up my mind, and there is no need to say more about this matter. Next, let's discuss the rewards for the frontline soldiers. They are not afraid of life and death for the peace of Yunwu. So the court must commend them well to commend their ambitions and boost the morale of the army. Xian felt heavy in his heart, but he could only sigh helplessly. Chapter 169 The 5 Great Legions of Daxia. Marching Pills. In the next 10 days, the battlefields of Yunwu and David entered a bloody and bitter battle. In general, both the attackers and the defenders who fought to the death had a very hard time, with a large number of soldiers killed and wounded every day. However, the defenders suffered significantly more losses, and their defense line gradually became shaky and might collapse at any time. On the first day of August, in the northwest of the Daxia imperial capital, the Black Dragon Garden Foundry, in view of the huge size of the Jinping warship, it is difficult to ensure the confidentiality of continuing to build warships in the Black Dragon Garden headquarters. Therefore, the Ordnance Department of the Ministry of War established a new foundry here and moved all related facilities and personnel here. In the middle of the foundry, on the top floor of the 18-story attic, more than a dozen figures were staring at the densely packed warships in front of them, with excited expressions. The smallest of those warships was like a medium-sized pleasure boat, while the largest was like a mountain, which was extremely spectacular. Looking around, the total number of all warships is close to 100, which gives people a very strong sense of impact. Your Majesty, is this the Jinping warship? Yuan Qingdu asked loudly. His eyes were extremely fiery, as if those were not warships, but a group of extremely charming beauties. Yes. Xia Ao smiled and nodded. Looking at Guijia. Minister Guo, you come and introduce it to all the beloved ministers. Yes. Guijia bowed his head respectfully, and then smiled warmly at Bai Qi, Wang Jian, and other generals. Generals, there are currently 5 blueprints for the Jinping warship, except for the 5th one. The other 4 have been released. The 5 warships correspond to 5 levels based on size, range, and the warship's own attack capabilities. The higher the level, the stronger the relevant capabilities. Among them, the first one is called the Hunter class, which can carry 100 people, equipped with 5 Huiying crossbow launchers, and has a maximum range of 10,000 miles. The second one is called the Cruise class, which can carry 800 people, equipped with 30 launchers, and has a maximum range of 20,000 miles. The third one is called the Guard class, which can carry 3,000 people, equipped with 120 launchers, and has a maximum range of 30,000 miles. The fourth one is called the Expedition class, which can carry 10,000 people, equipped with 300 launchers, and has a maximum range of 50,000 miles. The fifth one is called the Storm class, with a designed loading capacity of 100,000 people. However, the Storm class Golden Rock warship is still in the exploration stage and may not be available in a short time. The straight line distance from north to south in Tian'an is 20,000 miles, and the straight line distance from east to west is 35,000 miles. In other words, in terms of range alone, even the lowest level hunting class, starting from Daxia, can reach most areas of Tian'an in one go. As for speed, the fastest one is the hunting class, which can fly 3,000 miles in 1 hour, which is equivalent to the maximum speed of a 9th level strongman in the spiritual body realm. The speed of the other 4 warships is not much different, ranging from 2,000 miles to 2,200 miles in 1 hour. About the attack and defense capabilities of the warship. After listening to Guijia's introduction, even though Bai Qi, Wang Jian and others were used to strong winds and waves, they couldn't help but take a breath, because this Golden Rock warship is really too evil. Not to mention the flying height that can pass through the top clouds. Not to mention its terrifying flying speed and powerful carrying capacity. The offensiveness of the warship itself is enough to scare the enemy, especially the Expedition class and Garrison class ones. The power of a single brilliant eagle crossbow arrow is equivalent to the full force of a 9th level expert in the void body realm. And there are 300 brilliant eagle crossbows on the Expedition class warship. Under this round of volleys, what kind of city gates and fortress walls can withstand it? Moreover, the firing rate of the brilliant eagle crossbow is 1 shot per 10 breaths. As long as the Yuansher and crossbow arrows are sufficient, an Expedition class warship is enough to raise a strong pass to the ground. Unbelievable. Simply unbelievable. There is such a terrifying weapon in the world. Cao Chun muttered to himself, his expression extremely shocked. Even Zhou Ying, who was dull in nature, couldn't help but nod and agree at this time. With the help of this weapon, it is easy to send troops to 5 directions at the same time and sweep across the 5 dynasties. Wang Jian took a deep breath, stared at Guijia with burning eyes, and asked the most critical question. Minister Gua, may I ask how many of these Golden Rock warships we have? They are all here. Guijia smiled and pointed forward. 10 hunting class ships, 50 cruise class ships, 32 garrison class ships, and 2 expedition class ships. Among them, the hunting class and expedition class ships were built the latest, so the number is the smallest, especially the expedition class. It is a big spender. If the cost of each ship is revealed, it will be scary. Wang Jian blinked and immediately coughed lightly and said, as for the cost, Minister Gua, there is no need to talk about it. Anyway, we will definitely get a return far beyond its value by using these treasures. Obviously, Wang Jian was worried that Xia Ao would reduce the number of ships after hearing that the price was too high. In fact, the output of Black Dragon Garden has exceeded the guarantee Guijia made to Xia Ao. Among them, 5 more cruise-class ships were built, and 2 more garrison-class ships were built. Xia Ao was naturally satisfied with this result. Your Majesty, the Chaos Corps, as the central core of our great Xia, shoulders the most important mission. Therefore, I suggest that the first 2 expedition-class warships be allocated to the Chaos Corps. At this time, Bai Qi, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. As Bai Qi spoke, the others became anxious, and Wang Jian turned his head and glared at him. General Bai, you are thinking too much. Right? Humph. Your Majesty, the Qiongqi Corps, as the corps guarding the east, is about to start a crucial battle. As the saying goes, good steel should be used on the blade. So, Your Majesty, I request that these 2 expedition-class warships be allocated to the Qiongqi Corps first. After Wang Jian, Yuan Qingdu, Ming Tian and others also spoke up, and several of them argued until their ears turned red and their necks became thick. Xia Ao shook his head helplessly. Okay, stop arguing. When Xia Ao spoke, everyone immediately shut up and stared at Xia Ao with burning, expectant and nervous eyes. 3 months ago, Xia Ao ordered to adjust the military structure of Daxia, greatly reducing the number of city guards, streamlining the border troops, and reorganizing the 5 major legions. The 5 major legions are Chaos, Qiongqi, Tao Thai, Tao Wu and Bifang, responsible for garrisoning the central, eastern, southern, western and northern parts of Daxia respectively. Each legion has 600,000 troops, with a total force of 3 million. Among them, the chief commander of the Chaos Legion is Bai Qi, and the core of the legion is the 200,000 Iron Eagle warriors under Bai Qi. The chief commander of the Qiongqi Legion is Wang Jian, and the core of the legion is the 200,000 armored soldiers under Wang Jian. The chief commander of the Tao Tai Corps is Yuan Qingdu, and the core of the corps is the 50,000 brave fruit soldiers under Yuan Qingdu. The chief commander of the Tao Wu Corps is Meng Tian, and the core of the corps is the 100,000 golden cavalry under Meng Tian. The chief commander of the Bifang Corps is Zhou Ying, and the core of the corps is the 800 Xianjin camp under Zhou Ying, and the 50,000 tiger and leopard cavalry under Chao Chun. As for the Yan'an cavalry, it is currently incorporated into the Imperial Army system together with the Tiger Guards, which is equivalent to the Imperial Guards with swords. In addition, after nearly 4 months of rapid development, the strength of the elite troops has been further improved, and the worst has reached the 3rd level of innateness. In addition to the elite troops, the proportion of regular soldiers in the innate realm and above in other legions has reached more than 20%, which is nearly 10% more than the 15% of the Qingqiu dynasty. There is no doubt that with the current military strength of Daxia, coupled with the assistance of the Jinping warship, it is easy to sweep across Tian'an. The key lies in whether Xia Ao wants to reduce casualties as much as possible. Xia Ao slowly scanned the expectant eyes and smiled. Don't worry. In a few years, all legions will be able to get enough warships. As for the present, if any legion feels that it has suffered a loss, just bear it. When new warships are built, they will be given priority. It's all up to your majesty. The generals did not dare to say more, and honestly clasped their fists to express their opinions. First, the hunting class warships. Each legion will be assigned one. As for the remaining 5, they will be allocated to the bad people and Luoyang for them to perform possible secret missions. Hearing the first allocation plan, all the generals were stunned, and Zhao Gao and Yuan Tiangang, who were shrinking in the back, were also stunned. However, after being stunned, the two were surprised and happy. I thought that this weapon would definitely not be theirs, but I didn't expect that your majesty was still thinking about them. Thank you, your majesty. Zhao Gao and Yuan Tiangang hurriedly thanked them, and all the generals could only look at each other helplessly. It was a situation where there were more wolves than meat. But unexpectedly, 2 more came out to share the meat. Although the size of the hunting class battleship was inconspicuous, no one would ignore its existence, and some people had even planned some actions. Unfortunately, at the moment, their plans would most likely be shelved. After all, each legion only had one. Second, the patrol class battleship. 10 ships per legion. Third, the garrison class battleship. 6 ships per legion. As for the remaining 2, they will be allocated to the Imperial Guard. Fourth, the expedition class battleship. 1 for each of the Chaos Legion and the Qiongqi Legion. After hearing the last allocation plan, Bai Qi and Wang Jin smiled, while the other 3 legion commanders were a little disappointed. However, this disappointment soon faded, because even without the expedition class battleship, the battleships owned by each legion could deliver more than 26,000 elite soldiers at a time. More than 20,000 elite soldiers, plus the attack power of the Jinping battleship itself, were basically enough to carry out some secret missions. Besides, if we really want to send a large number of troops, there are ways. The Jinping warship is extremely fast and can fly above the clouds. With more round trips, it can naturally send a sufficient number of troops to the enemy's rear. At this time, Bai Qi suddenly asked an important question. Your Majesty, according to what Minister Guo said, although the Jinping warship is designed with an area for loading other strategic equipment, the space is limited after all, and I am afraid it cannot carry more than 3 days of food and fodder. Considering this problem, will the actual number of people on the warship be greatly reduced? Xia Ao chuckled and said calmly, Don't worry. The problem of food and grass has been solved by Bien Quebec. Bai Qi was stunned at first, and then his eyes lit up. Your Majesty means that the marching pills have been successfully developed? Yes. Xia Ao nodded slightly and introduced. The marching pills are the same size as quail eggs, and each marching pill can support 3 days of nutritional consumption. In the future, each soldier will be issued at least 10 marching pills before going on an expedition. As for supplies, the transport warships built later will naturally be responsible. In addition, BNK is still working with the alchemists of the alchemy department to continue studying the taste of the marching pills to meet the taste buds of the soldiers. After listening to Xia Ao's story, all the generals were overjoyed. Without the constraints of food and grass and long supply lines, the great Xia army will no longer be constrained. Chapter 170 Military Strategy. At noon, the palace, after coming out of the Black Dragon Garden Foundry, the generals did not disperse, but followed the emperor into the palace, because the most critical strategic deployment had not yet been decided. In addition, the two prime ministers, ministers of various departments, etc., were also summoned into the palace. Bao Hall, Your Majesty, David is urging again. I estimate that their mentality has reached the limit. If they drag it on, I am afraid that David will be in turmoil. Li Si arched his hands towards Xia Ao and said solemnly, the so-called turmoil naturally refers to defection and surrender to the enemy. In the absence of hope, many people will seek other ways to survive. In fact, this kind of sign has long appeared in the court of David. Some people want to surrender to the Chu, some want to join Daliang, and some even implicitly test the intention of the King of Wei to see if the whole country can surrender. Previously, the King of Wei had been suppressing it, and there was the hope of the Xia, so David could barely live in peace. But now, David's army suffered heavy casualties, and the defense line retreated again and again. Seeing that the country was about to be destroyed, Daxia had no intention of sending troops to help. Those who had other ideas would naturally show their fangs. Xia Ao nodded slightly, showing his understanding. In this case, let's talk. Tell David's envoy that Daxia will soon send troops to let them hold on. As for the conditions, you can decide, Xia Ao said casually, and Li Si was not panicked, because everyone present knew that Daxia sent troops. Not really to rescue David. Yes. Li Si bowed his head respectfully, and then asked with a smile, Your Majesty, what about David's 4 beauties? Since it is a gift of apology to me, I will accept it reluctantly. Xia Ao spoke calmly, and then glanced at Shang Wanwaner. Arrange them to the Tanke Palace. Let them stay first. I don't have time to care about them for the time being. Yes. After Shang Wanwaner took the order and retreated, Li Si continued to speak. Your Majesty, Princess Mu Qingyu of Yunhua has been kneeling outside the palace for a day and a night. What do you think? If she wants to kneel, let her kneel. Xia Ao sneered and didn't care. Before, they gave up when they saw hope. But now the Yunhua army has suffered heavy casualties and is about to collapse. But they come to beg. How can it be so good? Yes. Li Si didn't dare to say more and bowed his head and retreated. At this time, Zhang Yi, the Minister of Rights, stood up. Your Majesty, the envoys of the Qingqiu dynasty have arrived. Consistent with your previous analysis, they really want to reach an agreement with my great Xia to destroy the small country first and then decide who is better. In addition, they want to take down Yunhua and Daliang. And as for the Chu and David, they will be handed over to my great Xia. Hearing Zhang Yi's words, Gao Qiu sneered. The plan is really good. They want to take over Yunhua, but they also want to use our power in David to contain Daliang. What a good plan. They plan theirs. We do ours. No need to care. Xia Ao shook his head indifferently. Tell them that it's okay to make an agreement. But it doesn't have to be so troublesome. Just agree that before destroying other dynasties, we can't fight each other. That's enough. Yes. Gao Qiu had vaguely guessed what Xia Ao meant, so he didn't ask any more questions and quickly agreed. Okay. Let's start the deployment now. As Xia Ao said this, all the ministers were immediately refreshed and their eyes lit up. This moment is finally coming. Listen, everyone. In this battle, the initial strategic goal of Daxia is to take over the entire territory of Dachu, the entire territory of David, and more than half of Yunhua's territory. This is the established goal. If the Qingqiu dynasty violates the agreement and intends to attack our army, then we will send out all our elite troops and directly cut into the final goal. That is, destroy all those who stand in the way and unify Tianan in one battle. The pillars of Daxia were excited and immediately responded. As ordered, Xia Ao paused slightly, then continued to speak. Next, arrange the strategic tasks. First, Meng Tian will lead the Taowu Corps to rush to the western border before nightfall on the 3rd day of the first lunar month, ready to attack the Yunhua dynasty. In this battle, the key task is to capture the Yunhua imperial capital, and the main tasks are to seize the north bank of Songjiang River, block the Qingqiu army on the south bank of Songjiang River, and occupy all the Yunhua territory north of Songjiang River. Meng Tian, Are you confident? If there is any mistake, I am willing to die to apologize. Meng Tian was excited, but he promised with a firm look and a serious expression. Seeing that the battle in the direction of Yunbo was handed over to the Tao Corps, the other generals could only look at Meng Tian with envy and jealousy. Okay. Xia Ao nodded with satisfaction and continued to make arrangements. Secondly, Zhou Ying will lead the Bifang army to the northeastern border before nightfall on the third day of the first lunar month, and prepare to annex Dechu. In this battle, the first goal should be to defeat the Dechu defenders with thunderous force, capture the Dechu imperial capital, and force the Dechu country to surrender. Zhou Ying, how long do you need? Your Majesty, whether Dechu surrenders or not, within 1 month, we must capture the entire Dechu territory. Zhou Ying's wooden face flushed with excitement, and he said decisively. Xia Ao narrowed his eyes and said earnestly, there is no joking in the army. If it exceeds 1 month, I am willing to be punished by military law. Zhou Ying promised firmly without any hesitation. Xia Ao nodded slightly and said no more. Third, Wang Jian will lead the Qiongqi Legion to the eastern border before nightfall on the third day of the first lunar month, and prepare to enter the territory of David. In this battle, the first goal is to seize the capital of David before the Chu and Liang armies, and the second goal is to defeat the Chu and Liang armies, or force the two armies to retreat to their own countries. The third goal is to capture the entire territory of David. Wang Jian, you are under the greatest pressure among the three parties. Are you confident? I will definitely live up to your Majesty's expectations. Wang Jian's eyes sparkled, and he responded solemnly. Good. As for the Tao I Legion led by Yuan Chengdu, they should simultaneously march to the southern border to intimidate the Daliang dynasty, and force it to withdraw from the direction of David from the side. In addition, the Chaos Legion led by Bai Qi will also start to advance to the southwest border tomorrow to intimidate the Qingqiu dynasty, and make it dare not act rashly. If Qingqiu dares to make any unusual moves, attack it. I obey your order. Bai Qi and Yuan Chengdu respectfully accepted the order, but they felt helpless and unwilling in their hearts. Of the 5 major armies, only their 2 armies could not fight each other to their heart's content. How could they not feel regretful? At this moment, they even hoped that the Qingqiu dynasty would take the initiative to attack or provoke Daxia, because in this way, they could fight to their heart's content and unify Tianan in the shortest possible time. However, they also understand His Majesty's concerns. The power displayed by the Qingqiu dynasty in the current attack on the Yunbo dynasty is likely to be only a small part. There may be more elite forces behind it that have not moved. If it is to fight 1 against 5 at the same time, there will be no problem in other aspects. But the Chaos Legion is likely to be in a difficult battle. At that time, casualties will naturally increase. For this battle, I have decided to act in 3 directions at the same time. If there are no other major changes in the process, the 3 legions must go out together at dawn on the 5th day. As for the specific military strategy, it will be led by the Right Prime Minister Gao Zhuo and the Minister of War Guijia, and they will discuss and formulate it with the commanders. I will not interfere too much. After Xia Ao arranged the overall deployment and explained another sentence, he stood up and left leisurely. Professional matters should be left to professionals. Although he is not a layman in specific military strategies, he is just at a level that is neither too high nor too low, so there is no need to show his presence. With this time, he might as well go and have fun with the beautiful and delicate concubines. As for why he had to rush ahead of Qingqiu, Dachu and Daliang, and let the Daxia army take the lead in capturing Yunbo and David's imperial capital, it was naturally to gain more hegemony points. In the War of Annihilation, the significance of breaking through and occupying the imperial capital is self-evident, and the corresponding gains are naturally greater. Therefore, although Xia Ao can sit back and watch the Qingqiu dynasty and other 3 parties attack Yunbo and David, he will never allow the imperial capital to be occupied by them. Farewell, Your Majesty. Shortly after Xia Ao left, the sky suddenly became overcast and thunder roared. Immediately afterwards, heavy rain poured down, like a waterfall in the rumbling thunder and the dazzling white lightning. Did you see it? Even the sky foresaw the irresistible storm that my Daxia was about to set off. Looking at the heavy rain outside the palace, Li Si chuckled and said inexplicably. The other ministers laughed and nodded, not caring about the ominous symbol itself, because this ominous omen will not befall Daxia, but will be imposed on other dynasties by Daxia. 2/4 of an hour later, a car drove out of the Meridian Gate slowly. Stop! With a calm word, The car stopped quickly. Afterwards, the curtain of the car was lifted, revealing Li Si's face. Li Si looked at the heavy rain, and then looked at the place not far away, frowning slightly. There, a woman knelt on the ground, her whole body soaked by the rain, and the water on the ground even submerged her calves. A few steps away from the woman, 5 or 6 figures also knelt on the ground, begging the woman for something. Beside these people stood a huge umbrella, and the wind was strong, blowing the umbrella gently. Looking at this, those people should want to dissuade the woman from leaving, or allow them to put the umbrella over her head. But the woman was tough and unmoved. Li Si hesitated for a moment, then slowly got off the armored car, and walked towards the place accompanied by his personal guards holding an umbrella. When he got closer, without the cover of the rain curtain, the woman's appearance was finally revealed. She was the eldest princess of the Yunwu dynasty, Mu Qingyu. Princess Qingyu, you should go back. His Majesty does not want to see you for the time being. Looking at Mu Qingyu, who was soaked like a drowned chicken without using her energy to block the rain, Li Si sighed and said. Hearing Li Si's voice, Mu Qingyu turned her head in a daze. I beg Prime Minister Li to help Qingyu talk to His Majesty Emperor Xia again. As long as Emperor Xia is willing to send troops to rescue Yunwu, Qingyu will be willing to be a slave. Li Si frowned and said in a deep voice, Princess Qingyu, it is true that His Majesty likes beautiful women. But liking is just liking after all. You have to understand this. Since you, the Yunwu dynasty, dare to be clever, you must be prepared to bear the price of being clever. I advise you to go back and have a good rest, and forget your identity, and stop running around for the Yunwu dynasty in vain. In this way, you may still be able to save yourself and gain a lifetime of wealth and glory. Mu Qingyu trembled, and a flash of despair flashed in her eyes. But after a few breaths, this despair turned into determination. No! As long as His Majesty Emperor Xia does not agree to send troops to rescue Yunwu, I will never get up. Looking at Mu Qingyu's stubborn and resolute eyes, Li Si shook his head, then turned and left without saying anything more. Chapter 171 Qingqiu's Foundation. Countermeasures and Confidence. On the 3rd day of August, Qingqiu Imperial Capital, the Imperial Palace. Did the great Xia army move? Yan Chuyan raised his head and squinted at Jiang Zhan, the head of the Qingyi Guard, who came to report hurriedly. Yes. Jiang Zhan nodded affirmatively. Your Majesty, the 5 major armies of Great Xia have all set out from their original garrisons, and are heading to 5 different directions. Among them, the 4 major armies of Great Xia responsible for guarding the 4 directions are all advancing towards the corresponding border areas, while the Chaos Army responsible for guarding the center is heading south. And it seems that it should be heading towards the direction of my Qingqiu dynasty. After listening to Jiang Zhan's detailed description, Yan Chuyan frowned deeply, and her beautiful eyes were full of confusion. Dividing troops to defend the border at this juncture? What exactly does Great Xia want to do? What is the plan of Emperor Xia? Listening to Yan Chuyan's murmur, Jiang Zhan was also puzzled. Your Majesty, this is also what I don't understand. Lord Su just sent back the news yesterday, saying that Daxia has agreed to the agreement we proposed. Why is it making such a fuss now? If Daxia really agreed to the agreement, it should concentrate its main forces on Dachu and David. Why is it so careless to divide its troops? Does Daxia have the confidence to destroy Dachu with only 600,000 people from one legion, and use another legion to solve the stalemate in David? Yan Chuyan stared at Jiang Zhan expressionlessly, feeling a little dissatisfied. What she needs is an answer, not a head full of question marks. But she also knows Jiang Zhan's ability. Jiang Zhan is indeed a good hand in spy warfare, but in this grand strategic layout that concerns the general trend of the world, he is far behind. Come here, Your Majesty. Immediately summon the Prime Minister and the Minister to the palace to discuss matters. Yan Chuyan keenly felt that there might be unknown dangers hidden under the abnormal dynamics of the Daxia dynasty, so he did not hesitate to issue an order to summon the think tank to the palace. As ordered, after half an hour, 2 figures hurried into the hall. One of them was undoubtedly the Prime Minister Luo Dingbang, while the other was a woman with elegant temperament and calm manners. Although the woman looked young, the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes were quite conspicuous, and it was obvious that her real age was probably over 100 years old. She was the Shangshu Ling of the Qingqiu dynasty. Xia, Your Majesty, has something big happened? Luo Dingbang saluted and went straight to the point. Yan Chuyan didn't say much, and asked Jiang Zhan to tell the 2 of them again. My dear ministers, what do you think? Luo Dingbang frowned and pondered for a while. Then said in a deep voice, Your Majesty, I think there are 3 reasons for Daxiao's actions. First, Daxia does not trust us, let alone any other party. They are very vigilant, at least showing their determination to isolate the war from Daxia's territory. Second, Daxia is very confident in the strength of its own army. I analyze that Daxia should want to take it step by step. First take down Dachu, and then seek David's land. Specifically, they should plan to use the Bifang Corps to attack the heartland of Dachu, and then use the Cheongchi Corps to block or eliminate the Chu army that entered David's territory. This point can also be indirectly proved by Daxia's previous actions. For example, Daxia's annexation strategy of the Great Jin dynasty was quite cautious, and did not take the risk of radical and overnight success. Hearing this, Jiang Zhan frowned and questioned, Prime Minister, have you ever thought that perhaps Daxia wants to use one army to annex Dachu, and use another army to seize David? Hearing Jiang Zhan's question, Luo Dingbang turned his head and looked at him with a strange look. Are you kidding, Lord Jiang Wei? Although Dachu sent 1,000,000 strong troops to attack David and later sent another 300,000, the total number of main combat troops in the country is still 1.4 million. Not to mention, there are also city guards and others who can serve as reserve forces. In addition, Dachu's territory is much larger than Yunbua, and the Chu army is stronger than Yunbua's army. You want to annex Dachu with only 600,000 troops? Isn't it a bit unrealistic? Don't forget, facing the Yunbua dynasty, an opponent who is only slightly stronger than David. We also sent 200,000 reinforcements and invested a full 1.2 million troops. Speaking of this, Luo Dingbang paused slightly, and when he saw Jiang Zhan's embarrassment, his expression eased slightly. As for using another army to directly kill David, this is even more impossible. Right now, the armies of the 3 kingdoms are gathered there. Dachu currently has more than 800,000 soldiers. Daliang still has more than 900,000. And David also has more than 400,000 troops. Is it possible to fight against more than 2 million troops from 3 parties with only 600,000? Unless the soldiers of the 600,000 troops are all equal to the soldiers of my Qingwan army. When he said the last sentence, Luo Dingbang even laughed out loud. The Qingwan army is the most secret absolute trump card of the Qingqiu dynasty. In order to cultivate this trump card, I don't know how much resources and efforts have been spent, and it will take a long time. But the Qingwan army has only 200,000, and they were cultivated with their unique advantages. What can Daxia use to cultivate it? Yin Chuyun nodded thoughtfully, and said with her red lips, What about the third point? Third, Daxia wants to warn us not to act rashly and violate the agreement to use troops against them. Otherwise, the attitude they show will not be just an attitude, but a determination to go to war. Warning? Yin Chuyun murmured inexplicably, and then looked at Zhuo Xia. What does the Minister of the Chancellery think? Your Majesty, I think the analysis of the Prime Minister is indeed reasonable. Zhuo Xia first affirmed it, but then changed her tone. However, I feel that things may not be that simple. Yin Chuyun was refreshed and leaned forward slightly. Oh, tell me. Yes, Your Majesty, I think there are 3 things worth paying attention to. First, according to the intelligence of the Qingyi guards, the 4 women of the David dynasty have been taken into the Daxia palace. Does this imply anything? For example, has Daxia made some kind of promise to the David dynasty? Considering this, the goal of Daxia's Cheongchi Corps is not necessarily to attack David's Chu army. Or not just that. Of course, this point is not very relevant to Qingqiu for the time being. I think the focus should be on the second and third points. The second point is Daxia's Peng-class Airbus. Luo Dingbang frowned and pondered for a while, and then his face changed slightly. What the Shangshuling meant was that Daxia might use the so-called Airbus to deploy troops remotely and launch an unexpected surprise attack. That's right. Zhuo Xia nodded affirmatively. How can you be sure? Luo Dingbang stared at Zhuo Xia. This is the third point I want to talk about. Your Majesty, Prime Minister, Lord Jiang Wei. The feedback sent back by Lord Su yesterday seems to be no different from the agreement we first proposed. But it is not. Daxia has redrafted the content of the agreement. The main content is, before destroying other dynasties, we cannot fight each other. Is there any difference? Jiang Zhan frowned and looked confused. Of course. Zhuo Xia sneered and said meaningfully, if Daxia suddenly sent troops to the Yunbua dynasty, and broke through the Yunbua imperial capital before us. Would it be considered a violation of the agreement? Of course. Jiang Zhan instinctively wanted to say count. But after thinking carefully, he was stunned. Because according to the agreement proposed by Daxia, it clearly does not count. Yan Chuyuan's pretty face had sunk, and her eyes were changing. You mean? Daxia might use the so-called Airbus to remotely deploy Daxia's elite troops to the vicinity of Yunbua imperial capital, and at the same time deploy the main force of its Taowu Corps to the south, blocking our army's way north, and picking up a big advantage for nothing? Your Majesty, I'm not sure, but I think this possibility is very high. We must be on guard. Zhuo Xia responded respectfully. Faced with such an inference, Yan Chuyuan and Luo Dingbang's expressions were not very good, because if this is really the case, then they will suffer a great loss. They fought with the Yunbua dynasty on the front line, and suffered unexpected heavy casualties. But in the end, they were going to be picked by Daxia for nothing. How could they be willing? At this time, Jiang Zhan suddenly shook his head and laughed out loud. Minister, your reasoning sounds reasonable, but it is untenable. Although almost all the available troops of the Yunbua dynasty have been transferred to the Ronglin front, the eastern gate to the imperial capital is blocked by the Xiongwan Pass. And there are still tens of thousands of garrison troops and 50,000 imperial guards in the imperial capital. If Daxia wants to quickly capture the Yunbua imperial capital, even if it selects the most elite troops and even has internal help, it will take at least 20,000 or 30,000. Right? But 20,000 or 30,000 troops, using that Airbus to transport them. At least 500 ships are needed. 500 ships. The entire Daxia. There are only about 300 of them. And our Qingyi guards have not found any signs of large-scale disappearance of Airbuses in Daxia. So, this inference is a little unrealistic. Zhuo Xia shook her head and said meaningfully, Master Jiangwei, can you be sure that Daxia is not hiding in the dark? If it were me, with such a thing, it would be impossible not to put it into military use. In addition, if the Daxia army is at the gates of the city, Emperor Yunbua may surrender in despair. Jiang Zhan opened his mouth and was speechless for a moment. It seems that we have to show some cards. Yan Chuyuan was silent for a while and sighed softly. Then his expression became serious and his eyes became cold and decisive. The Battle of Ronglin cannot be delayed any longer. Pass on my order and order Chen Kenjuan to send people to the front line immediately to solve the problem. Also, agree to Kexian's conditions. But what he needs to do must also be upgraded. Daxia wants to pick my peaches. Wishful thinking. Hearing Chen Kenjuan and the topic about Kexian later. Luo Dingbang, Jiang Zhan, Zhuo Xia, and the other three were all refreshed and smiled. Your Majesty finally let the edge of Qingqiu's blade really show some. I believe that soon. The cold light of Qingqiu's blade will shock the whole world. Yes. Chapter 172. The defense line is broken. Yunbua changes suddenly. August 4th. Night. Ronglin battlefield. Qingqiu Central Camp. Fire kitchen. Lu Shuai seems to be in a good mood today. He prepared so many delicious dishes. Is he celebrating his success? A cook looked at the more than a dozen delicious dishes on the table and said in amazement, What's good about it? Before Lu Shuai sent out his troops, he said that he would take half a month to deal with the small Yunbua dynasty. But what about the reality? It's been a month. But he is still blocked here. And there are even more than 500,000 casualties. How can Lu Shuai be happy? The chef snorted lightly, his face full of disapproval. The cook coughed dryly and smiled awkwardly. It's almost time. I heard that Yunbua dynasty now has less than 600,000 combat troops. And most of them are city guards. I believe that under Lu Shuai's command, the day of defeating the enemy is just around the corner. That's the truth. The chef's brows relaxed, and a smile appeared on his face. My cousin said that the imperial court has set a trump card, and maybe they can break through the defense line tonight. The cook narrowed his eyes, and immediately perked up. This kitchen is Lu Shuai's private kitchen. And the cousin of this chef is Lu Shuai's personal guard commander. Although getting intelligence from here often depends on luck, the possibility of getting access to secrets is not small. And it is not easy to be discovered. A trump card? No way. I haven't heard that there are new troops coming. The cook curled his lips, with a look of disbelief. The chef glared, feeling that his ability was challenged. What do you know? Who said that the trump card must be the army? I tell you. This. The chef pointed to the dining table with an unhappy face. When he was about to say something, the curtain was suddenly lifted. Uncle Wang. Are you ready? A young general walked in quickly, ignoring others, and stared at the chef directly. Okay. Okay. The chef immediately trotted forward, nodding and bowing, while wiping his greasy hands with his apron. Okay. The young general nodded and shouted outside. Come on! Check the dishes and pack them. Yes. 7 expressionless and tough soldiers walked in quickly. 2 of them took out several poison detection items and began to check them one by one. The head cook glanced at the dishes on the table, then shrank into the corner and pretended to be transparent, and never asked the chef again. A quarter of an hour later, the head cook appeared in a tent. Qingqiu sent a killer, and it seems that they are confident that they can break through the defense line tonight. This killer is not an army, and it seems to be related to the people entertained by General Liu. Sure enough, there is a problem. The tent was a little dim, and the man's face could not be seen clearly, and only a low murmur could be heard. Well done. If it is verified to be true, at least you can be credited with a merit. Thank you, Captain. The cook was overjoyed and hurried to thank him. Go ahead. I will report to the higher authorities immediately. Yes. Midnight. Yingtu Mountain. Yunwood General Camp. In the general's tent, Yang Jun sat at the table with a frown on his face, his eyes bloodshot, and he looked much more haggard. So many people have died in this battle, but he still can't see hope. Now, he had no back strength left in his hands, and the remaining elite soldiers were almost all injured and exhausted. He didn't know how long he could hold on. Maybe 5 days, maybe 7 days, maybe 1 day. The most terrible thing was that Daxiao not only did not agree to help, but also placed a legion on the border, looking covetous and ready to move. In this situation, what else could he expect? Feeling irritable and depressed, Yang Jun stood up and walked out of the general's tent, staring at the dim starry night sky in a daze. At a certain moment, a cold shout suddenly sounded. Stop! The voice came from Zhao Qingdan, the commander of Yang Jun's personal guards. Yang Jun followed Zhao Qingdan's gaze, and saw a team of 10 patrol soldiers standing at a loss 100 steps away. These people were wearing the standard armor of the personal guard camp, and on the surface, there seemed to be no problem. But Zhao Qingdan didn't think so, because he felt that these people seemed a little strange. Therefore, Zhao Qingdan waved his hand to alert the personal guards around him, while shouting coldly, Turn around! Hearing the order, the leader slowly turned his head, with a playful smile on his lips. You are somewhat alert, but it's too late. Zhao Qingdan's pupil shrank, and he showed his Dharma body without hesitation, and shouted loudly, There is an assassin! Protect Shang's Hugwo! As soon as this sound came out, hundreds of guards around were shocked and rushed forward in formation, and some sounded the alarm to summon more elites to support. Ha. Futile struggle. As the man sneered, 10 guards of unknown origin showed their Dharma bodies without concealment, and quickly counterattacked. At this moment, whether it was the guards, Zhao Qingdan, or Yang Jun, they all changed their colors in shock, and their eyes were full of disbelief, because the Dharma bodies of these 10 people were all spiritual Dharma bodies of more than 10 feet high. The tallest Dharma body among them reached 16 feet. The shortest was 10 feet. You know, in Tianan, there hasn't been a 10th level strongman in the spiritual body realm for a long time. Such assassination power. How can it not be terrifying? Yang Jun, you deserve to die for letting Chong Qingyuan take action. The leader with a spiritual body of 16 feet tall laughed, but his eyes were extremely cold. At this moment, the other 9 people have begun to kill. Their bodies stood in the air with their arms folded, and they only controlled their spiritual bodies like lightning balls. In just 10 breaths, they killed all the hundreds of Yang Jun's guards. Zhao Qingdan was furious and rushed towards the leading assassin with a roar, but was chopped by the opponent's spiritual body, and his body and the 9-foot-tall spiritual body were split in half. Seeing his subordinates, who had been with him day and night, being brutally slaughtered, Yang Jun's old eyes flashed with pain. After more than 10 breaths, Yang Jun's expression suddenly condensed. This day has finally come. The assassin leader raised his eyebrows, showing surprise. Oh, you don't seem too surprised? And you expected that you would end up like this? Qingqiu is blessed by heaven and has abundant cultivation resources, since it can cultivate a strong army far superior to others. How can it not have a strong finale? Yang Jun spoke indifferently, and then slowly but firmly drew his sword, pointing the tip of the sword at the other party. Come on. Let this pillar of the country personally experience how extraordinary that powerful person who transcends the ninth level is. The assassin leader was silent for a moment, and then landed on the ground to show respect. After more than 100 breaths, Eaglehead Mountain suddenly burst into flames. The red flames were like a huge torch in the dark night, attracting countless eyes. At the same time, the deafening shouts of killing suddenly sounded from the camps of Qingqiu, and a round of the most massive general offensive was launched in full swing. Yang Jun is the spiritual pillar of the Yunbua army. Now the Qingqiu army keeps shouting Yang Jun is dead. And with the evidence of the flames of Eaglehead Mountain, the morale of the Yunbua army plummeted instantly. In addition, a month of brutal battles has pushed the Yunbua army to the limit, and it is all supported by a breath. Now without this breath, the Yunbua army almost collapsed completely. Some people fled, some surrendered, and only a very small number of people chose to fight to the death. Yunbua Imperial Capital, the Imperial Palace, the Yongxing Palace. Your Majesty, it's midnight. It's time to rest. Looking at Mu Lianhuai, who looked exhausted, Jia Zhan, the personal eunuch, couldn't help but remind him, rest? How can I rest? Mu Lianhuai glanced at Jia Zhan and sighed. The front line of Ronglin is getting more and more difficult. Daxia is ambitious and has deployed 600,000 troops to the border. Eyeing Yunbua, how can I close my eyes and rest? Jia Zhan moved his lips, but didn't know how to persuade him. He could only sigh and lower his head. After more than 10 breaths of silence, there were suddenly sounds of fighting and screams from outside. Mu Lianhuai's heart trembled, and his face suddenly turned pale. What's going on? Soon, a eunuch ran in with weak legs and feet. Your Majesty, something bad is going to happen. There is a mutiny. Mutiny? Mu Lianhuai's heart sank, and he felt as if a thunderbolt had struck his sea of consciousness. Quickly protect His Majesty and evacuate, Jia Zhan shouted angrily, and a group of personal eunuchs surrounded him, escorting the stunned Mu Lianhuai out of the palace. However, before they could leave the palace, they were forced back by the densely packed soldiers. Asshole! Deputy Commander Tian. How dare you rebel? Jia Zhan glared at the leading deputy commander of the Imperial Guards. Roaring in shock and anger, Deputy Commander Tian gritted his teeth, lowered his head and said nothing. Deputy Commander Tian. This is called a man who knows the times is a hero. As a calm voice sounded, the dense array of soldiers suddenly cracked, and a figure walked in slowly. Looking closely, this person was Yunbua Prime Minister Ke Xian. Prime Minister? You? You? Jia Zhan couldn't believe it, and Mu Lianhuai also widened his eyes, and his lips were trembling slightly. Your Majesty, please don't blame me. I have been advised by others, and I have no choice. For the survival of my Ke family, I have to do this. Ke Xian bowed deeply to Mu Lianhuai with a complicated look. Good. Oh, it's really good. My loyal minister, the Prime Minister of Yunbua, has become the first traitor. Mu Lianhuai's face was ashen, and he gritted his teeth. But if you want to take credit from your new master, it won't be that easy. Wait. Shang's Huguo will definitely take off the head of you. The old thief. Shang's Huguo? Ke Xian sneered, his eyes showing resentment. Although he was the Prime Minister, he was always suppressed by Yang Jun. How could he have the real authority of the Prime Minister? I'm afraid that your Majesty will be disappointed. The old man Yang Jun will definitely not live until dawn. It's possible that he is dead at this time, and the Ronglin defense line has been defeated. Your Majesty, don't have any illusions. The Qingqiu army will soon be able to march straight to the imperial capital. Mu Lianhuai's pupil shrank, and a look of sadness flashed in his eyes. But soon, Mu Lianhuai cheered up again, and smiled sarcastically at Ke Xian with a miserable look. At this point, I have to admit that my Yunbua dynasty has indeed come to an end. But it's not that easy for you, a traitor, to sell out your master for glory and live a miserable life. Don't forget, the great Xia dynasty is not easy to deal with. Do you think they will really sit back and watch the fat meat in front of them and do nothing? Great Xia. Ke Xian curled his lips, looking indifferent. They are too late. Even if there are surprise troops suddenly appearing here, with this old minister here, they can't even think of stepping into the imperial capital. Okay, Your Majesty, are you going to come by yourself? Or do you want this old minister to send you off? Mu Lianhuai pushed Jia Zhan and others away, stared at Ke Xian, tidied up his imperial robe, and then walked back to the throne step by step. How can you? A shameless old thief. Take my orders? Kuexian frowned, a flash of anger and murderous intent in his eyes. A strong man beside him felt Kuexian's emotions, so he turned his head and looked at him with a look of inquiry. However, after Kuexian's eyes changed for a while, he slowly shook his head. Since the overall situation has been decided, there is no need for him to be infamous for killing the emperor with his own hands. Old minister, I respectfully bid farewell to your majesty. Chapter 173 Divine Soldiers Descend from the Sky. The Power of the Golden Rock. The first quarter of the first month of the first lunar month. It was less than an hour before Mu Lianghuai committed suicide, and Kuexian was constantly sending people to eliminate dissidents, causing bloodshed and chaos in the powerful areas of Yunbua imperial capital. In the Yongqing Palace, Mu Lianghuai's body had been embalmed, and Kuexian stood in front of the magnificent throne with a changing look in his eyes. No one did not desire this seat. However, although he could sit down by turning around, he did not dare to sit down, because reason was restraining him. There were some thoughts that he dared not have, especially at this time. If someone told the Queen of Qingqiu about this, his head would definitely be moved. After letting out a long sigh, Kuexian slowly reached out his hand, wanting to touch it, so that he could have some psychological comfort. At this moment, hurried footsteps suddenly sounded from outside the palace. Kuexian's face changed slightly, and his fingers quickly retracted as if they were touched by electricity. He turned around and looked towards the palace door expressionlessly. Prime Minister, it's bad. Daxia has sent troops. A middle-aged man in black rushed into the palace and reported in a hurry. Kuexian's pupil shrank, and then he returned to his calmness. Why are you panicking? Daxia will send troops. Isn't it expected? Tell me, when did they set out? Yes. The middle-aged man in black calmed down a little, licked his lips, and continued to speak. The specific departure time is difficult to determine, because the Daxia army has imposed martial law on the area within a radius of 20 miles of Jinsui Pass since the day before yesterday, and cavalry patrols from time to time, making it impossible for our spies to get close. But judging from the current position of the Daxia vanguard, it should have set out 3 or 4 hours ago. Hearing this answer, Kuexian's face suddenly sank, and his brows furrowed deeply. Where is the Daxia vanguard? Wodenling. So fast? Kuexian's eyelids jumped, and his face became even uglier. Bring the map. Yes. Soon. A paper map was placed in front of Kuexian. After comparing the map for a while, Kuexian rubbed his temples with a headache, looking at their marching direction. It is clear that they want to seize the north bank of Songjiang before the Qingqiu army, so as to prevent the Qingqiu army from going north. The face of the middle-aged man in black changed, and he said in surprise, Prime Minister, what should we do then? The route in this direction, no matter how you go, does not need to pass through Mingwan. And at present, we have no power to obstruct or slow down its speed. And the march of the Daxia army can be said to be smooth all the way. If Daxia really blocks Songjiang first, will the Qingqiu dynasty continue to go north? If the Qingqiu army does not want to go to war with the Daxia army, won't we be in trouble? Kuexian's face was gloomy, and his eyes were changing. He did not expect that Daxia would act so quickly, which caught him off guard. Don't panic yet. Rongling mountain range is much closer to Songjiang. As long as the Qingqiu army can break through the Rongling defense line within an hour, there is a great hope to cross the river before Daxia. No news from Qingqiu yet? As soon as Kuexian finished speaking, another figure ran in quickly. Report to the Prime Minister. The Qingyi Guard sent news that they have successfully broken through the Rongling defense line. As soon as these words came out, Kuexian was overjoyed. Good. Good. Immediately let them report the movement of the Great Xia army to the commander of Qingqiu, and ask him to send cavalry to the north quickly and cross the Songjiang River. Yes. After the visitor left, Kuexian breathed a sigh of relief, and felt that his heart was at ease again. Prime Minister, the people of Qingqiu said before that Great Xia might use that Airbus to directly send elite troops to the imperial capital. Do you think it is true? It doesn't matter whether it is or not. Kuexian shook his head indifferently. I have ordered the garrison and the imperial guards to raise the alert level to the highest level, and most of the defensive equipment is facing the sky. If they don't come, it's fine. If they dare to come, I will make them fall to the ground and turn them into slag. At present, the more than 100,000 troops in the imperial capital are under Kuexian's control. Even if the Great Xia elite really come in that way, he is not afraid at all. The walls of the Yunbua Imperial City are high and thick. Although the garrison troops are less powerful, they have perfect defensive equipment, which is enough to ensure that the city gates are not lost. If those Airbuses intend to land directly in the Imperial City from high altitude, the 40,000 Imperial Guards scattered at key nodes in the city will give them the most enthusiastic hospitality. Just as Xian spoke confidently, dozens of warships were divided into 4 queues and slowly approached the 4 gates of the Yunbua Imperial City from the dark sky. East Gate. Xian, the newly promoted lieutenant of the East Gate, stood on the top floor of the gate tower, staring at the dark night sky in a trance. Once, he was eager to get this position. But now, he feels like he has taken on a hot potato. He doesn't know what happened in the palace, but he can smell the blood in the air, and he can feel the chaos spreading silently. Yunbua will be destroyed, which is a fact that almost all Yunbua dignitaries are unwilling to admit, but have to admit. In this case, what is the point of the Prime Minister promoting him? I don't know how long it took, but Xian's face suddenly changed slightly, because he seemed to see something. Several blurry shadows. Come here. Shoot a bright arrow to the sky ahead. Yes. Soon, a captain in the virtual body realm shot a light silver arrow. A silver light flew 2 miles away, and then exploded in the air, spreading a spherical bright light group, suddenly illuminating the night sky ahead. All the soldiers of the garrison on the east section of the city wall looked over, with doubt in their eyes. But soon, this doubt turned into shock and unbelievability, and some people were even frightened and opened their mouths and froze in place, because 6 huge strange birds that looked like ancient golden rocks were watching them expressionlessly. These 6 dark strange birds were 2 large and 4 small. The big one was 100 feet long and more than 20 feet high, and the small one was dozens of feet long and more than 10 feet high, which was extremely scary. What? What is this? Is it the ancient golden rock? No. It's the ancient black rock? Look at their eyes. They are dark red, and the pupils are almost as big as a room. Right? This is too scary. The garrison soldiers, who didn't know what was going on, were so scared that they kept swallowing their saliva and whispering to each other. On the top floor of the city gate tower, Xian was also shocked. Didn't the Prime Minister say that Dasha's Airbus might appear tonight? What the hell are these? Could it be the military version of the flying armored vehicle? Xian was in doubt. But he didn't forget his duty. All troops, prepare for battle. Hunter crossbows, get ready. Hearing Xian shout, the flag bearers, drummers, and others reacted and hurriedly suppressed their shocked emotions to execute the military order. Soon, hundreds of huge crossbows operated by 5 people pointed obliquely at the sky, aiming at the 6 strange birds. However, at this moment, a series of shrill and piercing sounds of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Xian's pupil shrank, and when he was about to open his mouth to give some orders, a deafening explosion suddenly sounded. Boom! At that moment, the middle section of the east city wall with the city gate tower, as the core began to shake violently, and screams also sounded intensively. Looking around, I saw red smoke and dust floating out from the city wall, broken stones and bricks flying, and even broken limbs and arms mixed in. Even the towering city gate tower guarded by the formation only lasted for more than 10 breaths before it exploded. But this was just the beginning. As the 6 Jinping warships turned sideways, a more violent attack began. The Yunbua garrison troops on other directions of the city wall that had not been attacked were so scared that their hands and feet became weak. Some shouted and turned to flee, while others gritted their teeth and fought back with the hunting crossbow. However, this weapon, that was enough to hunt down the strong in the true body realm, was easily blocked by the thin formation barrier flashing on the surface of the 6 Jinping warships. Even the highest level hunting crossbow that could hunt down the strong who had just entered the spiritual body realm could not shake that thin formation. This was a one-sided massacre, and the slaughter didn't even know the origin of the other party, and hadn't seen any enemy yet. When the violent bombardment ended, a large layer of the middle wall was directly cut off. The city gate tower disappeared completely, and even 2 cracks of 35 meters wide appeared on the wall. In the smoke and dust, corpses were scattered all over the bumpy and uneven city walls, and painful groans came one after another. Some garrison soldiers who were lucky enough to be only slightly injured huddled in the corner, curled up and shivered. Those who surrender will not be killed. With a deafening shout, the Yunbua soldiers who escaped by chance knelt on the ground as if they had been pardoned, and threw their weapons far away. Soon, A cruise-class warship arrived above the original city gate tower. As the bottom hatch opened, 800 Daxia soldiers jumped down one after another and began to clean up the scene and take over the defense. As for the other 5 Jinping warships, they continued to sail towards the city. Who is in charge here? Where is the captain of the city gate? On the chaotic top of the city wall, a captain of Daxia shouted coldly. Reply, General. Captain Su is dead. What do you need? I can help you. A dusty bearded man raised his head carefully and responded with a smile that was uglier than crying. It was at this time that he confirmed the identity of the attacker, because the dragon flag of Daxia had been planted behind the other party. Dead? The captain of Daxia frowned, then nodded expressionlessly. Okay. It's your turn. Get up and talk. Yes. The bearded man hurriedly stood up and secretly breathed a sigh of relief, because this meant that his life should be saved. At the same time, similar scenes were also playing out at the other 3 gates of the Yunbua Imperial City, facing the fierce bombardment of the powerful Huiying crossbow of the Jinping battleship. Whether it was the solid city walls and gates, or the fighting spirit and morale of the Yunbua garrison, they were all hit to pieces and ruined. And this is one of the main reasons why Xia Ao kept delaying time. If there were no Jinping battleships, if he wanted to take over the Yunbua Imperial City, the best case scenario would be more than 10,000 casualties. But now, the Great Xia army even easily took over the 4 gates of the Yunbua Imperial City without hurting a single person. Chapter 174, Breaking the City. One step too late. Imperial Palace? Yangqing Palace. Report? Prime Minister. Something bad is happening. The Great Xia army is attacking. Xian frowned slightly and shouted unhappily. Why are you panicking? If they come, we will defend them with all our strength. At this point, Xian suddenly shuddered and widened his eyes. What did you just say? They are attacking? The young general who came to report the news nodded hurriedly, crying and trembling. Yes. The Great Xia army is staying in the belly of the huge giant bird. Those giant birds are like ancient wild beasts, with extremely powerful attack and defense power. Now, the 4 city gates have been lost. The garrison has suffered heavy casualties and has fled across the board. Hearing this, both Xian and Xian's confidants were shocked and frightened. How long has it been since they received the news of the unknown enemy? It seems that there is not even an instant's stick of time. But in such a short time, the Daxia army had already taken the 4 city gates. Are they dreaming? Absurd. Fake. Absolutely fake. This man must be a Daxia spy, who came to disrupt the army and create chaos. Kill him. Yes. Capture him and torture him severely. Hearing the angry shouts of the big men, the young general who reported the news was confused and frightened. He ran to report the news with due diligence, but was labeled as a spy of the enemy country. What's going on? At this moment, a rumbling sound suddenly came from a distance, and the sound was getting closer. The people in the hall were all startled, and then they all stared at Xian. Xian's face was ashen, and he gritted his teeth and strode out of the Yangqing Palace. The others hurriedly followed him out. Standing on the high platform outside the palace, everyone could vaguely see some fire and dark red halos spreading in the distance, like a wick in the dark. Weak but conspicuous. What is this? Did the Daxia army really break in? No. Impossible. If the garrison troops collectively turned against us, it would be fine. But the garrison troops were clearly resisting. No matter how terrifying the army was, it would be impossible to break through the 4 city gates at the same time in such a short time. That's right. It must be the spies of Daxia and the traitors in the city who are causing trouble. But thanks to the wisdom of the Prime Minister, 40,000 imperial troops have been mobilized and scattered in various key points in the city. I believe that the rebellion will be suppressed soon. The unknown and terrifying disaster is imminent, but no one is willing to believe it. They keep looking for reasons to convince themselves and paralyze themselves so that they can feel at ease. But facts are facts after all, and they cannot be changed by covering their ears and stealing bells. When the palace gate and a small section of the palace wall collapsed with a loud rumble. When 2 huge golden warships appeared in sight. When the cavalrymen in dazzling golden armor and bright red cloaks jumped out of the bottom hatch of the warships. Everyone present was pale, and their hands and feet were cold. It's actually true. What is that strange bird? What are those huge iron chopsticks? Why are they so terrifying? What is going on? 7 or 8 ministers here murmured in panic. and the battle in the distance had already started. The Yunhua Palace only had 50,000 imperial guards, and Kuexian had transferred 40,000 out. Now there were only 10,000 imperial guards left in the palace. In the fierce bombardment just now, nearly 1,000 imperial guards died tragically along with the collapsed palace gates and walls. Although the remaining imperial guards were terrified, they still rushed forward. However, they had no idea how big the gap between them and the other side was. They were the Golden Cavalry under Ming Tian. The weakest members of the whole army were all in the 3rd level of innate cultivation. How could they compare? Golden Cavalry. Charge! With a cold and loud shout, thousands of Golden Cavalry responded with a deafening shout, and then pointed their long spears forward diagonally, without any intention of using bows, arrows, javelins, and other long-range weapons. Attack! After the military order was issued, a golden tide rushed forward, emitting a series of long or short, thick or thin golden spears, piercing the blue Yunhua Imperial Guards. When the two armies passed through, the blue formation was almost invisible, leaving less than 1,000 people trembling in the corpses and blood on the ground. After the Golden Iron Cavalry charged, only 1,000 people returned to clean up the mess, and the rest of the army continued to rush forward, splitting into more than a dozen large or small formations, sweeping towards various parts of the palace. In front of the Yongqing Palace, looking at the hundreds of Golden Iron Cavalry rushing over, a group of eunuchs and palace maids had already knelt on the ground in fear, not daring to raise their heads. As for Kuexian and others, although they were not so unbearable, their faces were pale, and their lips trembled slightly. The change came too fast and too violently, and they were even a little bit unable to accept it at this time. Where is Emperor Yunhua? A general with a full atrium and bright eyes strode onto the high platform, looked around at the group of people present, and shouted coldly, "This person is called Ye Xing, one of the 2 great generals of the Golden Iron Cavalry under Ming Tian." Kuexian was already desperate, but after hearing Ye Xing's question, he suddenly got a thought in his mind. "General, we wanted to persuade Emperor Yuan to surrender to Daxia, but he would rather die than do so. So we imprisoned him and planned to control the army in the city first, so that we could welcome your army when it arrived. But I didn't expect that Emperor Yuan was stubborn and chose to commit suicide directly, and we didn't have time to control the army, and your army had already arrived." Hearing Kuexian's words, the other ministers who were already desperate were stunned for a moment, and then their eyes lit up. Yes, what they did, Daxia didn't know, and Mu Lianhuai did commit suicide, and he was not afraid of verification. As long as they got the chance, maybe there would be hope to escape. Therefore, people started to agree. "Oh, really?" Ye Xing narrowed his eyes, and his suspicious eyes kept scanning several people. "Of course. I am Yunhua Prime Minister Kuexian. I won't lie. Right?" Kuexian nodded seriously, and introduced himself to make it more convincing. However, when Kuexian finished speaking, an inappropriate voice suddenly sounded. "They are lying." Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a palace maid standing up leisurely. Kuexian has already surrendered to the Qingqiu dynasty. Mu Lianhuai was also forced to death by him, and the army in the city has been controlled by him. Asshole! How dare a little palace maid talk nonsense? Kuexian and the others all changed color, and one of them was so angry that he raised his hand to kill the maid. However, before he could make a move, Ye Xing killed him on the spot with a knife. "Who are you?" Ye Xing ignored Kuexian and the others and stared at the maid and asked. "Minglan, the deputy commander under the command of the bad man Tian Shu captain." The maid smiled and raised her hand to make a seal with a strange pattern, which was a way to prove her identity as a bad man. Ye Xing nodded, then stared at Kuexian, with a cold light in his eyes. "You killed your own emperor, and now you dare to deceive this general. You are really looking for death. Come on. Capture them all. If there is resistance, kill them on the spot." Yes. At dawn, a cavalry of more than 100,000 broke through the wheat field and took the fastest route to the south bank of Songjiang River. Looking at the mighty and surging river that was more than 100 feet wide, the eyes of the generals in the front lit up and their faces showed relief. "We are finally here." Yes. It was a long journey. At our speed, we will definitely arrive at least an hour earlier than the Daxia army. Don't be careless. We should cross the river as soon as possible and seize the ferry first. However, when they arrived at the riverside, their faces froze, because on the opposite bank, countless cavalrymen had already spread out into a long line on the river bank. From west to east, and there was no end in sight. Looking at the Daxia dragon flag fluttering in the wind, the identity of the other party was self-evident. At this time, two fishermen came running from not far away. General Song, you are one step late. The leading general named Song Chao had a sullen face and gritted his teeth and glared at the two fishermen. What's going on? How could the great Xia army arrive so quickly? We don't know. It should be because the other side's mounts are very good. A fisherman shook his head and then said in a deep voice, General Song, Great Xia has sent 80,000 cavalry as the vanguard this time. They have dispersed their forces and completed the occupation of most of the areas on the north bank of Songjiang River. As for the remaining places, I think the deployment can be completed within half an hour, even if we want to cross the river from other places. It's too late. After listening to the report of the Qinjiwei secret agent, the faces of several Qingqiu generals became extremely ugly. I thought they were fast enough, but I didn't expect that they were still a step late. General, what should we do? As one person asked. The others also saw Song Chao. Song Chao squinted his eyes, and his face changed. After thinking for a while, his eyes suddenly moved. How many troops does Daxia have in this area now? General Song, this is one of the two places most suitable for large-scale military crossing of the river. So Daxia has deployed a total of about 20,000 cavalry in this section. 20,000? Song Chao's eyes lit up slightly, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. My Qingqiu dynasty fought and died on the front line, paying such a heavy price. How can we let Daxia pick peaches effortlessly? Pass my order. All troops, prepare to cross the river. As soon as these words came out, the other generals changed their expressions. General, you can't. His Majesty has clearly issued an order not to allow us to fight with Daxia. If we forcefully cross the river, won't we have to go to war? Your Majesty does not allow us to take the initiative to attack Daxia. But he didn't say that we can't defend ourselves. Right? Song Chao laughed. His expression was playful. As long as Daxia dares to attack us, we have reason to fight back. And if they don't, with so many of us, are we still worried that we can't cross the river? At that time, we only need to use 30,000 to 40,000 troops to contain them and confront them. And the rest of the army can complete the crossing of the river and go all the way north. After hearing what Song Chao meant, several generals' eyes lit up. Chapter 175 Want to cross the river? Take a bath. However, at this time, the fisherman spoke again and poured a basin of cold water on everyone. General Song, you may have to be cautious about this matter. I suggest that you should ask General Lu for instructions first, because the Daxia army has already captured the Yunbua imperial capital in the early morning of today. What? Song Chao and others changed their colors again, and their faces were full of surprise and anger. Hasn't your Majesty let Yunbua Prime Minister Koexine control the Yunbua imperial capital? Is Koexine a waste? How could the Daxia army break into the city so easily? It is still unknown what happened, because Daxia blocked the transmission of the secret talisman of the Yunbua imperial capital, and there was no news in the city. The Yunbua imperial capital was conquered by Daxia, and this was discovered by my Qinjiwei spies outside the city. The fisherman shook his head and said, General, what should we do? After more than 10 breaths of dead silence, a deputy general stared at Song Chao and asked, What should we do? Of course we should continue to cross the river, Song Chao said coldly. His teeth clenched. But General, the capital of Yunbua has been conquered by Daxia. We can't take it away from Daxia. Right? The deputy general said hesitantly. Although I don't know what happened specifically. The reason why the Daxia army was able to bypass the pass and capture the Yunbua imperial capital must be that they used the Airbus. In that case, their number must be very limited. If they want the Yunbua imperial capital, then give it to them. But we can't just give up the vast territory of the Yunbua dynasty. My Qingqiu army paid hundreds of thousands of casualties to defeat the Yunbua army, but only took less than 40% of Yunbua's territory, while Daxia took most of it without spending a single soldier. Where in the world is there such a cheap good thing? At the very least, we have to take 70% of Yunbua's territory. Otherwise, not to mention that the soldiers who died in the battle would not agree. Even the people in the country would not agree. My Qingqiu dynasty will become a laughing stock in the world. Song Chao gritted his teeth and said, his eyes angry and determined, Send an order. Prepare to cross the river. Seeing Song Chao's firm attitude, several deputy generals did not dare to persuade him anymore. Yes. A quarter of an hour later, the Qingqiu cavalry officially began to cross the river. Although more than 20,000 of the 100,000 cavalrymen are in the Xiantian realm, there are not many mounts that have reached the Xiantian realm or above. Therefore, the Qingqiu cavalry cannot directly fly over the Songjiang River, but have to rely on ships to cross the river. Fortunately, this area is one of the two most important ferry crossings along the Songjiang River, and there are many ships in the ferry crossing. In addition, the Qinjiwei people gathered some ships from other places in advance, so they can transport nearly 10,000 cavalrymen each time. Song Chao's strategy is very simple. He just wants to transport the troops to the shallows on the opposite bank first, and then accumulate them one by one, and then use the advantage of numbers to use a human wall to force the Daxiao army back. On the north bank, seeing the Qingqiu army begin to cross the river, a young general frowned slightly and looked at Meng Tian, who was sitting firmly on a high chair. Marshal Meng, it seems that the other party does not want to give up. What should we do? Should we send troops to force them back? But if we take the initiative, wouldn't it be against the will of His Majesty? Meng Tian sneered and drank a sip of tea slowly. Can they just cross this river if they want to? Send 5,000 men forward. Wait until all the enemy ships have crossed the river, and bombard the river. Bombard the river? The young general was stunned at first, and then his eyes brightened. Yes, I will go to deploy now. Soon, 5,000 golden cavalry stood in 10 rows on the shallows, staring expressionlessly at the fleet of ships that were slowly moving forward in the river. When those ships passed halfway, when the fastest few ships were only more than 10 feet away from the north bank, a loud shout suddenly sounded. Get ready. Crash! Accompanied by bursts of light sounds, 5,000 golden cavalry pulled the bowstrings in unison. On the south bank, after seeing the actions of the golden cavalry, Song Chao and others were all shocked. What do they want to do? Do they dare to shoot us directly? Shouldn't they? They may just want to scare us and force us to retreat. After all, the agreement was also agreed by the Emperor of Daxia. Scare us? I don't think that's the right attitude. General, why don't you order them to withdraw? Yes, General. If the other party really takes action, our soldiers on the ship will suffer a great loss. Faced with dissuasion, Song Chao refused to listen. They dare. Humph. If they really dare to attack us, then we have a reason to destroy them all, Song Chao said coldly, and he was completely ruthless. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he heard a decisive order. Shoot! The next moment, 5,000 arrows with thick or light golden light shot out at a rapid speed, pulling out bursts of piercing air. At this moment, all the Qingqiu soldiers were horrified. Defense! The Qingqiu captain on the ship screamed loudly. His eyes were about to split. But something unexpected happened again. I saw that the arrows suddenly tilted at a large angle halfway through, and did not continue to shoot at the fleet on the river, but slanted down into the river. The sudden change caught people off guard, and some people were a little confused. But soon, the new change made the Qingqiu soldiers change color again, because those arrows seemed to carry terrifying energy, forming a surging net under the river, which greatly disturbed the originally calm river water, and set off violent waves several feet high or even more than 10 feet high on the river. And under the impact and sweep of these waves, the unprepared ships were constantly overturned, and strings of Qingqiu soldiers and mounts were thrown into the rolling river. For a while, screams, sounds of pain, sounds of choking, and cries for help were endless, except for a dozen ships carrying innate elites that were preserved. The remaining hundreds of large and small ships were all overturned. Looking around, the river surface with waves was full of struggling heads. On the south bank, all the Qingqiu soldiers were shocked and angry. Their faces were livid. Asshole! Asshole! Song Chao roared and threw his iron helmet out in anger. He never thought that the other party would do this. What made him even more confused was the strength of the other party's soldiers. Judging from the attack just now, the 5,000 people were all elites above the 3rd level of innateness. And there were also masters of the Dharmakaya realm among them. It was precisely because the 5,000 people had such strength that they could set off such a turbulent wave. Damn Daxiao. Come! Pass my order. Order all the Xiantian realm soldiers to assemble. Follow me to fly over Songjiang and destroy them. Furious, Song Chao could no longer bear it, and issued an order that made several deputy generals pale. General. No! The Daxiao army did not directly shoot at our army, which probably cannot be regarded as their first move. Yes, General. You must not be impulsive. Perhaps this is the opponent's provocation. We must not be fooled. General, The most urgent task is to rescue the soldiers who fell into the water. Many of them are not good at swimming. Faced with the earnest obstruction and persuasion of several deputy generals, Song Chao finally calmed down a little. After glaring at the Daxia army opposite with hatred, Song Chao waved his hand with a gloomy face. Let the Xiantian soldiers and those who are good at swimming go into the water to rescue. Yes. After a lot of trouble, they finally brought back all the people who could be rescued and the boats that could be brought back. But Song Chao and others were not happy at all, because there were still thousands of people who could not be rescued, and only a few hundred mounts were rescued. Although the soldiers in the postnatal realm have a certain ability to hold their breath, the time is limited after all. In addition, the previous waves were too swift and strong, and some of them were directly stunned or knocked unconscious. General, what should we do now? Looking at the soldiers who were like drowned chickens and dejected, a deputy general asked helplessly. Report to General Liu. Song Chao finally chose to bow to reality. After all, in this situation, his strategy of crossing the river by force was obviously impossible. But this does not mean that he can swallow his anger. After the words fell, Song Chao soared into the sky and stood in the air above the middle of the river. Daxia rats! How dare you bully my Qingqiu soldiers? Who of you is the commander? Stand up and speak for me! Song Chao gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. And the sound waves carried evenly, shaking the river water below to ripple. Heh! Little Qingqiu, dare you speak rudely to my great Xia? The young general who had talked with Meng Tian before appeared and stood 3 feet away from Song Chao, folding his arms and sneering disdainfully. Who are you? Song Chao asked word by word, his eyes cold. The young general laughed, adjusted his wrist armor and said casually, I am Wu Song, a general under the command of Meng Shui of my great Xia Tao Wu Corps. Song Chao's face turned green and his eyes were a little red, because he felt that he was greatly insulted. A small general dared to talk directly to this general. How can this be absurd? Get out. Let your Meng Shui come out and talk to this general in person. Wu Song curled his lips and smiled contemptuously. Who do you think you are? How dare we let Meng Shui come out in person? Ha! You are worthy? How dare you? Song Chao was so angry that his eyes were wide open, and the muscles on his cheeks were throbbing slightly. His hand had already touched the hilt of the knife, and he almost pulled it out. But his reason finally suppressed him, and he didn't really make a move. After taking several deep breaths, Song Chao looked away, and after scanning the other side for a long time, he finally fixed his eyes on Meng Tian. He didn't know if that was the commander of the great Xia Tao Wu Corps, but he knew that the man's status was at least much higher than the lieutenant general in front of him, and he was worthy of his status. Daxia attacked my Qingqiu soldiers without reason. This is a great provocation. It's a declaration of war. If you can't give this general a satisfactory explanation today, then this general has every reason to launch a counterattack. Even if it triggers a full-scale war between the 2 dynasties, it will all be your fault, because you started it first? Wu Song sneered, his eyes full of mockery. What a joke. Our army just wanted to practice with the river water. How could we attack you? But my commander Meng also said that you'd better stay on the south bank honestly. If you dare to cross the river, Daxia doesn't mind letting you all die under the cold water of Songjiang. After saying that, Wu Song turned around and left, leaving Song Chao standing in the air, gritting his teeth and panting. Chapter 176 The Ecstatic Wei Emperor. Undercurrents. David Dynasty. The Palace. As soon as the sky brightened, the bell calling for civil and military officials to enter the palace for discussion rang from the Yuhua Bell Tower. This made many ministers a little flustered, because today was not the scheduled day for the court meeting, and some even stayed drunk until dawn, and their minds were still a little unclear. This is a bit absurd. After all, the David dynasty is on the verge of extinction, and the enemy can kill to the imperial capital at any time. However, some people have already found a way out. Some people think that they will not be liquidated by the new ruling regime, and some people are drowning their sorrows in alcohol. When disaster strikes, all kinds of people will appear. After entering the court meeting hall, all officials whispered constantly, trying to find out the reason for the sudden call for the court meeting. Minister Bai, His Majesty has suddenly summoned him urgently. What happened? But the last line of defense has been breached, and the enemy will soon reach the imperial capital? You ask me, and I want to ask you something. Isn't your cousin a captain of the night patrol? If the situation changes drastically, he should be the first to know. Right? Hey, what about the night patrol? The night patrol itself has limited capabilities. After a series of wars, the night patrol's network has long been in tatters, and the information it can get is quite limited. Moreover, I haven't seen my cousin for more than half a month. I wonder if something happened. Lord Chung, you should know something about the inside story. Right? What can I know? There are rumors flying all over the city now, and there is chaos everywhere. The news is also true and false, and it is difficult to distinguish the truth from the false. How can I know? I can know. Oh. What do you do? Yeah. Chew. Liang Jun like a wolf like a tiger. Once they enter the capital, how many old bones can we survive? Does Xia? If you still expect them? If they really rescue us, how can they repeat them again and again? And they continue to delay? I was so sad that I kept sighing. Of course, they were naturally pretending to be pretending. His Majesty drove with a shout. Bai Guan hurriedly packed his expression and quickly returned to his position to stand down. After they stood up after bowing, the officials looked at each other in bewilderment, because at this moment, Emperor Wei Yong was sitting on the throne with a happy face, and all his sorrow, anger, and hesitation had disappeared. My dear ministers, I want to announce a good news. A great good news, Wei Yong said with his hands raised, his face excited, looking at the ecstatic Wei Yong. The officials were not surprised, but a little puzzled, and even looked at Wei Yong with a little more pity in their eyes. Is His Majesty so angry that he is confused? At this time, how can there be any great good news? Wei Yong did not pay attention to the eyes of the officials, but just talked excitedly there. Daxia, the troops have been dispatched. Hearing this, the ministers were stunned. Daxia has dispatched troops? When did it happen? Your Majesty, did Daxia really dispatch troops? When did they dispatch troops? A minister hurriedly stepped out and asked. After nightfall yesterday, the Daxia army had already set out and entered the western border of our Dawei. Wei Yong said loudly, his spirits high. If it's fast, it will appear behind the Dachu army the day after tomorrow. Even if it's slow, it will definitely appear the day after tomorrow. What? The troops were dispatched last night? Faced with the sudden good news, the ministers were surprised and happy, feeling that the heavens had finally favored them. But at the same time, some people's eyelids jumped, and a hint of gloom flashed in their eyes. These people are smart people. They have already prepared a retreat for themselves, either Dalian or Dachu. But now, Daxia has suddenly dispatched troops, which obviously poses a considerable threat to them. Because once David withstood the fierce attacks of the Chu and Liang armies, and waited until the arrival of the Daxia army, it was possible that David would survive. If the truth came out, all 9 of their clans would be in danger. At this moment, they were still a little hesitant and concerned about their old friendship and reputation. But they secretly made a decision in their hearts. Great. In 3 or 4 days, my David soldiers will definitely be able to survive. Yes, as long as we can hold on until the arrival of the Daxia army, we will definitely survive this disaster. The Daxia army is a brave and invincible and powerful army. God has mercy on me, David. I am finally saved. After the excitement, a minister suddenly asked the most critical question. Your Majesty, may I ask how many troops did Daxia send this time? 1 legion. 600,000. Wei Yong laughed and said, stroking his beard. 600,000? Hearing this answer, the ministers were stunned, and the joy on their faces faded a lot. Your Majesty, the Chu army and the Liang army together have more than 2 million. Although the Daxia army is strong, it is only 600,000. This, Wei Yong did not care. Why rush? Although Daxia only sent 1 legion to my David, they also sent another legion to directly attack Dachu. The Dachu country was attacked. How could the Chu army that plundered our country not retreat? In this way, we only need to deal with the Liang army. The Daxia army is brave, and with the support of our elite, who have survived hundreds of battles, it will be easy to defeat the Dalian army. Although Wei Yong did not think that things would be so smooth and easy. At this moment, he had to give everyone a big tonic pill. So, he naturally said whatever was beneficial. At this most critical and tense moment, he must calm people's hearts and boost morale. Your Majesty is wise. If it weren't for Your Majesty's insistence on showing goodwill to Daxia and asking for help, I, David, would have no hope of turning the tide of the war. Master Ma is right. All this is thanks to Your Majesty's wise decision. Your Majesty is wise. Facing the shouts of all the ministers, Wei Yong laughed. All this is not only my credit, but also the credit of all the ministers, and even more so the credit of those soldiers who bravely fought the enemy without hesitation. Pass on my order. Immediately spread the news of Daxia's army coming to help to the world and the army. I want every citizen and every soldier to know that I, David, will not die. We have the strongest ally. We will defeat all enemies who come to attack us. As ordered. After the court meeting, all officials left one after another. An hour later, 6 or 7 officials concealed their whereabouts and quietly came to a tea garden for a secret meeting. In a very secret basement, 7 figures sat together with gloomy faces. What should we do? What else can we do? Now that things have come to this, we can only let go of everything and do it. This. How about we reconsider it? What else to consider? Humph. Hanshio. I advise you not to have any fluke thoughts. Even if our affairs will not be investigated by the Night Tour Division in the future. Even if the bad people of Daxia and Luoyang will not get any wind. The Dachu will definitely not let us off. Yes. If we go back on our words. The people of Dachu will definitely reveal everything. And we will still die. In this case, we have no choice but to fight. I understand the reason. But it is too cruel to let him lead his men to turn against his comrades. I am worried that he may not be able to do it. Can't do it? Humph. Then you have to let him think it over and see whether he wants his wife, daughter and son to die. Or let others die. Among the 7 people, the only one who hesitated was the one named Hanshio. And listening to their conversation, another person related to Hanshio was also related to the success or failure of a major event. After more than 10 breaths of silence, Hanshio's voice finally broke the silence. And his tone was obviously a bit bitter. I understand. But, have you ever thought about whether the Chu army would withdraw if the Chu country was attacked by the Xia? If they withdraw, what's the point of everything we do? Hey! Don't listen to the old emperor's nonsense. The Chu country is not a sick cat without claws and teeth. They still have more than 1 million troops in their country. How can the Xia army of only 600,000 be forced into a desperate situation? Besides, even if the Xia can do it, it will take a long time. Do you think that we are not enough to solve everything with that time? That's right. As long as they start there, the Chu army can immediately break through the defense line. And they can kill to the imperial capital in 2 days at most. Once the imperial capital is captured, everything will be over. Hanshio opened his mouth, finally sighed, and nodded silently. Almost at the same time, in a magnificent mansion somewhere, 8 or 9 people gathered together. What do you think we should do? Duke, the defense line has been arranged, and the only thing left is the imperial capital. There are still 150,000 troops in the imperial capital. If they fight to the death, and the court recruits young warriors to help defend the city, there may be hope to hold out until the arrival of the Daxia army. So, we must control the imperial capital. Otherwise, if the court holds out, all of us will die without a burial place. Alas, do we have to take this step after all? Duke, the situation is like this. We have no choice. Yes, if we had known that Daxia would send troops, we should not have. It's time now. How can we still have the mind to assume? Duke, please make a decision. We don't have much time anymore. We must prepare everything within 2 days. Listening to the anxious urging, an old man sitting on the main seat slowly stood up, turned his head, and stared at the plaque of 3 generations of loyalty for a complicated look for a long time. And his eyes gradually became firm. We have paid enough for David. Now, it's time to think about ourselves. Let's do it. Chapter 177 Great Chu Crisis. Qingqiu Palace. Too much bullying. Yin Chuyan gritted her teeth and slammed the imperial case heavily, with fire in her eyes. Although she had guessed Daxia's plan, she was still very angry when this scene really happened. Of course, the main reason was that her countermeasure failed, which made her particularly angry. Before going to sleep, she had just received the 2 good news that Xian successfully coup and the army defeated Rongling's defense line. But she never thought that after waking up, the situation would be reversed. The Yunboi imperial capital was inexplicably captured by the Daxia army, and even until now she still didn't know how Daxia did it. On the other hand, the Daxia vanguard also seized the north bank of Songjiang River as fast as thunder, not only blocking the Qingqiu army's way north, but also giving their own army a great show of strength, resulting in the tragic death of nearly 1,000 soldiers. The key problem is that their side cannot yet prove the reputation of the other side's first move. Your Majesty, Daxia's behavior is too ugly. And it has killed many of our soldiers. We can't just let this account go. Jiang Zhan was filled with righteous indignation and said angrily, I suggest that we declare war on Daxia directly. Prime Minister Luo Dingbang frowned slightly and interrupted, Your Majesty. This matter needs to be cautious. Daxia's army is quite powerful. If we go to war with Daxia at this time, it is very likely that both sides will suffer losses, and we will not be able to take Daliang again. Jiang Zhan snorted coldly and said with a gloomy face, Prime Minister Luo, are you overestimating Daxia? Or are you underestimating my Qingqiu army? Luo Dingbang's face sank, and he stared at Jiang Zhan unhappily. Master Jiangwei, what do you mean by this? What do you mean? Jiang Zhan sneered. Daxia has sent 2 armies to attack Dachu and David respectively. If they go to war with our dynasty again, it will be a 3-front war. The various taboos of 3-front war. I believe that the Prime Minister should understand without me saying much, even in terms of the manpower that can be invested. Daxia is far behind our dynasty. In this case, can my Qingqiu dynasty still be afraid of Daxia? Luo Dingbang glared at Jiang Zhan and said in a deep voice, When did I say that I would not go to war with Daxia at present? Because I was afraid of them? I said very clearly that this is not the opportunity to fight Daxia to the death. Before annexing Daliang, we cannot lose both sides with Daxia. You have to understand that Daxia, although Xia sent out 2 legions to attack Dachu and David, they still have 3 legions. 3 legions. 1.8 million troops. How much less than our main combat army? What a joke. Jiang Zhan sneered and said disdainfully, Will Luo Xiang settle the accounts? If the Xia is stuck in the quagmire of war in those 2 directions, can it be solved by 2 legions? At the very least, they have to keep a legion to reinforce the war in the other 2 directions. In this way, the Xia can only send 2 legions to our direction at most. How can 2 legions with 1.2 million troops fight us? You? Okay. Yan Chuyan shouted impatiently, interrupting the argument between the 2. Now is indeed not the time to go to war with the Xia. If we don't take down Daliang, our strategic space is too narrow. And if we both lose, it is possible that Daliang and other forces will take advantage of the loophole and reap the benefits. However, this matter cannot be let go. Qingqiu has invested a lot to take down Yinbua, and has suffered far more casualties than expected. We cannot let Daxia reap the fruits of victory in vain. So, tell the general of the cavalry that I will give him 3 days to come up with a feasible strategy. Except for not being able to go to war directly, he can be given authority to make the decision on everything else. If things don't work out, or if 3 days have passed and no solution has been found, then let him return to the court and put the matter on hold. Neither Luo Dingbang nor Jiang Zhan were very satisfied with Yan Chuyan's decision, but it was the best compromise. I obey your order. August 5th. Night. The imperial capital of Dachu. The imperial palace? Although it was late at night, the main palace in front of the imperial palace was still brightly lit, especially in the military strategy hall. More than 20 civil and military ministers gathered together. Everyone frowned and looked extremely serious. In addition, although the young emperor of Dachu was not here, the Queen Mother Miyin was also here in person. It shouldn't be. I have reviewed the game more than a dozen times, but I failed every time. How did the Daxia army do it? 30,000 cavalrymen killed all the way from the front camp to the back camp, broke through 15 lines of defense, and completely penetrated the entire Wanlong camp. How is this possible? What kind of army can do this? Yes, even if these cavalrymen are all in the innate realm, even if they can jump over all kinds of trenches and horse barrier formations, they can't withstand the attack of thunderbolt crossbow rain. What is the situation of this battle? Could it be that there are generals who have betrayed and cooperated with the opponent from inside and outside? A group of ministers stared at the war chess on the sand table and talked constantly. In addition to being serious, their faces were quite ugly, because early this morning, the Daxia army launched an attack on the Wanlong camp. The opponent did not have any tentative attacks, but launched a full-scale attack right away. Dachu has always been on guard against Daxia, so it deployed 500,000 troops in the Wanlong camp. In their opinion, even if Daxia really launched an attack on Dachu one day, relying on the 500,000 troops in Wanlong camp, they could at least contain the enemy for 10 days or half a month. With this time, Dachu could mobilize all available forces to continuously support them. But what was the result? From sunrise to dusk, it was only less than a day, and Wanlong camp was defeated by the enemy in one fell swoop. In this battle, except for 20,000 to 30,000 defeated soldiers who fled. The rest of the 500,000 troops were either killed in battle, seriously injured and captured, or surrendered. It was simply a great defeat unprecedented in the history of Dachu. Faced with such an outcome, the officials of Dachu were shocked, but also full of unbelievable thoughts. They couldn't imagine how Daxia did it in this battle. According to the scattered news sent back from the front line, they did many replays of the war, but no matter how they replayed, they could not get a result close to the facts. In the end, some even began to doubt their own generals, suspecting that some of them had secretly surrendered to the enemy and colluded with the enemy from the inside and outside, which led to such a disastrous defeat. Humph! A heavy cold snort suddenly sounded, suppressing all the discussions. Queen Mother. The ministers looked stern and bowed their heads to Mi Yin. What I want to hear now is not your post-event wisdom, but the response strategy, the defeat of the Wanlong camp. From west to east all the way to the Chunhua Mountains, the enemy can march straight in. Now the main force of the Daxia Bifang Corps has begun to continue to move eastward. What should we do? Should we mobilize heavy troops to fight Daxia on the plains? Or concentrate the troops in the Chunhua Mountains and fight the enemy with the advantage of terrain? Or induce the enemy to divide their troops and annihilate them? Mi Yin said coldly, with frost on her charming cheeks. Although she had been mentally prepared for Daxia's invasion, she still didn't expect the other side to come so quickly. And she didn't expect the Daxia army to be so powerful. In just one day, a 600,000-man army defeated her own 500,000 troops. And it was in her own well-defended camp. This really shocked her. Hearing Mi Yin's question, the imperial censor Lien Sanxing immediately stood up. Queen Mother, it is absolutely not advisable to divide the troops. And it is even more undesirable to take the initiative to attack. The combat power of the Great Xia army may be stronger than we expected. And Wanlong camp is a lesson for us. Therefore, I suggest that we gather heavy troops to defend the 3 passes of Chunhua as the core, and use the defense of the 3 passes and the geographical advantages of the Chunhua Mountains to block the enemy to the west of Chunhua. As soon as Lien Sanxing finished speaking, he was immediately questioned. What if the enemy takes a detour from the south and does not attack the 3 passes of Chunhua? Wouldn't it be better? What we have to do now is to buy time. Lien Sanxing smiled calmly, his eyes wise. It will take 3 or 4 days for the enemy to reach the Chunhua Mountains. If they want to go south and bypass the Chunhua Mountains, it will take another 6 or 7 days. With this time, we can make more thorough preparations. And there is a high probability that King Xiu will be able to resolve the battle with David and send some of the main forces back to support. In this way, we can attack the enemy Bifang army from both sides and defeat it. Papa. As Lien Sanxing finished speaking, a slow round of applause sounded. And at the same time, a mysterious voice sounded. As expected of the imperial censor, this paper skill is really high. Lien Sanxing's face darkened, and he stared at the big-eyed general who spoke. That is, General Ding Yi of the Great Chu. General Ding. What do you mean? What do you mean? Humph! Ding Yi sneered and mocked. Does Censor Lien think that the Daxia army is a puppet that can be manipulated at your will? This general is only talking about a very simple possibility. If Daxia sends troops to attack 3 passes at the same time, but 2 of them are just feints, and the other is the main force, how will you deal with it if all the troops are dispersed? If this pass is breached, the enemy army can travel day and night to the foot of the imperial capital. What can you do then? Lien Sanxing opened his mouth, but didn't know how to respond. His face was red and white alternately. So, in terms of war, you, the censor, should not make random suggestions. Don't think that you are a real military strategist and general just because you have read a few military books. That will only mislead the country and the people. Ding Yi criticized without any scruples, and had no intention of saving Lien Sanxing's face at all. At this time, a minister who had a good relationship with Lien Sanxing walked out with a gloomy face. What about General Ding's opinion? General Ding is a veteran and a famous soldier. He must have a perfect plan to defeat the enemy. Right? Ding Yi glanced at the person who spoke and snorted expressionlessly. Don't flatter me, General. And don't play tricks like you civil servants' word traps. I won't fall for it. Chapter 178 Letter of Persuasion. Ultimatum. Lien Sanxing took a deep breath, suppressed his shame and anger, and glared at Ding Yi. So, what good plan does General Ding have? Nothing else. Just withdraw the troops and return to help. Ding Yi snorted and said in a calm voice. Withdraw troops? Withdraw what troops? Lien Sansheng looked puzzled. At this time, a stunned voice suddenly interrupted. General Ding. You mean to attack the Wei army? Right? Of course. Ding Yi nodded affirmatively, his expression serious. Based on various signs and the war situation, Ding speculates that the military strength of Daxia is even stronger than that of Qingqiu. With the military strength of Daxia, if we do not immediately withdraw the army attacking Wei and concentrate all available forces to fight it to the death, our army has almost no hope of winning. As soon as these words came out, there was a dead silence in the hall, and almost everyone stared at Ding Yi with wide eyes in disbelief. Is this General Dinghua crazy? Let alone whether what he said was right or not. Even if it was right, he couldn't just say it out loud without any scruples. The Queen Mother was still sitting there. If he said that, wouldn't he be afraid that the Queen Mother would chop him off in anger? After more than 10 breaths of silence, a roar suddenly sounded. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. General Ding. It's fine if you boost others' ambitions and destroy your own prestige. But you actually want to persuade the Queen Mother to let Dachu give up the country that we have worked so hard to conquer and hand everything over to the Xia. This man finished speaking angrily, and then immediately turned to Miyan. Queen Mother, Ding Yi is worthy of death. I think he must have been secretly bribed by the people of the Xia. I suggest that he be beheaded immediately to calm the army. Faced with the sudden and unwarranted accusation, Ding Yi was stunned on the spot, obviously not expecting that he would face such a vicious frame-up. What he didn't expect was that someone else followed closely and echoed him. Queen Dowager. I agree. Daxia has 3 armies now, and only 600,000 troops can be deployed in the direction of Dachu. How can a mere 600,000 troops bring danger to Dachu? Ding Yi's purpose is impure and his heart is sinister. If he is not killed, people's hearts will not be reassured. Queen Dowager. I second the proposal. Queen Dowager. I think what Lord Sun and Lord Wang said is reasonable. However, it requires evidence to say that General Ding has an affair with Daxia. I suggest that General Ding should be imprisoned first, and it won't be too late to make a decision after the investigation is clear. Faced with the criticism of a group of ministers, let alone Ding Yi, even Queen Dowager Mi Yin was keenly aware of something wrong. While frowning, Mi Yin squinted and slowly stared at Lien Sansheng, who lowered his head and said nothing, as if everything had nothing to do with him. In order to maintain her position, she completely left the position of Prime Minister vacant and instead used the imperial censor Lien Sansheng, who had always been loyal to her. Originally, everything was fine. Over the years, Lien Sansheng's loyalty to her did not seem to have changed. But today's scene made Mi Yin wake up from a dream, and her heart was filled with chills, because she suddenly realized that under her favor and reuse, although this imperial censor did not have the title of Prime Minister, he might have already become the Prime Minister in reality. The loyal dog, who had been respectful and obedient to her before, may have become a tiger. General Ding Yi of Dinghua just mocked and scolded Lien Sansheng, but was immediately attacked by so many people. How could this be tolerated? If Lien Sansheng has other ideas in the future and wants to harm him, then, just when Ding Yi was shaking with anger and Mi Yan's mind was changing rapidly, a figure suddenly rushed in with his head down. Report to the Queen Mother. The envoy of Daxia wants to see you. The envoy of Daxia? Hearing these 4 words, the people with different thoughts were stunned, and their original plans were thrown out of their minds in an instant. And they all stared at the eunuch who came to report the news. Are you sure it's the envoy of Daxia? Lien Sansheng took 2 steps forward, stared at the eunuch and shouted. Absolutely true. Hearing the eunuch's affirmative answer, angry abuses immediately rang out in the hall. Well, while launching a sneak attack on our army without saying a word, they sent people to the palace of our great Chu. De Xia is clearly insulting our great Chu. Damn De Xia people. How dare they? Queen Mother. Just kill him and sacrifice him. That's right. Queen Mother. De Xia secretly started a war, and they even had the nerve to send an envoy here. It's really unreasonable. Is there no need to meet this envoy? It's best to kill him directly. Mi Yan's face was indifferent, and her phoenix eyes were slightly raised, slowly sweeping across the ministers. Ai Jia. Did I let you speak? The faces of the ministers changed slightly, and they hurriedly lowered their heads. However, there was still one person who was indignant, and he clasped his fist towards Mi Yan and said, Queen Mother, the hundreds of thousands of soldiers in my Wanglong camp cannot die in vain. They need a sacrifice. Mi Yan's angry phoenix eyes flashed a cold light, because this signal was not good. which indicated that her authority had been greatly challenged. Drag him out and deal with him first. Don't dirty the carpet I just had replaced. Yes. Two women who looked like ordinary palace maids knelt down in response, and then took the minister who was speaking out of the palace, and seemed to seal his mouth, leaving him no chance to beg for mercy. Seeing this, the ministers changed color. Queen Mother. Lien Sansheng gritted his teeth and stood up, wanting to say something. Does Censor Lien think that his crime of offending me is too light? Or do you think he is too lonely to walk alone, and want to find him a companion? Lien Sansheng trembled, and hurriedly bowed and said in panic, Queen Mother, calm down. I have no such intention. I just want to persuade the Queen Mother not to be too angry, so as not to hurt her body. Am I so fragile? Mi Yin snorted coldly, and then ignored Lien Sansheng, whose forehead was sweating, and looked at the eunuch who reported the news. Bring the man here. Yes. The eunuch bowed his head as if he had been pardoned, and hurriedly left. Not long after, a middle-aged man with an unremarkable appearance and rough skin walked into the hall. Seeing this man, all the officials of Dechu frowned. This man is obviously a small character. So he can be an envoy? Or did Daxia know that they would kill the envoys they sent? So they just picked a short-lived ghost who would not feel sorry for his death? Zhang Dafeng, the envoy of the Daxia dynasty, pays homage to the Queen Mother of Dechu. Hearing the name reported by the other party, many people twitched their mouths again, with contempt and suffocation. Well, from this name, you can see how much this person weighs. However, the other party held the official envoy letter and token issued by Daxia, and this identity could not be faked. Mi Yin sat behind the curtain without saying a word. Seeing this, Lien Sansheng winked at someone. The minister hurriedly stood up, pointed at Zhang Dafeng and shouted coldly, You, Daxia, brazenly sent troops to attack our army, resulting in the tragic deaths of many of our soldiers. Now, you dared to come here as an envoy. Are you looking for death? Zhang Dafeng curled his lips and said disapprovingly, This lord is joking. Daxia and Dachu have not signed an alliance. Isn't it common sense to fight each other? What's more, before the battle, our army had already sent a declaration of war to your army. So how can there be a sneak attack? Okay, stop talking nonsense here. Tell me, why are you here? The minister waved his hand impatiently, and then sneered and added, Don't tell me that you are here to persuade Dachu to surrender. Ha! Zhang Dafeng looked at the man in surprise, and then nodded seriously. This lord is really smart. He can guess this. Yes. Zhang came here to send a letter of persuasion to your country in accordance with the order of my majesty. The hall was silent for a moment, but soon, the silence was broken by angry shouts. Asshole! How dare you! Damn Daxia! Queen Mother! Kill him! Facing the angry and fiery officials of Dachu, Zhang Dafeng couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He was obviously a little nervous and scared. However, he still managed to stay calm and shouted loudly, Everyone! You have to think clearly. Daxia is giving you the last chance, and you only have half an hour. If you don't agree within half an hour, or if Zhang fails to leave the palace, you will regret it after that time. Hearing Zhang Dafeng's threat, some people became even more angry and wanted to rush up and tear Zhang Dafeng to pieces. But some people began to be suspicious. What do you mean? Dingy strode out, staring at Zhang Dafeng with cold eyes and shouted, My meaning is very clear. If you are willing to surrender within half an hour, then everyone present can save their lives and property, and you will have the opportunity to help my great Xia court. But if you are stubborn, then after half an hour, my great Xia will give you a huge surprise, and you will have no chance to bargain at all. Facing Ding Yi's murderous eyes, Zhang Dafeng was nervous and sweaty, but he gritted his teeth and conveyed his mission. What a joke! Such a clumsy trick to scare a 3-year-old child. Dare to bring it out and embarrass yourself? Some people laughed and sneered. Whether it is to scare you, you will know after half an hour. Of course, when that time comes, I am afraid that you will not have the expression you have now, Zhang Dafeng said with his neck stiff, and suddenly patted his head. Oh, by the way, if we exclude the time I have spent since entering the palace, there is actually only a little more than half of the half hour, which is a little more than 2/4 of an hour. So, you all need to hurry up. Looking at Zhang Dafeng, who was nervous but seemed to be fearless, some people began to hesitate. Could it be that Daxia really has some unexpected tricks? Or has Daxia secretly sent elite troops to lurk near the imperial capital? But this is unlikely. Behind the curtain, Mi Yan's eyes suddenly shrank. And then she stood up. Immediately send a message to the garrison to raise the alert level to the highest level, and do everything possible to prevent possible enemies from high altitudes. In addition, send a message to the imperial guards to close the entire palace city, and not allow anyone to enter or leave. Finally, send a message to Zhongyue camp to assemble all the troops in the camp and immediately reinforce the imperial capital. Quick! Mi Yan shouted in a stern voice, looking extremely urgent, because she suddenly thought of the information that Yunbua imperial capital was conquered by Daxia's army. Although there was no specific information, it can be confirmed by the result alone that Daxia must have used equipment such as Airbus that can quickly transport troops from high altitudes and long distances. Otherwise it would be impossible to do it, since Yunbua imperial capital has been conquered. What about Dachu imperial capital? Zhang Dafang's time limit seemed like a joke at first. But now, Mi Yan was a little scared. She really couldn't imagine what would happen if the imperial capital was conquered by Daxia. Chapter 179, Escape from the Palace. Everything is a plan. As time slowly passed, the entire Chu imperial capital began to turmoil. The garrisons from various camps and garrisons urgently gathered on the 4 city walls and gates, breaking the silence and peace of the night, and covering the entire city with a layer of nervous and unpredictable sense of crisis. At the same time, the imperial guards in the palace were also gathering, and some people were being secretly arranged to one place. 3/4 of an hour later, Mi Yan and others who were anxiously waiting in the military strategy hall finally received the news. Report to the Queen Mother. Huge strange birds have appeared in the sky outside the 4 city gates of the imperial capital. Strange birds? Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then stared at Zhang Dafang in unison. Zhang Dafang laughed and said with his neck raised, "That is not a strange bird, but the golden peng worship of my great Xia. When the golden peng appears, all the great passes and cities in the world will be broken." After hearing Zhang Dafang's explanation, some people's faces changed slightly, and some people sneered. What a shitty worship. It's just some large armored vehicles that can carry people to fly. My great Chu imperial capital is well guarded. If they dare to approach, they will be destroyed one by one. Destroy? Zhang Dafang sneered and said disdainfully, "You are too presumptuous. You actually know nothing about the foundation of my great Xia. I might as well tell you that the reason why my great Xia was able to easily capture the entire Yunbua imperial capital in just 1 hour was the credit of the golden peng worship." This time, the Bifang Legion went out with hundreds of golden peng warships of various sizes, which can carry more than 300,000 elite soldiers. Do you think the main force of the Bifang army is still in the far west? To tell you the truth, they are actually outside the city. In other words, the fall of the great Chu imperial capital is a foregone conclusion, and no one can reverse the situation. The reason why I, Daxia, want to persuade you to surrender is that I don't want too many people to die. And on the other hand, I don't want to cause too much damage to the ancient and prosperous capital of the great Chu imperial capital with a long history. It's a pity that you refused. At this point, Zhang Dafang shrugged his shoulders with a look of regret. Rat! How dare you deceive the people with lies? Seeing that many ministers were frightened and pale, Lian Sansheng shouted angrily. I have already put the facts in front of you. As for whether you believe it or not, that's your own business. Zhang Dafang spread his hands indifferently, and then bowed to Mi Yan. Queen Mother Chu, although you have refused to surrender, there is still room for recovery. In order not to cause too much damage to the great Chu capital, our army will only start the next attack from one direction. When our Jinping worship arrives above the palace, you will have a second chance, and that will be the last chance. If you still choose to refuse and continue to resist, then our army will not hold back. The entire great Chu capital will also be turned into rubble because of your choice. Hearing Zhang Dafang's threat, a group of great Chu officials were shocked and angry. They instinctively did not believe it, but when they thought of the strange fall of Yunbua capital, they hesitated. At this time, another figure rushed in. Report, Queen Mother. The enemy launched an attack from the south gate. Seeing the young general with a pale face, everyone's heart was lifted. How is the battle going? Mi Yan leaned forward slightly and asked nervously. The young general swallowed his saliva and spoke with gritted teeth, replying to the Queen Mother. The attack power of those strange birds is extremely terrifying. The enemy army bombarded the city gate and the city wall with 10 huge strange birds. which has collapsed most of the city gate tower. And the city gate has been broken. Even the top of the city wall has been cut off a large layer. And many cracks have appeared on the city wall. The garrison troops at the south gate suffered heavy casualties. And those strange birds have extremely strong defense. And our army can hardly pose a threat to them. Queen Mother. The south gate. I'm afraid it will fall soon. What? Hearing the answer, everyone was shocked. Is the Jinping worship really so terrifying? Moreover, how long has it been? Queen Mother. What should we do? Many ministers panicked and stared at Mi Yin in panic. At this time, Lien Sanxing didn't speak either. With a gloomy face and no words. If what Zhang Dafeng said was true, then the imperial capital would definitely not be saved. Even if the 200,000 elite soldiers from the Zhongyue camp came to help, it would be useless. After all, the other side had brought 300,000 troops. And the combat power of the Daxia army was much stronger than that of the Chu army. The other side had the Jinping worship. So the so-called strong city defense was useless at all. The garrison troops could no longer be relied on. And only the 150,000 imperial guards were available. The 150,000 imperial guards plus the 200,000 troops from the Zhongyue camp could not be the opponent of the other side. What's more, the imperial guards might not be able to hold out until the troops from the Zhongyue camp arrived. Mi Yin pursed her lips, and her expression changed. After thinking for a while, she suddenly looked determined. Come on. Drag him out. Yes. A young imperial guard immediately stepped forward and called on several imperial guards to tie up Zhang Dafeng and take him out. When Zhang Dafeng disappeared, Mi Yin suddenly stood up. It seems that the imperial capital can no longer be saved. The only solution now is to trade time for living space. Pass on my imperial decree. Order the Zhongyue camp to cancel the reinforcement of the imperial capital. And prepare for war in the camp. Then order the armies of all parties to gather at the Zhongyue camp immediately. Also, pass on the imperial decree to Prince Xiu, ordering him to lead the army to return immediately. I will obey the Queen Mother's imperial decree. In this case, the others had no good solution and could only acquiesce. Afterwards, Mi Yin looked at the chief and deputy commanders of the imperial guards. My dear Song, my dear Lin, my great Chu cannot surrender without a fight. And my great Chu palace cannot be easily handed over to Daxia. Therefore, I need someone to lead the imperial guards to fight the enemy to death. Inflict as much casualties on the Daxia army as possible and reduce its strength. My dear ministers, who is willing to stay? The two commanders looked at each other, and then clasped their fists at the same time without hesitation. I am willing to stay and fight to the death with the enemy. Well, you are worthy of being the backbone of my great Chu. Mi Yin nodded in approval, stared at the two for a while, and finally named the commander. Song Aiching, then this task is handed over to you. I swear to protect the palace to the death. Commander Song clasped his fists heavily, and a determination to die appeared in his eyes. Mi Yin looked at Commander Song with a complicated look, and then stared at the deputy commander of the Imperial Guards. Lin Aiching, you will lead 10,000 Imperial Guards immediately and open the Nirvana secret passage. As for all the ministers, you are all the humerus and backbone of my great Chu. And follow me and your majesty out of the palace. As long as we reach the Zhongyue camp, and there are more troops gathering, we will be able to repel the great Xia army and take back everything that my great Chu has lost. I will obey the Queen Mother's order. At this time, facing such an order, naturally no one would resist. If there is hope of escape, who would refuse? In a small room somewhere, watching the young general of the Imperial Guard slowly draw his sword, Zhang Dafeng's nervous heart was in his throat. Although he had prepared to die before coming, who would not want to struggle if possible? Brother, don't be impulsive. Your Queen Mother only asked you to bring me out, but didn't ask you to kill me. The young general frowned, but did not stop his movements, seeing the cold and flashing blade gradually approaching his neck. Zhang Dafeng's heart was beating fast. Little brother, do you have a problem with your brain? Do you want your family to pay the blood price for your wrong behavior? When these words came out, the young general was stunned at first, and then the cold light in his eyes became stronger, and the cold killing intent was no longer concealed. But Zhang Dafeng did not retreat, and continued to speak quickly. I am the envoy of Daxia. If I die, do you think Daxia will let the executioner go? Dare to kill the envoy of Daxia. Not to mention you and your relatives. Even your 9 clans will be in danger, now that Daxia's army has broken through the south gate. Soon, the entire capital of Chu will fall into the hands of Daxia. If you dare to kill me, what will happen then? I don't need to say more. Right? On the contrary, if you are willing to let me go, then I can guarantee your life and the lives of all your relatives, as well as your wealth. Moreover, what you do is equivalent to saving the envoy of Daxia, and you will also receive a very generous reward. How about it? 1 HL. 1 heaven. Think about it. After saying that, Zhang Dafeng closed his mouth, and the knife of the young general of the Imperial Guards also stopped at Zhang Dafeng's neck. There is no doubt that Zhang Dafeng's coercion and inducement are very effective. The young general of the Imperial Guards had a changing face, and was struggling with fierce ideological struggles in his heart. Seeing this, Zhang Dafeng spoke again. Brother, I know what you are struggling with, but you should know that your queen mother has never ordered you to kill me. So, even if you let me go, it doesn't mean that you are disloyal to Chu. Hearing this, the young general's eyes flashed. After 2 breaths of silence, the young general suddenly shook his wrist and swung the handle of the knife. Zhang Dafeng felt cold in his heart and closed his eyes helplessly. However, the imagined severe pain did not come. When he opened his eyes, Zhang Dafeng found that the other party had cut off the forbidden rope on his body. I will give you a set of Imperial Army armor later. After changing, follow me honestly and don't do anything unusual. The young general of the Imperial Army finally spoke, and after an expressionless instruction, he turned and walked into the inner room. Zhang Dafeng was stunned at first, and then a happy smile of surviving a disaster appeared on his face. In the sky, on a cruise-class Jinping warship, Zhou Ying was meditating with his eyes closed. Report, Commander Zhou. The bad man's spy has an urgent report. Zhou Ying opened his eyes and stared at the person who was speaking. Speak. Yes, Commander Zhou. The Queen Mother of Dachu, the Little Emperor, and a group of Dachu officials have entered the Nirvana secret passage under the protection of 10,000 Imperial Guards. After hearing this news, Zhou Ying's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. The fish is in the net. In fact, the existence of the Nirvana secret passage was discovered by the bad man spies 2 months ago, and everything today was actually prepared for this moment. With the warship delivery capability of the Bifong Corps, it would be too difficult to force the Dachu Palace. Therefore, he wanted to force the ruler of Dachu out of the palace, and then capture him in one fell swoop. If this can be done smoothly, the war in Dachu will be resolved in a very short time. Now, this most critical step has been successfully taken. Chapter 180 Fish enters the net. Mi Yin descends. On the moon-watching platform of the Imperial Palace, Song De, the commander of the Imperial Army, narrowed his eyes and stared at the warship cruising slowly in the sky, his eyes changing constantly. Although the warship was hundreds of feet away from the ground, and the starlight was very dim, with his eyesight of the 9th level of the spiritual body realm, he could clearly capture the trace of the warship. The southern gate of the imperial capital had been breached, and the Jinping warship of Daxia had indeed arrived above the imperial palace as Zhang Dafeng said. But there were a few strange things that made him a little confused. First, the Daxia army did not directly control the captured southern gate and city wall of the imperial capital, but only left a few warships in the sky to deter. Second, the warship that appeared above the imperial palace was just cruising silently, and no one appeared to threaten it. Third, the Daxia warships in the other 3 directions of the imperial capital had not made any moves, and according to feedback, there was only one warship that appeared in those 3 directions, and no trace of other warships was seen at all. Songda didn't know what the Daxia army was up to, but it also made him feel relieved, because the later the Daxia army launched a large-scale attack, the greater the hope that His Majesty, the Queen Mother, and others would evacuate safely. However, as time passed, Songda became a little uneasy, because this calmness made him feel a little scared. Why haven't you all told me that the Daxia army has not attacked yet? Songda couldn't think of an answer, so he could only ask several deputy generals and captains. Maybe they are not ready yet? I think so too, since the Daxia warships are so terrifying, and they have transported 300,000 troops. It won't be too difficult to capture my great Chu Emperor. I think their warships have different speeds, and the large troops have not arrived yet. Is it another possibility? What possibility? Maybe Daxia doesn't have many warships at all, and they haven't transported too many troops. Doing this is just to disrupt the morale of my great Chu army? Well, this is not impossible. Hearing this, Song Da's face suddenly changed. Not good. They are trying to lure the emperor, the Queen Mother, and the others out of the city. Hearing Song Da's exclamation, the generals were stunned. Commander, is it true? If you hadn't just said it, we wouldn't have known that there was a spacious secret passage leading to the outside world hidden in the palace. And we only know the existence of the secret passage. As for where the secret passage is exactly, and where it leads to, we know nothing. It's so secret. How could the people of Dacia know it? A general said hesitantly, not quite agreeing with Song Da's concerns. Song Da shook his head and gritted his teeth and said, the bad people of Dacia and the secret spies of Luoyang are omnipresent. Although the Nirvana secret passage is top secret, this secret passage has existed since ancient times, and the people of Dacia may not be unable to explore it. Immediately warn Deputy Commander Lin and ask him to send more scouts to explore the way. If there is any change, immediately protect the Emperor and the Queen Mother and retreat, and we will lead the army to support them. Yes. 15 miles northwest of the capital of Dachu, Songjian Valley, an army of more than 10,000 people marched out from the depths of the valley. No one held a torch and marched in silence. Only the sound of footsteps and the collision of armor plates could be heard. In the middle of the team, Deputy Commander Lin of the Imperial Guards, who had just received the news, had a slightly changed expression and hurriedly ran towards the armored car where the Queen Mother and the little Emperor were sitting. However, before he could run forward, the ridges on both sides suddenly lit up, and dense figures emerged. Queen Mother Chu, I have been waiting for you for a long time. With a cold and loud shout, Zhou Ying appeared in the air with an expressionless face. For a moment, whether it was the ministers who followed the escape or the Imperial Guards, who were responsible for escorting, their faces changed drastically. No one had ever thought that the Great Xia army had already set a trap here. Attack! After calling out, Zhou Ying did not waste any words and directly issued an order to attack. For a moment, sharp arrows flew across the field. Fierce crossbows were like lightning, and continuous screams were raised in the field. After several rounds of arrow rain baptism, the rest of the army still stayed on the ridge to monitor the 4 directions, and only the 800 trap camps, led by Zhou Ying himself, rushed towards the Great Chu Imperial Guards alone. The soldiers of the Xianjin camp had already broken through to the Dharmakaya realm. 800 Dharmakaya realm warriors showed their tall Dharmakaya bodies and formed a tight military formation to move back and forth. How could the Great Chu Imperial army resist them? Looking around, I saw 800 figures like armored giants rushing left and right in the Great Chu Imperial army, trampling down the Great Chu Imperial army layer by layer like cutting wheat. And there were constantly figures screaming like flies being slapped away. This scene was so scary that several officials of the Great Chu could not help but wet their pants and their legs trembled. During the process, there were also several strong men in the late stage of the spiritual body realm hiding in the Imperial army and wanted to assassinate Zhou Ying. But they were all killed by Zhou Ying with great ease. In the most luxurious armored car in the center of the Great Chu Imperial army, Mi Yin saw all these scenes through the curtains of the car. If you want to talk about despair, she is the most desperate person. As the Supreme Queen Mother, who ruled the country from behind the curtain and held the imperial power, she knew best what the current situation meant. Mi Yin was extremely unwilling. But no matter how unwilling she was, she had to face reality. Looking at the little emperor who was frightened and crying, Mi Yin was absent-minded for a long time. I don't know how long it took. Mi Yin suddenly walked out of the armored car and stood on the roof of the armored car. Stop it! Don't kill anymore! Mi Yin's voice was very light, but it overwhelmed the deafening shouts and spread throughout the venue. It was obviously a strong person in the spiritual body realm. At this moment, there were less than 3,000 Imperial Guards left out of the 10,000. Looking back at the Xianjin camp, not a single person was killed, which showed the huge gap between the two sides. Zhou Ying raised his hand to stop the fight and looked at Mi Yin on the roof of the car in the distance. As the two sides stopped fighting, Mi Yin was silent for a while and shook his head dejectedly. All soldiers, obey my order. Lay down your weapons and surrender. After hearing Mi Yin's order, some people looked sad, some were at a loss, and some showed a look of smug joy after surviving a disaster. After the armored car, the expressions of nearly 20 ministers were even more complicated, especially Lin Sansheng. He had also dreamed of undermining the Queen Mother, getting rid of King Xiu, and becoming the most powerful minister in control of the Great Chu government. But he didn't expect that this beautiful dream was only the first step, and it was destroyed by the wolf-like Great Xia dynasty in one fell swoop. Seeing the remaining Great Chu Imperial Guards throw away their weapons and dejectedly give way. Zhou Ying's dull face finally showed a smile. He signed a military order to His Majesty, promising to take over the entire territory of Great Chu within a month. But now it seems that it won't take that long, leading the soldiers of the Xianjin camp to the imperial carriage unimpeded. Zhou Ying's eyes slowly swept across the faces of the officials of the Great Chu. At this moment, facing Zhou Ying's glance, no one dared to look back. And no one was so stubborn as to shout to swear allegiance to the Great Chu until death. Zhou Ying shifted his gaze, first staring at the armored car that was still crying, and then looked at Mi Yin standing on the roof of the car. Zhou Ying, the commander of the Bifang Corps of the Great Zhou, meets the Queen Mother of Chu. Queen Mother of Chu. Congratulations. You made a wise choice. Mi Yin laughed at herself and landed gracefully. So, your attack on the imperial capital was fake, and forcing Ai Jia and others to flee the palace was real. That's right. Zhou Ying nodded crisply. If we attack by force, both sides will suffer heavy casualties, which is not what I want to see. Of course, if Queen Mother Chu has not left, we will still attack by force. But not tonight, because our military forces have not yet been deployed. General Zhou is quite straightforward. Mi Yan looked at Zhou Ying in surprise, not expecting him to be so straightforward. There is nothing to hide, because no matter what response method you choose, the Chu cannot escape the fate of being destroyed. The key is only the difference in time. Zhou Ying shook his head, calm and confident. Queen Mother Chu, I believe you have also seen the gap between the two armies. It is meaningless to fight any further. Order the rest of the De Chu army to give up resistance and merge De Chu into my De Xia. Mi Yan was silent for a while, and suddenly asked a completely unrelated question. General Zhou, which side is stronger between De Xia and Qing Qiu? I want to hear the truth. Can you tell me the truth? Qing Qiu? Zhou Ying grinned, with a strange look on his face. Since Queen Mother Chu wants to hear the truth, I will tell you the truth. Looking at the entire Tianan, only Qing Qiu can cause some trouble to Da Xia. But only a little. If it weren't for the fact that my majesty didn't want too many people to die, this battle would not only be a battle to annex Dachu, Yunbua, and David, but a battle to unify the entire Tianan. As soon as these words came out, there was a sound of cold air being sucked in from all around, and many people's eyes showed absurd and ridiculous colors. Unified Tianan in one battle? What a joke. This Da Xia is too arrogant. Mi Yin was also shocked, but she didn't think it was funny. The imperial edict of the Emperor of Da Xia last time left her with a great psychological shadow. And now the combat power of the Jinping warship and the Da Xia army has shocked her even more. Especially the combat power of the 800 soldiers behind Zhou Ying. It is simply despairing. These kinds of power are extremely terrifying in themselves. And this may be only part of the power displayed by Da Xia. Thinking carefully, it seems that Da Xia is not just a dream to unify Tianan in one battle. After taking a deep breath, Mi Yan nodded slowly. I understand, General Zhou. Now that things have come to this, I dare not have any other fantasies. I can ask the little emperor to issue an order to let the Dachu army and its subjects give up resistance and merge Dachu into Da Xia. However, my influence in the army is limited, and this imperial edict may only make some troops lay down their arms, especially on the side of King Xiu. The weight of the imperial edict is far less than the prestige of King Xiu. So, hearing this, Zhou Ying smiled. That's enough. Queen Mother Chu, you are so righteous. When my emperor learns about it, he will definitely be very happy, and will not treat you unfairly. You just need to do as you say. As for the rest, my Da Xia army will take care of it. Chapter 181, Stealing a Chicken but Losing the Rice. Da Xu Imperial Capital. Yunbua Inn. My Yunbua is dead? Mu Qingyu was struck by lightning, and she froze in place, her face pale. She knelt outside the Meridian Gate for 5 days and 5 nights. But the Emperor of Da Xia never wanted to see her. She had just returned, but she received the news that the imperial capital was breached and Yunbua was destroyed. What a great blow this was. Looking at the desperate and sad Mu Qingyu, several confidants felt a little bit reluctant, but they could do nothing. Where is my father? After a long while, Mu Qingyu whispered softly, her voice hoarse. Your Highness, His Majesty, he passed away. Hearing this news, Mu Qingyu trembled again, and then her eyes were filled with deep hatred. Da Xia, Your Highness, it's not Da Xia. It's Prime Minister Ke Xian. Ke Xian secretly surrendered to the Qingqiu dynasty, launched a mutiny that night, and forced your majesty to death," a confidant hurriedly explained, fearing that Mu Qingyu would do something irrational because of her hatred for Daxia. But the old thief Kexian also got his retribution. Soon after, the Daxia army rushed over. I heard that they had killed all the traitors including Kexian. Mu Qingyu was stunned for a moment, and felt that her anger and hatred suddenly had no direction to vent, which made her feel suffocated. After more than 10 breaths, Mu Qingyu suddenly softened and fell on the soft chair. "Your Highness, you guys go out. I'll stay alone for a while." Mu Qingyu waved her hand tiredly. "This is..." Several confidants looked at each other, sighed secretly, and bowed and retreated. As the wooden door was closed, the only sound left in this bedroom was Mu Qingyu's messy and low breathing, which was even more depressing. After sitting alone for a long while, Mu Qingyu stood up and walked to the dressing table, combing her messy hair slowly in front of the mirror. She wanted to use this beautiful skin to fight for a chance of survival for Yunbua. But in the end, she couldn't even see her target. Since the Yunbua dynasty has been destroyed and her father has died, what is the point of her staying alone in this world? Tears finally flowed from her eyes. But Mu Qingyu's expression became extremely calm, and she even hummed a ballad softly, which was the most well-known song of the wanderer returning home in the Yunbua dynasty. After combing her hair, Mu Qingyu wiped the tears from her face, changed into a clean long dress that she liked most on weekdays, and put on her makeup. A quarter of an hour later, the embarrassed and sloppy Mu Qingyu regained her brilliance. Except for her pale face, other aspects were full of vitality, as if she had returned to the most beautiful moment in the past. However, the more beautiful the flower is, the more sad it will be when it withers. As a silver hairpin pierced into her heart, bright red blood oozed out, dyeing the pink dress red, and also dyeing the side of the beauty in the mirror red. Feeling the vitality constantly draining away from her body, Mu Qingyu smiled sadly and slowly closed her eyes. Half an hour later, a personal maid knocked on the door for a long time, but received no response. She broke in anxiously and discovered Mu Qingyu was withering. Daxia Palace? Wentai Hall? It was late at night, and Xiao was naturally having fun with the concubines in Wentai Hall. Shang Wanwan hurried in and found Xiao, who was learning a musical instrument. "Your Majesty, the Bifang army has successfully captured the Queen Mother of Great Chu, the young emperor, and a group of officials of Great Chu. Moreover, the Queen Mother of Chu has agreed to surrender." After Shang Wanwan finished speaking, the eyes of the concubines around her instantly brightened, and Xiao also raised his head with a smile in his eyes. "Yes, Zhou Ying is quite capable. He gave me such a big surprise right at the beginning." Xiao was actually a little worried about appointing Zhou Ying as the commander of the Bifang army. Although Zhou Ying inherited Gao Shun's legacy, his ability to command large-scale army operations is probably far behind that of Bai Qi, Wang Jian and others. However, the result of this battle also made Xiao feel a lot more at ease, since the overall situation of Great Chu has been locked. Let the two prime ministers work closely with Zhou Ying to pacify the entire Great Chu in the shortest time, and completely incorporate it into our Great Xia. "Yes." Shang Wanwan bowed her head respectfully, but did not leave immediately. "What else?" Seeing Shang Wanwan hesitated to speak, Xiao asked in surprise. "Your Majesty, I just received news that Princess Mu Qingyu of Yunbua committed suicide." "Suicide?" Xiao was stunned at first, then shook his head and sighed. "She is still a loyal, filial and patriotic woman. That's all. She is relieved by doing this. For her bravery, I will fulfill her wish. In this way, arrange for someone to collect her body and send it back to the Yunbua Imperial Mausoleum for burial." "Yes." Shang Wanwan breathed a sigh of relief. The Emperor's heart is unpredictable, and she is still afraid that His Majesty will be angry. August 7th. Songjiang. At this time, the main forces of Daxia and Qingqiu have basically arrived, and more than 1 million troops are facing each other along the long river bank. In the middle reaches of Songjiang, the Qingqiu Central Army camp. On the high platform, more than a dozen Qingqiu generals were whispering about something, and from time to time, they would point to the other side. Among them, the one surrounded in the middle was an old general wearing golden armor and a navy blue cloak. This person was Lu Yongtai, the general of the Qingqiu dynasty, and the commander of the army attacking the Yunbua dynasty. "General Lu, there is only 1 day left. What should we do?" A general looked at Lu Yongtai and asked, frowning. Regarding strategies, they have actually come up with a lot. But after discussion and argumentation, None of them can really work. Seeing that the time limit set by the Empress is getting closer and closer. The Daxia army is also constantly conquering the cities in the central and northern parts of the Yunhua dynasty. How can they not be anxious? General Liu. I suddenly thought of a good idea. At this time, a big-eyed general suddenly spoke up, looking a little excited. Oh! What good ideas does Lieutenant General Su have? Let's hear it. Liu Yongtai was refreshed and looked over with interest. General Liu. We can use the surrendered soldiers of Yunhua. Lieutenant General Su said with a smile. Yunhua surrendered soldiers? How to use them? Liu Yongtai was more interested. General Liu. We can hide our elite troops among the Yunhua surrendered soldiers, and then let them cross the river in the name of disbanding the Yunhua captives and letting them return home. As long as these captives successfully cross the river, our elite troops can use their physical advantages to form a human wall on the other side and forcibly clear a foothold for our crossing army to settle down. As long as our people don't use weapons first and don't attack the soldiers of Daxia directly, it won't be considered a violation, Commander Su said excitedly, with a confident look. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he was immediately questioned. Commander Su's suggestion is probably untenable. The people of Daxia are not fools. They can definitely guess what plan is hidden behind our action of sending prisoners. As long as there is this suspicion, how could they allow those prisoners to cross the river? Faced with the questioning, Commander Su was calm and composed, and it was obvious that he had already thought of the basis for the rebuttal. Even if they guessed it, what can they do? If Daxia wants to safely take over all the cities and regions of Yunhua and win the hearts of the people of Yunhua, it cannot stop the captives from crossing the river, let alone kill them. In other words, even if the Daxia army does not agree, we can force the captives to cross the river. If the Daxia army kills them, although our goal cannot be achieved, we can also ruin Daxia's reputation and let anger and the will to resist spread in Yunhua. This is also an unexpected gain, isn't it? After listening to Su Songjiang's explanation, all the Qingqiu generals' eyes lit up. After thinking for a while, Liu Yongtai nodded slowly. This is indeed a method worth trying. Let's do it this way. Even if it doesn't work, I have another alternative plan. Su Songjiang, since this strategy was proposed by you, you will be responsible for commanding it. Go and do it. Hurry up. Yes. Su Songjiang looked happy and turned around and walked down the platform. About an hour later, a large number of ragged and depressed Yunhua captives were driven onto the ship. At the same time, a young Qingqiu general with a white flag on his back flew to the center of the river and shouted loudly to the Daxia army on the other side. Listen, people of Daxia. Our Qingqiu dynasty has a kind heart. We have decided to disperse the Yunhua captives so that they can return to their homeland and live a stable life. Don't stop us. Hearing the loud shout, many Yunhua captives were stunned and a little unbelievable. The Qingqiu army is going to release them? Is this true or false? Most people don't want to believe it, because they don't believe that the people of Qingqiu are so kind. However, as the Qingqiu soldiers untied their shackles after they boarded the ship, many people began to believe it. At this moment, the originally lifeless captives suddenly became agitated, and there was a glow in their eyes again, which was the hope of returning to their homeland and regaining their freedom. On the other side, a group of Daxia generals frowned. General Meng, they are definitely not doing this with good intentions. There must be a conspiracy. We can't let those captives cross the river. Yes, General Meng. The people of Qingqiu will definitely not give up. They must have a purpose for doing this. We can't be fooled. But how can we stop those Yunhua captives from crossing the river? Do we have to kill them? Forget about it. Just overturn all the boats crossing the river. No. If we do this, it will inevitably arouse the resistance of the Yunhua army and people, which will be disadvantageous for us to quickly take over the Yunhua territory. Then what do you say? We can't just watch them do whatever they want when we know they have a conspiracy. Right? For a while, the generals held their own opinions and argued fiercely. Okay. Meng Tian snorted coldly, finally stopping the arguments. The other side did this, most likely to hide the Qingqiu soldiers in it, so as to get away with it. The generals were shocked. Huh? The Qingqiu people are really cunning. If that's the case, then we can't let them cross the river. The tough generals spoke out one after another, and the other faction that originally opposed it was silent at this time. However, Meng Tian shook his head. No. Let them pass. Let them pass. The generals were stunned and looked at Meng Tian in astonishment. Let them pass. But it must be conditional. I want the people of Qingqiu to lose more than they gain, Meng Tian said in a light voice, with a playful sneer on his face. Not long after, a large number of large and small boats, which could not be seen at a glance, began to cross the river. As time passed slowly, both the Yunbua captives and the Qingqiu generals became nervous. The reason why the former was nervous was naturally that they were afraid that the Daxiao army would kill them. As for the latter, they were nervous, but also had some inexplicable expectations. They were worried that the Daxiao army would attack directly, because in this way, the people they sent out would suffer. But at the same time, they secretly expected it, because if the Daxiao army really started a massacre, it would be tantamount to destroying the Great Wall. The power center of the Yunbua dynasty has surrendered, and these are innocent captives who have never fought against the Daxiao army. If Daxiao started a massacre, it would not only arouse the anger of the Yunbua army and civilians, but also spread its bad reputation throughout the world, making others have more concerns before surrendering. Time passed in this depressing and tense atmosphere. When some ships passed the middle of the river, the Daxiao army on the other side suddenly opened their bows and arrows. At the same time, a figure flew into the air. Listen, all the soldiers of Yunbua. The Yunbua dynasty has surrendered to Daxiao. So from now on, you are the people of Daxiao. Our soldiers welcome your return. However, there may be some guys hiding among you who have evil intentions. So, please take off all your shirts and wash your faces with river water. Don't worry. We will provide brand new clothes and rich meals when we get to the shore. If someone is unwilling to comply, it proves that they are not the same kind of people and are full of malice. If these people dare to approach, our soldiers will shoot them immediately. Hearing this man shout, the Yunbua captives did not resist, and they had a good impression of the attitude of the Daxiao army. But on the other side, the generals of Qingqiu were dumbfounded. They guessed it? There is such a simple way to deal with it. Why didn't I think of it just now? What should we do? This is difficult. Yes, the Yunbua captives are all pale and thin, and their expressions are listless. But our people are ruddy and energetic. If they take off their clothes and wash off the disguise on their faces, the difference will be obvious at a glance. What should we do? Otherwise, let them withdraw? The generals discussed it and wanted to order the disguised elite to withdraw. But they were unwilling to do so, and they still had some hope of getting away with it. So they couldn't make up their minds for a while. At the same time, the Yunbua captives had begun to undress and wash their faces, and the disguised Qingqiu elite had no choice but to follow suit. As the front ships got closer and closer, thousands of golden cavalry suddenly took off, divided into 5 layers, and opened their bows and arrows in the air. All centurions listened to the order. Divide the targets according to the order of the army formation. And get ready. The general of Daxiao standing in the sky shouted loudly, leaving 10 breaths of preparation time, and suddenly waved his arm. Shoot! After the military order was given, thousands of arrows, with a faint fluorescent glow shot out and rushed towards dozens of ships. Chapter 182. A dumb person eats bitter herbs. A wall breaker. How dare you? On the other side, Lu Yongtai was shocked and angry, and he shouted while soaring into the sky. However, the arrow had already been shot, and no matter how angry he was, he could not intervene in time, in order to successfully get away with it. The elite sent by Qingqiu did not carry weapons, and did not even wear armor. Therefore, under the rain of arrows from thousands of innate masters, many people were shot to pieces along with the ships they were riding. The roar was deafening, blood was splattering, and limbs were flying, making the humid air a bit pungent, making the originally clear river surface a mess, and making the Yunbua captives terrified, and making the Qingqiu generals on the other side, and the Qingqiu soldiers, who knew about it, furious and angry. With this wave of arrows, most of the 5,000 elite soldiers sent by Qingqiu were killed because they were all concentrated on dozens of ships, and had no protective equipment. Only more than 1,000 people escaped, and were fleeing back desperately. Asshole! Lu Yongtai roared with red eyes, and then gritted his teeth and shouted loudly. All troops, prepare. Follow me. Kill the enemy. Yes. On the south bank, the Qingqiu army responded with a deafening sound. At this moment, everyone can guess what happened to those who were shot by the Daxiao army. No one can bear that thousands of their comrades were shot and killed, and the anger and murderous intent are boiling wildly. Oh! Lu Shuai is going to declare war on Daxiao on behalf of Qingqiu. Accompanied by a chuckle, Meng Tian's figure appeared in the sky, staring at Lu Yongtai at a distance of hundreds of feet. Meng Tian? Lu Yongtai stared at Meng Tian with a gloomy face, gritted his teeth and asked, "Yes, it is me." Meng Tian smiled and looked quite humble and gentle. "You still have the nerve to ask me? What did you just do? Don't you know?" "Huh? It's not my Qingqiu that declared war on you. But you are declaring war on my Qingqiu. You brutally killed my Qingqiu soldiers. This blood debt must be paid with blood." Lu Yongtai roared angrily, his eyes full of murderous intent. Meng Tian was confused and his eyes were full of confusion. "General Lu, what are you talking about? Didn't your people say that those who crossed the river were all Yunbua captives? People are divided into good and evil. Among these Yunbua captives, there are naturally some extremely vicious people. So I ordered to attack those vicious people who deserve to die. What does the life and death of these people have to do with your Qingqiu? How can it be said that it was my great Xia who first provoked the fight?" Hearing Meng Tian's words, Lu Yongtai was immediately furious and his face turned blue. "Meng Tian, stop playing dumb here. You knew those people were my Qingqiu soldiers. But you still ordered them to be shot without hesitation. You can't get away with this. You are the first to provoke fighting and destroy the agreement between the two dynasties. And you can't escape." Meng Tian frowned and showed displeasure on his face. "I say, General Lu, you can eat more. But you can't talk nonsense. You said they were Qingqiu soldiers. What proof do you have? How can our soldiers distinguish them? Your people said it very clearly. The people who crossed the river were Yunbua prisoners of war. And everyone heard this sentence clearly. Also, they are wearing the same clothes as prisoners of war. And they don't have any clothes or other things that can prove their identity. How can we know who they are? So, General Lu, I advise you not to talk nonsense. And don't just find a reason to put the blame of provoking a fight on my head. Of course, if you want to fight, I will accompany you. But the hat of taking the initiative and destroying the agreement between the two dynasties will definitely be put on your head. You?" After listening to Meng Tian's words, Lu Yongtai was so angry that his liver ached. But after calming down a little at this time, he had to admit that he really couldn't get any benefit from this matter, because it was not justified. After taking several deep breaths in succession, Lu Yongtai barely suppressed the urge to go to war regardless of everything. "Meng Tian, let's stop talking nonsense and get to the point. My Qingqiu dynasty suffered a lot of casualties in order to take over Yunbua. You Daxia didn't do anything. But you want to occupy most of Yunbua directly. There is no such a cheap thing in the world." Meng Tian raised his eyebrows and said casually, "General Lu, what you said is a bit childish. Our two countries have never agreed that Daxia cannot send troops to Yunbua. Since there is no agreement, why can't Daxia get involved? Okay, tell me what you think. It's not a big deal for millions of troops to confront each other here." Being ridiculed by a young junior made Lu Yongtai lose face. After glaring at Meng Tian fiercely, Lu Yongtai gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, then let's decide by betting. If we lose, I will lead the army away immediately without saying anything and will never bother again. If you lose, Qingqiu will not take much. We will divide the Yunbua territory north of Songjiang equally." Meng Tian touched the tip of his nose and said with interest, "How do you bet?" "The army believes that the strong are the best. So let's bet on a battle of generals. Each side will send out the strongest person, and the winner will be decided in one battle," Lu Yongtai said decisively, and then stared at Meng Tian. "How?" Meng Tian's eyes flickered slightly, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He already knew about the existence of Chiang Qinjuan and the general information of those who were sent to assassinate Yang Jun this time. Lu Yongtai chose the battle of generals as a bet, obviously wanting to pit himself hard and maximize the advantages of the Qingqiu dynasty. But how could Lu Yongtai know that this advantage was just a humiliation in front of Daxia? After pretending to think for a while, Meng Tian nodded slowly. "Good. It is indeed a good strategy to be respected by strength and to stop the dispute by fighting. This general agrees." Lu Yongtai's eyes flickered slightly, and he forced the joy in his eyes to suppress it. "General Meng, all the soldiers on both sides present have heard this bet. If you lose, don't deny it. Of course, in front of the honor of the two countries, even winning or losing is just a trivial matter. I believe that General Lu should understand this truth." "Of course." Lu Yongtai nodded heavily, and then asked, "Then I wonder who your army plans to send to fight? This battle is so important." "Of course, I will come in person." Meng Tian smiled, and then asked playfully, "What? Doesn't General Lu plan to fight in person? Isn't the commander of a side the strongest?" Lu Yongtai's face darkened, but soon turned into a smile, and his smile was quite bright. The commander of the three armies should focus on arranging troops, rather than directly fighting. If you are not good at this battle, you will not ask for advice from General Ming for the time being. After saying this, Lu Yongdai turned his head and shouted to the back. Lu Xiu, I am here. A middle-aged man, with an indifferent look and wearing a general's armor rose into the air, came behind Lu Yongtai and bowed his head and clasped his fists. This battle will be yours. Remember, you only need to win. And you cannot hurt General Ming's life. Lu Yongtai was obviously worried that killing Ming Tian would cause the Daxiao army to go to war in anger, so he emphasized a reminder. Although he wanted to cut Ming Tian into pieces and pay for the lives of thousands of Qingqiu soldiers who died before and after, reason restrained him. Yes, Lu Xiu responded in a deep voice, then slowly straightened his back and looked directly at Ming Tian expressionlessly. Lu Xiu. Yeah, a good name. Ming Tian stared at Lu Xiu for a long while and smiled. By the way, the assassination of Yang Jun, the supreme state of Yunhua, should have been your work. Right? As soon as these words came out, Lu Xiu and Lu Yongtai's faces changed slightly. How could Ming Tian know? How much did he know? Lu Yongtai was full of doubts. But this did not affect his confidence, because he knew Lu Xiu's strength. And in his eyes, Ming Tian was at most the 9th level of the spiritual body realm, and it was impossible for him to bring any threat to Lu Xiu. Okay, this battle will be witnessed by the soldiers of both sides. If you are ready, start it yourself. After saying this, Lu Yongtai flew away. Lu Xiu did not take action immediately, but squinted his eyes and stared at Ming Tian. Why did Commander Ming say that Yang Jun was killed by Lu? What's so hard about this? The ears and eyes of Daxiao are not deaf. How could they not know about such a big commotion? As for why it was you, since Commander Lu asked you to fight, it means that you are much more capable than him. And it is most likely that you can easily kill Yang Jun and his personal guard leader. After listening to Ming Tian's explanation, Lu Su nodded suddenly. Commander Ming, I'm sorry. After clasping his fists and saluting Ming Tian, Lu Su's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening sound, Lu Su's figure reappeared. But there was a deep shock in his eyes, because the attack just now was enough to easily injure any powerful person in the 9th level of the spiritual body realm. But the fact is that he was actually eliminated by Ming Tian's attack with a wave of his hand. And at the same time, he was heavily knocked away. He is also a wall breaker? In the distance, Lu Yongtai whispered in horror, his eyes full of disbelief. The 10th level of the spiritual body realm is a barrier like a natural moat in Tianan. Therefore, those who have experienced 2 perfect breakthroughs of the 81st level and then break through to the 10th level of the spiritual body realm and beyond are called wall breakers. He originally thought that the wall breaker was exclusive to the Qingqiu dynasty and one of Qingqiu's biggest trump cards. Unexpectedly, this exclusive was ruthlessly shattered in front of his eyes. On the other side, Lu Su took a deep breath and summoned his 16-foot-tall and spiritual tall Dharma body without hesitation. As this Dharma body appeared, there were gasps and screams from below, because this was the first time that most people saw the wall breaker, who should have only appeared in history. Sword! Lu Su's Dharma body shouted loudly, like thunder rolling. At that moment, the mighty and surging Songjiang River below suddenly rioted, and hundreds of water columns rushed out from the river's surface, and condensed into hundreds of feet-long transparent swords in the air. Hundreds of sharp swords were hanging upside down in the air, crystal clear, and piercingly cold. This scene was extremely shocking, like an immortal descending to the world, and many people were stunned. Chapter 183 Qingqiu withdraws troops. Sense of urgency. Go! With a series of deep shouts, hundreds of transparent swords vaguely formed a huge formation and stabbed out quickly, so fast that it seemed to have directly passed through a layer of space. In front of such a terrifying sword formation, Ming Tian was as small as gravel, as if he would be torn into thousands of pieces in the next moment. At this moment, the sun was dim, and the crowd was silent. Many people seemed to have foreseen the scene of Ming Tian's annihilation. However, at this critical moment, a big hand flashing with golden fluorescence suddenly appeared above Ming Tian's head, steadily blocking the huge circular sword formation. That scene was like a giant hand holding up a terrifying sky curtain that was about to fall. No matter how the sword formation sky curtain rotated and advanced, it could not move forward half an inch. Oh my god! Could it be that Ming Tian is also a wall breaker? And a stronger wall breaker than Lu Su? Single-handed sword diagram. How is this possible? Am I hallucinating? Tianan. How can wall breakers appear one after another? Faced with this extremely powerful scene, the three parties on both sides of Songjiang were all shocked. In the sky, Lu Yongtai and Lu Su were also shocked, and even a little at a loss. Somewhat interesting. Meng Tian tilted his head and chuckled. And then his eyes suddenly turned cold. But it's not enough. As Meng Tian's mind moved, the golden hand suddenly turned into a fist and smashed upwards fiercely. In an instant, the crisp sound of crackling sounded continuously, and the huge circular sword formation and the transparent sword in the sword formation actually had fine cracks spreading continuously. After 3 breaths, accompanied by a deafening bang, the entire sword formation instantly broke into pieces. At this time, a dazzling light suddenly flashed behind the golden hand, outlining a complete figure in a very short time. It was a figure wearing a giant golden chain mail and a large phoenix wing gilded helmet, and it was as tall as 180 feet. As for Meng Tian's body, it had disappeared, and it was obvious that he had entered this almost materialized spiritual body. As for where it was hidden, no one except Meng Tian himself would know. This was the best way for the wall breaker to protect his body. Spiritual body realm 18th level? This is too terrifying. As Meng Tian completely revealed his own body, there was an uproar in the field, and screams were heard everywhere. Opposite Meng Tian, Lu Lu's face turned green. I thought this fight was just a matter of hand, but I didn't expect that the opponent's strength would be so terrifying. The 18th level of the spiritual body. Looking at the entire Changqing garden, only those two can fight. If it was 3 months ago, maybe you still had a chance to fight me. But now, a deep laugh came from Meng Tian's Dharma body, and everyone could understand the meaning. Lu only thought that Meng Tian meant that 3 months ago, the other party was still at the 17th level of the spiritual body realm. But he didn't know that Meng Tian was only at the 16th level of the spiritual body realm at that time, which was the same as his current cultivation level. In view of your previous communication, I will spare your life. Come on. Hearing Meng Tian's plain, but extremely confident words, Lu felt very uncomfortable, and even felt humiliated. But the gap between the two sides was right in front of him, and he was powerless to refute. After taking a deep breath, Lu's body suddenly flashed, and also hid in the Dharma body. I am not talented, but I would like to ask for advice from Marshal Ming. After the words fell, Lu's Dharma body swung the 5-meter-long double-edged giant sword in his right hand backwards, causing a violent hurricane to hum behind him. The next moment, the 16-meter-high green armor Dharma body suddenly appeared in front of the golden armor Dharma body, holding the sword and slashing wildly. The golden armor Dharma body just stood there calmly, with his left hand behind his back, and only blocked with the golden straight knife in his right hand. The crazy collision between the sword and the knife, the overflow of tiny, but extremely violent sword blades and knife energy spread all around, causing visible ripples in the surrounding air, and also stirred up one after another water columns rising into the sky or smashing into amazing whirlpools on the calm river surface below. Although the fight between the two took place hundreds of feet high in the air, the overflowing aura and aftermath still posed a certain threat to the soldiers on both sides, forcing them to retreat again and again. After more than 10 breaths of crazy collision, Meng Tian did not hold back anymore, raised his sword and slashed forward fiercely, forcibly pressing down Lu Xiu's giant sword, and also splitting Lu Xiu's Dharma body into two. In the dazzling golden light, a scream of pain sounded. When the dazzling light faded, Lu Xiu's Dharma body had disappeared, and only Lu Xiu's body was kneeling on one knee in the air, with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth and a pale face. Although the spectators were shocked by this result, they were not surprised, because they had foreseen the ending just from the gap in the level of the two people's Dharma bodies. After a few breaths of dead silence, thunderous cheers suddenly sounded from the north bank. Ah! 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 Compared with the excited and fanatical Daxia soldiers, and the shocked and proud Yunhua captives, the Qingqiu soldiers on the south bank of Songjiang were lost and low in morale, and everyone gritted their teeth and said nothing. In the sky, Meng Tian put away his Dharma body and smiled faintly at Lu Yongtai. General Lu, what do you think? Do you accept this bet? Lu Yongtai was startled and came back to his senses, looking at Lu Yi, who was unwilling to bow his head, and then looking at Meng Tian, who looked calm. Lu Yongtai's face was extremely ugly. I thought he would win this fight, and I thought he could win back the face and the benefits that Qingqiu should have gotten. Who would have thought that it would end like this? Lu Yongtai was very unwilling in his heart. But no matter how unwilling he was, he had no way out. After staring at Meng Tian for a long time, Lu Yongtai turned around and left. Pass on my order. Except for the necessary troops left behind. The entire army will withdraw to the south immediately. Yes. As the Qingqiu army began to withdraw, Meng Tian also returned to the north bank and appeared in front of tens of thousands of Yunbo prisoners of war. Everyone. After a full meal, you can leave on your own and return to your homes. But there is one thing I hope you can help me with. My great Xiao army is a benevolent and righteous army. A mighty army. And it is inevitable that we will unify Tian'an in the future. If you agree with me, please go back and spread the word to future generations, so that those who still have his heart will give up resistance and avoid too many people dying meaninglessly. Hearing Meng Tian's words, a group of Yunbo prisoners of war nodded hurriedly, their faces excited. Don't worry. Great Xia is benevolent and righteous, and saved us. We are not stingy and mean, and we will definitely spread Meng's intentions. Marshal Meng, I, Lu Datu, promise you that as long as the people of Daxia come to take over Xiqing, I will be the first to cooperate. If anyone dares to make trouble, I will kill him first. Marshal Meng, is the Daxia army still recruiting people? I want to join your army. I want to join too. The initial response was relatively normal. But as one person asked to join the Daxia army, tens of thousands of people suddenly became excited, shouting and full of desire, because they saw with their own eyes the strength of the Daxia army and the strength of the Daxia commander. Moreover, most of the Yunbo dynasty has been occupied by Daxia, and they are now considered Daxia people. Joining this powerful army is naturally the desire of many people. Facing the eager crowd, Meng Tian laughed and raised his hand to suppress the noisy shouting. Everyone. In the short term, the main battle corps will not recruit soldiers on a large scale. However, you can first join the city guards and other local armed forces. If you perform well, you will naturally have the hope of being selected into the main battle corps. Okay. The meal is ready. Everyone, go and fill your stomach first. After saying that, Meng Tian turned around and left quickly. Qingqiu Dynasty. The palace. In the imperial garden, Yan Chuyan was cutting branches. The flowers are bright, and the beauty is more charming. She stood in this fragrant and colorful flower garden, as if she was the head of all flowers, the most dazzling. This scene looked peaceful, but the peace was soon broken. Your Majesty, the head of the Qingyi Guard, Jiang Zhan, came in a hurry. His face was not very good. A female official frowned slightly, glanced at Yan Chuyun's back, and decisively stepped forward 2 steps to block Jiang Zhan. Master Jiang, if you have something to say, please wait a moment. Don't disturb His Majesty's interest. That's good. Jiang Zhan hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded and stepped back, lowering his head and waiting quietly. After a cup of tea, Yan Chuyun finally put down the copper scissors and walked out of the flower garden. Several palace maids hurried forward, with basins, soft towels, teacups, etc. Yan Chuyun washed her hands and wiped them, and drank a small cup of tea before looking at Jiang Zhan. What's the matter? Your Majesty, the general of the cavalry failed. Jiang Zhan hurried forward to respond. Looking cautious, Yan Chuyun frowned slightly, and her slender jade fingers gently pinched, leaving deep finger marks on the glass teacup. Tell me more about it. Yes. Jiang Zhan did not dare to neglect it, and hurriedly told the story in detail. After listening to the whole process, a flash of anger flashed in Yan Chuyun's beautiful eyes. He is a cavalry general with rich experience in battle, but he made such an unwise move and killed thousands of soldiers in vain. After a cold snort, Yan Chuyun's expression suddenly became heavy. Is Meng Tian really in the 18th level of the spiritual body realm? Your Majesty, it must be true. Successive defeats at the hands of Meng Tian are witnessed by all. Jiang Zhan nodded affirmatively. Yan Chuyun was silent for a long time, and her good mood was completely gone. Could it be that Daxia is in a similar situation to Qingqiu? But Daxia has not adopted strict entry and exit restrictions. If so, there should have been rumors long ago. Yan Chuyun couldn't figure it out, but she knew that the future of Qingqiu suddenly became a little murky and unpredictable. The Wall Breaker and the Innate Legion are the biggest trump cards of the Qingqiu dynasty. Now, Daxia also has this trump card. And from the current signs, the opponent is not weaker than us. This is a very bad signal. Your Majesty, what should we do? Should we let the general of the cavalry make another plan? Jiang Zhan asked cautiously. No need. Let him lead his 100,000 troops to return immediately to participate in the battle against Daliang. As for the southern border of Yunhua, we need to choose another general to guard it. After hearing Yan Chuyun's decision, Jiang Zhan knew that General of the Cavalry Lu Yongtai had disappointed His Majesty. Yes. Jiang Zhan nodded respectfully, and then asked again, Your Majesty, when will the battle against Daliang begin? Tomorrow night. We must concentrate our strength to take Daliang in the shortest time, Yan Chuyun said decisively, with a strong sense of urgency in his heart. Yes. Chapter 184 David is in danger. Undercurrents intertwine. August 7th. Night. David Dynasty Qing'an Prefecture. Shu Army Central Camp. In the general's tent, more than a dozen generals sat with their heads down, and the atmosphere was dull. They had already captured nearly 40% of David's territory, and it seemed that they would soon capture David's imperial capital. But who could have thought that at this critical juncture, an unexpected and unacceptable upheaval would happen in the mainland? The sudden invasion of Daxia by the Dacia dynasty made them angry. But they were not in a state of panic, because there were still more than 1 million troops in the mainland, and a huge reserve force. At least in the short term, they did not have to worry about the survival of the mainland. However, only 2 or 3 days after Daxia sent troops, they received the bad news that Wanlong camp was breached. The imperial capital was attacked, and the Queen Mother and His Majesty were captured alive by Daxia. What is even more incredible and unacceptable is that the Queen Mother actually ordered the young emperor to abdicate and announced to the world that Dachu would be incorporated into the Xia, and all the soldiers and subjects would surrender to the Xia. In short, Dachu had been nominally removed from Tian'an at this time. How absurd is this? They fought and died here, won battles one after another, and established a huge territory for Dachu. But in the blink of an eye, Dachu was inexplicably destroyed? How can people accept such a cruel reality? After a long silence, a general raised his head and gritted his teeth to look at the Xiao Wang Chu Lishuan on the commander's seat with a gloomy face and angry eyes. General Chu, what should we do now? Chu Lishuan did not move and did not say a word. Other generals raised their heads one after another and spoke angrily. Damn Daxia. They only know how to stab us in the back. What else are you talking about? Return to Dachu immediately and gather all the troops to destroy the Xia army. That's right. With the reputation of the Chu general. As long as he returns to the country and makes a call, there will be followers. According to the latest intelligence, after the order was issued, only 30% of the troops in the country were willing to obey, and another 30% of the loyal and brave people swore to die and never obey. The rest are still hesitating, not knowing whether to fight or surrender. So, as long as we go back and the Chu general speaks out, we will be able to gather the army's heart, fight to the death with the Daxia army, and take back our homeland. But the Queen Mother was captured alive by the Daxia army. It is obviously helpless for His Majesty to issue an order, which is definitely not the Queen Mother's intention. Yes, there may be cowards among them. Merit, these traitorous bastards must be killed. But tonight is the agreed time to break the defense. As long as this battle can cooperate internally and externally and successfully defeat the last line of defense of David's army, we can kill to the city of David's capital before tomorrow evening and take it down in one battle. It would be a pity to withdraw now. Right? Yes. This is our best chance, and the only chance. The Daxia army will be here tomorrow. If we miss this opportunity, we will have no hope of taking down David's capital. It's true that we have finally captured nearly 40% of the territory of David's dynasty. How many soldiers have paid the price of their lives for this? If we withdraw now, won't we have to hand over everything to others? How can we face our comrades in heaven? But if we delay any longer, the local army will be devoured by Daxia, and those hesitant soldiers will be forced to surrender because they see no hope. Then, my great Chu will really die. Yes, if my great Chu dies, we will be wandering around without roots. Even if we conquer half of David, what can we do? For a while, around the topic of whether to fight or retreat, the generals quarreled fiercely, and both sides held their own opinions, and no one could convince the other. Helpless, the generals could only look at Chu Lishuan in the end, hoping that Chu Lishuan would make a decision. General Chu, what do you think we should do? At this time, Chu Lishuan finally raised his head, after his cold eyes slowly swept over everyone. Chu Lishuan spoke word by word. Continue. Attack! Attack? Some generals were stunned for a moment, while others breathed a sigh of relief and nodded in agreement. General Chu, you have to think clearly. Once we take down the capital of David, Dalian will definitely not give up. This process alone will take a long time. Moreover, this also means that we must leave a lot of troops to defend the land we have gained. By then, there will not be enough troops to take back to deal with the Daxiao army. A general sitting in the front row said anxiously. Chu Lixuan shook his head and said coldly, if we want to take back Dachu, we must first eliminate the threat of Daxiao's Qiongqi Legion. Otherwise, Daxiao's two major legions will attack from the north and south. Even if we gather most of the army, our chances of winning are limited. So, we must try to join forces with the Dalian army and work together to defeat Daxiao's Qiongqi Legion first. After listening to Chu Lixuan's explanation, the general suddenly realized. But some were still puzzled. But General Chu, if we take down the David capital, the Liang army will be furious. How can they join forces with us? Chu Lixuan snorted coldly and said indifferently, who said that if we take down the David capital, we must occupy it? The generals were stunned, and their heads were a little confused. If they don't occupy it, why do they have to attack the David capital with all their efforts? After 2 breaths, an old general's eyes suddenly lit up. General Chu means to use the David capital as a gift and a bargaining chip for negotiation? Chu Lixuan looked at the old general with appreciation and nodded slightly. That's right. Taking down the David capital is a great achievement for the commander of Dalian. But it means nothing to us now. So, we only need to plunder the valuable materials in the David capital that are easy to transport. As for the capital itself, we will give it to Dalian as a gift to strive for an alliance between the two parties and defeat the Qiongqi Legion together. In this way, we can solve a major problem. And it will take a short time. We can quickly return to the country to help repel the Bifang Legion of Daxia and recapture Dachu. After hearing Chu Lixuan's true intention, the generals were surprised and full of admiration. General Chu's courage is far beyond our reach. General Chu has a good idea. I agree. I agree too. Soon, all the generals expressed their opinions and unanimously supported Chu Lixuan's decision. Okay, let's do it. Pass the order down and act according to the original plan. Chu Lixuan nodded slowly and finally made the decision. Yes. The royal palace in the capital of David. Wei Yong was in a good mood these 2 days, because the reinforcements from Daxia would arrive soon, and he believed that the danger of David's extinction would be solved. It was already late at night, and Wei Yong planned to go to the harem to rest. But when he thought of the harem, Wei Yong's originally good mood became much worse, because his 2 favorite and most beautiful concubines had been sent to Daxia, and they might be enjoying themselves under the crotch of Emperor Xia at this time, which made him feel green on his head and very stuffy in his chest. This matter was the biggest stain and shame in his life. But he couldn't erase it. When he was secretly depressed, a eunuch hurried in. Your Majesty, the Prime Minister and the head of the Night Tour Department, Shinsiju, want to see you. Wei Yong frowned slightly, and his already bad mood became worse. These 2 came to see him late at night, which was probably not a good thing. After a sigh, Wei Yong put away his expression and straightened his posture. Announce. Yes. Soon. Prime Minister Tan Yuanda and the head of the Night Tour Division Shen Ong walked in quickly. Greetings. Your Majesty. Tell me. What happened? Wei Yong waved his hand impatiently. Your Majesty. The defense line of Qing'an Prefecture was breached. Shen Ong gritted his teeth and reported. What? Wei Yong stood up in shock. His eyes widened. Didn't they say that the morale of the soldiers on the front line was very high? And the arrangements of all parties were also very strict. And they could at least hold on for another 3 days? Why was it breached? Wei Yong turned his head and glared at Tan Yuanda, shouting angrily. Tan Yuanda's face was bitter, and he whispered, Your Majesty. Lieutenant General Chen Tong rebelled. He led his men to launch a fatal attack on our soldiers from behind, and cooperated with the Chu army from inside and outside. So, Chen Tong? Damn dog thief. Wei Yong was furious, and his body trembled slightly with anger. Everything was originally stable, and he only needed to wait for the Daxia reinforcements to arrive. However, at this time, with the last line of defense being breached, the Chu army could march all the way and kill directly to the foot of the imperial capital. Such a situation was of course what he did not want to see. Your Majesty, over in Linqiu Prefecture, the Dalian Legion also launched a fierce attack on the defense line. I am worried that the sudden change in Qing'an Prefecture may also appear there. Tan Yuanda gritted his teeth and continued to speak. Wei Yong was shocked and his face turned ashen. But he didn't know that the bad news had just begun. Your Majesty, the Night Tour Division has found that the atmosphere in the city seems to be a little wrong these days. And there are several ministers of extraordinary status and important status who have made frequent moves. These people are likely to plot something bad. Shenong took a deep breath and threw another heavy bomb. As soon as these words came out, Wei Yong's pupils shrank instantly. In addition to being shocked and angry, he felt a little numb on his scalp. At this moment, he suddenly thought of the mutiny in the Yunbua imperial capital. You mean? Someone wants to mutiny. Want to harm me? Your Majesty, there are signs of this. But the Night Patrol Department has not yet obtained solid evidence. Shenong replied cautiously. Waste. Wei Yong was immediately furious and shouted at him. If you can't even find out about this kind of thing, what's the use of you? The head of the Night Patrol Department? Shenong trembled, lowered his head, and listened obediently, not daring to interrupt. Wei Yong didn't speak until he was tired of scolding. Your Majesty, although the Night Patrol Division failed to find out, the people of Daxiao Luowang have already found out about it. Daxiao Luowang? Wei Yong was slightly stunned. But he didn't doubt it, because the intelligence capabilities of Daxiao bad people and Luowang have been tested enough on the battlefield. And their outstanding performance is far beyond the reach of David's Night Patrol Division. Since you know everything, why don't you capture and kill all those traitors for me? What are you waiting for? Wei Yong stared at him in dissatisfaction. Shenong smiled bitterly and said helplessly, Your Majesty, the people of Luowang don't believe anyone. They say that the person who plotted rebellion this time is very involved. He must meet Your Majesty in person before he is willing to tell you. Wei Yong frowned, hesitated for a while, and snorted coldly, Where is the person? In the front hall. Shenong hurriedly replied, Go. Bring the person here. Wei Yong turned his head and gave an order to a eunuch, and then seemed to think of something and added another sentence. Remember to be polite. Yes. Not long after, a middle-aged man in white with a vague aura and an ordinary look walked into the hall. Captain of Luowang, Daxia, Gu Zhe, pays respect to His Majesty the Emperor Wei. Captain Gu. No need to be polite. Wei Yong had a smile on his face and a gentle expression, and even waved his hand to let someone take a seat. Gu Zhe hurriedly declined. Then his expression became serious, and he got straight to the point. Your Majesty the Emperor Wei. Time is running out. I will get straight to the point. According to the information from Luowang and the bad people, 2 forces have appeared in the capital of David, and they want to mutiny and seize the city. They were all David's subjects, but now they have surrendered to Dechu and Daliang respectively, and they have vicious intentions. Hearing this, whether it was Wei Yong, Tan Yuanda, or Shenong, their faces changed. There are actually 2 gangs of people who are rebelling and want to do something bad? Among them, the traitors who defected to Dechu were led by Taiwei Lu Qinghe. The core members of this group should be around 9 people. But we have only locked on 4 people so far. As for the traitors who defected to Daliang, they were led by Protector of the country Zhuang Zhengping. The core members of this group should be between 10 and 13 people. But time is limited, so we have only locked on 5 people. Except for these 9 confirmed people. The other members of the 2 groups of traitors are unknown, so we dare not trust anyone easily, and can only personally ask to see His Majesty the Emperor Wei to report. After listening to Gu Zhe's detailed introduction, Wei Yong and others all took a breath of cold air, and their backs were chilled. After a few breaths of dead silence, Tan Yuanda suddenly spoke. Captain Gu, are you sure you are not mistaken? Let's not talk about the general and others. The Duke of Protecting the Country is the most loyal minister of my David. Moreover, the Zhuang family has 3 generations of dukes and 3 generations of loyal officials. Zhuang Zhengping will not be so foolish as to ruin the reputation of the entire Zhuang family. Right? Gu Zhe glanced at Tan Yuanda and said expressionlessly, Prime Minister Tan should know the horror of human hearts. These people have actually done a lot of things that harm David's interests and the war situation in secret. Moreover, before they united, my great Xia had not agreed to send troops to help. What can they not do to survive? According to the order of His Majesty of our dynasty, all intelligence related to David's interests will not be concealed by my Luowang and the bad people. Now the information has been delivered to me. As for whether to believe it or not, it is not our business. Tan Yuanda's expression froze, and he hurriedly apologized. Captain Gu, I don't want to question your intelligence capabilities, but this news is too shocking. which makes me lose my mind for a moment. I hope Captain Gu will understand. No problem. Gu Zhe nodded. His expression remained calm. Your Majesty, there is another most important point. The time when they start the rebellion. Wei Yong suddenly shuddered. And without caring about his anger, he stared at Gu Zhe. When? As for the rebels of the Chu, according to the plan, it will be when the Chu army is at the gates of the city tomorrow. As for the rebels of Daliang, their time to act is tonight. Right now, Gu Zhe said in a deep voice. His expression was calm. But Wei Yong and others changed their faces drastically. Chapter 185 Rebellion. Dasha's plan. Tonight? Shenong stared at Gu Zhe in disbelief. Asking for confirmation again. Yes. Gu Zhe nodded affirmatively. Saying indifferently, moreover, their goal is different from the traitors who surrendered to the Chu. They are not trying to break the city, but to murder His Majesty the Emperor Wei, in order to take over the entire David imperial capital. Shuang. Zheng. Ping. This damn traitor. Bastard. Wei Yong gnashed his teeth and glared at Shenong. Why don't you go and capture this rebel for me? Gu Zhe frowned and said in a deep voice, It's already midnight. They have probably already started to act. Let alone whether they can find his people. Even if they do, the people they send will just die in vain. I suggest that Your Majesty the Emperor should hurry up to select credible generals. Comprehensively strengthen the control of the Imperial Guards and garrison troops. And strengthen the defense of the Imperial Palace and the Imperial Capital. Shenong nodded hurriedly and echoed, Your Majesty. I think Captain Gu's suggestion is the most reliable. The most urgent task is to ensure the control of the army first. At this time, Tan Yuanda shook his head, looking worried. I'm afraid it's not that simple. The Duke of the Protectorate has always had a wide network of contacts and a high prestige. He can win over many people. And they are not simple. If the Duke of the Protectorate really has the intention of rebellion, then since he dares to rebel, he must have a great grasp. At present, except for the list provided by Captain Gu, the rest of the members are unknown. Who can guarantee that the generals, who are loyal to His Majesty, and the court on the surface have actually surrendered to the Duke of the Protectorate in secret? After listening to Tan Yuanda's analysis, Wei Yong was even more alarmed. And the strong murderous intent in his heart could no longer be suppressed. Lao Gui, I'm here. Hearing Wei Yong shout, an old eunuch standing at the foot of the imperial steps, who looked inconspicuous, bowed his head and responded. It's time for the Xiai Guard to share my worries. Go. Find the 9 people according to the list provided by Captain Gu, and then capture them for me. If there is resistance, kill them on the spot. This decree is mainly about capturing. Obviously, Wei Yong still has some doubts about Gu Zhe's information, and does not believe it 100%. I obey your order. The old eunuch bowed his head respectfully. And then his figure flashed, and disappeared almost instantly. Seeing this, Shenong and Tan Yuanda changed their colors slightly. And even the other eunuchs in the hall showed surprise. Everyone is familiar with this old eunuch named Lao Gui, but no one pays much attention to him, because he is just a personal eunuch of medium rank and second level of spiritual body realm. But who would have thought that this person is actually a hidden strongman? And His Majesty just mentioned Xiai Guard, which means that His Majesty has actually been hiding a very mysterious force in secret. And Lao Gui is one of them. In addition, judging from the decree just now, the members of this Xiai Guard should be few. But they are all strong. Only in this way can the decree make sense. And Wei Yong's confidence can be explained. Next, Wei Yong issued several more decrees, including the transfer of generals. Time passed slowly, and after 2/4 of an hour, news finally came one after another. Your Majesty, the captain of the West Gate refused to hand over the military power, and killed the eunuch who delivered the decree. Report, Your Majesty, the East Gate captain pretended to receive the order, and welcomed the new East Gate captain into the gate tower and killed him. Report, Your Majesty, the South Gate captain was poisoned half an hour ago. The defense of the South Gate has been taken over by the deputy captain. Report, Your Majesty, the garrisons in the east, south, and west have all moved. Some garrisons in the 3 directions have gathered in one place and are approaching the palace. As the news came one after another, Wei Yong was already pale with shock and rage. As for Tan Yuanda and Shenong who had gone and returned, they also looked heavy and panicked. Of the 200,000 garrisons, 150,000 of them escaped from the control of the court and fell into the hands of traitors. What a irony! What a deep crisis is this! At this time, Lao Gui appeared again. Your Majesty, According to the list, Zaiwai only found 6 of them, but only killed 3 of them. The other 3 seem to have been prepared and escaped under the protection of a mysterious strongman. However, according to the interrogation of 2 of the survivors, the rebellion of Taiwei Luqinghe and Hugwogong Zhuang Zheping is indeed true. As for the other members of the 2 rebels, time is limited, and they have not been interrogated yet. After hearing Lao Gui's reply, Wei Yong, who was already shocked and frightened, had a dark vision and almost fainted. Tan Yuanda took a deep breath and said very seriously, Your Majesty, according to common sense, even if all the 150,000 rebellious garrisons were pulled over, it would be impossible to break through the palace city and the imperial palace that were closely guarded by 100,000 imperial guards. But now, since they dare to march towards the palace city with 70,000 or 80,000 garrisons, it means that they have other insiders in the imperial guards, which means that they are confident that they can break through the palace city and the imperial palace with internal and external forces. So, Your Majesty, it has come to the most critical moment. If you defend the imperial palace to death, you may become a turtle in a jar. Therefore, this old minister suggests that before they arrive, let the trustworthy imperial guards escort you to evacuate to the north gate. Hearing Tan Yuanda's suggestion, Shen Ong was shocked and immediately objected. No! We can't confirm who the rebellious imperial guards are and how many there are. What if the one who was chosen to escort His Majesty is a rebel? What's more, there are all kinds of people outside the palace, and His Majesty may be assassinated at any time and anywhere. This is absolutely not allowed. Tan Yuanda frowned and retorted, but there is always a glimmer of hope. Better than defending without hope. Right? Wei Yong looked at the 2 people arguing and was at a loss. At this time, Gu Zhe, who had been pretending to be a transparent person, suddenly spoke. I do have a suggestion. As soon as these words came out, Wei Yong and others immediately stared at Gu Zhe, with hopeful light in their eyes. Captain Gu, please come quickly. Looking at Wei Yong, who looked anxious, Gu Zhe looked embarrassed. To be honest with His Majesty, this suggestion may be a bit abrupt, and it is easy to cause unnecessary misunderstandings. So I think it is not appropriate. Wei Yong finally grabbed a life-saving straw. How could he give up? Captain Gu, you can talk as much as you want. I guarantee you that no one will dare to say anything nonsense. Gu Zhe hesitated for a while, but finally sighed and nodded. Well, I'll speak frankly. To be honest with His Majesty Emperor Wei, in fact, my great Xia's Qiangqi Corps has secretly transported tens of thousands of elite soldiers to the north of the imperial capital using the Jinping warships and airbuses. Originally, these elite soldiers were prepared to attack from the front and back with the main force of our army to destroy the Great Chu army first. But now David's imperial capital and His Majesty Emperor Wei are in danger, and I will persuade these elite soldiers to help. However, if my great Xia army enters the city, I am afraid that His Majesty Emperor Wei and David's generals will misunderstand this. Hearing this, Tan Yuanda and Shen Ong frowned slightly, with doubts in their eyes, but Wei Yong's eyes lit up. Great! With the help of Daxia's elite, we will surely be able to quell the rebellion. As for misunderstandings, humph! Captain Gu, don't worry. If anyone dares to speak nonsense, I will kill him. If Daxia really has bad intentions towards me, David, then why bother to watch my imperial capital being breached and me being killed by the rebels? After hearing the last sentence, Shen Ong and Tan Yuanda, who were still trying to persuade, immediately shut up. Because as Wei Yong said, if Daxia wanted David to die, it could just sit back and do nothing. Use this opportunity and the hands of the traitors to get rid of them. Why bother to send troops into the city and get involved in such a mess? In that case, I will contact them now. Gu Zhe nodded and spread out his left hand. As the ring on his index finger emitted a faint light, a secret talisman disc instantly appeared in his palm. Seeing this, Wei Yong and others were surprised, and at the same time envied inside. A captain of Daxia has such a treasure, which shows the profound heritage of Daxia. Captain Gu, is this the Sumeru ring? Shen Ong coughed lightly and asked curiously. Yes. Gu Zhe nodded, and responded calmly while writing something quickly on the secret disc with his right hand. Before that, Daxia discovered a mixed mineral vein in the eastern part of Jinzhou, among which there was a mineral vein of void stone. So the Sumeru ring was cast. Hearing this, several people's eyes flickered slightly. It was clearly discovered by the Great Jin dynasty. And it must be a mineral vein belonging to the great Jin dynasty. Right? Of course. At this time, no one is stupid enough to sabotage it. When Guzay raised his head after sending the message, Wei Yong hurriedly asked, "How is it? The message has been passed, but I can't say whether they will agree. After all, this is contrary to the established combat strategy." Guzay shook his head and said calmly. After hearing Guzay's response, Wei Yong's heart, which had just been put down, was lifted up again, fearing that the general of Xia would refuse. In that case, they would really have no hope. After more than 100 breaths, the secret talisman disc suddenly shook slightly, and a flash of light flashed. In an instant, everyone in the field became nervous, staring at Guzay without blinking. After reading the decrypted code, Guzay sighed helplessly. "Your Majesty, I'm sorry." General Xiaohu refused. "What?" Wei Yong's body stiffened instantly. His face turned pale, and his lips trembled slightly. How could this happen? Why did he refuse? "Captain Gu, please talk to that general again. As long as he is willing to lead his troops to rescue, I can agree to anything he wants. Money, beauties, and anything he wants." Guzay pursed his lips and said helplessly. General Xiaohu said that this is not within the established strategic scope. Moreover, if my great Xia army rashly enters your country's imperial capital, it will easily cause chaos. The most important thing is that even if we help your country put down the rebellion, the defense of your imperial capital will be greatly weakened, and it will be difficult to resist the fierce siege of Daliang into Chu. Wei Yong was unwilling to give up. This was his last hope, and he never wanted to give up. After taking a deep breath with red eyes, Wei Yong gritted his teeth and said, "Captain Gu, please tell the Blood Tiger General that as long as he is willing to lead his troops to rescue, I can give him the Tiger Talisman of the Emperor. The Tiger Talisman of the Emperor is the highest level of the Tiger Talisman of David. Seeing it is like seeing me in person. You can dispatch all the troops and deal with all the subjects below the ministers. I believe that the vast majority of David's soldiers are still loyal to me and David. The reason they rebel is that they are bound by military orders and have to obey the orders of the rebel generals. As long as the Tiger Talisman of the Emperor is shown, most of the soldiers will surely surrender. In this way, the defense force of David's imperial capital can be preserved to the maximum extent. Moreover, I will give him all the military power and let him dispatch David's troops at will to guard the imperial capital. In this way, General Blood Tiger's concerns will naturally be dispelled. What do you think?" After hearing Wei Yong's decision, Tan Yuanda and Shen Ong changed their expressions instantly and hurriedly spoke to dissuade him. "Your Majesty, the Emperor's Tiger Talisman is of great importance. You must not do it. Your Majesty, you must not be impulsive about this matter. You..." Wei Yong raised his hand and snorted coldly, interrupting the two people's conversation. "If not, do you want me to wait for death? And I believe in Daxia. Don't say anything more. I have made up my mind." Guzay frowned and pondered, but he was overjoyed in his heart. After going through so many circles, this goal was finally achieved. In fact, this gain is much greater than what he expected. After more than 10 breaths, Guzay nodded slowly. "Okay, then I will try again." Chapter 186. Entering the city without a single bloodshed. At the first hour of the first lunar month, outside the southern gate of the palace city, a sea of soldiers spread out in the vast courtyard and streets, leaving almost no open space. Hundreds of feet in front of the city gate, an old general in brown heavy armor sat on the back of Ilya's warhorse, surrounded by many generals of all sizes. This man was the protector of the kingdom of the David dynasty, Zhuang Jingping. "Duke, something is wrong with the unrest in the city. In addition to us, there seems to be another group of people." A middle-aged man in black stepped into the air and reported to Zhuang Jingping solemnly after landing. Zhuang Jingping sneered and said indifferently, "What's so strange about this? The Great Chu is not just sitting there doing nothing, so it will naturally win over the important officials in the court to serve them. Otherwise, how do you think the defense line of Qing'an Prefecture was broken?" "What the Duke said is very true," a young general echoed, and then frowned and said, "However, from the murder of Lord Sun and several sudden appointment and dismissal orders, it can be seen that the palace has obviously received some news. I don't know if our things tonight will go smoothly." "Opposite," another general snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "What are you worried about? They know too late. Especially the garrison army. They all failed and it is too late to deal with it." "That's right." Zhuang Jingping nodded in agreement, then raised the whip in his hand and pointed at the city gate in front. As long as we can successfully enter the palace, we can completely lock in the victory. However, at this moment, another figure hurriedly flew over. Report, Your Excellency. The north gate of the imperial capital suddenly opened, and a large number of soldiers of unknown origin are entering the city quickly. Hearing this news, the people in the field changed their colors. What's going on? Where did the army come from at this time? Yes, except for the imperial guards and the garrison troops. All the other available troops of the court have been deployed to the defense lines of Qing'an Prefecture and Linqiu Prefecture. Where did this army come from? Could it be the army of the Chu? They have already broken through the defense line of Qing'an Prefecture. Impossible. The Chu army doesn't have wings. How could it suddenly appear here? It's neither the Chu army nor the Liang army. So it can only be other troops hidden in the court? Or is it the army of the Xia? Everyone talked about it and was in doubt, especially when someone suggested that the army of unknown origin might be the army of the Xia. Many people showed strong uneasiness. No one would doubt the combat effectiveness of the Xia army. If it was true, they would be in trouble. At all costs, find out the origin and specific size of that army in the shortest possible time. Zhuang Zhengping looked serious and sternly ordered the person who reported the news. Yes. As the man left, Zhuang Zhengping looked around at the generals around him. Everyone, no matter what the origin of this suddenly appearing army is, it doesn't matter, because as long as we are fast enough, as long as we take over the palace in the shortest possible time, everything will be fine. In addition, I would like to advise some people not to have any small thoughts. Since we have embarked on this road, there is no possibility of turning back. If we fail today, all participants will be killed. Without exception. Don't think that you can ask the old emperor to show leniency by changing your mind halfway. He is not a soft-hearted person. Hearing Zhuang Zhengping's warning, the generals were shocked. Yes. After more than 100 breaths, deafening shouts of killing suddenly rang out from the inner side of the palace and on the city wall. However, the shouts of killing did not last long. As the sound weakened, the tightly closed city gate suddenly opened. Zhuang Zhengping's eyes lit up, and he drew his sword and pointed forward. Kill! In an instant, the sound of war drum sounded like thunder, and the soldiers, like a tide, shouted and rushed towards the open city gate. At the same time, Zhuang Zhengping sheathed his sword and called two generals to his presence. How does the Duke treat you two? The two looked at each other, then clasped their fists and bowed their heads, saying solemnly, We too can have what we have today. All thanks to the Duke's cultivation. I am willing to go through fire and water for the Duke. Without hesitation, Zhuang Zhengping nodded with satisfaction, stared at the two and said earnestly, Very good. The Duke did not misjudge you. As long as you complete the tasks I assigned, you will have a place in the Dalian court. This is the Duke's promise to you. In addition, there are too many disturbances tonight, and the Duke has arranged people to protect your families, so you can put aside all worries. The two generals felt depressed, but did not dare to show any strange color. Thank you for your cultivation. Please give me your orders. There are some problems with the Imperial Guards. We need at least 2 hours to solve them. But the army that suddenly appeared is a variable. So the Duke needs you two to lead the army to delay them, and buy time for us to take over the palace. Here, the Duke can only give you 10,000 people. But I will immediately order the 3 city gates to dispatch 10,000 troops to support you. How about it? After hearing Zhuang Zhengping's order, the two of them felt relieved. It is not too difficult to delay the 40,000 troops for 2 hours. And it is in the city where it is not easy for the army to deploy on a large scale. I obey your order. I will not disappoint the Duke's expectations. Very good. Go. Yes. At the same time, outside the southern gate of the imperial capital, in the dark night, 30,000 cavalrymen were quietly hiding in the woods 2 miles away. All these cavalrymen wore slender, but ferocious black armor. And under their crotches were slender, but strong jackals with black saliva flowing. Such a cavalry, at first glance, gives people a sinister and terrifying sense of déjà vu. Obviously, this is the Jackal cavalry led by General Yin Chai, one of the 4 cavalry under Wang Jian. On the crown of a big tree, Yin Chai looked at the city gate in the distance, and a trace of pity appeared in his narrow eyes. Blood Tiger is really lucky. He can swagger in without waiting for the warship to break the city. It seems that the first credit this time will be taken away by him again. While saying this, Yin Chai looked up at the sky. Although the night sky is dark, with his eyesight, He can see 3 vague figures of different sizes. There is no doubt that it is the Golden Peng worship of Daxia. Finally here, half an hour later, in the north city of the imperial capital, Xi'an Avenue, looking at the fierce and powerful tiger cavalry approaching in the distance, and the Daxia dragon flag flying high, the David garrison soldiers, who were defending on the spot, couldn't help but turn pale. It was not until this moment that they realized that they were facing the army of Daxia. What frightened them even more was that the size of those tigers was 2 or 3 times larger than that of ordinary tigers, and their sharp and slender fangs shone coldly, like treasures, as these disciplined blood-red tigers ran in unison. The ground was shaking slightly, and the houses on both sides would drop dust and debris from time to time, giving them a strong sense of oppression. Compared with these tigers, the knights sitting on the backs of the tigers were also well equipped and impressive, but the pressure on the garrison soldiers was much less. Time passed slowly, and as the tiger cavalry continued to press forward, the pressure on the garrison soldiers became greater and greater. Some were even so scared that their arms began to tremble, and they couldn't even hold their weapons firmly. That feeling was like a child facing a normal cavalry torrent. "Stop!" With a loud shout, the tigers who were running in small steps all changed from running to walking, and stopped in unison after taking 5 steps, which was more standard than ordinary soldiers. Seeing this, the garrison soldiers did not relax, but the pressure in their hearts became stronger, because just from the actions of these blood-colored tigers, it can be seen how strong this terrifying cavalry will be. After more than 10 breaths of silence, a figure suddenly flew into the sky and revealed a 15-jong tall spiritual body. Judging from his appearance, it was the blood tiger warrior. At this moment, almost all the garrison soldiers densely distributed in all the streets and alleys around noticed the scene, because the blood tiger's tall body emitting a red halo was extremely conspicuous in the night sky. Facing this scene, everyone was shocked, because this was the first time they saw a wall breaker. The combat power of the Daxia army had already made them have no confidence, and now that the blood tiger's body was revealed, their morale dropped rapidly, and the army's morale was a little unstable. The blood tiger slowly raised the guarding tiger talisman in his hand, and his body also made the same move, enlarging the guarding tiger talisman to be like a large water tank, so that most people could see its appearance clearly. The thing in my hand is called the tiger talisman of the emperor. Seeing the talisman is like seeing the emperor in person. Duke Shuang Zheping of the Protectorate of David is plotting rebellion, and the emperor has asked Daxia for help, using this talisman as evidence, and begging me to suppress the rebellion. The tiger talisman of the emperor is in front of you. Why don't you kneel down and kowtow to him? The blood tiger shouted in a muffled voice, like a blow to the heads of all the garrison soldiers, and also stunned the people of David who were tightly locked up. The tiger talisman of the emperor? Is this true or false? The edges are surrounded by leaves. The square shield is the base, and there are bronze swords hanging on both sides, with a Baoshan seal painted in the middle and a 3-bearded crown on it. Yes, this is the tiger talisman of the emperor. There is no mistake. Is it true? So, the Protectorate of David really rebelled? What he said about entering the palace to clear the court is just a trick. Tens of thousands of garrison soldiers were talking about it. Ordinary soldiers naturally did not know the existence and characteristics of the tiger talisman of the emperor, but those above the grassroots officers knew it all. Therefore, the authenticity of the imperial tiger talisman was soon confirmed. Moreover, the fact that the great Xia army was able to enter the city smoothly from the north gate had already explained many problems. For a time, the entire army was in an uproar. At this time, the 2 generals assigned by Shuang Zheping to lead the army were furious. Nonsense! The tiger talisman is fake. The protector of the country did not rebel. The protector of the country went to clear the court and protect his majesty. That's right. These people of Daxia have evil intentions. How can they believe his lies? All soldiers listen to my orders. Follow me to kill the enemy. However, no matter how the 2 men explained and shouted, tens of thousands of garrison troops just kept looking around, and no one was willing to obey their orders. David's garrison troops were already frightened by the tiger cavalry, and they had no intention of fighting at all. Now the blood tiger took out the emperor's tiger talisman, giving them a perfect reason to avoid fighting. How could they go to die? Asshole! How dare you disobey orders? The 2 generals were shocked and angry, jumping and roaring. Just when they were about to kill people to establish their prestige, a deafening cold snort suddenly sounded. Dare to ignore the majesty of the emperor of your country and seek death? The blood tiger shouted coldly. and then just waved two red lights like short spears, and killed the two men on the spot. Why don't you kneel down and kowtow? Do you want to do the same as them? Tens of thousands of David's garrison soldiers suddenly felt a chill in their hearts, and they knelt down one after another, not daring to hesitate for a moment. Chapter 187 Hell Heaven Hell. David's Palace. At this moment, the originally solemn, dignified and tidy palace had already been stained with blood, with broken limbs and arms scattered all over the ground, shouts of killing reaching the sky, and soldiers fighting each other everywhere. On the white jade bridge, Zhuang Zheping stepped on the red and sticky bridge surface and looked at the towering court hall in front of him, with a gleam in his eyes. Almost there. He will be able to capture and kill the old emperor soon. After killing the old emperor, he must go to the throne of the supreme ruler in the court hall to experience it. However, just when Zhuang Zheping was secretly excited, a hurried shout suddenly sounded from behind. Report? Zhuang Zheping frowned slightly, turned around unhappily, and stared at the young general who was running fast. Report to the Duke. The east, south, and west gates of the imperial capital were attacked by the Daxiao army at the same time. At present, all three gates have been breached, and the city defense has fallen into the hands of the enemy. Hearing this, the people in the field changed their expressions. How is this possible? Are those defenders useless? How could the enemy breach it so easily? It's Daxia again? How many troops did they send? How did they sneak into the vicinity of the imperial capital without anyone noticing? Ridiculous. Even if there were 20,000 pigs standing on the city wall and blocking the city gate, they wouldn't be slaughtered so easily. Right? What's going on? Hearing the doubts and scolding, the young general gritted his teeth and said, I don't know the specific situation, but the loss of the three gates is indeed a fact. In addition, in the direction of the south gate, there is a Daxia cavalry that is rapidly heading towards the palace. Zhuang Zheping was as heavy as water. His good mood disappeared in an instant, and there was a sense of panic at a loss. All three gates under his control were lost, and the north gate was also under the control of the loyal generals of the court, which meant that they were trapped. Duke, what should we do? Some generals asked anxiously, and the others looked at Zhuang Zheping one after another, looking hesitant. In a moment, the situation took a sharp turn for the worse, which made everyone panic and not know how to deal with it. Zhuang Zheping forced himself to maintain a calm expression, and after thinking quickly for a while, he pretended to be calm and said, Don't panic. The long-distance deployment of Daxia must be limited. Although there is a threat, it will not be too big. As long as we can hold on until tomorrow evening, the Dalian army will definitely arrive. In this way, immediately strengthen the defense of the palace city, and use the palace city walls to block the attack of the Daxia army. Yes. Several people were assigned by Zhuang Zheping to be responsible for the defense of the palace city, and the others also breathed a sigh of relief and felt a little more at ease. But not long after, another shocking news came. Report, Your Excellency. The 40,000 garrison troops responsible for blocking the Great Xia cavalry from the north of the city surrendered without a fight. The enemy will soon reach the palace. What? As the news came, everyone was shocked and their faces turned green. What's going on? How dare those two bastards, Luo Xing and Bao Tong, betray our duke? Zhuang Zheping was shocked and angry, and he jumped up and down and cursed. In order to control the two men, he even used their families as a threat. But he didn't expect that something would happen. Report to the Duke. General Luo and General Bao have been killed. The reason why the army surrendered is because the Great Xia general held the Imperial Tiger Talisman in his hand. The Tiger Talisman of the Emperor? Zhuang Zheping's pupil shrank. His heart was chilled, and his face became extremely ugly. No wonder the 40,000 troops surrendered without a fight. And no one rose up to resist even though the two generals who led the army were killed. The old emperor was really cruel. He was really willing to do it. Duke, this is bad. With the Tiger Talisman of the Emperor in hand, I'm afraid the army will lose control. It's hard for us to resist stubbornly. Duke, this. What should we do now? The surrounding generals and ministers were all panicked, because they knew the deterrent effect of the Tiger Talisman of the Emperor on David's army. Except for a small number of die-hard troops, the rest of the army would probably kneel down and bow to the Tiger Talisman of the Emperor. Shut up. Zhuang Zheping was already panicked, and he was even more upset when he heard the noisy screams. He immediately stared and scolded impatiently, scaring everyone to shut their mouths. After thinking quickly for more than 10 breaths, Zhuang Zheping suddenly looked fierce. Send all the elite troops. And we must capture the old emperor alive before the enemy arrives. As long as the old emperor is captured alive, we can use him as a bargaining chip to exchange for the hope of survival. Or to delay time. Everyone looked at each other. And in the absence of any better way, they could only nod silently. Half an hour later, Jing'an Palace. Listening to the fighting and screams that were getting closer and louder. Wei Yong and Tan Yuanda were scared and pale. And their eyes were full of despair. Although Shen'ang was better than the two, his face was also very ugly. In addition to the three of them, there were less than 10 eunuchs and palace maids in the palace. As for the members of Zaiwei, they had all been sent out to participate in the fighting to delay as much time as possible. It's been so long. Why hasn't the reinforcements from Daxia arrived yet? Wei Yong's lips trembled, and he shouted angrily. Tan Yuanda and Shen'ang both gritted their teeth and lowered their heads without saying anything. The rebels had used formations to isolate the secret symbols of the palace, and their contact with the outside world was completely cut off. No one knew what the situation was outside. As time went on, the shouting and killing became louder and louder. Wei Yong could no longer sit still. He stood up and trotted to the window, crouching and looking out carefully. When he saw that there were only a few hundred imperial guards who had fought bravely, and they were still falling one after another, the despair in Wei Yong's eyes became stronger. They are lying to me. Yes, they must be lying to me. Damn Daxia people. I will not let them go even if I become a ghost. Tan Yuanda glanced at Wei Yong and shook his head helplessly. The army of Daxia did not have wings. So how could they come as soon as they said? It has only been a short time. Even if the army of Daxia really wants to come to help, it is impossible for them to appear in front of us all at once. Not to mention that the rebels will try their best to stop them. If you want to blame, you can only blame your emperor for not knowing people, and not strictly controlling the imperial guards. Otherwise, how could the rebels have gotten so close so quickly? After a cup of tea, the sounds of fighting and screaming suddenly stopped, and the outside of the hall suddenly became dead silent. But this dead silence did not last long. Bang! With a muffled sound, the heavy hall door was violently knocked open, and dozens of elite soldiers, who were as fierce as wolves and tigers and covered in blood, rushed into the hall. However, after these people entered, they did not take action immediately, but dispersed to the surroundings and surrounded the people in the hall. After more than 10 breaths, 7 or 8 figures walked in slowly. The one walking in the middle was Zhuang Zhenping, the Duke of the Protectorate. After Zhuang Zhenping stood still in the hall, his eyes slowly swept from the furious Shen'ang and the gloomy Tan Yuanda, and finally fixed on Wei Yong. Looking at Wei Yong, who was pale and full of anger and hatred, Zhuang Zhenping smiled slightly, bowed his head slightly, and clasped his fists. Your Majesty, the Duke of the Protectorate, pays respects to His Majesty. Zhuang Zhenping, you evil old thief. I think I have treated you well. And my predecessors and David have also been very kind to you. Zhuang, how dare you betray me? Betray David? Wei Yong gritted his teeth and glared at Zhuang Zhenping, shouting hoarsely, Your Majesty, as you said, our ancestors of the Zhuang family have been working diligently and conscientiously for David, and I don't know how much effort they have put in and how much strength they have contributed. We have no regrets for David, because we have done enough. Now that David is in a desperate situation, and seeing that this huge ship is about to capsize completely, our Zhuang family should also consider ourselves. So, I hope your Majesty can understand the intentions of this old minister, Zhuang Zhenping said slowly, his expression extremely serious. Hearing Zhuang Zhenping talk about treason so righteously and high-soundingly, Wei Yong almost laughed out of anger. You damn old thief. You really don't have a single bit of shame. Do you know that if you do this, your ancestors of the Zhuang family will be ashamed and unable to sleep in the underworld? With one person's strength, you completely ruin the loyalty and glory of the entire Zhuang family. You are really a good descendant of the Zhuang family. Zhuang Zhenping frowned slightly, and a hint of coldness appeared in his eyes. I call you His Majesty. Do you really think you are the heaven? How dare you? Asshole. Zhuang Zhenping. How dare you disrespect His Majesty? Shen'ang and others were instantly furious, pointing at Zhuang Zhenping and shouting. Noisy. Zhuang Zhenping snorted coldly and glanced at a silver-armored general on his right. The man immediately understood, waved his hand, and ordered the soldiers in the hall to draw their butcher knives. In an instant, the knife light and blood appeared again, and a group of eunuchs and palace maids were killed one after another not long after. Even Shenong was seriously injured by several generals. But his life was not taken directly. On the imperial steps, Wei Yong trembled and wiped his slightly sticky right cheek. Looking at the bright red blood on his fingers, he felt a little dizzy. He finally realized that death was already very close to him, thinking that he might die in the next moment. Wei Yong's heart was suddenly filled with despair. However, at this moment, the faint sound of fighting suddenly sounded from afar. And at the same time, a figure ran in quickly. Report? Duke. It's bad. The Great Xia cavalry is coming. How can it be so fast? A rebel general's face changed, staring at the newcomer and screaming. The Great Xia commander holds the Imperial Tiger Talisman in his hand, and most of the troops responsible for blocking have chosen to surrender. Moreover, the Great Xia cavalry uses the terrifying innate tiger as a mount, and its combat power is extremely strong. Even if there is resistance, it will be quickly defeated. Duke, the 3,000 left guard camps can't hold out for long. Please make a decision early. After this person finished speaking, the faces of the rebels and generals suddenly darkened, while Wei Yong, Tan Yuanda and Shenong, who were already desperate, were surprised and happy. I thought they were doomed this time, but I didn't expect that at this critical moment the Daxia army would come to kill them. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Wei Yong suddenly raised his head and laughed, laughing so happily. Here they are. Finally here. I really didn't trust them wrongly. Wei Yong was overjoyed, and seemed to have forgotten that he was cursing and scolding the people of Daxia not long ago. Zhuang Jinping, you damned old thief, didn't expect it. Did you? Didn't expect that I had such a backup plan? Wei Yong stared at Zhuang Jinping and sneered, not hiding the mockery and complacency in his eyes. After saying that, Wei Yong raised his chin slightly and looked at the other rebels. Daxia's elite troops have arrived, and any stubborn resistance will be crushed to pieces. However, I can give you a chance. Now, as long as someone captures Zhuang Jinping for me, I can pardon his death sentence and not implicate his family. There is only one chance. You must seize it. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the field immediately became weird, because this promise was indeed very tempting to some people. Zhuang Jinping narrowed his eyes slightly, glanced at several generals with different expressions, and suddenly drew his sword quickly, and chopped off one of them with lightning speed. Seeing this, the rest of the people felt cold in their hearts, and the little thought that had just arisen was quickly suppressed. Stupid! Don't you know what kind of character this majesty is? You don't even need to think about it with your own brains. After doing such a big thing, which emperor in the world would let it go? Zhuang Jinping snorted coldly, forcibly deterring the few people who were ready to move, and then stared at Wei Yong. Your Majesty, if you don't want to die, don't think of anything crooked, and please cooperate with me. Otherwise, if I can't see the hope of life, I will definitely drag you with me before I die. Hearing Zhuang Jinping's threat, Wei Yong sneered, but his expression was a little unnatural, and he didn't say anything else. Obviously, he was also worried that he would force Zhuang Jinping to be buried with him. A quarter of an hour later, the Tiger Cavalry defeated the stubborn rebels and came to the front of the Jing'an Palace. At this time, Zhuang Jinping and others also forced Wei Yong, Tan Yuanda and Shenong to stand in front of the palace, and confronted the Tiger Cavalry under the protection of 300 elite soldiers. Listen, General Daxia on the opposite side. The Emperor Wei is in the hands of this duke. If you don't want him to die, send someone to negotiate. Zhuang Jinping shouted loudly, wanting to start the negotiation. But the other party was slow to move. Just when Zhuang Jinping was about to speak again, he suddenly saw hundreds of cavalry flying in the air in the distance. The mounts of these cavalrymen are different from those of the Tiger Cavalrymen. They look like jackals, but their size and ferocity are far from that of ordinary jackals. Brother, you have the upper hand again this time. After landing, Inchai turned his head to look at Xuehu and laughed. Luck. Xuehu nodded in response, not smiling, seeing that the generals of Daxia were chatting there as if no one was around. Zhuang Jinping was so angry that his face turned blue, and he pushed Wei Yong hard. Your Majesty, it's your turn to speak. Although Wei Yong was angry, he didn't dare to get angry. He could only clear his throat and shout. Generals of Daxia on the opposite side. I am Emperor David. Please send someone to discuss the next matters. Yin Chai and Shui who looked at each other with strange eyes. He really thinks we are reinforcements. Who made the previous play too real? In front of the palace, seeing that the other side still did not respond, Zhuang Zhiping became even more angry, and suddenly drew his sword and put it on Wei Yong's neck. If you don't send someone again, this prince will kill the emperor. Haha. Why bother you? I can lift the butcher knife of the Xia? Hearing Yin Chai's careless sneer, David and his people were all stunned. What did the other party mean by this? Kill! Everyone present will not be left alive. Xuehu shouted coldly and issued an order to kill everyone. Anyway, the David rebels have captured the Emperor David alive. And then, they just need to blame everything on the rebels. As the dense rain of arrows rushed like lightning, Zhuang Zhiping and others were terrified. And Wei Yong was even more furious. He never dreamed that the reinforcements he had been waiting for were actually poisonous blades that wanted to take his life. At the last moment of his life, Wei Yong couldn't figure out what the whole thing was all about. He didn't understand why the people of Daxia had to go through such a big detour if they wanted to kill him. Chapter 188 Desperate Situation. August 10th. David's capital. Countless soldiers surrounded the entire city. And the west gate and the east gate were only surrounded but not attacked. But the north gate and the south gate were under extremely fierce attacks. And a large number of soldiers died on the battlefield every moment. In fact, this siege had already begun on the night of August 8th. And the Chu army and the Liang army had launched 6 fierce attacks. Unfortunately, although their offensive was fierce and the defense of David's capital was shaky, they still failed to capture it. There are 3 reasons for this. First, this is David's capital, the last bit of dignity of the David dynasty. And David's soldiers have a strong resistance to fight to the death for their country. After the turmoil that night, all the traitors who defected to Daliang and to Chu basically jumped out and were swept away, and there were no major hidden dangers inside. In addition, Xuehu used the Emperor Wei Tiger Talisman to minimize the casualties of David's soldiers caused by the civil strife, so that the 200,000 garrison troops and 100,000 imperial guards finally retained more than 230,000. It is not uncommon for 230,000 troops to defend the imperial capital with a high level of city defense for more than 2 days. Although the Emperor Wei was dead, Xuehu and others kept it a secret, and the generals of David who knew about it had all surrendered to Daxia, and no one dared to make it public. Therefore, the perseverance in the hearts of David's soldiers was not destroyed. Secondly, although the Tiger Cavalry and the Jackal Cavalry did not directly go to the city wall to participate in the battle, Daxia provided thousands of Huying crossbows, which had powerful lethality, and made great contributions to the defense of the city. Of course, this does not mean that the 2 cavalry units were standing idly by, but their positioning was not suitable for defending on the city wall. After all, doing so would be a waste of their martial arts. In fact, just in the early morning of today, the Tiger Cavalry and the Jackal Cavalry took the initiative to attack in the dark and launched a sneak attack on the Chu army and the Liang army respectively. Although the Chu and Liang armies did not relax their vigilance, the gap in combat power between the 2 sides was too great. The elite scouts of the 2 cavalry units quietly killed the vigilant enemy's eyes and ears, allowing the Daxia cavalry to successfully carry out a raid. In this battle, the Tiger Cavalry and the Jackal Cavalry killed more than 100,000 enemy troops, not counting the wounded, and also destroyed more than half of the enemy's large siege equipment. After the great victory, the morale of David's soldiers defending the city increased greatly. On the contrary, the morale of the Chu and Liang armies, as the attacking party, dropped greatly, so that the intensity of the siege today was significantly weaker than before. Third, David's soldiers already knew that the main force of Daxia's reinforcements was coming quickly, and they had hope and confidence in their hearts. After the twists and turns of the turmoil in David's imperial capital, the commanders of the Chu and Liang armies were very angry. They never expected that just when they were about to succeed, the people of Daxia came out at the critical moment and took away the fruits of victory that should have belonged to them with a wave of their hands. In addition to being angry, the commanders of the 2 armies also had deep concerns in their hearts. Therefore, when the 2 armies arrived at the city at dusk on August 8th, the commander of the Chu state, Chu Lishuan, and the commander of the Daliang state, Wu Yongyang, chose to meet and form an alliance. Of the 2, Chu Lishuan had long wanted to form an alliance, and Wu Yongyang had not been very interested. But the Daxia army's behavior of picking peaches made him furious. Of course, the most important thing was that he received news that the Qingqiu army was moving unusually and was suspected of preparing to attack Daliang. It was the combined effect of several factors that made Wu Yongyang determined to form an alliance with the Chu army to jointly deal with the Daxia army. All the subsequent events also prove that his choice was very wise. Because that night, the Qingqiu army really marched into Daliang. And the powerful combat power of the Daxia cavalry on the second night also scared Wu Yonggang. It was not until then that he realized how strong the elite of Daxia was. And how bad it would be to face the Daxia army alone. After Wu Yonggang and Chu Lixuan formed an alliance on behalf of the two armies, they unanimously decided to capture the David imperial capital first. And after removing this poisonous thorn, they would fight to the death with the main force of the Daxia Qiongqi Legion. But how could they have thought that the David imperial capital, which should have been easy to capture and could be captured in at most one day, could hold on for so long? After noon, the deafening sound of golden gongs symbolizing the withdrawal of troops suddenly rang out from the Chu army and the Liang army. Whether it was the soldiers who had already climbed the city wall or the soldiers who were about to reinforce, they all began to withdraw without hesitation after a slight pause. Ordinary soldiers did not know why they had to withdraw, but they just thought they were going to regroup and fight again. But the leaders of both armies knew that they had to withdraw and stop attacking the city because the main force of the Great Xia Qiongqi Legion had arrived. North of the David imperial capital, the Chu army camp, in the general's tent, whether it was Chu Lixuan or 7 or 8 senior generals, they all looked haggard and ugly. After fighting all the way to now, except for the wounded and the more than 100,000 troops stationed in the key occupied areas, they currently only have more than 500,000 soldiers here. Although there are more than 500,000 soldiers, they have a preliminary understanding of the elite combat power of the Great Xia, and it is difficult for them to have the confidence to win. The most important thing is that the morale of the Chu army is now very unstable. The news that the Queen Mother and His Majesty surrendered to Daxia, and that Dachu had been nominally removed from the army, has now spread in the army. Coupled with the unfavorable siege, and the heavy blow of the Daxia cavalry attacking the camp early this morning, many soldiers have become confused, worried, and even fearful. They are now very worried that once they fight with the main force of Daxia, will the army collapse directly? Chu Lixuan lowered his head, and sat upright on the commander's seat, with a gloomy face and no words. His originally handsome face also had a bit of old age. If he had known that this would be the situation, he would definitely not insist on continuing to attack David's capital, but would immediately lead the army back to support Dachu. But, if it can only be if, it is impossible to change the established reality. Now, let alone the ordinary soldiers in the army. Even he himself is extremely confused in his heart, and has no idea what he should do. His prestige is high, but there is a limit to how high it is. It is impossible to make hundreds of thousands of soldiers, who can hardly see hope, suddenly boost their morale, and become fanatical fighters. At this moment, he was already standing on the edge of a cliff. If he was not careful, he would be crushed to pieces. General Chu, what should we do? After an unknown amount of time, an old general gritted his teeth, and finally broke the silence. Seeing Chu Lixuan lowered his head, and did not respond, a young general spoke cautiously. Otherwise, let's surrender to Daxia. As soon as these words came out, the tent was instantly quiet, and everyone looked at that person. And one person even glared and shouted, "What did you say? Surrender? What are you shouting? If you don't surrender now, what else can you do?" The young general frowned and snorted unhappily. You can see the state of the soldiers in the army. If we surrender, we can at least save our lives. But if we bite the bullet and start a war, I'm afraid that the Great Xia army will collapse directly with just one charge. By then, not only will we die, but countless of our brothers will die in vain. After these words fell, everyone fell silent. After 5 or 6 breaths, the old general who spoke first spoke in a deep voice. What General Lin said is not without reason. General Chu, what do you think? Chu Lixuan narrowed his eyes, and finally raised his head. The head can be cut off, but the spine cannot be bent. This is the integrity of our great Chu people. If we surrender without fighting, what kind of integrity can we have? Not to mention, doing so will also be despised by the Great Xia people. Even if we want to surrender, we must fight a good fight, and let the Great Xia people see the blood of our great Chu soldiers. Only in this way can we win the most basic respect and interests. Besides, now we have formed an alliance with the Daliang army. The combined strength of both sides is as much as 1.1 million, which is twice that of the Great Xia army. We may have a chance to win. So, now is not the time to make a final decision. In any case, we must fight a battle with the Great Xia army first. If we can see the hope of winning, we naturally don't need to surrender. And if we can't see the hope, We can also let the great Xia army see our blood through a bloody battle. Let them know that we are not soft persimmons that can be squeezed at will, so as to gain the most basic respect. After listening to Chu Lishuan's words, some people nodded thoughtfully, but most people frowned. General Chu, what you said does make sense. But the key issue now is that it is difficult for us to survive the first battle. The current state of the soldiers in the army is not good. They are likely to be defeated on a large scale after the war begins. I am afraid they will not survive until then. Someone raised the most critical question. In response, Chu Lishuan just smiled calmly, showing a calm look of confidence. Don't worry. I have already thought of a way to deal with this. Oh, I wonder if General Chu has any good ideas. It's not a good idea, but it's just a method of supervising the battle that must be used in a dangerous battle, Chu Lishuan said in a light voice. His tone was very light, but it sounded very heavy to the ears of the generals. Form a supervising team? General Chu, you must be cautious about this matter. The morale of the army is not stable now. If you use the supervising team to suppress it by force, it will probably be counterproductive, the young general named Lin Chonghua said with an ugly face, obviously disagreeing with Chu Lishuan's idea. General Chu, in my opinion, you should just surrender. A cold light flashed in Chu Lishuan's eyes, and he snorted coldly. I have made up my mind. Don't say anything more. In order to ensure the morale and situation of the army, I will dispatch 10,000 Jinxiu troops as a supervisory team to supervise the entire army. After saying that, Chu Lishuan did not give others a chance to object, and waved his hand impatiently. Okay, everyone go and prepare. Although the generals were unwilling and worried, they had no choice but to disperse one after another. After all the generals left, Chu Lishuan gritted his teeth and shouted, Mu Kuei! Here! At the door of the tent, a burly and fully armed man responded respectfully. Go and get rid of Lin Chonghua. Do it secretly. Don't let anyone know, Chu Lishuan whispered, his eyes full of murderous intent. He never thought of surrendering to Daxia, because he knew what kind of end would come of his hostility towards Daxia. And he knew that even if he surrendered, it would be difficult to save his life. But in order to stabilize his generals, he had to say that. However, Lin Chonghua's attitude made him a little unbearable, and he was also worried that Lin Chonghua would do something that caught him off guard. So, he sentenced Lin Chonghua to death without hesitation. Yes! The burly man named Mu Kuei didn't ask any more questions, took the order, and left quickly. At this time, there was no one else in the tent, and Chu Lishuan's back, which had been straight, also bent down, and there was confusion in his eyes. He didn't know how he should go on in the future. Chapter 189 Destroying with Overwhelming Force. In the west of the David imperial capital, an army of more than 500,000 soldiers came from afar, and were resting briefly on the vast plain. In the middle of the army, on a large armored vehicle, Wang Jian was staring at the miniature sand table in front of him to confirm the distribution of the enemy's forces. Have the deployments of the Chu army and the Liang army changed? Reply to General Wang. There are no changes. The young general who was just called in for questioning responded quickly, and pointed to the sand table with the David imperial capital as the core. On the Chu army side, only 100,000 troops were deployed in the west of the city, and the remaining 400,000 main forces were in the north of the city. On the Liang army side, only 100,000 troops were deployed in the east of the city, and the remaining 500,000 main forces were in the south of the city. At present, the two armies have stopped attacking the city and are on the defensive. However, it is not ruled out that they will withdraw the troops in the west and east of the city to join the retreat. Wang Jian nodded slightly, and after a moment of silence, his eyes became fierce. Pass my order. Several messengers hurriedly lowered their heads, holding pens and waiting. Order the Tiger Cavalry and Jackal Cavalry to charge out from the west gate and east gate respectively in 1 hour, and defeat the Chu army and the small part of the Liang army. If the enemy army withdraws to the main camp and joins the main force, then each will take a detour and attack the main camps of the Chu army and the Liang army from the side to cooperate with the actions of our main force. Order the warship unit to be divided into 2 parts. In addition to the hunting-class warships, the expedition-class flagship, 2 garrison-class warships, and 5 patrol-class warships will be sent to the sky above the Liang army's main camp, and the remaining 2 garrison-class warships and 5 patrol-class warships will be sent to the sky above the Chu army's main camp. The warship unit needs to coordinate the overall situation. After 1 hour, when our army begins to charge, The ship-borne Huyang crossbow will launch a strategic strike on the enemy from high altitude. The chaotic army war shake the enemy's hearts and laid the foundation for our army to defeat the enemy forces in one fell swoop. The 30,000 wolf cavalry and the remaining 200,000 poor troops. In addition, ordered, all the generals must not be at all. It can be seen that he does not value the Great Chu army very much because he knows what kind of state of the Great Chu army is now. Half an hour later, the 100,000 Daliang troops in the east of the city still had no intention of joining the main force. They were probably used as a reserve force by Daliang commander Wu Yonggang. However, the 100,000 Chu troops in the west of the city quickly moved their camp and chose to join the main force of the Chu army in the north of the city. After receiving the news, Xue Hu responded on the spot and led the Tiger cavalry to the north gate of the imperial capital, intending to wait for the main force to fight and then rush out of the north gate to stab the Chu army. Time continued to pass, and when the time set by Wang Jian was about to arrive, the two main forces of Daxia had also arrived in front of the target, confronting the Chu and Liang armies 3 miles apart. Outside the south gate of the imperial capital, the center of the Liang army, Wu Yonggang, the general of Daliang Wulia, looked at the Daxia army with strict military formation and fluttering flags from afar. His expression was serious and a little annoyed. According to the agreement between him and Chu Lishuan, after the main force of Daxia arrived, no matter which side would be attacked first, the other side must fully support it. But he didn't expect that the Xia army had no intention of concentrating its strength to break one side first, but directly divided its troops to attack both sides at the same time. He knew that the elite of Daxia was very powerful, but the opponent's attitude still made him very uncomfortable, because he felt that he was despised. He didn't believe that the ordinary soldiers of Daxia could be stronger than the Liang army. However, he was angry, but he didn't dare to be careless and impulsive, because this battle was related to whether Daliang could successfully occupy the gains. In Daliang's homeland, the Qingqiu dynasty led an army of 1.5 million and attacked in 3 directions. Daliang's defense line was already shaky, and the situation was quite dangerous. In this case, the country was no longer able to send reinforcements to David. Therefore, in this battle, the Liang army can only win, not lose. Once defeated, the territory of David that Daliang had spent a great price to capture would be forced to spit out. There is no room for recovery. Pass the order down. All units must strictly guard according to the order of this commander, and must not be greedy for merit and advance rashly. Without the order of this commander, no one may lead the army to attack without authorization. Yes. As Wu Yongdong's order was passed down, a simple and deep and loud horn suddenly sounded in the distance. That was the horn of the march. At this moment, all the soldiers of Daliang were refreshed, adjusted their own state to the best, and were ready to fight with the enemy at any time. Hey, what is that? In a solemn atmosphere, a surprised exclamation sounded. Some people looked up one after another, and the expressions on their faces gradually changed from doubt to astonishment and shock, because they saw that there were several black spots in the sky that were constantly enlarging. And when those black spots fell to a height of more than 300 feet, their outlines were clearly visible. There were clearly 8 warships of different sizes, the largest of which was like a continuous mountain, and the smallest was like a giant building, extremely majestic. Just as the soldiers of Daliang were shocked and puzzled, a series of short dark red beams suddenly shot out from the bodies of those warships and thundered towards the ground. In an instant, smoke and dust rose up, and the sound continued. The deadly Huyang crossbow arrows blasted deep pits of several feet, or even more than 10 feet in radius on the ground. Some people screamed and flew backwards. Some had their legs or arms blown off, and some were even directly torn into pieces and turned into charcoal. The ancient Ping warships used Huyang crossbow arrows to plow the Liang army on the ground. Each volley was equivalent to the bombardment of 500 or 600 masters of the 9th level of the virtual body realm, and there would be one every 10 breaths. Such an offensive directly stunned the Liang army, and they didn't even know what those warships were. In the chaos, the Liang army's formation began to deform, and no matter how the generals in command tried to control it, it would not have much effect, compared with the cruelty that they had been mentally prepared for. The sudden unknown was more likely to make people afraid, seeing their comrades around them screaming and falling one by one, and seeing that the heavy shields could not protect them. The soldiers of Daliang would naturally stare at the dark red arrows coming from the sky, ready to escape to the side at any time. In this situation, how easy is it to restrain them with military orders? Of course, after suffering an unexpected attack, the Liang army also launched a counterattack. But the range of the Liang army's long-range attack equipment that can reach the Jinping warship is extremely limited, and the scattered number cannot pose a substantial threat to the Jinping warship. After dozens of waves of arrow rain, the Huying crossbow arrows of the Jinping warship were basically exhausted, and the Cheongqi Legion on the ground finally arrived. In front, Wang Jian personally led 80,000 armored infantry to charge forward. Facing the messy but relatively complete shield wall, the armored infantry raised the armored crossbow in his hand that could fire 7 times in a row, as the silver-shining crossbow arrows shot out rapidly. Tiny holes immediately appeared on those heavy shields, and corresponding to this, there were dense screams behind the shield wall. The name of the armored army is not for nothing. The so-called heavy shield defense is just a joke in front of the armored army. Seeing the shield wall collapse on a large scale, the armored infantryman in the front flashed a light in his hand, and the armored crossbow disappeared, replaced by a heavy silver spear. Kill! Accompanied by the deafening shouts of killing, the armored infantryman changed his pace to a trot, and ran faster and faster. After more than 10 breaths, he crashed into the human wall, and then stabbed the human wall layer by layer. The gap opened, and the Cheongqi army behind the armored infantrymen also joined the battle one after another. In another direction, the wolf cavalry, who had made a big circle, appeared on the side and rear of the Dalian army, and quickly rushed in when they caught a weak point in the chaotic army formation. The wild wolf was ferocious, and it harvested lives while hitting and biting. The cavalry on the back of the wild wolf looked inconspicuous, but the 10-foot-long black iron spear in the right hand, and the short spear thrown from the left hand occasionally were the real life-taking sickles that regarded human life as worthless. In the middle of the Liang army, looking at the chaotic battlefield, Wu Yongdong's face was ashen and his hands and feet were cold. This is not a battle. This is clearly a one-sided massacre. It was not until this moment that he clearly realized how strong the Great Xia army was, and how big the gap between the two sides was. The washing of the ground by those terrifying warships directly took the lives of tens of thousands of Liang army men, and also brought tens of thousands of serious injuries, and heavy blows of chaos in the battle formation. Now, after the main force of the opponent's army was put into the battlefield, it took only 2/4 of an hour for most of the defense lines of the front and rear armies to be destroyed. How cruel! Wu Yonggang gritted his teeth, and a painful and desolate look emerged in his eyes. He knew that the Liang army was finished. At the same time, the war in other directions also started completely. In the north of the city, the establishment of the Chu Army Supervision Team did achieve a considerable effect. Because if the supervision team had not killed thousands of people to stabilize the morale of the army, the Chu army would have collapsed when the Jinping warships washed the ground. But even so, it was still powerless to save the situation. When the angry leopard led the leopard cavalry to charge into the battle array, when the blood tiger led the tiger cavalry to cut in from behind, when the deafening tiger roars, leopard roars and screams lingered over the battlefield, the Chu army completely collapsed. And some even drew their swords to kill the supervisory team. This was a battle that crushed everything. And it was also a battle that was destined to shock the entire Tian'an. This battle started after noon and ended in the evening. And it only lasted for 3 hours in total. For this battle, not to mention the Liang and Chu soldiers who experienced it personally, even David's soldiers who watched the battle on the top of the city were scared pale. Chapter 190 Tang Dynasty Heritage Pool. August 18th. Dashi Palace. Ding! You completely annexed the vassal state of the Great Jin Dynasty without a single soldier, and changed the world with one hand, and the hegemony value plus 20,000. Ding! The David Dynasty feared and flattered you, and did not hesitate to offer the most beautiful twin princesses and 2 imperial concubines as an apology gift, and the hegemony value plus 3,000. Ding! You secretly manipulated the direction of the Tian'an War as an outsider, turning your hand to make clouds and rain, and the hegemony value plus 10,000. Ding! You sent a large army to snatch food from the tiger's mouth, and took the Yunbo imperial capital from the Qingqiu dynasty at a very low cost, and destroyed the Yunbo regime and occupied most of the Yunbo dynasty, and the hegemony value plus 30,000. Ding! You sent a large army to capture the Queen Mother and the Emperor of the Great Chu alive, and then annexed the Great Chu dynasty in a very short time, and the hegemony value plus 50,000. Ding! You sent a large army to take advantage of the situation, successfully captured the capital of David, destroyed the David regime, defeated the Chu army and the Liang army, and incorporated the David dynasty into the territory of Daxia. And the hegemony value was plus 35,000. Current hegemony value, 148,300. Looking at the hegemony value of nearly 150,000 in front of him, Xiao smiled particularly brightly. In the end, the four dynasties of Dajin, Yunbua, Dachu and David were all destroyed by Daxia. However, among the four countries, there are three situations. Among them, the Dajin dynasty has long been a vassal of Daxia, and has received rich rewards for defeating Dajin. So it only has 20,000 hegemony points. Yunbua and David are the second situation. The main forces of the armies of these two dynasties have been severely damaged by other countries, and basically have no soldiers available, and are on the verge of extinction. In this case, although the two countries were eventually destroyed by Daxia and their territories were annexed by Daxia, the system may have determined that Daxia took a shortcut, so the gains were discounted. The third case is naturally Dachu. Dachu has never been attacked by other forces, although it has sent more than 1 million troops outside its homeland, which has weakened its defense force a lot. The key factor of its destruction is still Daxia. Therefore, the most hegemony value is obtained by annexing Dachu. After staring at the system panel for a while, Xiao did not hesitate and directly spent 100,000 hegemony points to exchange for a diamond treasure chest. As for the others, he planned to keep them first, and wait until Daliang and Qingqiu are destroyed. I believe that it will exceed 100,000 again, and then I can exchange them for a diamond treasure chest again. Diamond treasure chest opens. Congratulations. You get the Datong Foundation Pool. Datong Foundation Pool. You can fully inherit the Datong Foundation Pool of Yuanjia, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Chansun Wuji, Di Renjia, Shinso Army, Anqi Army, Xuanjia Army, left and right Qianniu guards. Seeing that the foundation pool was opened, Xiao's already wonderful mood became even more comfortable, and he was satisfied and checked it in detail. Fang Xianling, 68th level of the True Body Realm, 102 years old, can be summoned at a designated time and place. Du Ruhui, 66th level of the True Body Realm, 100 years old, can be summoned at a designated time and place. Chansun Wuji, 79th level of the True Body Realm, 105 years old, can be summoned at a designated time and place. Di Renjia, 72nd level of the True Body Realm, 92 years old, can be summoned at a designated time and place. Shinso Army, 200,000 people, all wearing soul equipment, all in Xietian Realm and above. Main General Geshuhan, 18th level of the Spiritual Body Realm, 108 years old, will appear with the Shinso Army. Enshi Army, 200,000 people, all wearing soul equipment, all in Xietian Realm and above. Main General Gao Xianji, 19th level of the Spiritual Body Realm, 110 years old, will appear with the Enshi Army. Xianjia Army, 100,000 people, all wearing soul equipment, all in Xietian Realm and above. Main General Qin Qiong, 20th level of the Spiritual Body Realm, 39 years old, will appear with the Xianjia Army. Left and right Qianniu guards, 50,000 people, all wearing soul equipment, all in Xietian Realm and above. Main General Li Yuanfang, 20th level of the Spiritual Body Realm, 46 years old, will appear with the Qianniu guards. After reading the detailed information of the four civil officials, the four armies, and the four commanders, Xiao exhaled lightly, as if thinking about something. There was no secret spy organization in the pool of background this time, but the Qianniu guards could barely be considered in this regard. In terms of age, this obviously cannot be equated with what he knows. It should be related to talent and the timing of appearance. So Xiao did not pay attention to this point. Anyway, after becoming a wall breaker, the natural lifespan will exceed 500 years, and 100 years old is still very young. Next, Xiao began to think about the arrangements for everyone and the army. After thinking for a while, Xiao finally made a decision. Fang Mao Du Duan, referring to Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui, because these two people are both talented prime ministers. However, now that the left and right prime ministers have Li Si and Gao Zhou, he can only make other arrangements for these two people. He plans to let Fang Xianling serve as the imperial censor who supervises all officials and assists in government affairs as a supplement to the two prime ministers. As for Du Ruhui, he could only let him make a slight sacrifice and replace Lu Lin as the Minister of Revenue of Daxia. As for Chansun Wuji and Di Renjia, They were both good ministers, but their best performance was in law. Therefore, he decided to let Chon Sun-wooji replace Wei Yong as the Minister of Justice, and Di Renjia would serve as the Minister of Dali Temple, responsible for specific major cases. In this way, the top few positions in the Daxia court would be held by loyal and capable people with strong background. This was of great significance to both his rule and the efficiency of the operation of the Daxia court. After deciding on the positions of the 4 civil officials, Xia Ao turned his attention to the army. Among the 4 armies, the Xuanjia army and the Qianyo Guard were obviously cavalry, and the first 2 should be mixed. These 4 armies were undoubtedly the elite of the Tang dynasty, and the Anqi army was the one that Xia Ao was particularly concerned about. The whole city is full of white hair, but I will never give up my sword. I have resisted alone for 50 years. How dare I forget the Tang dynasty? Such an Anqi army spirit is enough to move every passionate man. I just don't know whether Guo Xian, who really made the Anqi army famous in history, will also appear. After all, except for the main general, the other deputy generals, etc. cannot be seen through the brief information on the system panel. After consideration, Xia Ao decided to add about 50,000 Qianyo guards to the ranks of the imperial army, and together with the 50,000 tiger guards, they will guard the palace together. Among the other 3 armies, he decided to merge the Anqi army into the Bifang army, because the Bifang army only had 50,000 tiger and leopard cavalry and 800 Xinjin camp, and urgently needed a large-scale elite to support the entire army. Regarding the commander of the Bifang army, it would be better to let Gao Xinji take over. However, human potential is unlimited. Zhou Ying has already shined in the Battle of Dechu, which is a good start. If he continues to develop, he may become a well-rounded and excellent commander. In addition, Zhou Ying has just made such a great contribution. So Xia Ao finally decided to let Gao Xinji serve as the deputy commander to assist him and help Zhou Ying grow further. As for Qin Qiong's 100,000 Xuanjia army, Xia Ao plans to merge it into Bai Qi's Chaos Army to enhance the combat power of the Central Army. Finally, regarding Geshu Han Shensu Army, Xia Ao decided to let it join the Taotai Army. At present, the elite of the Taotai Army is only the 50,000 Shaogua Army under Yuan Chengdu, the least in number among the 5 major armies. Compared with Wang Jin's Cheongqi Army and Meng Tian's Taowu Army, the Taotai Army needs more elite reinforcements. As for whether to reduce the number of ordinary soldiers in the Legion to maintain the 600,000-man establishment after these troops joined, Xia Ao also considered it. After careful consideration, Xia Ao finally decided not to move for the time being, and wait until the Qingqiu dynasty and the Daliang dynasty were resolved and Tian'an was completely unified before deciding whether to reduce or increase the size of the Legion. After finalizing the above matters, Xia Ao let out a long breath and walked out of the hall. At this time, the sun was shining outside, and the birds were singing and the flowers were fragrant, which just echoed Xia Ao's wonderful mood. Your Majesty, the tens of thousands of Daliang troops stationed in Sanshui City have been withdrawn, and our army's vanguard has entered Sanshui City. The entire territory of David Dynasty has now been completely occupied by our daxia. Shang Wanwano hurried over and couldn't help but report the victory to Xia Ao. Not bad. Xia Ao nodded slightly, smiling brightly. When the last system prompt sounded just now, he actually knew the ending. How is the war between Qingqiu and Daliang going? Xia Ao asked as he walked forward. Now, there are only Daxia, Qingqiu, and Daliang in the whole of Tian'an. As for other dynasties, except for the southern part of Yunwu dynasty which was occupied by Qingqiu, all the remaining vast territories have been incorporated into Daxia's territory. The 5 countries have become 5 states, plus Daxia's own state. Daxia dynasty now has 6 states. A real giant. Of course, it is not so easy to completely subdue the newly occupied 3 states. Although the war is over, the officials selected by Wenyuan Pavilion of the Ministry of Personnel have also taken office. But there will be sporadic resistance, which will take time to digest slowly. Your Majesty, the Qingqiu dynasty mobilized 1.5 million troops to attack Daliang in the early stage, and then sent 500,000 city guards as auxiliary forces to escort food and grass and guard the occupied city. After 10 days of fierce fighting, they have occupied half of Daliang. According to statistics, the number of casualties of the Daliang army exceeded 500,000, and there were about 200,000 wounded soldiers retreating to the rear for treatment. Nearly 300,000 Liang soldiers were captured or surrendered. In other words, the Dalian army has suffered nearly 1 million casualties. On the other hand, the number of casualties of the Qingqiu army was only about 100,000, and the proportion of wounded soldiers was quite large, almost 200,000. At present, Qingqiu's main battle army still has 1.2 million, and the loss of 300,000 does not have much impact on them. As for Dalian, except for the more than 400,000 troops guarding the imperial capital and the northern and eastern borders, their main battle army is only 1 million. So Dalian adopted a desperate mixed army strategy, forcibly withdrawing or recruiting 2 million auxiliary troops, and mixed them with 1 million main combat troops to form a large-scale defense corps of 3 million people. More than half of the 2 million auxiliary troops are city guards, and the rest are private soldiers of nobles, retired veterans, and young and strong people of appropriate age with a certain military foundation. At present, the Qingqiu army is still in a three-way attack posture, and Dalian has also divided the 3 million troops into 3 million people according to Qingqiu's offensive. The organized defense corps built an airtight defense line along the Fengyang River, hoping to use this defense line to stop the Qingqiu army. However, according to the relevant feedback from the bad people and Luoyang, the calls for stopping the war within the two dynasties are getting louder and louder. They have clearly recognized the terrifying threat of my great Xia, and want to urge the two dynasties to form an alliance again to deal with the threat of my great Xia first. As for what the Queen of Qingqiu and the Emperor of Dalian think, it is still unknown for the time being. After listening to Shang Wanwan's introduction, Xiao raised his eyebrows and chuckled. There are still many smart people in these two countries, right? However, they are a little bit idealistic in wanting to manipulate my great Xia. Give the order. Qingqiu and Dalian must fight to the death. I don't want to let go of Qingqiu. A free good thug. Yes. Shang Wanwan bowed her head and smiled. Speaking of which, His Majesty is really bad. First, he quietly destroyed the Five Nations alliance that was supposed to work together to attack Daxia, and transferred the crisis that was looming over Daxia to Yunbua and David. Later, His Majesty secretly intervened in the war in two directions, causing Qingqiu, Dachu and Dalian to suffer losses far beyond their expectations, and also made the David dynasty grateful. After that, His Majesty seized the opportunity and decisively sent a large army to intervene in the battlefields of Yunbua and David, easily and unceremoniously picking two tender peaches, turning Qingqiu, Dalian and Dachu into miserable free labor. Now, His Majesty wants to repeat the old trick and use the Qingqiu dynasty to deal with the living forces of Dalian, while secretly preparing to pick peaches. If the Queen of Qingqiu knew His Majesty's plan, she would be furious. As for whether it can succeed, Shang Wanwan has never thought about it, because the answer is beyond doubt. Nowadays, a mysterious spy of the bad people has become one of the most powerful officials in the Dalian dynasty. Although the Qingqiu dynasty is a little worse, the spy of the bad people and Luoyang is also in an important position. With them, it is not difficult to disrupt the situation. What's more, there are also people in the Qingqiu and Dalian armies who have been secretly instigated to rebel, even if they fail to influence the decision-making core of the two dynasties. Even if the Queen of Qingqiu and the Emperor of Dalian are willing to stop the war and join forces, the raging war will be directly ignited on the front line, and their plans will be aborted. After walking forward for a while, Shang Wanwan suddenly thought of something and looked at Xiao and reported softly, "Your Majesty, there is another thing. The Queen Mother of Dachu, Mi Yan, was assassinated last night. But thanks to the protection of the Luoyang strongman and Mi Yan's confidant, the assassin failed and Mi Yan was unharmed." "Oh, Mi Yan was assassinated?" Xiao raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. Who else would assassinate her at this time? Can you find out the assassin's background? "Your Majesty, the 9 assassins and the ones who helped her were all assassins, and they failed to capture anyone alive. However, based on some clues previously controlled by Luoyang members, it is very likely that they were assassins raised by Chu Lishuan, the king of Chu Xiu. Currently, the bad people and Luoyang are investigating as quickly as possible, and are also searching for related escapees.